Chapter 141 The Tang Dynasty is fierce. The 2000 Tang Dynasty cavalry held their spears straight. Although they were not strictly heavy cavalry, their armor was equally excellent, and they rode excellent Turkic horses. They killed the 10,000 Goguryeo cavalry without hesitation. The Goguryeo cavalry was caught off guard, and was attacked by the Tang army's cavalry, suddenly falling into chaos. After barely firing 2 rounds of arrows, the Tang army cavalry holding war spears broke into the Goguryeo cavalry. The hundreds of Goguryeo cavalry at the front were pierced by the war spears. A Tang general held a horse in his hand, rushed left and right, killing all directions, and one person stabbed more than a dozen Goguryeo cavalry. The cavalry led by General Tang is full of attack power and invincible. He is truly a fierce general. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the Tang general's ferocity, and the cavalry he led almost breaking the formation. Maybe this cavalry is the elite of the Tang army. But it is not Li Shimon's black armor cavalry. Nor is it the Yulin army and Baichi who serve as imperial guards. If it were Li Shimon's cavalry, it would be possible to defeat 10,000 by 1,000. When Hua Mulan saw her lord praising other generals, she couldn't help but hold her head high, as if she wanted to say that she was not bad either. Chu Tian saw Hua Mulan holding her head high. Well, as expected, everything is good for others. If Hua Mulan had 2,000 Tang army cavalry on the opposite side, her performance would probably not be inferior to that one Tang general. The cavalry of the Tang army on the opposite side showed the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty what it means to be an army of a great country. 2,000 Tang troops attacked 10,000 Goguryeo cavalry, and the Goguryeo cavalry was defeated. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Goguryeo camp immediately sent a second team of cavalry to rescue the Goguryeo cavalry. The Tang army should be retreating. No! The Tang army is still attacking. When the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty entered the battle, they saw an even more shocking scene. After the Tang army's cavalry defeated the opponent's first team of cavalry, they pursued the victory and drove the defeated Goguryeo cavalry towards the second team of Goguryeo cavalry. The Goguryeo cavalry had never seen such a ferocious army. They collapsed again and were driven back to the Goguryeo camp by 2,000 Tang troops. Goguryeo's bows and crossbows fired volleys, forcing the Tang army's cavalry back. So the Tang army's cavalry did not continue to pursue. After a fierce battle, thousands of Goguryeo cavalry were killed, and dozens of cavalry died at the hands of Tang army General Ma Shan. Blood stained the armor of the Tang cavalry red and flowed down the sharp edge of the Tang sword. There was silence in both camps. The small-scale cavalry battle that took place on the east coast did not strain both sides, but rather tested each other. The morale of the Goguryeo camp was severely damaged. 2 groups of Goguryeo cavalry, nearly 20,000 strong, were repelled by the bravery of 2,000 Tang troops and chased to the edge of the camp. What a shame. There were a few arrows stuck in the Tang general's Mingguang armor, but he returned with his cavalry as if he was fine. Is he Xuerengui? Probably not. According to historical records, Xuerengui was still a small soldier at this time and could not be qualified to lead 2,000 Tang troops to attack. And he was still 2,000 elite cavalry. General Tang returned to the Tang army camp as if he had done something insignificant, and there was no celebration with any fanfare. This was not the first time that the Tang army used fewer troops to fight against larger numbers. The morale of the Goguryeo camp was low. On the first day of the national war, an encounter broke out between the lords of both sides, and one lord was crippled by Chu Tian. On the third day, the Tang army and the Goguryeo cavalry conducted a small-scale trial, and the Tang army won a great victory. This battle was simply a nightmare for the Goguryeo lord. Although there are few people on the opposite side, they are Tian Khan's cavalry. Those who came to attack Goguryeo were the veterans of the Tang Empire. If it were Li Shimon who was in high spirits, coupled with a lineup of fierce generals in the Sui and Tang dynasties when he was young, it is estimated that Goguryeo would have perished in one battle. Even the old generals, with a few young generals, were enough to scare the Goguryeo army. After the small-scale confrontation, both sides went on patrol to prevent the other party from attacking at night. Chu Tian summoned the lords of the 2nd Legion. The Battle of Ungchi City lasted 3 months, and only 3 days had passed. They were not in a hurry. The time for the decisive battle had not yet come. The fires in the camp were crackling, and every lord now had full confidence in the Tang army, whose performance was very strong. I asked the officers of the Tang army. The man who just led the troops to kill the enemy was the Tang general Ashin Ashir. He was originally the prince of the East Turks. After the fall of the East Turks, he defected to the Tang dynasty and became a famous general of the Tang dynasty. He fought very bravely, because Li Shimin was kind to him. When Li Shimin died, he asked to commit suicide and be buried, but he was rejected. A lord knows the identity of General Tang. The Turkic princes can only serve as generals under the Tang army. Not only Ashina Shir, but also generals such as Gu Shuhan, Gao Xianji, He Taichengji, Yuchi Jingde, etc. fought for the Tang dynasty. However, there were also great rebels, like in Lushan among the generals. Only Li Shimin can suppress them. Once Li Shimin dies, they might have different intentions. It's hard to say that Gu Shuhan fought against Lushan for the Tang dynasty and died in the battle. The people present were amazed at the Tang army's fierce generals, and the fact that Tian Khan lived up to his name. I wonder what the battle situation is like in Umshi City and Baijianku. Believe in Tang Jun and our companions. Chu Tian and the others had no other choice but to trust the lords of the Eastern Han district. We are located upstream of the Canyon River. Is it possible to poison the Goguryeo army below the river? You have read too many novels. With the amount of runoff in this river, how many tons of poison do you need to put in to ensure that the downstream is poisoned? Then use sandbags to block the water upstream, and then flood the Goguryeo army. It won't work. Once the other party sees that the river water downstream is reduced, they will soon realize that we want to use water to attack. A group of lords wanted to defeat the enemy, and came up with various methods such as water attack and poisoning. But in the end, they still thought it was not feasible. This is a tough battle with few shortcomings. The lord on the opposite side is careful to be on guard. If he wants to catch the other side's weakness, he must let the other side reveal his weakness. After dividing the patrol tasks, Xu Tian returned to his camp, and Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, and Hua Mulan took turns taking charge of the guards. On the other side of the river is the Goguryeo army. They may lead their troops across the river to attack the Tang army camp. Therefore, several groups of Tang and Han troops held torches and patrolled along the river to prevent the other party from secretly setting up pontoon bridges and crossing the river for surprise attacks. A group of cavalry passed by the camp of the Second Army where Chu Tian was located. One of the cavalrymen was holding Fang Tian's painted halberd, with his bow drawn at his waist, and he glanced at the camp of the Second Army intentionally or unintentionally. In his opinion, the army of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty was still unable to compare with the Tang army at its peak. This Tang army was the elite who fought in the world at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin wanted to rely on the elite to quell the future troubles of Goguryeo for future generations in his final years. Chu Tian didn't know that the Tang army's cavalry was passing by, but he was sleeping peacefully in a tent in the Goguryeo camp opposite. The Goguryeo lords, who were frightened by the 2,000 Tang troops, could not sleep at night. 100,000 Tang troops and 50,000 Han troops went south to confront them. There were 300,000 Tang troops and 200,000 Han troops outside Umshi City. Their movements were truly unsettling. Li Ji's Tang army went south not only to provoke the Goguryeo army, but also to cut off the Goguryeo army's field of vision. Millions of reinforcements were piled up in the south of the canyon, but they had no idea what the battle situation was like in Umshi City. The Goguryeo army had another disadvantage. The more people it had, the more food it needed. Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin are putting pressure on us. They must attack the Tang army as soon as possible. Otherwise they will lose their troops. Cui Zishan glanced at the Goguryeo lords present. He planned to strengthen the wall and clear the country, but he misjudged the food problem of the Goguryeo army. The Goguryeo army numbered 1.5 million, and the logistical pressure was greater than that of the Tang army. It was destined that the Goguryeo army had to launch an attack. Can we win? The Lord of Goryeo was a little frightened when he saw the majesty of the Tang army during the day. The ones who came to provoke the Goguryeo army during the day were the elite cavalry of the Tang army, not ordinary soldiers. So there is no need to be afraid. Cui Zishan faced a group of teammates who were sometimes arrogant and sometimes timid, with sharp eyes, forcing them to obey his orders. According to the original battle of Umshi City, Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty would send Zhang Sun Wuji to lead a partial force from the mountain road of Bailing to attack the rear of the Goguryeo army and carry out a pincer attack. We can use the trick and set up an ambush at the exit of the mountain road. I have already planned this plan and informed the two generals Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin that they have agreed. As long as the Tang army appears, the 300,000 ambushed army will annihilate them. At Xiongjing River in Beach State, Lu Rengui led the Tang navy and the Tang army's cavalry to advance by land and water. Players from the Eastern Han dynasty led thousands of small boats to follow Lu Ringui's Tang Dynasty navy. The ships covered the river in a mighty manner. Compared with the long battle in Unchi City, the naval battle is easier to resolve, and the outcome is often decided in one battle. The ships of the Tang Navy were tens of meters long, and hundreds of huge ships were lined up, making them majestic. There are also small and medium-sized warships such as fighting ships, sea falcons, cockroaches, and walking boats around the building ships. The lords of Jing, Yang and Jiazhou mostly used walking ke, and only a small amount of cockroaches. With the Tang Dynasty Navy as the main force, we will definitely win. With such a navy, I dare to go south to attack the Dai Viet Kingdom in Annan District. Zhao Guang, the lord of Jiazhou, was shocked when he saw the grand scene of the Tang Navy on his warship. If he was given such a navy, he might not dare to go south to conquer the kingdom of Dai Viet. Tong Kai, the leader of the naval alliance of the Eastern Han Dynasty, held a nautical map in his hand, which showed the outline of the Xiangjin River and the nearby sea areas. Historically, the Tang Navy led by Lu Yingui met the Japanese Navy supporting Beach, one of the three countries on the Korean peninsula at that time, at the mouth of the Ungjin River, and the Battle of Beijiang mouth broke out. In other words, as long as their navy reaches the river mouth, it is very likely that they will meet the Japanese Navy and a big battle will break out. We are very close to the mouth of the Beijiang River. I didn't expect to have to fight with the Japanese Navy so soon. Pull up the flag and prepare for the battle. The cockroach of the bronze bird raises the flag of preparation for war. All the lords were nervous and ordered all the navy soldiers holding halberds and crossbows to prepare for battle. Donghan District and Dongying District have been feuding for many years. The Tang army won the Battle of Beijiangku, and the Japanese lords would definitely try to avoid such an outcome. Tang Navy General Lu Rengui was over 60 years old at this time. His ship was a tall building ship with hundreds of elite Tang Navy soldiers on board. Prepare for war! Lu Rengui has been reminded by the players that they are likely to encounter the Japanese Navy at the mouth of Beijiang River. So he ordered the Datong Navy to prepare for war. The Tang Dynasty Navy and the three major naval camps of the Eastern Han Dynasty gradually approached the mouth of Beijiang River, and everyone's breathing was a little rapid. As long as he sees a Japanese warship, Dafu will rush up with his rowing boat, and then the archers and soldiers will resolve the battle. In order to deal with Japanese wooden ships, most of the weapons used by the lords of Jingzhou, Yanzhou, and Jiazhou were rockets. It was during this battle of Beijiangku that the Japanese were defeated by the Tang Dynasty, which made them realize how terrifying the suzerain country was. However, the Japanese were very good at learning, and they immediately sent envoys from the Tang Dynasty to the Tang Dynasty to learn the technology and system of the Tang Dynasty, forming a more powerful nation. Country. In a sense, they are much stronger than Goryeo Bangzi. Just the samurai from Kyushu Island have caused huge damage to Goryeo. Goryeo cannot defeat Japan. Tonkei mentioned this matter to the other lords on the ship to ease everyone's nervousness. The navy approached the mouth of the Beijiang River, but the Japanese navy, which was equally densely packed as imagined, did not appear. How is this going? Everyone was stunned. The naval battle that was supposed to take place at Beijiangku was actually avoided by players from Japan. Tongjak immediately opened the chart and considered where the disappeared Japanese fleet had gone. The minds of these Japanese lords are indeed better than the Goryeo sticks. Although the Korean civilization is more similar to our Central Plain civilization in terms of arms and weapons, it is the Japanese lords who have truly learned the essence of our military art. They do not intend to turn the tide at Beijiangku because of the difficulty too big. That's what they thought. They completely gave up the decisive battle at Beijiangku and chose another battlefield. Now the initiative to join the battle is in their hands. Tonkei quickly judged the intention of the Japanese lord. The Japanese lord estimated that he would lose the battle at Beijiangku no matter how he fought. So he simply avoided the attack of the Tang Navy and fought again at another day and place. What should we do next? Are we going to pursue the Japanese Navy along the rugged coastline of the peninsula? An encounter turns into a pursuit. If you are not careful, you will be ambushed. Most of the Japanese lords have such a plan. The lords of the three major naval battalions of the Eastern Han Dynasty gathered on Tongchua's warship, all talking, and the situation was now a bit out of control. Calm down! Calm down! Tonkei shouted to calm the panicked lords. We have the Tang Dynasty Navy. As long as we are not ambushed, we are basically invincible. The next goal is to find the disappeared Japanese Navy and then defeat them. To win. The lords of the three naval battalions finally calmed down a little. As the leader of the alliance, Take personally boarded the ship of the Tang Dynasty naval general Lu Rengui and discussed the march route with Lu Rengui. The Japanese army is in the south. If we pursue it southward, we may be able to catch up. Lu Rengui listened to the report of the player lord and finally decided to order a pursuit. If the Japanese navy is still in the waters of the peninsula, it can be completely destroyed. If the Japanese navy left the peninsula waters, they would have actually lost. South of the Baijiang estuary, tens of thousands of small Japanese warships spread across the sea and sailed along the coastline of the peninsula. The Japanese generals Azumarfu and Abihirav were persuaded by the Japanese lords to give up fighting the Tang army at Baijiangku and instead went south. The navy of the Tang dynasty is really indestructible. We are 4 times the enemy. Why should we give in? Although Azumarfu gave up the decisive battle with the Tang army, he thought this was a sign of cowardice, as he had never fought against the Tang army. Please trust our judgment. The Tang navy has huge ships. Once they launch a charge, they can easily crash into our small boats. For the current plan, the only way is to lead them to a narrow strait where the big ships cannot exert their advantage, and the water conditions are complicated. You can win. A Kyushu island lord with a samurai sword hanging on his waist carefully negotiated with the Japanese general. Where is the strait you mentioned? Mingyang Strait. Chapter 142. Li Guang and Di Qing got into trouble. The cavalry of the Tang army came to call for formation again. On the 5th day of the Angshi city battlefield, the Turkic prince Ashina Shir led the Tang army's cavalry to call for battle against the Goguryeo army on the opposite side for 3 consecutive days. Except for calling out the formation on the first day and killing thousands of Goguryeo cavalry, Goguryeo did not dare to engage in battle and simply refused to leave. Goguryeo is already timid. If Qin Qiong is still alive, Zhang Jijia and Yuji Jingda are young and strong. Their performance is probably even better than that of the Turkic prince Ashina Shir. When Chu Tian saw Ashina Shir relying on the cavalry of the Tang dynasty, he could not help but want to step forward to call for battle. He also has 2 military generals in his hands, and their performance may not be worse than that of the Turkic princes. Li Guang, you bring a dozen cavalrymen who are good at riding and shooting across the river to provoke. Chu Tian sent Li Guang, the most powerful man, to follow the example of the Tang army and provoke Goguryeo. The last general takes command. Li Guang selected 13 cavalrymen who were good at shooting and led them across the river from the pontoon bridge upstream to challenge. Di Qing, you go too. Prince Tian saw that Chu Tian had sent Li Guang and was unwilling to be seconded, so he sent the famous Song dynasty general Di Qing. Di Qing followed Li Guang with a dozen Yuzhou cavalry. Chu Tian, Prince Tian, and other lords were watching the battle on the other side of the river. The 2 generals under their command were confident, so they dared to let them play. Li Guang rode a Turkic war horse exchanged from the Tang army's quartermaster, holding a long bow, and showed off his power in front of the Goguryeo army. Di Qing put on a bronze mask, with disheveled hair, and held a big knife in his hand. This time it was not the Tang army who provoked, but the Eastern Han lords generals who called the formation. Korea Bangzi, come out and challenge. Li Guang, under Chu Tian's instruction, used words that could anger the Goryeo lord to insult him. There are different civilizations in Lord, with hundreds of languages, so there is an auxiliary system. Although the other party does not speak Chinese, they can understand it. The lords of Goryeo were immediately offended when they heard Li Guang insulting them as sticks. It doesn't matter that the Turkic prince came with 2,000 Tang troops to call for formation, but the 2 young generals of the opposing lord came with only a dozen cavalry to insult him. How dare you scold us and kill them? Finally, a Goryeo lord could no longer hold himself back and sent hundreds of cavalry out to hunt down Li Guang and Di Qing. This time the ratio between the 2 sides was 20-1, so there was no way they could lose. Right? A Goryeo cavalry general brandished a broadsword and said, I am Goryeo General Song Rulong. If General Song Rulong takes action, the opponent will definitely be defeated. Their lord dares to underestimate our Goryeo, which is intolerable. The Goryeo lord clenched his fists. The lord of the Donghan district opposite them looked down upon them so much that they simply did not take them into consideration. After all, Goryeo is a 1,000-year civilization that has experienced the rule of several complete kingdoms. Goryeo General Song Rulong clamped his horse's belly tightly. There were 400 Goryeo cavalry beside him and behind him, facing the black cloud-like Goryeo cavalry. The opponent should turn around and flee. However, what surprised Song Rulong was that the 2 fierce generals Li Guang and Di Qing not only refused to leave, but almost simultaneously bent their bows and knocked arrows at the cavalry general on the opposite side. Two sharp arrows hit Song Rulong one after another. Di Qing's arrow pierced Song Rulong's shoulder, and the impact shook his shoulder, while Li Guang's arrow had already penetrated Song Rulong's throat. Song Rulong fell from his horse, and the 400 Goryeo cavalry were shocked. Li Guang continued to bend his bow, and shot sharp arrows one after another. Two more cavalrymen were killed. Di Qing saw that his archery skills were not as good as Li Guang's, so he simply picked up a bent knife. This kind of long-handled large knife has a sharp front and a wide slant at the back, which is somewhat similar to the Yanyu knife. Kill! Di Qing led a dozen Yuzhou cavalry to attack. Advancing instead of retreating, the Yuzhou cavalry plunged into the Goryeo cavalry. Di Qing's hair was disheveled and his bronze mask was extremely ferocious. Like an evil ghost from H.L. He killed the oncoming Goryeo cavalry head-on. The morale of the Goryeo cavalry was greatly damaged, and they fell into chaos. But Li Guang was still calmly shooting the Goryeo cavalry on the opposite side. Once Di Qing launches a charge, the morale of the opponent will drop. Di Qing's lord, Prince Yan, saw his generals performing bravely, and he knew Di Qing's abilities very well. It just happened to cooperate with Li Guang. Chu Tian thought that Li Guang could lower the morale of the aliens and increase the damage to the aliens. Fighting side by side with Di Qing, the morale of the other side was suddenly hit hard. In ancient battles, brave generals and soldiers could indeed frighten the enemy. For example, the Jurchens of the Jin Kingdom were invincible, and the Song dynasty was disappointed with the mountainous terrain and the Yu family army. Facing these elites, the opponent's military morale has been shaken before the battle. Sometimes, all it takes is a reputation. Li Guang's archery skills are better. Prince Yin and other lords were shocked when they discovered that Li Guang shot more than a dozen arrows in succession, with a hit rate of over 70%. Li Guang led a dozen light cavalry while riding and shooting, while Di Qing charged back and forth in the enemy formation, killing more than a dozen cavalry in a row, which was unstoppable. Two Goryeo cavalrymen holding spears simultaneously stabbed Di Qing, who was killing everyone. Di Qing dodged two spears, clamped the spears with his right arm, and chopped down a Goryeo cavalryman and horse with his broadsword. The army was in chaos, and the 400 Korean cavalry were already on the verge of collapse. Di Qing rushed left and right among the rebels. A spear was stabbed into the armor on his back, and blood seeped out. Another sharp arrow hit Di Qing, but was blocked by the armor, and hung on Di Qing's body. Di Qing was still full of arrogance, and cut off the head of a war horse with one knife. It's so brutal. Chu Tian saw Di Qing's ferocious performance. This guy killed people and horses. He was indeed a strong man, but he didn't have many opportunities to perform in history. Chu Tian was shocked by Di Qing's performance, but the other lords were surprised by Li Guang's archery skills. Li Guang had already killed more than 20 Goryeo cavalry. Li Guang was not injured at all, and he could kill hundreds of people with a bow and arrow. 400 Goryeo cavalry generals were shot dead, coupled with the majesty of Li Guang and Di Qing killing each other. Morale collapsed completely. Yulji Mundiak, lead the cavalry to support. The Goguryeo Lord Choi Jae-seon sent the Goguryeo General Yulji Mundiak, who had defeated the Sui army. A young general was ordered to attack, and 1,000 Goguryeo cavalry rushed out of the Goguryeo army. The momentum of this Goryeo cavalry seems to be a little different. On the other side of the river, Chu Tian, Prince Yan, Gong Ziwen, Shui Yu and others noticed that the temperament of the Goryeo cavalry had completely changed. The momentum of the army is invisible, but it can give people a sense of oppression. With a sense of oppression, you can roughly judge whether the opponent is a ragtag group or an elite force. There are historical facts that the Goryeo cavalry led by military generals were very different in terms of momentum and military discipline. Ming Jin retreats the troops. Chu Tian did not dare to take risks with Li Guang this time, so he retreated across the river and sent troops. It would not be a problem for Li Guang to bully a small group of cavalry. But if the opponent is pursued by thousands of cavalry, and there is a historical military general on the other side, then Li Guang might be captured. Li Guang heard Ming Jin's order to withdraw his troops, and saw that Di Qing was still trapped in the enemy's formation. He drew out the Huanshou sword from his waist, and rushed into the Goryeo cavalry to rescue Di Qing. Although Li Guang often played with long bows, as a flying general in the Han dynasty, he was extremely skilled in the Huanshou sword in the Han dynasty. He wielded the Huanshou sword with his long and thick arms, and could kill a Goryeo cavalryman with one blow. The Goryeo cavalry gave way one after another, and Li Guang and Di Qing met up. The two broke out and led the cavalry to retreat. The opponent is a historical military general from the Eastern Han dynasty. If you kill them, Their vitality will be severely damaged. The Goryeo lords did not care about fairness at this time. The performance of Li Guang and Di Qing made them realize that this was a good opportunity to kill the heroes of the Eastern Han dynasty. Kill! Thousands of Goryeo cavalry came out in full force. Li Guang and Di Qing seemed to have stung a hornet's nest, and were hunted down by the Goryeo cavalry collectively. Ulchi Mun's cavalry took the lead in charging ahead. Under Ulchi Mun's command, they circled left and right in an attempt to outflank Li Guang and Di Qing. Let's go to support. Chu Tian realized that he had overplayed his game, and the patience of the Goryeo lords was limited. They were repeatedly provoked, and had the opportunity to kill the heroes of the Eastern Han dynasty in front of them. They wanted to kill Li Guang and Di Qing in one fell swoop, no matter how many chances they got. If Li Guang and Di Qing want to escape back, they must reach the floating bridge upstream. What happened? Li Ji, the commander-in-chief of the 100,000-strong Tang army, was inspecting the camp when he found a commotion on the opposite side. General, a lord has come to provoke the Goguryeo army. Goguryeo has at least tens of thousands of cavalry to fight. Oh! The Goguryeo army stood firm and refused to fight yesterday. Unexpectedly, it was successfully provoked by the supporting lords. The lord only sent a few dozen cavalry across the river, and they were being chased by the opponent at this time. Ask Zhang Shigui to send a team of cavalry to support. Yes. Chu Tian did not expect that he would cause such a big commotion by following the example of the Turkic prince Ashina Shir and provoking the Goguryeo army. Tens of thousands of Korean cavalry rushed out in a mighty force that stretched for several miles. This was an unexpected incident that no one expected. There were only 3,000 Tang troops guarding the pontoon on the other side of the river. The Tang army's large forces began to reinforce the position of the floating bridge upstream. Chu Tian led a group of cavalry to the pontoon bridge to meet Li Guang and Di Qing. The left-leading general of the Tang army, Duke of Guo, Zhang Shigui, was on the other side of the river at this time, leading 3,000 Tang troops to camp. When he saw Li Guang and Di Qing leading tens of thousands of Korean cavalry, he wanted to curse them for no reason. The Tang army's strong field combat ability does not mean that it can deal with the impact of tens of thousands of Goryeo cavalry at all times. Formation! Zhang Shigui commanded the Tang army to form a moon formation with their backs to the river. The sharp infantry pointed to the outside, and the Tang army's crossbowmen were behind. There is also a Tang army cavalry covering the flanks. The Tang army's phalanx is ahead. What should we do? Kill over and destroy the Tang army's pontoon bridge. Yulji Mundiak assessed the situation and saw that the deal was already done. The morale of the Goryeo army was greatly increased because of the provocation. They simply did not stop and launched an offensive against the Tang army on the other side of the river. The Tang army fired thousands of crossbows, and hundreds of Goryeo cavalry fell. More and more Goryeo cavalry emerged from behind, as if black clouds were about to swallow 3,000 Tang troops. Zhang Shigui was caught in a bitter battle. The Goryeo cavalry was armed with arrows, and the arrows fell on the Tang army's shield. Occasionally, arrows shot from the gaps in the shield formation into the Tang army's formation. An infantryman of the Tang army was hit by an arrow and fell down, and the soldiers in the rear row immediately made up for it, facing the cavalry. If there is a flaw in the phalanx, it will soon be broken through. The Tang army's crossbows were more ferocious than the opponent's cavalry, and they shot down the opposing cavalry one after another. The Goryeo cavalry, led by Yulji Mundiak, did not use light cavalry to attack the Tang army's tight phalanx. Instead, they avoided the Tang army's formation and used the arrow rain caused by cavalry shooting to attack the Tang army. Although the Goryeo cavalry suffered heavy losses, it was worth sacrificing 3 or 4 Goryeo cavalry in exchange for 1 Tang army. Call the heavy cavalry! Goguryeo General Gao Yanshou was alerted and came to join the battle in person. He is also a famous historical hero of Goguryeo. But he met Li Shimin, the Khan of Heaven. The elite cavalry of the Goguryeo army were thrown into the battlefield, intending to decide the outcome in a single battle. 5,000 heavy cavalry arrived subsequently, planning to launch a heavy cavalry assault on the Tang army soldiers defending the pontoon bridge. This heavy cavalry wears heavy armor, which is somewhat similar to the armor style of the Central Plains cavalry. But there are subtle differences. The appearance of Goguryeo heavy cavalry made Zhang Shigui's face even more ugly. 3,000 Tang troops could not defeat the 5,000 heavy cavalry and tens of thousands of light cavalry. If it must be said, some special Datong troops such as Li Shimin's Xuanjiao army and Li Sai's Modeo team can do it, but not Zhang Shigui. It's really unacceptable to ask me to use heavy cavalry for only 3,000 cavalry of the Tang dynasty. under the protection of a group of elite soldiers. Goguryeo General Gao Yanshou personally went to the front line to command the siege of 3,000 Tang troops. There are at least dozens of generals and hundreds of soldiers around him. So he is not afraid of the Tang army. The fierce General Qin Qiong of the Tang army has died of illness. The military godly Jing is critically ill. Cheng Jijia is staying in Chang'an. And Yuqi Jingde is in his 60s with gray hair. The only ones who can charge into the battle are a group of young generals. The appearance of 5,000 Goguryeo heavy cavalry on the battlefield meant that the decisive battle between Goguryeo and the Tang army across the river had begun. Some of the Goguryeo cavalry dismounted and used long bows to shoot at the Tang army. Both sides fired arrows at each other. As long as some people in the Tang army were relaxed or timid, and some turned around and ran away, breaking the formation, then the heavy cavalry could completely defeat this Tang army. However, what surprised the Goguryeo army was that despite the small number of Tang troops, they still maintained the KU formation composed of spears, crossbows, and horse-drawn carriages, and no one fled back to the other side of the river without permission. The main force of the Tang army on the other side of the river was crossing the pontoon bridge to support Zhang Shigui. 1,000 cavalrymen under Zhang Shigui were ready to attack the large number of Goguryeo cavalrymen. "You join my cavalry!" The elderly Zhang Shigui recruited Li Guang and Di Qing. His age no longer allows him to charge into battle personally. But Li Guang and Di Qing can serve as the vanguard of the Tang cavalry. Li Guang and Di Qing stirred up a hornet's nest and fled back to the Tang army's square formation. When Zhang Shigui had an idea, they immediately joined the Tang army's cavalry. Among the cavalry of the Tang army, a Tang soldier in white holds a Fangtian painted halberd and carries 2 bows at his waist. He saw Li Guang and Di Qing with strong physiques and was eager to try. It was Li Guang and Di Qing who angered the Goguryeo army just now. These 2 men were so powerful that even General Zhang Shigui decided to temporarily use them as vanguards. The main force of the Tang army on the other side of the river relied on pontoon bridges for reinforcements. The chance of a decisive victory for the Goguryeo army disappeared, and they gradually became uneasy. Retreat! Gao Yanshou saw that there was nothing he could do, so he ordered the Goguryeo army to withdraw from this place. At this time, a small number of Tang army cavalry, led by Li Guang and Di Qing, took the initiative to counterattack. Chapter 143 Tang Taizong's Personal Expedition. Less than 1,000 Tang army cavalrymen inserted into the rear of the Goguryeo cavalry. 2 rounds of arrows killed dozens of Goguryeo cavalry. Tang sabers and horse spears stabbed, and one of them cut down dozens of Goguryeo cavalry. Among the Tang army, a little soldier in white wielded Fang Tian's painted halberd with both hands and took the lead. Unwilling to lag behind Li Guang and Di Qing, he broke into the enemy's formation. The Goguryeo cavalry on the opposite side was unable to unite. No one thought that a small soldier of the Tang army could kill all the Goguryeo cavalry. Under his charge, hundreds of Goguryeo cavalry were killed and wounded, and 23 out of 10 of them were killed or injured. A Goguryeo general led his soldiers and tried to intercept the Tang army's white-robed soldiers, but was killed by the white-robed soldiers himself. The head was cut off by the white-robed soldiers and hung on the saddle, which shocked Goguryeo. Di Qing pressed his left hand on the back of the sword and chopped a Goguryeo cavalryman. He was slightly shocked when he saw that the little soldier in white was rushing faster than him. Gao Yanshou personally led dozens of generals, hundreds of soldiers, and thousands of cavalry to the rear. At this time, he saw the Tang army's cavalry counterattack. A Tang soldier killed him less than half a mile away. He was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder broke. Has the Tang army reached the point where even small soldiers can enter and leave 7 times? The white-clothed soldiers chased him all the way, even more fiercely than Li Guang and Di Qing. Li Guang's close combat is really no match for this Tang army soldier. When reinforcements from the Tang army arrived, Chu Tian led a group of lords, Hua Mulan and others across the river to participate in the sudden battle. Hua Mulan is equipped with a gold-level horse rifle exchanged from the Tang army's quartermaster. This is the first time she has used heavy cavalry weapons in actual combat. Hua Mulan led hundreds of Xiaqing's light cavalry to pursue the Goguryeo cavalry. A 4-meter horse can easily pierce a Goguryeo cavalryman without iron armor. Hua Mulan flicked her wrist, and the Goguryeo cavalry who was stabbed to death by the horse fell to the ground, and was trampled by the horses behind him. That soldier from the Tang army couldn't be Xuerengui. Right. Chu Tian just witnessed with his own eyes the small soldiers of the Tang army showing off their prowess. Obviously that was no ordinary soldier. No matter how elite the Tang army was, it was impossible for even the 10th level troops to be able to enter and lead the enemy's army 7 times, and to unscrupulously take the heads of the opposing generals in the chaos. The only explanation is that this is a small soldier who might become a general. Chu Tian thought of Xuerengui, the famous fierce general in the early Tang dynasty, who fixed 3 arrows on Tianshan Mountain. No wonder he performed more fiercely than Li Guang and Di Qing. Xuerengui was top-notch in both melee combat and archery. The Tang army once again drove the Goguryeo cavalry back to the main camp. In this battle, the Goguryeo cavalry suffered thousands of casualties. An unprecedented defeat. We've lost to the Tang army for the 3rd time. Can the siege of Engshi City still be solved? Gao Yanqiu and Gao Huijin returned to the camp. Frowning. The performance of the soldiers of the Tang army made him completely overestimate the Tang army. Thinking that all the Tang army were heavenly soldiers and generals, Chu Tian counted the troops and horses, and found very few losses. Because of the bravery of Li Guang and Hua Mulan, Chu Tian received 1568 military merit points. In addition to the military achievements gained, there were also dozens of captured Goryeo war horses, several iron armors, and dozens of other weapons. What particularly surprised Chu Tian was that Hua Mulan also captured a Goguryeo heavy cavalry. I am willing to serve you. Please don't kill me. The Goguryeo heavy cavalry were obviously afraid of the prestige of the Tang dynasty, and they surrendered allegiance to Chu Tian easily. Li Shimin Tian Khan's influence was extraordinary. Later, there were even many famous Goguryeo generals in the Tang army. Chu Tian did not expect that in Lord. Soldiers from other civilizations could be directly recruited and surrendered if the other party's soldiers were willing. Heavy cavalry doesn't know how to hate the country's subjugation. Chu Tian checked the attributes of the Goguryeo heavy cavalry and wanted to know the opponent's arms. Arm, Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Grade 4th grade. Level 50. Description, an ancient heavy cavalry active in Liaodong and the Korean peninsula. Salary, 2 taels of silver. The original salary is 4 taels of silver. Foreigners only need to pay half the salary. Chu Tian temporarily placed this Goguryeo heavy cavalry under house arrest. The first heavy cavalry in his territory turned out to be from Goguryeo, and he was a 4th level soldier. And because of the foreign cavalry, only half of the salary was given. But that's right. Isn't it normal to deduct the wages of foreigners and make them work on the front line, while the landlords enjoy the blessings in the rear? In the future, it is necessary to learn from the Tang army and recruit a team of cannon fodder to charge into battle. You only need to pay half of the salary. But loyalty is a problem. Chu Tian believed that unless he, like Li Shimin, could coerce other civilizations, he would be easily betrayed by foreign troops. This is a double-edged sword. It depends on how you use it. The Tang army pursued him for a while, and then retreated. The Tang army soldiers in white carried the head of the Goguryeo general, and went to claim credit, but were summoned by Li Ji. Chu Tian and Prince Yan were each awarded 1,000 military merits for Li Guang and Di Qing's meritorious service. It's a pity that my General Pang Wan is an infantry general, so sometimes he ends up at a disadvantage. Prince Wan, the Lord of Dongjun, was a little depressed. The heavy infantry did not react quickly enough in such a fast battle, and could not win much military glory. Generally speaking, cavalry can expand the results of the battle. Da He, Lord of Zhouyuan, led 800 Bingzhou cavalry into the enemy formation and killed hundreds of enemies. He actually gained a lot of military exploits, and was considered a ruthless man. It is now the 5th day. It seems that we are constantly winning, but in fact it is not the case. Killing hundreds or thousands of people is insignificant to Goguryeo's million-strong army. If we do not defeat the opponent's reinforcements as soon as possible, we will not be able to concentrate all our forces to attack Engshi City. Chu Tian and the others returned to the camp with their loot. But Fang Xianling and Zhou Yafu, who were sticking to the camp, thought the situation was not optimistic. Attacking Engshi City was the most difficult stage of this battle. The Tang army was really not afraid of the millions of Goguryeo reinforcements on the opposite side. After all, it still depends on how Tang Tai's only Shimin defeats the opposing Goguryeo army as quickly as possible. Chu Tian could not order the Tang army to attack. He had tried his best to advise Li Shimin. He could only look at Li Shimin's strategy. Chu Tian reorganized the Second Army's organization and ordered Zhou Yafu and Pang Wan to command the 10,000 infantry of the Second Army, Li Guan to command 5,000 archers, and Di Qing and Hua Mulan to command 5,000 cavalry. As for the 5,000 free players, appoint a guild leader as the commander-in-chief, and Shui Yu as the deputy general, as a surprise soldier and reserve team. Chu Tian did not dare to let the army composed of free players fight head-on. Otherwise it would easily collapse, and it would be a huge loss to the Donghan district. Outside the city of Ungshi, the elderly Li Shimin got on his horse, and Yuchi Jingda personally supported him. Jingda, you and I are already old. Li Shimin saw that the gray-haired Yuchi Jingda was not as brave as before, and then thought about the death and old age of the civil servants and generals who followed him to conquer the world. And he couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty has not yet known his destiny, and the last general is already 60 years old. But it is still easy to deal with Goguryeo. Emperor Yang has repeatedly attacked Goguryeo to no avail. If this country is not eradicated as soon as possible, it will definitely become a scourge to the Tang dynasty in the future. Before you and I are buried, we must destroy it. Li Shimin's eyes gradually sharpened with vicissitudes of life, and the sharpness that once dominated the country reappeared. Even though he was old, he still wanted to eliminate threats to the Tang dynasty before he died. Goguryeo, which dominated Liaodong and the Korean peninsula, was not an ordinary nomadic tribe, but a border power that could threaten the Sui and Tang dynasties. Therefore, Emperor Yang Guangxi of the Sui dynasty repeatedly attacked Goguryeo. However, Yang Guang made many mistakes when he attacked Goguryeo. Instruct the king of Jiangxia to supervise the pile of earth mountains. Pile up the 4 earth mountains as soon as possible, and strictly guard the troops from the city to occupy the mountains. What the foreign lord said may be true. The difficulty is not to defeat 1,000,000 reinforcements, but to capture the fortified Ungshi city. If the hearts of the people can be used, even an army of hundreds of thousands cannot pull it out. Li Shimin's oral military orders were recorded by civilian officials and passed to Li Daozong, king of Jiangxia. Li Daozong, king of Jiangxia, led 100,000 Tang troops and 125,000 Han troops to carry out civil engineering work outside Ungshi city. And 4 mountains of earth rose from the ground. Ungshi city relied on the mountains and was surrounded by dangerous terrain. It was a mountain city, because the number of soldiers on both sides increased tenfold. Ungshi city was also stronger. The city wall was 8 meters high, coupled with the mountains. The Tang army needed to attack the mountain city from above. Personally, force will not have much effect. In field battles, the Tang army was almost invincible at this time, but its siege was limited by the terrain. Jiuzhou Laoqin personally carried baskets of soil and led his soldiers to build mountains of soil. Assisting the Tang army in completing the pile of earth mountains can also earn military merit. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ungshi city was more difficult to attack than he thought. There are very few records of the topography of Ungshi city in history. Only when you arrive at the foot of Ungshi city in person can you know how steep the mountain city is. The earthen hill must be at least 20 or 30 meters high in order to have a bird's eye view of the whole city. There may be more than 100,000 defenders in the city. With the help of the terrain, the Tang cavalry cannot take advantage of it and can only rely on infantry to attack, which will cause countless casualties. The Tang army is preparing siege equipment. We suggest Li Shimin prepare 100 large trebuchets. Then the defenders of Ungshi city will know what Tianwei is. The Han army was piling up mountains of earth, while the Tang army was making siege equipment. Siege towers, ramming vehicles, trebuchets, ladder vehicles, catapult vehicles, and various siege equipment were quickly manufactured in units of 10. Yang Wanchun, the lord of Ungshi city, led a group of Goryeo lords and was observing the movements of the Tang and Han armies below on the city wall. Facing the Tang and Han armies, who were fully preparing to attack the city, they were helpless. He did not dare to go out of the city to destroy the mountains and burn the Tang army's siege equipment. Tang army general Li Daozong led 30,000 Tang army cavalry to watch eagerly outside the city. If the defenders left the city, they would only be trampled under the iron hooves of the Tang army's cavalry. The Tang army was eager for the defenders of Ungshi city to leave the city. All Yang Wanchun could do was to continuously strengthen and heighten the city wall and prepare fortifications. Goryeo Lord Kim Ikjong Shijing Corps and Li Minchiol's Kaigong Corps were born in Ansi city and joined forces with Yang Wanchun. Facing the Tang and Han armies, they were walking on thin ice. The only thing that made them feel safe was the city wall of Ungshi city. It will be a disaster for the Tang army to build the earthen mountain. Once the earthen mountain is built, you can have a glimpse of everything in the city. High oars are set up, archers are dispatched, and arrows rain down like rain. Yang Wanchun was even more worried when he saw that the Eastern Han lords were not in a hurry to attack the city, but were building mountains. City lord, how should we deal with the mountains outside the city? Use the catapult. Then let's build the catapult quickly. There are so many soldiers outside the city. I really don't know if the catapults can stop them from building the earth mountain. Yang Wenchuan's Goguryeo garrison was also nervously building catapults. Their purpose was to destroy the Tang army's earthen mountain. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure a 30-meter-high earthen mountain would put on Engshi city. Has Changsun Wuji set off yet? Li Shimin withdrew his gaze from the fortified Engshi city and asked Yuqi Jingde. Lord Changsun has led an army of 120,000 and an army of 50,000 Eastern Han dynasties to attack the rear of the Goguryeo army through a small road. As long as your majesty comes in person and attacks from the north and south, we will definitely win. I will request to be the vanguard. Although Yuqi Jingde was in his 60s, he was still heroic and asked Li Shimin to fight. That's inappropriate. I have already lost Qin Shubao, and I cannot lose you again. Li Shimin shook his head slightly. The veteran generals of the Tang dynasty were no longer the young and energetic group when they were conquering the world. Xuanjia Iron Cavalry, Yuan Song Forbidden Army, and Baichi will go out with me to show Goguryeo what a real cavalry is. Li Shimin holds 3 elite troops and goes south to personally recruit 1 million reinforcements from Goguryeo. Yuqi Jingde held a spear and rode a war horse at the forefront of the Xuanjia army. As one of the generals of the Xuanjia army, he once again found the heroic spirit he had when he led the Xuanjia army to conquer the world for Li Shimin. Wherever the Tang Xuanjia cavalry went, they were invincible. Countless enemies fell under the iron hooves of this heavy cavalry. The high-level heavy cavalry, which was the envy of countless lords in the Eastern Han dynasty, and the trump card in Li Shimin's hand, was finally dispatched at this time. Ordering the Xuanjia army to join the battle showed that Li Shimin had taken serious action. Yuan Song Forbidden Army, which was the earliest forbidden army established by Li Yuan, guarded Xuanwu Gate. At this time, he followed Li Shimin to conquer Liaodong. There was also the 100 cavalry that Chu Tian saw near Li Shimin's camp. The 100 horsemen are very few in number, but they are the elite among the elite. They have experienced hundreds of battles, are responsible for following Li Shimin, and have extremely strong combat power. Whether it is the Xuanjia army, Yuan Song Forbidden Army or Baichi, they are all high-level arms. In addition, there are a large number of middle and low-level Tang army soldiers. Although they are low to mid-level units, they are at a very high level and are at their peak. The 10th Army Corps of the Eastern Han Dynasty was ordered to go south with Li Shimin. When they saw Li Shimin's Xuanjia army, Yuan Song Forbidden Army, and Baichi, they couldn't help but be jealous. If a lord in the Eastern Han Dynasty could have such an elite division, it would be easy to become a prince. How can the military types of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin be underestimated? The Xuanjia army of the Tang Dynasty was definitely among the top 3 cavalry in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The heavy cavalry was generally of a higher grade and more expensive than the light cavalry. Li Shimin divided the Tang army into 4 groups. And Li Daozong, king of Jiangxia, surrounded Engshi city and prepared to attack the city. The British Duke Li Ji attracted the attention of the Goguryeo reinforcements head-on, while Changsun Wuji detoured and attacked the rear of the Goguryeo reinforcements, while Li Shimin personally served as the reserve team and one of the main forces in the decisive battle. Come on! Tang Taizong Li Shimin, if you dare to send strange troops to attack our rear, you will definitely make them unable to come back. In the Goguryeo camp, Cui Zishan, who was discouraged by Shuerigui, Li Guang, Di Qing and others, was not discouraged, but waited for the surprise team sent by Li Shimin to take the bait. If the ambush is successful and Changsun Wuji is killed, he can gain a lot of military exploits. Chapter 144 All-Front Attack. There's an ambush! Retreat! In the north of the canyon, a Tang army came out of the trail and was ambushed by the Goguryeo army. With bows and crossbows fired, Goguryeo chief Go Haijin personally commanded the ambush, and Goguryeo military general Yulji Mundiok led the elite archers of the northern army to launch a volley. The Tang army was defeated and retreated backwards, followed by a group of heavy armored infantry and crossbowmen. Destroy this Tang army! Cui Zishan waved his hand, and a group of Goguryeo mountain infantry pursued the Tang army. The Tang army abandoned their helmets and armor, and their flags were scattered on the ground. Sure enough, the Tang army that came to provoke them a few days ago was just their elite cavalry. The Tang army was not invincible. Cui Zishan saw that the Tang army in the canyon left a lot of trophies and immediately collected these weapons and armor. The equipment of the Tang army was undoubtedly a good thing for the Goryeo lords. The Tang army that unexpectedly attacked the rear of Goguryeo's reinforcements was defeated. This news quickly reached the ears of Chu Tian and others who were on the other side of the river at this time, and the military morale was shocked. Impossible. We have already reminded Li Shimin. Why does he still send troops according to his original plan? Chu Tian was a little unbelievable. Prince Yan, Gong Ziwen, Da Hu and other lords could not believe it. The failure of the Tang army's sneak attack undoubtedly gave the Goguryeo army, which had been defeated in recent days, a shot in the arm. Tang Taizong Li Shimin seemed not to have listened to their suggestions at all. How many casualties did the Tang army have? I don't know. Probably a few thousand people. If there are only a few thousand people, it won't hurt the muscles and bones, but the impact on morale will be too great. And in this way, the Goguryeo army on the opposite side will not be able to be defeated. While a group of lords in Chu Tian were discussing, there was another commotion among the Tang army. Your Majesty's personal expedition has arrived at Bailing. The Tang army stationed in Xiling was shocked by the news of their defeat and fell into a frenzy. There are not many emperors who often go on military expeditions in person after proclaiming themselves emperors, and even fewer emperors who still win battles every time they go on expeditions in person. Li Shimin personally took action. Chu Tian and others looked towards Bailing. Bailing is on the other side of the river. Li Shimin personally led 40,000 Tang troops and 25,000 Eastern Han troops to Bailing. Li Shimin led fewer people than Li Ji, but he dared to appear on the bank where the Goguryeo army was. The Goguryeo army also noticed the arrival of the Tang emperor, and all troops were on alert. A black armored cavalry appeared from the horizon, and the Tang army's battle flags buzzed in the valley wind. The gray-haired Yuchi Jingda holds the horse's twig. His head is tall, and he still looks like he was charging into battle in the past. The Tang Xuanjia cavalry is a high-level heavy cavalry. Chu Tian, who currently only has one Goguryeo heavy cavalry in hand, can't help but be jealous of Li Shimin's elite. Compared with Li Shimin's black armor cavalry, Goguryeo's heavy cavalry is really nothing. Those are the heavy cavalry of Tian Khan. They are invincible wherever their iron hoofs go. Gao Huijin and Yulji Windy, who had just defeated Chan Sun Wuji's partial army, prepared their troops and horses to attack Tang Taizong Li Shimin. The shock brought to them by the Tang Xuanjia cavalry was unparalleled. This elite cavalry must be blocked. Otherwise a heavy cavalry force could defeat tens of thousands of people. Set up the horses and antlers. The Goguryeo army deployed various fortifications to prevent the Tang army's Xuanjia cavalry from charging. Fatty Jiang from the Chuanzhou Legion was sweating constantly on his forehead and holding a towel with his trembling right hand. He also knew that Li Shimin had an elite heavy cavalry under his command, and that no one in the wild could be Li Shimin's opponent. We just defeated Chan Sun Wuji's Tang army, which shows that the Tang army is no big deal. Ulji Windy will defeat Li Shimin. Cui Zishan appeared with Ulji Mundiok, and he handed almost all the troops of the Goryeo lords to Ulji Mundiok's command. The commander of Yulji Mundiok can give bonuses to more than 100,000 troops. He is one of the few top heroes in the Goryeo civilization zone. The only weakness is that the troops of the Goryeo lords cannot compete with Li Shimin's Tang army. Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, showed up blatantly in Bailing with tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He was at odds with Li Ji's 100,000 Tang troops, and was not afraid of Goguryeo's million-strong army. The Tang army continued to send the Turkic prince Ashina Shir to provoke Goguryeo. The Goguryeo army was highly nervous, and did not continue to be attacked. Li Shimin was stationed in Bailing. On the 7th day of the national war, the two sides were still at odds. What on earth is Li Shimin thinking? Chu Tian and others had been waiting patiently, and there was no movement for a whole day after Li Shimin arrived at Bailing. On the evening of the 7th day, a group of Tang army sergeants came to Chu Tian's camp and found Chu Tian, who had taken off his armor and rested. The British lord has summoned him. Chu Tian followed the Tang army sergeant to Li Ji's camp, and Ming Guan, the commander of the 3rd Army Corps, was also summoned by Li Ji. This was the second time Chu Tian met Li Ji, the British Duke of the Tang dynasty. Today we will kill pigs and chickens to reward the whole army, and tomorrow we will have a decisive battle. Li Ji's words were also very simple. He informed Chu Tian and Ming Guan that they would have a decisive battle with the Goguryeo army tomorrow. Beyond this, there are no other commands. The Tang army was still as confident in themselves as ever. After Chan Sun Wuji was defeated, he still fought with the Goguryeo army as if nothing had happened. Is there any other plan? Chu Tian and others can only believe Li Shimin. The 2nd and 3rd legions of the Eastern Han Dynasty allied army killed pigs and chickens to reward the soldiers. Generally speaking, before the decisive battle, the soldiers will be given a good meal to boost their morale, so that even if they die in battle, they can remain well fed. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. Everyone must pay attention to safety. After the soldiers die, They can be recruited again. If the lord dies in the battle, it may have an impact on the future national war. Chu Tian looked around at his 9 lords and 10 guild leaders. Tomorrow's decisive battle might last a long time, and there would be millions of troops on the opposite side. At that time, Zhou Yafu, Peng Wan, and Li Guan will be the main forces, and Di Qing and Hua Mulan will each lead a group of cavalry, waiting for the opportunity. He deploys simply. In a battle, 90% of the time may be spent testing each other, and the winner can be decided in just 1 or 2 days. Tomorrow is a battle that affects the outcome of the Tang army and the Goguryeo army. Everyone felt a little heavy. The Tang army was not invincible. Chan Sun Wuji's partial army was repulsed by the Goguryeo army. On the 8th day of the national war, 40,000 Tang troops and 25,000 Han troops in Bailing came out of camp and formed an array. Li Ji's 100,000 Tang troops and 50,000 Han troops in Shilin came out of camp to prepare to fight across the river. The Goguryeo army realized that the Tang army was about to launch a battle, and also went out to fight. Taking advantage of the high morale after defeating Chan Sun Wuji, they completely destroyed the Tang army. For the sake of safety, the Goguryeo army deployed a large number of horses and antlers around the phalanx, fearing the Tang army's iron hoof attack. Chu Tian's 2nd army and Mingwan's 3rd army were regarded as reserve teams by Li Ji. The main force of the real assault was the Tang army. In the mid to late stage, maybe we can become the main force. Chu Tian knew that the troops and horses of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty in the early stage were not qualified to serve as the main force in front of the Tang army. When the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty recruit Iron Eagle scouts, Wei Wuzu, Qin Ruishi, and Liaodong Iron Cavalry, they may be qualified to claim that they are the same main force as the Tang army. Li Shimon's Xuanjia cavalry was not at the front, but was replaced by the Tang army's heavy infantry, armed with 6-foot infantry guns, compared with the cavalry spear that Chu Tian exchanged for Hua Mulan. This infantry spear is much cheaper. What Chu Tian gave Hua Mulan in exchange for was a gold-level cavalry weapon, which was actually a luxury item. The infantry of the Tang army covered the crossbowmen and pressed towards the Goguryeo army. The Goguryeo army took a step back nervously. Everyone, please don't panic. The 2 generals Gao Yanshou and Gao Huijin worked hard to maintain the army. Although the Tang army was small in number, it brought great pressure. After the area of the canyon was 10 times larger, the space was still not large, and Goguryeo's million-strong army could not take advantage of it, and only tens of thousands of people were spread out on the front. Li Shimon, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, was on the high ground of Bailing, looking south. How could Chan Sun Wuji fail so easily? Your Majesty, there is dust in the south. Order! Attack with the entire army! The loud sound of horns and war drums sounded, and the Tang army launched an attack across the board. The Tang army with sparkling armor continued to advance, and the Xuanjia army of the Tang dynasty watched with eager eyes. As long as the Tang army infantry in front destroys the antlers, the Xuanjia army will launch an attack. The rear of the Goguryeo army seems to be in chaos. The lord who was observing from above shouted. Chu Tian hurriedly climbed to the high ground, and sure enough, behind the Goguryeo army, sand and dust were billowing, as if they were fighting a troop of soldiers and horses. Didn't Chan Sun Wuji's partial army be repulsed? Who attacked the Goguryeo army? Chu Tian was quite surprised. But it no longer matters who attacked the Goguryeo army, because the rear of the Goguryeo army was attacked, and the time for a decisive victory has arrived. Thousands of arrows were fired together, and the rain of arrows from the Tang army was like black clouds covering the sky. Hundreds of Goguryeo infantry and archers were killed by arrows. The Goguryeo archers fired back, and tens of thousands of arrows drew parabolas in the air and landed on the Tang army's shields. The 2 armies clashed, and the Tang army's infantry tried to remove the antlers to clear obstacles for the cavalry. The sharp infantry spear pierced the wooden shield of the Goguryeo infantry and stabbed the Goguryeo infantry on the opposite side to death. Rows of heavy infantry of the Tang army kept moving forward, trying to overwhelm Goguryeo's front. A Tang army appears behind us. The heavy infantry of the Tang army are destroying our formation, and no less than 10 generals in the front are killed. The Tang army on the other side of the river is urgently laying a pontoon bridge and preparing to cross the river. The Tang army's cavalry is ready to attack. The Goguryeo army was in chaos and was attacked from 3 sides by Li Shimon, Li Ji, and Chan Sun Wuji at the same time. Yulji Mundiak, you lead the army to block the army that attacks the rear. Cui Zishan was hysterical and gave his hope to the famous General Yulji Mundiak. Yulji Windy gritted his teeth. He only had low-level troops put together by the Goryeo lords. Facing the elite Tang army, he was determined to kill the enemy, but was unable to save the day. At this time, Chan Sun Wuji led a strange army to fight out from the rear. He had followed Li Shimin in the north and south for many years, and it was easy for him to lead a single army to attack Goguryo's rear. Goguryo lacked horses in the rear, and the Tang army's cavalry attacked the panicked Goguryo army in the rear, killing countless people. Tang General Shui Wanche held a long spear and shot it out, smashing a Goguryo infantry along the way. Demolish the pontoon bridges of the Goguryo army and destroy all 1 million Goguryo armies. A group of Tang troops demolished the pontoon bridge behind the Goguryo army, cutting off its retreat. Li Hu, you lead the Shiliang cavalry to attack. Su Fengyan, commander of the 6th Army of the Eastern Han Dynasty, ordered Li Hu, the Zhugu of the Western Wei Dynasty, to lead the Shiliang cavalry and other cavalry in the army to charge. As the ancestor of Li Shimin, Li Hu came from a family of generals and was good at cavalry combat. Under his leadership, the Shiliang cavalry was very aggressive. Su Fengyan had 3rd-level Shiliang cavalry, but with the support of historical General Li Hu, the 1,000 Shiliang cavalry, as the vanguard, were like sharp spearheads, breaking through the Goguryo army. Li Hu held a ring-headed sword in his hand and kept slashing the Goguryo soldiers in front. The Huansho knife struck the shield. The iron pieces of the shield were hit by the Huansho knife, making a violent collision sound and sparks flying. Su Fengyan could see that his military merits were increasing. Make a sneak attack from behind to gain more military merit. Only Su Fengyan knew what happened during this period. Chan Sun Wuji's previous sneak attack was indeed ambushed by the Goguryo army, but the ones who were defeated were the Eastern Han soldiers, who put on Tang army armor and equipment, giving Goguryo the illusion that the Tang army was defeated. However, the real main force of the Tang army took the second path, went further to the rear, and successfully attacked the Goguryo army. The low-ranking soldiers of the Eastern Han lords became bait, and in return, their lords received more military exploits. That Goryeo army appears again! Su Fengyan ordered Li Hu to lead the cavalry and follow the Tang army General Shui Wanche to attack. He watched the battle from the rear. After defeating the Goguryo rear army, the allied forces of the Goguryo lords came under the leadership of Ulji Mundiok and barely blocked the attacking Tang army. It's this Goryeo army again! Su Fengyan could see Li Hu and Shui Wanche's cavalry gradually losing their impact, and couldn't help but frown. The Goguryo coalition led by Ulji Mundiok was much stronger than the ordinary Goguryo army, which brought huge resistance to the Tang army. On the frontal battlefield, the infantry of the Tang army were in close contact with the Goguryo soldiers, and the crossbowmen were shooting. The horse and deer antlers established by the Goguryo army were destroyed. The black armor cavalry allowed the Goguryo people to see the power of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin finally invested in the elite Tang Xuanjia cavalry. Veteran General Yuqi Jingde led the heavy cavalry, all wearing iron armor, into the battlefield. The cavalry held horse poles and black armor and launched an attack. Crush the Goguryo people and drive them into the river to feed the fish. Yuqi Jingde took the lead and led the black armor cavalry to charge. The heavy horseshoes made the ground roar, and the Tang Xuanjia cavalry attracted everyone's attention. This black cavalry was galloping with lightning speed and dust was flying. Kill! Yuqi Jingde easily stabbed the oncoming Goguryo cavalry. Kill! The Tang Xuanjia cavalry's hooves rolled, and wherever they went, people fell on their backs. Facing the high-level Tang dynasty heavy cavalry, the Goguryo army, whose horses had been dismantled, had no ability to resist. Your Majesty, Duke Bai has requested to lead the Turkic cavalry into battle. Allow! Li Shimin looked at the vast battlefield below. Yuqi Jingde's Xuanjia army had torn apart the Goguryo army. The Turkic prince and Duke of Bai, Ashinashir, led the Turkic cavalry to attack. Li Ji's 100,000 Tang troops quickly set up 3 pontoon bridges to attack the flanks of the Goguryo army. Suddenly, Li Shimin saw a small soldier in white riding a war horse, entering and exiting the Goguryo army 7 times, killing dozens of Goguryo soldiers in a row, showing great bravery. Who's that person? I don't know. They should be soldiers under the command of Duke Gua. If he survives this battle and is summoned to see me, he will be greatly rewarded. Here! The Tang army attacked across the board, and the 2nd and 3rd legions of the Eastern Han dynasty, as reserves, went into battle. Li Chengyang, Zhu Dasho. It's time for our Liaodong cavalry to launch an attack. Ming Wan led 2 generals into the battle. The cavalry from Liaodong County followed the Tang army and killed all directions. Capture the Goguryeo heavy cavalry as much as possible. What Chu Tian was jealous of now was not military exploits, but tried to capture Goguryeo's heavy cavalry alive. The Goguryeo heavy cavalry was not very loyal to Goguryeo. They also had excellent war horses, iron armor, and horse armor. The armor system was almost the same as that in the Central Plains. In other words, capturing a heavy cavalryman is worth dozens of taels of silver, or even hundreds of taels of silver. For Chu Tian, who lacked heavy cavalry, the Goguryeo heavy cavalry was like a walking treasury. Chapter 145, 3 Days of Fighting. Defeat of Goguryeo. Hua Mulan led 2,500 Eastern Han cavalry into the Goguryeo army. The 8-foot-long horse spurred the Goguryeo cavalry's spear and pierced the opponent's body. The Zhangba horse pole was originally very heavy, but Hua Mulan could swing it easily. 3 or 4 Goguryeo cavalrymen were swept off their horses by her horse pole along the way. Di Qing led another cavalry to attack in a roundabout way. He was wearing a bronze mask and disheveled hair. Like an evil ghost, he slashed the opponent's shoulder with a big knife, almost removing the entire shoulder of the opponent. Pang Wan led the heavy infantry, and Zhou Yafa led the Shilio battalion as the main force, killing hundreds of Goguryeo soldiers. An arrow penetrated the throat of a Goguryeo general, and a cluster of sharp iron arrows penetrated from the back of the opponent's neck. Li Guang used a longbow to kill Goguryeo generals one after another, bringing a lot of military exploits to Chu Tian. You again? Li Guang met Shuai and Gui in the chaos, and the two generals who were good at using longbows met again. In addition to using a longbow, Shuai and Gui was also fierce in close combat. He stabbed or chopped with a Fang Tian Huaji, killing Goguryeo soldiers one after another. You're not bad either. Let's see who kills more enemies. Shuai and Gui intends to compete with Li Guang. Good. Li Guang directly took off 3 arrows and shot them at the same time, killing 3 Goguryeo soldiers in a row. He subconsciously reached into the quiver to pick up arrows, only to find that the kettle was empty. 30 arrows, all used up. Li Guang had no choice but to pull out his saber, and like Shuai and Gui, charged into the Goguryeo army and killed them at close range. Yulji Mundiok's Goguryeo Lords coalition guarded the rear, but the Goguryeo army of Go Yansu and Go Hyojin were unable to defend the front and were broken through by the Tang army. The torrent of steel composed of Xuanjia cavalry crushed past, and the Goguryeo army was completely defeated, relying on the mountains to hold on. Goguryeo had a large number of people, and it was extremely difficult to encircle and suppress them all. The decisive battle began in the early morning, and the two sides continued to fight until the sun went down. The Tang army still could not defeat the more than 1 million Goguryeo and Goryeo coalition forces. The battle between the two sides was not over yet. The men and horses were tired, and the Tang swords had been curled, so they stopped attacking. Goguryeo was littered with corpses, and corpses filled the rivers. The remaining Goguryeo army huddled on the slopes and foothills, stretching for dozens of miles, and was completely surrounded by the Tang army. Hua Mulan followed Chu Tian's order and led her cavalry to capture a group of Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Among them, there were as many as 27 Goguryeo heavy cavalry captured in Xiacheng. Soldiers from other lords also captured a group of Goguryeo prisoners. In addition to 27 4th Order Goguryeo heavy cavalry, there are 92 Goguryeo light cavalry, 315 Goguryeo infantry and archers. This group of prisoners will become Xia City's cannon fodder or coolies, mining in the mining field of Shangbi Town. The first-level Goguryeo light infantry, because it is not an arm of the Eastern Han dynasty, can deduct half of their salary and only pay 500 copper coins per month. In theory, these Goguryeo soldiers do not need to pay pensions after they are killed in battle. Using troops from other civilizations as cannon fodder is undoubtedly a good choice. The disadvantage is that they are not very loyal and cannot be recruited normally. If it were not for a national war, most of the lords in the Eastern Han dynasty would not have access to the arms of other civilized areas. Chu Tian checked his military merit. The total military merit is currently 7,215 points. Excluding the 2,200 military merit points used, there are still 5,015 military merit points. Military merit is the most direct reward, and the captured Goguryeo soldiers and their equipment are indirect rewards. Using the horses and equipment of the Goguryeo heavy cavalry, Chu Tian can form a heavy cavalry squad after returning, or use this Goguryeo heavy cavalry first. After all, the Goguryeo heavy cavalry is a 4th level unit, and its salary is halved, which is still quite attractive. after there were 4 level cavalry battalions in the future. Chu Tian confiscated their horses and equipment to form a team of Shuzhou heavy cavalry. Shui Yu led the players of the Wolf Guild to hunt down the Goguryeo soldiers. She also made a lot of gains and received a lot of military honors and equipment. Mingwan, the Lord of Liaodong, Gongzuan, the Lord of Dongjun, Prince Yin, the Lord of Western Liaoning, and others also made some gains. There were tens of thousands of Goguryeo soldiers captured alone. Our lord is injured. A group of Bingzhou cavalry carried the injured Lord Dahu back to camp. There were several arrows stuck in Dahu's armor, and there was a knife mark on the front of the armor. Doctor! Chu Tian's second army brought a group of doctors, ranging from senior doctors to low-level doctors, to help Dahu stop the bleeding. This lord of Zhouyuan County in Bingzhou had no historical military generals, but he personally led his troops into the enemy's formation, and was shot by the enemy's arrows. Ahem. Dahu coughed violently, and there was blood. This is the first injured lord of the Chu Tian second army. His life is not in danger. He just can't move for 10 days and a half. The senior doctor took action and used herbs to help Dahu stop the bleeding. Dahu lay in the camp and said to Chu Tian, Legion Commander, I will leave my Bingzhou cavalry to you for the time being. You can use it as you wish, as long as the enemy can be defeated. It doesn't matter if the entire army is annihilated. The Goguryeo army has been completely surrounded by the Tang army and us. It is estimated that the Goguryeo army will surrender in a few days. When you get better, we will go to Angji City together. One lord of the 2nd Legion was injured in this battle, and most of the other lords had low strength and only commanded from the rear. The losses suffered by free players were relatively heavy. They had to charge into battle personally, and some free players died in battle. Chu Tian learned about the contest between Li Guang and Xuerengui. In comparison, Xuerengui seemed to be better, because Xuerengui had a Fontian-painted halberd and was more efficient in killing enemies. After a night's rest, the Tang army continued to attack the Goguryeo army the next day. Chu Tian beat the drum himself. Hua Mulan charged with a horse in hand, and Zhou Yafu and Pang Wan led the infantry to advance jointly with the Tang army. The cavalry generals Li Chongyang, Zhu Dasho, Di Qing, Hua Mulan and others of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, and the cavalry generals Ashina Shir, Shui Wanche, and Chibi Heli of the Tang army led the cavalry to attack the Goguryeo army in succession. The Goguryeo army included Gao Yansu, Gao Huijin, and Ulji Mundiok, facing the famous generals of the Eastern Han dynasty and the Tang army. They could only do their best to defend. The Goguryeo army had lost all morale after being attacked from a flank the day before, and huddled in the foothills and slopes of the mountain, desperately resisting. The battle lasted for another day, and some of the Huanshou Dao and Tang Dao once again hit their curled blades. Li Shimin saw that it was getting late, and he could no longer fight. So he ordered his troops to retreat. The morale of the Goguryeo army has almost dropped to the extreme. On the 3rd day, the Tang army continued to attack fiercely. Hua Mulan was already numb from waving her horse. The Tang army and the Eastern Han dynasty allied forces besieged Goguryeo and the Goryeo allied forces for 3 consecutive days. If Hua Mulan did not have a gold-level horse in her hand, the horse might have been scrapped due to killing the enemy. Li Shimin seemed determined to destroy the surrounded Goguryeo army as soon as possible. He divided the Tang army into several groups and attacked the Goguryeo army day and night. The emperor also has a temper, and if he cannot attack for a long time, he will launch a forceful attack at any cost. In order to cooperate with Li Shimin, Chu Tian divided the 2nd army into 2 groups. One group rested and the other attacked. At night, the Goguryeo army still did not surrender, so Li Shimin ordered to light torches and continue the attack. The shouts of killing shook the heaven and earth, and even the defenders of Angji City were frightened. It is obvious that the Tang army and the Goguryeo army supporting Angji City are fighting fiercely. The deafening shouts of killing lasted for 3 days, which meant that the 2 sides were fighting for 3 days, and they fought fiercely at night. The lord of Angji City frowned, and he sensed something was wrong from the shouts of killing. Goguryeo's reinforcements numbered 1 million, far more than the Tang army. If the Goguryeo army won, it should be easy to wipe out the Tang army. Now that the 2 sides have been fighting for more than 3 days, the Tang army is more likely to win. The Tang army was relatively small in number, and it would take only a few days to completely defeat the Goguryeo army. The Goguryeo army was blocked on a higher hill, and the 2 sides fought until the 4th day. The Goguryeo army and the Goguryeo lords were physically and mentally exhausted. The Tang army was in the initiative and could take turns attacking the Goguryeo army. But the surrounded Goguryeo army could not sleep well from top to bottom. On the fourth day, the Tang army sent a surrender letter to the Goguryeo army before attacking. If the Goguryeo army surrendered, they could forget about it. This was Tang Taizong's decision, and it was difficult for the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty to influence Li Shimin's decision. Moreover, Chu Tian, Ming Guan, Prince Yin, and others did not want to continue the fight. Goguryeo's reinforcements numbered 1.5 million people. Even though they were at a disadvantage, the Tang army attacked for 3 days and 3 nights, and could only kill more than 100,000 Goguryeo soldiers and horses, and capture more than 100,000 prisoners. If the killing continues, all the Tang knives will probably have their blades curled. 2 Goguryeo generals, Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin, summoned the Goguryeo lord. The Tang army persuaded them to surrender. "We have decided to surrender to Tian Khan." Cui Zishan, the lord of Goryeo, was a little unwilling. "We still have 1 million troops and half a month's food reserves. If we continue to fight, we can consume the Tang army's soldiers and their bows, arrows, swords and guns. Once the Tang army loses too much, it will not be able to besiege Umshi city. The two of us have made up our minds. You are right. If we continue to resist, we may be able to inflict huge losses on the Tang army. But refusing to surrender also means that we will be killed by Li Shimin in the end." Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin did not obey Cui Zishan's orders. They considered their own interests. Surrendering early can save your life. Resisting stubbornly will only result in soldiers being buried alive. Hateful. In order to resist the Tang army and the Eastern Han allied forces, Cui Zishan fought hard and sent Ulchi Mundiak. At the same time, more than half of the 2,000 people he brought with him were lost in battle. He killed hundreds of Tang troops and Eastern Han troops. However, all the efforts made by the Goguryeo lords were in vain, because the Goguryeo generals voluntarily surrendered. Ding! Goguryeo generals Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin are defeated by the Tang army and are determined to surrender. In order to protect the lords of Goguryeo, all the surrounded lords of Goguryeo will be sent away from the battlefield before surrendering. There were 50 Goryeo lords in the Goryeo kingdom among the armies of Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin. 4 of them were killed in battle, and the remaining 46 lords were forcibly teleported out of the battlefield. Many lords of Korea breathed a sigh of relief. They were violently attacked by the Tang army for 3 days, and every moment seemed like they were living in torment. It might be a good thing to escape from the battlefield of the national war at this time. "I cannot be reconciled." Cui Zishan and his troops were sent away from the battlefield and returned to Weijia city on the northern border of Goryeo. Other Goryeo lords also returned to their respective cities. With the return of the first batch of 46 lords of Goryeo, the whole world was shocked. In the national war between the Eastern Han dynasty and Goryeo, Goryeo had already lost half. The 3-month national war is only the 8th day. The Tang army is too fierce. In order to avoid being blamed by other Goryeo players, the surviving Goryeo lords could only blame the Tang army led by Li Shimin. And what they say may not be true. Umshi city is still holding on. The battle to defend the city is the highlight. The Tang army may not be able to break through Umshi city. All Goryeo lords and free players can only place their hope on the defenders of Umshi city. Historically, reinforcements were no match for Li Shimin. What really blocked Li Shimin was the solid Umshi city and Umshi city's tenacious resistance. Although this national war is a bit humiliating, can you really capture Umshi city? From now on, I, Cui Zishan, will command my troops in Liaodong and use your conflicts to defeat each of you. Cui Zishan counted the losses and found that of the 2,000 Goryeo soldiers and horses, only 812 were left. Fortunately, the historical military commander Ulchi Mundiak was not killed in the battle, and he could have the capital to march into Liaodong. Because he fought hard with the Tang army, he ranked first in the Korean camp in the national war rankings. The Goryeo lords were teleported away. Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin surrendered to the Tang army, and the Tang army accepted the surrender of Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin. The next step is how to deal with more than 1 million soldiers and horses. All the lords participating in the war will distribute slaves according to their contribution to the war. Li Shimin generously gave some of the captured Goguryeo soldiers to the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty as rewards. The captives in ancient times were just trophies in themselves. If the lord is in a good mood, he may free them. But if he is in a bad mood, he may make them slaves or even bury them alive. Because of his meritorious service, Chu Tian was divided among 500 Goguryeo slaves, 50 of whom were Goguryeo heavy cavalry. In addition to the captured Goguryeo soldiers, who fought for 3 consecutive days, Chu Tian had thousands of Goguryeo soldiers and horses under his command, and about 100 Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Even if a group of Goguryeo slaves were rewarded to the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty, Li Shimin still had a large number of Goguryeo prisoners in his hands. Li Shimin moved the captives above the small leaders to the pass, and then released ordinary Goguryeo soldiers. The Goguryeo soldiers shouted "Long live," and then left. The Tang army still wanted to besiege Unchi city, and could not feed so many prisoners. In order to show the majesty of Tian Khan, Li Shimin suppressed the rebellious nobles of Goguryeo, forcibly moved them to the pass for Chinesization, and then released civilian soldiers to win people's hearts. As for whether it is correct or not, Chu Tian and the others have no control over it, and Li Shimin really did this in history. Even if Chu Tian stopped it, it would not be possible to change history, because this is just a copy of the national war. The next step is to formally siege Unchi city. Chu Tian counted the trophies obtained, and 100 Goguryeo heavy cavalry were considered unexpected trophies. Chu Tian's generals were now exhausted physically and mentally. Hua Mulan came back from outside on a war horse. After 3 days of continuous fighting, her body could hardly support herself. My lord, after returning to Xia City, how about formally forming a heavy cavalry force? Hua Mulan dismounted and was reporting to Chu Tian. But her vision went dark, and she fell into Chu Tian's arms. Chapter 146 The Battle of Mingliang. All troops attack! Wu Sangui, armed with an iron shield in his left hand, and a wild goose feather sword in his right hand, personally led the infantry to attack a town in the southern part of Yangdu County. The lord who owned the town recruited strong men to defend the city, and shouted uneasily, Qi Xiaobai, we are in the same guild. Why are you attacking my territory? Qi Xiaobai appeared below the town on a war horse. He looked at the guild members indifferently. Following Wu Sangui, he learned a truth. If he chooses to take the road of competing in the Central Plains, he cannot pay attention to the so-called friendship. Only when interests come first can one become a hero. You didn't even pay attention to me as the president before, so I had no choice but to annex your lords. An unreliable alliance is worse than a complete force. Surrender to me now, and you can still survive. Surrender after the town is broken. There is only a dead end. Qi Xiaobai ordered Wu Sangui to attack the town, which was in danger. I surrender. Seeing that they could not stop Wu Sangui, the lords defending the town had no choice but to surrender to Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai is the largest lord of the Fighting Soul Guild. So Wu Sangui takes command and sweeps away the other lords of the Fighting Soul Guild. The guild has become a constraint for him, making it nominally difficult for him to annex the territories of other guild lords. But now he is broken with the other guild lords. There are still 2 towns in Yangdu County that have not yet been captured. Once these 2 towns are captured, we can go south again to attack Kaiyang County and annex the territory of the Wolf Walk Guild. Qi Xiaobai has great ambitions. Once he unifies southern Yangdu County, he will have the opportunity to go south again to attack Shuiyue town. This time he will not lose again, because his biggest enemy Chu Tian and his historical generals have gone to participate in the national war. Xiaoqing City Chao Xiao Liang started to open a horse market after Chu Tian left. Considering that the horse market in Shuzhou would not be too large, she commissioned a caravan to purchase a drawing of a 3rd-level horse market in Langya City, and then arranged for craftsmen and resources to build it. At the same time, they also need to contact the horse merchants of Langya Kingdom and persuade them to settle in Xiaoqing for trade. The horse market can not only be used by Xia City to purchase war horses, but also can be used by ordinary players to purchase horses. Chu Tian just gave an order, but the person who executed it had to think about it carefully. I wonder what your lord is doing now. The Koryo Kingdom has lost half of its battles. Next, we will capture Unchi City, and we should be able to come back. Xiao Liang holds the brush in one hand, and holds his chin in one hand. Chu Tian was currently observing the city defense of Unchi City under the tall Unchi City. Unchi City relies on the terrain. Although the city is small, the city walls are extremely strong. On the 10th day of the national war, the Tang army had defeated Goguryeo's reinforcements and besieged Unchi City with all its strength. The Tang army, which was all over the mountains and plains, occupied the surrounding mountains and dug out rocks and soil to attack the city. Most of the time was spent preparing to attack the city. Chu Tian saw 200,000 people preparing to attack the city. He couldn't help but be shocked by such a huge scene. The 4 mounds of earth have been piled 4 meters high, and the foundation is being laid. According to the plan, The mountains will be 2 to 30 meters high, and they will be condescending. Archers can easily see the reality of Ungshi City and shoot arrows at the defenders at the same time. Our construction of Earth Mountains also has military merit. Although it is less military merit than killing the enemy, there is almost no loss. Zheojiang Lao Qin was responsible for coordinating the construction of 4 Earth Mountains. In order to prevent the Earth Mountains from being destroyed by the defenders' catapults, we deliberately reduce the number of Earth Mountains and make these 4 Earth Mountains as indestructible as possible. Li Shimin definitely doesn't want to suffer heavy casualties. It is estimated that tens of thousands of people will be killed, and he will give up attacking Ungshi City. Unlike our interests, what he wants is to capture Ungshi City with as little loss as possible. At that time, our troops from the Donghan district will capture Ungshi City no matter what. A group of Eastern Han lords discussed privately that if Li Shimin gave up attacking Ungshi City because he was worried about excessive losses, then they could only rely on their own troops to capture Ungshi City at all costs. When Chu Tian returned to the camp, Hua Mulan had woken up and Li Lan, the army doctor, was taking care of her. According to Li Lan, Hua Mulan was just in a coma due to exhaustion from fighting and was not seriously injured. Once Hua Mulan became serious and unyielding, Chu Tian was a little afraid that she would die in battle. Lord, leave the next task of siege to me. When Hua Mulan saw Chu Tian coming back, she took the initiative to invite him. The leader of the siege will be Zhou Yafu, with Deputy Generals Pang Wan and Li Guang leading the team. As for you, have a good rest. This is an order. Chu Tian would not let the generals of the cavalry department attack the city. Archers and infantry are generally used in sieges. Sometimes the cavalry can dismount and attack the city, which is good, but the cost is relatively high. Horse-mounted cavalry is really nobler than infantry and archers of the same rank. Otherwise, there would be no so-called knights in the West. When she heard that she couldn't go into battle, Hua Mulan's expression couldn't help but look a little gloomy. What an energetic person. Chu Tian still assigned some relatively easy tasks to Hua Mulan. You are responsible for patrolling, guarding, and warmth. Just patrol and guard. After the foundations were laid, the mountains outside Ungshi City grew higher and higher day by day, which made the defenders in the city feel uneasy. Boom! Dozens of stones were thrown from the city and hit the mountains, causing sand and gravel to fly. The defenders of Ungshi City used catapults to attack the Tang army's Tushan. Fight back. The Tang army pushed in a catapult and began to bombard the defenders of Ungshi City. Stones weighing dozens of kilograms hit the city battlements, and a corner of the battlements collapsed. A defender on the city wall was unable to dodge and was hit by the gravel, causing his head to bleed. Li Daozong, the king of Jiangxia, did not dare to relax. He always led a team of cavalry outside the city to protect the catapults and Earth Mountains, and did not give the opponent a chance to go out of the city to destroy the catapults and Earth Mountains. The catapults on both sides roared from time to time. The soldiers of the Eastern Han dynasty continued to pile up mountains of Earth day and night despite the attacks of catapults. Both sides on the battlefield realized that Tushan was the key to breaking the situation. Once the Tang army successfully built 4 tall mountains of earth to dominate the city, the defenders in the city would lose their geographical advantage. In addition, the Tang army also prepared a large number of ladder vehicles, flying ladders, ram vehicles, launch vehicles, and siege towers. The Tang army even began to dig tunnels towards Ungshi City and approach the city wall. There are various signs that the pressure on Ungshi City continues to rise. During this period, the city lord of Ungshi City could not bear the pressure and sent people to sneak attack the Tang army at night. However, the excitement of their slaughtering pigs and chickens was heard by the Tang army. Li Shimin judged that they would go out of the city for a sneak attack, so he was prepared. In addition to leaving hundreds of corpses behind, the Goguryeo soldiers who went out to attack the city did not get any benefits and fled back in despair. Ungshi City is already in dire straits. Myeongryang Strait is located at the southern tip of the Korean peninsula. It is about 2 miles wide in. Lord, the sea water in the strait is turbulent and the water conditions are changing, making it a dangerous place. Thousands of ships from the Tang Dynasty Navy and the 3 major naval camps of the Eastern Han Dynasty approached this place. Lu Rengui, the naval general of the Tang Dynasty, looked at the map in his hand with an increasingly solemn expression. He led the navy to pursue it from Baijiangku to here, but still saw no trace of the Japanese navy. The naval coalition composed of the lords of Jingzhou, Yanzhou, and Jiaozhou in the Eastern Han Dynasty also wondered where the Japanese navy had gone. Tong Ke uses a homemade sextant to check the latitude and longitude. Because the area of Lord has expanded tenfold, the sea surface has also expanded, making it more difficult to use a sextant to determine the location.
Where are we? Is that island Jindao?
Tong Ke squinted his eyes and looked at the huge island that appeared in front of him. Whether it is a walking boat or a flying boat, it is not very suitable for sailing on the sea with complicated weather. So the Tang Dynasty Navy went south along the coastline. At this time, it needed to pass through the narrow strait between Jindao and the mainland. The 1,000-meter-wide strait may seem large, but compared to the thousands of large and small ships of the Navy, it appears to be very narrow.
Japanese Navy found ahead.
The sentinel ship at the front raised the flag that the enemy had been discovered, and the news spread to the rear layer by layer. On the horizon of the Mine-Grying Strait, warships flying the Japanese flag appeared, forming dozens of rows on the sea surface of the strait in a mighty manner.
Finally found them. I didn't expect them to escape here. Go up and teach them a lesson.
Tong Ke led the Eastern Han Dynasty Navy to pursue them all the way, cautiously, and caught up with the Japanese Navy here. His first reaction was to go up and annihilate them all, so as to end the naval battle as soon as possible. But then he calmed down.
No. Why did they choose to fight here? This is the Mingyang Strait. Mingyang Strait.
Many lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty exclaimed. During the Wanli-Korean War, the famous General Yi Sun-shin defeated a Japanese navy in the Mine-Grying Strait.
It seems that the Japanese lord wants to take advantage of the water conditions in the Mine-Grying Strait to defeat our big ship.
After discussing with several lords, Tong Ke roughly judged the other party's intentions. The opponent attempted to use the narrow terrain to block the Tang Dynasty Navy and the Eastern Han Dynasty Navy.
They knew there was no chance of winning in a battle with us at the mouth of the Baijiang River, so they chose to take a gamble in the Mine-Grying Strait. Do we want to accept the challenge? War. It took a lot of effort to catch up with them, but we must defeat them no matter what.
The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty understood each other's intentions and had only two choices: confront each other or defeat them. If you choose to delay, the Japanese will win.
I'm going to discuss with Lu Rengui how to fight.
Tong Ke boarded the ship of the Tang Navy. The Japanese Navy, Generals Azumarifu, Abe Hirafu, and a group of Japanese lords faced off against the Tang Navy on the opposite side.
The water conditions in the Mine-Grying Strait are complicated, but I have done detailed research. We can use fire ships to destroy the Tang Dynasty Navy's tower ships. With such a narrow and complicated water condition, their tower ships cannot avoid fire attacks at all.
A Japanese lord told the Japanese naval commander his tactics, and Azumarifu and Ababarov nodded.
There is movement in the Tang army.
The Japanese Navy found that the Tang Navy on the opposite side launched an attack. 20 large ships led hundreds of small boats into the strait.
The Tang army has fallen into a trap. Arrange a fire ship attack.
The Japanese Navy sent hundreds of small boats loaded with straw, sulfur and other flammable materials. The men rowed hard and rowed towards the opposite side. All the lords in Japan were nervously staring at the fire ship approaching the Tang Dynasty ship. As long as the fire attack succeeds and destroys the vanguard ship of the Tang Navy, the morale of the Tang army will decline, and the Japanese Navy will have a certain probability of victory.
Our small boats are no match for the Tang Dynasty tower ships. Fire attack is the last resort to win. The Battle of Chibi and the Battle of Liaolua Bay relied on fire attack.
Seeing the ship used for fire attack approaching the tower ship, the Tang army's tower ship suddenly anchored, and the flexible sentry ship rushed out from the gap between the tower ship and galloped towards the opposite fire ship. Almost at the same time, the sentry boats on both sides burst into flames, and the man jumped into the sea to escape. The fire reflected on the sea, sparkling. The burning sentinels collided, and the planks fell apart. Both the Tang army and the Japanese Navy used fire ships in the same strait.
Japanese people are worthy of being our students.
Tong Ke and a group of Eastern Han lords were also a little stunned when they saw this situation. Two lords from different civilizations thought of the same strategy. The fire lasted for an hour in the Mine-Grying Strait, and the navies of both sides continued to confront each other. The fire ship used by the Japanese Navy to win the decisive battle failed, and they couldn't help but cry out that it was a pity. In order to protect the Tang army's large ships, the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty sacrificed their own boats. Lu Rengui, the commander of the Tang Dynasty Navy, had been observing the changes in wind direction and water flow and was silent. As the fireships on both sides burned and gradually sank to the bottom of the sea, the direction of the sea breeze quietly changed.
The time to win has come. Set sail and attack. Attack!
Lu Ringue's ship raised the flag for a full-scale attack. And 20 large ships, protected by a group of small boats, charged against the Japanese navy on the other side of the strait.
Full speed ahead.
When the lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty saw that the Tang army's buildings and ships were beginning to attack, they also launched an offensive at the same time. The grievances between the two civilizations are not easy to explain clearly. Facing the Japanese navy, the lords of the three states of the Eastern Han Dynasty attacked with all their strength, unwilling to be left behind.
The time has come to bet on the fate of the country. May the fortune of the military be prosperous.
Seeing that the fire attack failed, the Japanese lords could only rely on the changing water flow and narrow terrain in the strait to consume the Tang army. Row after row of houseboats and plank boats set out. The sailors on both sides rowed with all their might to gain speed advantage. Lu Ringue was on the deck when his feet suddenly swayed and his expression changed.
The water flow is too fast, and it is changing rapidly.
The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty were more keenly aware of the vagaries of the water flow with their ships, boats, and sentries. A large ship was washed to the edge of the island by the unpredictable current, and hit a nearby reef. There were dents in the wooden hull, and seawater poured into the cabin. No one knows what the water conditions are like in the Myeonglyang Strait. This is a trap.
The only option is to fight to the death. Prepare for a boarding battle.
The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty had no chance to know the specific changes in the water flow in the Myeonglyang Strait at this time, so they could only rely on their courage to fight with the opponent.
Use rockets.
Faced with this situation, Lu Ringue was not in a hurry. The walls of the Tang army ships were high and strong, and the crossbowmen used rockets to shoot upward into the sky. The rockets all over the sky were like meteors piercing the sky and falling into the Japanese navy. The Japanese navy's boat was hit by a rocket and burned easily, with smoke rising into the sky. Boom! The tall building ship destroyed the two wooden boats. The advantage of the big ship was fully demonstrated. Not only could it easily crash the opponent's ship, but it also had the advantage of height. The lords of the Eastern Han Dynasty and Lu Ringue had already discussed that the key to their victory was fire ships and rockets.
Japanese ships are prone to catching fire.
Tonke saw the sea of fire all over the sky, and the fire spread across the Myeonglyang Strait. Chapter 147 Storming Ungshi City.
Capture Ungshi City.
The sound of horns echoed outside Ungshi City. The Tang army launched a strong attack on Ungshi City, which had become an isolated city. Hundreds of trebuchets took turns bombarding the walls of Ungshi City. Thunder-like sounds roared, and stones continued to bombard the wooden buildings on the city wall. A corner of the eaves of the city tower was shattered by high-speed stones, and rubble flew everywhere. The defenders at the top of the city closed their eyes subconsciously. The pressure brought by the trebuchet was frightening. The bricks wrapped in the outer layer of the city wall were smashed, exposing the rammed earth layer inside. The cities of Goguryeo were not much different from those of the Central Plains, and they were very familiar to the Tang army. The huge crossbow was pushed out by the Tang army. The strong men with bare shoulders worked together to turn the winch, and huge 1-meter-long crossbows were shot out, destroying the oars. Several giant crossbows sank into the soil of the city wall, and the sand fell down. Two types of long-range siege equipment are showing off their power, and a large number of siege equipment such as siege towers, ladder trucks, wooden curtains, hook trucks, anemone, ram cars, and flying ladders are also ready. The Tang army's trebuchets continued to fire from morning to noon, and the soldiers pulling the trebuchet ropes were sweating profusely. The main force of the Tang army and the Han army had a full meal in no hurry. After defeating the Goguryeo reinforcements, the initiative to attack the city was in their hands. They can attack the city whenever they want. After a month of preparation, the Tang army finally began to attack on the 30th day of the National War. After the 4 towering earth mountains were built, the 4 earthen mountains are more than 20 meters high. Each is stationed with a team of Tang army sharpshooters and crossbows, giving them a bird's-eye view of Ungshi City. The status and mobilization of Ungshi City defenders were controlled by the Tang army. Chutian's second army of the Han army was also in the offensive sequence. Seeing the Tang army's trebuchets and ballistae, Chu Tian's scalp went numb. If Xiaocheng was bombarded like this, the morale of the army would soon be shaken. The opponent's defender Yang Wanchun seems to have a bonus in defending the city, and the Ungshi City defenders have no tendency to collapse. Hua Mulan wears a Tang sword around her waist and currently serves as Chu Tian's bodyguard. She finally gave up on the Zhangba Masha, which even Chu Tian was a little scared of. This kind of weapon was not suitable for use after dismounting. Trebuchets and ballistae had been bombarding for 3 days. The towers and arrow towers of Ungshi City were almost destroyed by large siege equipment, clearing the way for the Tang army to attack. Dong dong dong. The low drum sound seemed to come from afar, and the Tang army arrayed in Ungshi City was ready to go. Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, was sitting in the carriage, accompanied by Changsun Wuji, Yuchi Jingda and others, watching the battle in person. The arrow tower on the Earth Mountain began to shoot at the city wall, and the Tang army's siege phalanx began to attack with ramming vehicles and siege towers. Catapults and ballistae still roared, adding to the tense atmosphere on the battlefield. There were constant deaths of Goguryeo or Goryeo defenders. The wooden curtains and heavy infantry shields blocked the rain of arrows, covering the crossbowmen and siege equipment to attack Ungshi City.
Fire the arrow!
The defenders of Ungshi City fired thousands of arrows, and the sky was filled with arrow rain covering the Tang army. An arrow hit the iron helmet of the general of the Tang army, causing sparks to break out from the friction, and then bounced away. The general of the Tang army was not killed by the arrows because of the defense of his iron helmet, but the impact of the sharp arrow hitting his helmet made his ears ring. The wooden boards of the wooden curtain were filled with arrows. A group of archers hid behind them. After gradually approaching the shooting range, they turned around and came out from behind the wooden curtain cart and threw a rain of arrows towards the city wall. The two sides rained arrows on each other. At this time, the Tang army's archers on the mountain showed their power, and the Ungshi City defenders faced a double attack from the upper and lower arrow rains. Many defenders had to hold up wooden shields to block the rain of arrows falling from their heads.
We must destroy these mountains of earth!
The lord of Ungshi City ordered the trebuchets in the city to bombard the mountains. The Goryeo lord hurriedly directed his soldiers to operate the trebuchet. They thought that the 3-month defense time would be fleeting, but they did not expect that Ungshi City would be in danger in just 1 month. The stones thrown by Ungshi City hit the earth mountain, and the stones rolled down.
The defenders want to destroy our mountains. Let them smash it. We have used 100,000 people, and the mountains of earth piled up through rigorous calculations. How can it be so easily destroyed by trebuchets?
Zheojiang Lao Qin is responsible for protecting the 4 earth mountains. This is his masterpiece. The siege tower, which was more than 10 meters high, was close to Ungshi City and formed horns with the mountains. The archers of the Tang army fired arrows unscrupulously to hunt down the defenders on the city wall. Ungshi City defenders released rockets in an attempt to burn down the siege tower. The Tang army covered the siege tower with cowhide in advance, so the rockets would not burn it down so easily. A large number of Tang army crossbowmen came forward to suppress the defenders, and buy time for the ramming vehicle to advance.
The Tang army's ramming vehicle is approaching the city wall. The Tang army's Celestium is about to arrive at the bottom of the city wall. The ladder truck and echelon team have been dispatched.
Everyone was paying attention to the battlefield. A terrifying ramming car slowly approached the city gate. In order to push the ramming car, dozens of Tang army soldiers died under the arrows of the defenders. Once the ramming car crashes through the city gate, the Tang army will swarm up and fall into the city.
Damn it!
The Goryeo Lord Li Minchiol turned pale, and it was no joke that the city gate was hit by a ramming car.
Don't worry,
Yang Wanchun, the lord of Ungshi City, put a hand on Lord Yuren's shoulder.
Take your martial arts squad and go guard the city gate. I have already arranged an ambush. Yes.
Li Minjia had never seen such a huge siege scene and was almost frightened. Fortunately, as the city lord, Yang Wanchun was in charge of the overall situation. Boom! The ramming car started slamming into the city gate. Every time the huge battering ram hits, the city gate is overwhelmed and screams.
1, 2, 3.
The soldiers of the Tang army pushed the battering ram and would definitely knock the city gate open. Everyone, including Chu Yun, felt nervous. If the city gate could be breached, perhaps Ungshi City would be captured and the national war would be over. The earthen hills and siege towers were shooting arrows at the city wall. Engineers were digging tunnels and working hard to destroy the city wall. Groups of Tang soldiers were attached. Even the giant crossbows just inserted into the city wall could be used as wooden ladders for Tang soldiers to ascend the city. However, most people's eyes were on the city gate. Cracks gradually appeared in the wooden gate of Ungshi City. Finally, after another violent impact, the wooden gate completely cracked, and Tang army soldiers swarmed in. The Tang army general, who was at the front, held an infantry gun and charged in with hundreds of Tang soldiers.
No! This is a trap!
The officers of the Tang army on Tushan were constantly observing the movements in Ungshi City. When they saw knife carts being pushed out of the alley, they quickly used flags to notify the Tang army's commander. However, it was already too late. The sharp wooden fence fell down, isolating hundreds of Tang soldiers from the reinforcements in the rear. There are several wooden fences inside the city gate, forming a simple earned city. Hundreds of aggressive Tang troops mistakenly entered the Wingcheng. Behind the wooden fence were sword carts and Goguryeo and Goryeo soldiers holding bows, arrows and spears. Bows and arrows were fired, and the Tang army who stepped into the trap could not advance or retreat, and could only hold up their shields to resist. The reinforcements in the rear chopped down wooden fences one after another in an attempt to join the surrounded Tang army. However, it was too late. The dense rain of arrows and spears killed hundreds of Tang soldiers. The general of the Tang army died in the battle facing more than a dozen spears.
Give up attacking the city gate!
Li Daozong, the main siege general of the Tang army, decisively gave up attacking the city gate. It was obvious that the opponent had laid a dragnet behind the city gate, waiting for the Tang army to enter through the city gate, and then use the narrow terrain to kill the Tang army as much as possible. Although the city gate was difficult to capture, some Tang troops had climbed onto the city wall and fought hand-to-hand with the Ungshi defenders on the wall.
Drive Tang Jun down!
The Goguryeo heavy infantry pressed forward with shields and pushed the Tang troops, who had ascended the city off the city wall. Even a general would fall to his death from the 8-meter-high city wall. The defenders of Ungshi city turned the winch and lowered the wolf fangs. The infantry of the Tang army, who were adhering to the siege, saw a darkness above their heads and hundreds of sharp wolf fangs iron nails falling down. Yiksha's lay rolled against the city wall, spilling fire will.
The Tang army's siege tower is approaching. Destroy it!
The 12-meter-high siege tower posed a huge threat to the defenders. A dozen iron hooks hooked the siege tower, and hundreds of defenders worked together to pull the rope. The heavy siege tower lost to manpower and had a tendency to tilt and collapse.
Cut off the flying claws!
The Tang army archers on the siege tower did not care to continue shooting arrows, but drew out their Tang swords and tried to cut off the flying claws. Boom! The unsupportable siege tower was finally pulled down by the defenders, and dozens of Tang soldiers died. The siege battle was extremely brutal, and even the most elite army would suffer losses in the face of a fortified city.
At the time, the Mongols were marching across Europe and Asia and were blocked by Xiangyang for 5 years. The Song general Lu Wenhuan surrendered only after he had no reinforcements outside and no food inside. The Mongol Khan Mengge sent hundreds of thousands of troops to attack Diaoyu city in Sichuan, and he was killed in the battle. Below the city, it can be seen that it is difficult to attack a city, especially a fortified city surrounded by mountains and rivers.
Chu Tian saw that the Tang army attacked Unshi city and suffered a lot of losses, but was still unable to conquer it. He felt that it was not easy to attack the city, as long as the opponent has defensive generals. A city may be surrounded for a year and a half without being captured. Li Shimon's black armor cavalry, which dominates the world, cannot cross the solid city wall. The first forceful attack was unsuccessful, and the Tang army retreated like a tidal wave. Fang Xianling witnessed this fierce siege and said to Chu Tian,
"My lord, attack the heart first and attack the city second. If we continue to attack like this, maybe the Tang army will lose morale. How to attack the mind? If the defenders surrender, their behavior can be forgiven and everything will return to the past. This may require convincing Tang Taizong."
Chu Tian sent Fang Xianling to persuade Li Shimon, and the success rate would increase. Some generals don't like each other, and some generals feel close to each other inexplicably. Probably Fang Xuanling's advice had an effect, and the Tang army fired a letter of persuasion to surrender into Ungshi city. If the defenders of Ungshi city surrender, then His Majesty the Emperor will forgive everyone in Ungshi city and forget the past. The surrender letter fell into the hands of the defenders of Ungshi city, and the defenders finally began to waver. Seeing the 4 tall mountains outside the city and the tightly organized Tang army, they doubted whether they could continue to defend Ungshi city. Not only that, Li Shimon also ordered 2 Goguryeo surrender generals, Gao Yinshou and Gao Huijin, to persuade them to surrender outside the city, which shook the morale of the Ungshi city defenders. Now even the Goryeo lord doesn't have the courage to fight. Hundreds of thousands of Tang and Han troops surrounded Ungshi city layer after layer. This fear of being surrounded kept me awake at night. The only thing that prevented the Goryeo lord from surrendering was the accusations from other Goryeo players after returning to Goryeo. Yan Wanchun, the lord of Ungshi city, thought twice about the surrender letter and finally said,
"As long as we defend until September, the Tang army will definitely retreat, and there is no need to surrender. The lord of the city has said so, and we will obey his orders."
The Goryeo lord had the guarantee from the city lord and planned to continue to resist.
They are offending Tian Wei.
Chu Tian knew that Li Shimin was not a good person. He just didn't want the Tang army to suffer too many casualties. But after repeatedly provoking his patience, Li Shimin would become furious. Sure enough, after the lord of Ungchi city refused to surrender, Li Shimin, who felt offended, ordered the Tang army to increase their siege efforts. The Tang army was divided into several groups and attacked Ungchi city. Catapults and ballistae roared. A section of the city wall was destroyed, and almost all the bricks outside fell off, exposing the soil. Tushan consumes as many as 100,000 arrows every day. The Tang army stormed Ungchi city, which was extremely painful for the defenders of Ungchi city and the Goryeo lords. Li Shimin was kind to the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. He did not force the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty to attack the city. Instead, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty requested to participate in the war. If you want to obtain military merit, you can apply to the Tang army, and the Tang army will arrange your troops to attack the city. Some lords, who lacked military merit, chose brutal siege warfare. Chu Tian did not participate in the siege. Attacking a city consumes a lot of soldiers. He has tens of thousands of military merits, and he does not lack this military merit.
Lu Zongmin, you lead the refugee army to attack the city. Be careful not to die in battle.
The leader of Hanzhong claimed that he was ranked at the bottom, so he always had to earn some military merits before he could move to the front. A stout general led the Chuangwang refugee army and joined the Tang army's siege sequence. Lu Zongmin, a general under the command of Chuangwang Li Ziqing, participated in the siege with a sword and shield. One by one, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty took advantage of the opportunity of siege to gain military exploits. In the Mingliang Strait, fire spread. Warships from both sides engaged in battle. Rockets were fired, and Navy soldiers jumped onto the other side's deck to engage in boarding battle. The Tang army's building ships were as huge as the Japanese Navy, and the Japanese Navy soldiers could only use flying hooks to try to climb aboard. Lu Rengui was surrounded by a group of Tang army Navy soldiers who had fought many battles. They cut off the flying hooks, and a large number of Japanese Navy soldiers fell into the sea. The two sides fought, and people died every moment. The archers of the Tang army were condescending and shot down the Japanese Navy soldiers on the opposite side.
Throw them into the sea and feed them to the fish.
The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty fought bloody battles with the Japanese Navy, and blood splattered. Pan Mei, a military general of the Song dynasty, held an iron gun and swept down several Japanese Navy soldiers. The Japanese Navy soldiers used blades similar to the Han Xuandao, while the warriors of the Japanese lords used katana swords, and a shigiri used bows and spears. More than a dozen Japanese warriors surrounded Pan Mei, but were unable to capture him. Instead, they were frequently killed by Pan Mei. Tong Kai arrived with a team of sword and shield fighters and eliminated the surrounding Japanese warriors. His face was blackened by smoke, and there were ships and fire all around him. The navies of both sides fought fiercely in the Mingliang Strait, using all means. They fought continuously for 5 days. The rockets hitting the Tang army were almost exhausted, and the Tang and Han knives curled up. In a small battlefield, the competition is about whose will is stronger and whose ship is stronger. A Japanese military general dragged a large naginata and chopped down an Eastern Han Navy soldier.
Asadi General Kiso Yashinaka is here. Tang army Lu Rengui dares to come down and fight.
What responded to him was Tang Jun's rocket. The Japanese military generals had to flee in confusion when facing the Tang army's rockets. Chapter 148: The Collapsed Earth Mountain. On the sea surface of Myeongryang Strait, there were many pieces of wood and burning warships floating. The Japanese Navy finally withdrew from Myeongryang Strait and gave up the fight for the strait.
We won.
On the 5th day of the battle, the lords of Jingzhou, Yanzhou, and Jiaozhou finally destroyed the will of the Japanese Navy. The Japanese Navy, which lacked large ships, could not destroy the Tang army's large ships. Instead, a large number of ships were burned, resulting in heavy casualties. After destroying thousands of small warships, the morale of the Japanese Navy was completely depleted, and the soldiers were idle and had to give up. Tong Kai, the leader of the Eastern Han Dynasty Navy, lost his strength and sat directly on the messy deck, leaning against the Song Dynasty hero Pan Mei. They had tried their best to defeat the Japanese Navy. The other lords and their generals were equally weak. But no matter what, they won this national war.
Ding! The Battle of Baijiangku was won by the Eastern Han civilization. The military merits obtained by all Eastern Han players in this battle will be doubled. All Eastern Han players and lords will be sent away from the battlefield in 5 hours. Please count the loot in time.
After receiving the notification from the system, all the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty breathed a sigh of relief. They don't have to worry about the Japanese Navy coming back again. The system has already determined that they will win.
Finally, it did not live up to the expectations of others. However, the battle at Baijiangku was forced into a battle at Mingyang Sea. Those Japanese lords really caused us a lot of trouble and almost capsized the ship. We must be careful about them in the future.
Tonkei was frightened for a while. The Eastern Han Dynasty Navy was almost defeated by the Japanese Navy, who took the initiative to change the battlefield.
The general has summoned you.
Tonkei, who won the first place in military merit in the Eastern Han Dynasty, was summoned by Lu Rigui, the commander-in-chief of the Tang Navy, who gave him a special reward. The Eastern Han lords, who participated in the Battle of Baijiangku, captured a group of Japanese ships and obtained numerous samurai swords and armors. 5 hours later, all the Eastern Han lords and free players from the Battle of Baijiangku returned to the Eastern Han district, causing another huge sensation. The national war between the Eastern Han district and the Japanese district ended with the naval lord of the Eastern Han district narrowly winning after 5 fierce battles.
Fortunately, we did not lose to the Japanese. The next step is to watch the Battle of Umchi City. If we can capture Umchi City, we can win 2 national wars.
Players in the Donghan district were excited. Tonkei returned to Lujiang County. In this Battle of Baijiangku, as the #1 lord in the Eastern Han dynasty, he received very generous rewards.
The blueprints of the Sea Falcon ship are priceless. This 5th level warship can carry 108 soldiers and 42 sailors. From now on, the Yangtze River Basin will be my world. And Lu Ringui's SS level characteristics.
Tonkei randomly obtains a characteristic of the leader Lu Ringui. Rocket burst during water battles. The rocket damage of the fleet he personally commands is plus 20%. The shooting speed is plus 10%. And the probability of igniting enemy ships is greatly increased.
No wonder the Tang army's rockets were so fierce. With Lu Ringui's characteristics, the Japanese Navy ships were easily ignited. But now, I also have this characteristic. In the future, I may be able to grow into a naval lord as good as Lu Ringui.
Tonkei immediately prepared resources to build a 5th level shipyard to produce Falcon ships. Then built a naval camp and recruited naval archers. There is also a special reward in his hand. A Tang Dynasty General Recruitment Order.
It should be possible to recruit a general from the Tang Dynasty. Miss Xia, the players from the Battle of Baijiangku have returned, and only the players from Umchi City are left.
Xia Tianliang is currently busy arranging the layout of the horse market, negotiating with horse dealers on the price of war horses, and the relevant regulations for entering the Xiaqing horse market. She couldn't help but look forward to learning that the Donghan district had won one of the national battles, leaving only the battle for Umchi City. Chu Tian took the main force to participate in the Battle of Umchi City. She always felt that Xia Cheng was missing a backbone, and some decisions were not easy to make. Sometimes thinking too much makes it difficult to make a decision.
Miss Xia, Shuiyue town was attacked by Qi Xiaobai, the lord of Yangdu County, and asked us for help.
Along with the good news came bad news. Shuiyue town, 120 kilometers away from Xiaqing, was attacked again by Qi Xiaobai.
Fellow shopkeepers, I have important matters to deal with. My deputy will continue to negotiate with you.
When Xiao Liang learned about this, he handed over the task of negotiating with Ma Shang to the officials below, and then went to find Li Kui and Lu Sandao in person. The 3 of them are responsible for staying in Xia City, and troops can only be sent out with the unanimous consent of the 3 of them.
Shuiyue town is an ally of our lord, and it is an important town that protects the north. Qi Xiaobai from Yangdu County has an enemy with us, and he will make a comeback once he captures Shuiyue town and other surrounding villages and towns, and has 30 towns. It will pose a threat to us. Therefore, Shuiyue town must be saved.
Xiao Liang looked at the 2 people. Li Kui and Lu Sandao were not as fast as her in getting the information, and they both took the initiative after learning about it. Li Kui said,
"Before the Lord left, he asked us to focus on defense and try to avoid fighting outside the city. Therefore, this support must be cautious. General Lu and I each led a small group of soldiers and horses, and we acted as each other's horns to prevent one group of soldiers and horses from being ambushed and the entire army being annihilated."
The 3-person team left behind in Xiaqing was quickly determined. With Xiao Liang leading 1,500 people and Lu Sandao leading 2,200 people to reinforce Shuiyue town. Xia City is protected and basically does not need to be defended by the main force. It only needs the usual city defense troops to maintain law and order. Outside Shuiyue town are siege troops all over the mountains and plains. This time Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui recruited tens of thousands of soldiers and local warriors, intending to capture Shuiyue town and nearby villages and towns in one fell swoop, and sweep through Kaiyang County.
The second time we attack Shuiyue town, we must not suffer the same setbacks as the first time. This time, I am not attacking Shuiyue town in the name of the guild, but in the name of the Lord personally. I am sure to win.
Qi Xiaobai appeared below Shuiyue town. Because of Wu Sangui's proposal, he used force to unify the southern part of Yangdu County, and got a second chance to attack Shuiyue town. Without Wu Sangui, he might have collapsed after his first failed attack on Shuiyue town. Now he is very dependent on Wu Sangui. Precisely because of Wu Sangui's existence, a comeback is unknown.
Xia Cheng and Shuiyue town have formed an alliance, and will never sit idly by while Shuiyue town is besieged. Therefore, they will definitely provide reinforcements to Shuiyue town. Wu Sangui, you lead your troops to ambush Xia Cheng's reinforcements. They huddle in Xia City. The city can still be protected. But if you leave Xia City, you will no longer be protected. Wait. If you leave with too many soldiers and horses, the defenders will notice that we are setting up an ambush.
Qi Xiaobai's methods gradually became tougher, and he had already thought of countermeasures. Wu Sangui replied,
My lord can order a group of village warriors to pretend to be siege soldiers. With only more than 2,000 subordinates, they can defeat the reinforcements in Xia town. I trust you.
Qi Xiaobai handed over an army of 2,500 men to Wu Sangui's command. Because Qi Xiaobai reused Wu Sangui and rewarded Wu Sangui with gold, silver and land from time to time, Wu Sangui's loyalty has been greatly improved. Now Qi Xiaobai can use Wu Sangui with confidence. Wu Sangui led his soldiers to ambush Xiaqing's reinforcements. In Anqi City, the Tang army launched another offensive. One team after another, the Tang army attacked the solid city wall. The trebuchets and ballistae destroyed almost all the arrow towers and towers in the city. The soldiers of the Tang army followed the ladder trucks and the suspension bridges of the siege towers and attached them. Tang Army General Shui Wanche, Ashanashir and others personally led troops to attack the city, indicating that Li Shimin had been angered. The shouts of killing were loud and loud on the battlefield. In order to storm Anqi City, the Tang army suffered tens of thousands of casualties over several days, and dozens of siege towers, ladder trucks, and lair trucks were lost. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty successively sent generals and soldiers to attack the city. Even the leader of the alliance Jiujiu Lao Qin said Qin General Meng Wu to lead a group of infantry to attack the city and gain some military achievements. Another Qin general, Meng Tian, was a cavalry general, so Jiujiu Lao Qin did not send him into battle. As the commander of the Second Army, Chu Tian sent Zhou Yafu or Li Guang to lead a group of infantry to participate in the siege from time to time. Peng Wan, a subordinate of Prince Wan, the lord of Dongjun, and his infantry finally played a role in the siege and once scaled the city wall. However, Peng Wan was still driven off the city wall by the swarming defenders. Tian Qi, the lord of Pingyuan County, led the Qinzhou crossbowmen to assist the Tang army's crossbowmen in suppressing the defenders' arrow rain. Shuiyu planned to lead a group of free players with higher strength to climb the city wall first, but was stopped by Chu Tian. In a brutal battle of this scale, Chu Tian couldn't let them take risks, so it was better to use the soldiers and horses he recruited to consume them. Siege warfare is no better than this. If you want to lose less, use cunning tactics. The safest way is to carry out a long siege. The defenders will surrender after eating the food. And if you want to break the city as soon as possible, you have to pay a price for a strong attack. Chu Tian did not personally participate in the siege, but just watching the continuous siege battle, he felt a little numb. The attack on Anqi City has lasted for 6 days, but there has been little progress.
During the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, Zhou Shizong Chairong personally went on an expedition and mobilized hundreds of thousands of people to besiege Shouzhou City. Lu Renzhan, a famous general of the Southern Tang dynasty, held the city for more than a year until he was critically ill. A qualified defender will not be able to capture the city until the food in the city is exhausted.
The injured Lord Dahu of Jiuyuan County in Bingzhou was now full of energy. The attributes of his Bingzhou cavalry would decrease when attacking the city, so he had to watch the battle below. The bricks of Anqi City were in ruins. But there was still a thick layer of rammed earth blocking the Tang army. The Tang army and the Eastern Han army had the most ferocious cavalry, and there were a large number of cavalry generals. When the cavalry across the world encountered a fortified city, they had no choice but to scratch their heads, not knowing how to start. The elderly Li Shimin took a nap in the carriage and asked as soon as he woke up,
"Has Amchi City been taken down? Your Majesty, General Yue and Bai Guodong personally led the troops to attack the city, but there has been no progress yet."
Li Shimin looked at the battlefield of Amchi City where the war was raging. After 6 consecutive days of strong attack, Amchi City could not be captured.
"Perhaps it is not the best time to destroy Goguryeo."
Li Shimin hesitated. Suddenly, a shocking scene occurred on the battlefield. A huge earth mountain began to collapse due to long-term attacks by the defenders' catapults and errors in calculations when piling up the earth mountain. A nearly 30-meter-high earth mountain collapsed toward Amchi City.
"Run away!"
The wooden arrow tower on the earth mountain collapsed and the crossbow fell. The archers of the Tang army fled desperately, but their feet could not keep up with the speed of the earth mountain collapse. All the Tang and Han troops who participated in the siege were horrified to see a horrific scene they had never seen in their lives. A 30-meter-high earth mountain weighing hundreds of tons actually collapsed. The defenders of Amchi City on the city wall noticed that the sky suddenly darkened. They looked up at the sky and saw a huge mountain of earth collapse and hit the city wall.
No!
Even if the dozens of Amchi City defenders reacted, they would not be able to escape, and they would watch helplessly as the collapsing earth mountain submerged them.
Plug your ears!
The offensive and defensive sides blocked their ears almost at the same time. Boom! The loud noise, like an earthquake, echoed on the battlefield, and the sand and dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. The stones on the ground were shaking, and the war horses were neighing uneasily. The Tang army's archers guarding Tushan were all wiped out.
Did something go wrong in the construction of Tushan?
Jiujiu Laoqin, who was responsible for supervising the construction of Tushan, looked pale. After all, the use of human power to accumulate mountains of soil is not so reliable. The dust generated by the collapse of the earth mountain spread all the way to the Chinese army.
Lord, maybe this is an opportunity.
Fang Xianling covered her mouth and nose with her robe, and at the most critical moment, she took the initiative to make suggestions to Chu Tian.
What chance?
Chu Tian was shocked by the huge movement caused by the collapse of the earth mountain, and did not expect that there would be a chance. Fang Xianling was a little anxious.
The collapse of such a huge earth mountain will definitely destroy the city wall. If an elite division seizes the collapsed earth mountain before the defenders can react, and covers the army to continuously attack the city, Amchi City can be broken. As soon as Fang Xianling reminded him, Chu Tian understood immediately. In this battle of Amchi City, it was right to bring Fang Xianling here. Very few people can maintain a clear mind after witnessing such a shocking scene, but Fang Xianling can.
Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, you lead a group of soldiers and go immediately to capture Tushan. You must hold Tushan and wait for reinforcements. You must not let Tushan fall into the hands of the defenders. Take the red dragon flag with you.
The closest people to Chu Tian were Zhou Yafu and Li Guang, so he ordered them to bring the red dragon flag.
As you command?
Zhou Yafu and Li Guang realized the problem and took action immediately.
Lord, you go too.
Chu Tian knew that Hua Mulan was eager to try, so he sent her to the battlefield, seizing the collapsed earth mountain and buying time for the Tang army in the rear to attack the city is related to the outcome of the Battle of Amchi City. The 3 generals took all the soldiers and horses in Xia City and quickly headed towards the place where the earth mountain collapsed. The sand and dust gradually dispersed, and the collapsed earth mountain knocked down the city wall, and a large number of stones poured into the city, as if a mudslide had occurred. For a time, everyone knew what this meant. Whether it was the Tang army and the Han army attacking the city, or the Goguryeo army and the Goryeo army defending the city. Once the siege forces occupy this collapsed city wall, the Tang army from all over the mountains and plains will rush into the city. Several red dragon flags have appeared under the collapsed earth mountain.
All soldiers of the 2nd Legion, follow the red dragon flag.
As the commander of the legion, Chu Tian pulled out the Tang sword he received from the quartermaster of the Tang army and pointed it in the direction of Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, and Hua Mulan. The lords of the 2nd Legion led their soldiers to kill them non-stop. This battle for earth and mountains is likely to determine the outcome. Chapter 149, Breaking the City. Li Guang bit his bow and knocked an arrow, and the Goguryeo soldier who appeared in the gap was shot dead by him. The sharpshooters of Shishang Battalion carried quivers on their backs and followed General Li Guang to shoot the Goguryeo soldiers who tried to seize Tushan. Hua Mulan held a red dragon flag in both hands and planted it on the mountain, calling more Tang and Han troops to gather here. Under the cover of the Shishang Battalion, Zhou Yafu Shiliu Battalion quickly climbed up to seize the commanding heights and set up infantry crossbows. Occupy the territory at all costs. The Lord of Ungshi City handed over the command of the city wall to his deputy general and personally led a group of archers and infantry to seize the mountain. Faced with the sudden change in the situation, the lords of Goryeo were at a loss and looked at the alliance leader Li Minjia. Yi Guan, you lead the martial arts squad and assist the city lord in fighting for Tushan. After repeated brutal battles to defend the city, Li Minjia gradually calmed down and realized the importance of Tushan to the defenders. So he sent Yi Guan, a historical military general of Goryeo, and Yi Guan's special military squad. The Bilbuban is a special unit set up by the Goryeo kingdom to deal with the fierce Jurchens. It includes the Divine Cavalry, Divine Steps, Jumpers, Stem Bows, Fine Crossbows, and Fire Troops. Under the leadership of Yi Guan, they went to support Yang Wanchun. Xia Cheng's army responded quickly, and took the lead in occupying the ruins formed by the collapse of the mountain. Shiliu Camp, which is good at defense, is in the front, while Li Guang Shisheng Camp is in the back, using the terrain to hold on. The defenders of Ungshi City have realized the importance of fighting for the mountain. One team after another, Goguryeo soldiers climbed up, and the archers fired thousands of arrows. The soldiers of Shiliu Camp held up their shields to block the rain of arrows from the defenders of Ungshi City. Zhou Yafu hid behind the rocks and commanded. The Ungshi City defenders fired arrows fiercely, and more than a dozen Shiliu Camp soldiers were killed. Li Guang held a big bow and kept shooting sharp arrows. The Ungshi City defenders, who were hit by arrows, rolled down. Yang Wanchun, who was carrying a quiver on his back, saw that the soldiers could not attack by force, so he had to go into battle himself. Lord City Lord, there is a team of sharpshooters occupying the mountain, and one of them shot and killed our general. Marksman? Yang Wanchun commanded the Goguryeo infantry to seize Tushan with their lives, and led a team of Goguryeo sharpshooters to observe. He saw a general on the other side holding a big bow and using sharp arrows that could easily penetrate the armor of Goguryeo soldiers, and his eyes gradually became serious. He is also a hero of the archery system, and can roughly judge Li Guang's archery level. Li Guang's archery skills were even better than his. But there is no chance of winning. There is no fairness in the two armies fighting against each other. Yang Wanchun sent a group of archers to the right to attract the attention of the Shisheng Battalion, then quietly took out an armor-piercing arrow from the quiver and placed it on the long bow. Li Guang was successfully attracted by the Goguryeo sharpshooter, and he bent his bow and shot a Goguryeo sharpshooter. The long bow was tense, and Li Guang suddenly felt a sense of crisis and quickly fell forward. The arrows were like meteors, and an armor-piercing arrow pierced Li Guang's shoulder armor and hit Li Guang's shoulder. Seeing that he failed to kill Li Guang, Yang Wanchun immediately bent his bow and prepared to shoot the second arrow. An arrow was shot, but Yang Wanchun avoided it, and the sharp arrow sank directly into the soil. Hua Mulan took down the second arrow and covered Li Guang's retreat. I didn't expect they had a second marksman. Yang Wanchun was hiding behind the clod of earth, holding a longbow in his hand. He was almost shot by Hua Mulan just now. In the past, Chu Tian once gave Hua Mulan a skill book called 100 Steps to Cross the Poplar. At this time, Hua Mulan's archery skills came into play. The two generals who used bows and arrows took advantage of the terrain and shot sharp arrows one after another. But they were never able to hit each other. Although the Shisheng Battalion was small in number, it suppressed the Goguryeo archers. The opponent's infantry lacked the cover of archers and had difficulty attacking Tushan. Gung Gong and the Fine Crossbow team help out. The famous Goryeo General Yi Guan led two elite squads to support Yang Wanchun. These two squads were 5th-level troops and could barely compete with the Shisheng Battalion. More than 1,000 soldiers in Xia City faced the siege of thousands of defenders at the same time. Soldiers were killed one by one. Hua Mulan dragged the lord of Ungshi City and tried to shoot him. What bad luck! Li Guang had the ability to kill Yang Wanchun, but he was shot in the shoulder by Yang Wanchun's cold arrow and was unable to draw his bow. So he could only command the Shisheng Battalion to fight. Reinforcements have arrived! Li Chungliang and Zhu Dasho, the military generals of Mingguan, galloped over with their cavalry. The cavalry dismounted and fought on foot to assist Zhou Yafu and Li Guang in guarding Tushan.
Seeing the arrival of reinforcements, Hua Mulan concentrated on confronting Yang Wanchun and determined to kill Yang Wanchun. If Yang Wanchun, the defender, can be successfully shot, without Yang Wanchun's bonus, Angshi City may not be indestructible, and the military morale will be shaken, and other defenders may not be able to hold on. Yang Wanchun was anxious. Not only did he have to guard against Hua Mulan, he also had to concentrate on commanding his troops. Hua Mulan does not have this worry, because there are generals such as Zhou Yafu and Li Guang in charge of the overall situation. Yang Wanchun was leaning against the earth wall when suddenly a sharp arrow penetrated the earth and raised up sand and dust. A small team from the Tang army arrived. A small soldier in white held a strong bow in his hand. The arrow he just shot almost killed Yang Wanchun. This is the third general Yang Wanchun has encountered who uses a longbow.
Why do they have so many sharpshooters?
Yang Wanchun was shocked. He originally had confidence in his archery skills, but he encountered 3 enemy generals who were good at using bows and arrows one after another, and he couldn't help but feel discouraged. Whether it was Li Guang, Hua Mulan, or the white-clothed soldiers who appeared, their archery skills were extremely superb, especially the heavy arrows used by Xuerengui, which made Yang Wanchun, who was hiding behind the clods, feel threatened. Xuerengui's Tang army squad tried to encircle Yang Wanchun in a roundabout way. Yang Wanchun realized the danger and still tried to fight for Tushan. If the Tang army were allowed to occupy Tuishan, Angshi City would not be able to escape the fate of falling. Soldiers from both sides fought in Tushan, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Xuerengui seemed determined to shoot the lord of Angshi City, who was causing a headache to the Tang army, and kept approaching. Yang Wanchun's attention was attracted by Xuerengui, and he moved the command location under the protection of his own soldiers. But he forgot that there was Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan had not given up on killing Yang Wanchun and gaining military exploits for her lord.
Ding! Your subordinate Hua Mulan shot and wounded Yang Wanchun, the lord of Angshi City, and received 2,000 military merit points.
Chu Tian, who was observing the battlefield from behind, unexpectedly received a military honor. More than 20,000 troops of the Second Army were all pressed forward. The Tang army where Xuerengui was located also participated in the battle for Tushan. Soon Tushan basically fell under the control of the Tang army and the Han army.
Your Majesty, Angshi City has been half conquered.
Chan Sun Wuji saw that Tushan was occupied by the Tang army, and he knew that there was a high probability that the city would be captured.
Which tribe was the first to react and rob Tushan? After occupying Angshi City, I will be rewarded.
Li Shimin saw that the fortified city of Angshi was at his fingertips, and his tense expression finally relaxed. A large number of Tang troops entered the city along the collapsed earth mountain. Coupled with the pressure exerted by the Tang troops, who used ladders to climb the city wall, the defenders of Angshi City were exhausted. In particular, the lord of Angshi City was shot by Hua Mulan and was unable to take charge of the defense. The Tang army launched a massive attack. Rockets rose all over the sky, and Angshi City turned into a sea of fire. The Tang army was resentful of the city that blocked the power of heaven and set fire to it wantonly. The sea of fire intensified the difficulty of defense. The Goguryeo and Goryeo coalition forces huddled in the alley, surrounded by mountains, with nowhere to escape.
The Tang army is so brutal. How should we defend it? In a street fight with the Tang army, we will definitely lose. Yang Wanchun has been shot by the opponent's sharpshooter. Without his bonus and command,
we will all become the opponent's prisoners.
The Goryeo lords gathered. They still had tens of thousands of Goryeo soldiers in their hands, but they lost the courage to fight in the streets. If there is a strong city wall defense, they dare to resist the Tang army. The city wall brings a high defense bonus to their soldiers, and there are a large number of fortifications that can be used. The Tang army's cavalry could not take advantage of it. However, the city wall was breached by the Tang army, and disaster awaited them.
Ding! Angshi City is about to be lost. The success rate of defending the city is less than 5%. Please let the lords and players of Koryo choose whether to continue fighting. If the city is successfully defended, the military merits obtained will be increased tenfold.
Before the fall of Angshi City, the lords of Koryo were given the opportunity to leave the battlefield.
Damn it. I choose to leave Angshi City. I will never participate in the national war with Donghan District again.
The lords of Koryo unanimously chose to leave the battlefield. The success rate of defending the city is less than 5%. It is not cost-effective to use this probability to win 10 times the military merit. The ferocious infantry of the Tang army rushed into the city through the gap. The Tang army outside the city climbed up the ladder, blossomed on all sides, and occupied the city wall. General Shui Wanche of the Tang army led hundreds of soldiers to the city gate to remove antlers and sword carts. The cavalry of the Tang army, who were ready to go outside the city, waved their cold Tang knives and drove straight in, their iron hooves rolling. Unstoppable. The city was actually broken. Chu Tian saw the Tang army's cavalry entering the city, and knew that it was impossible for the defenders of Engshi City to make a comeback. The victory of the national war has been decided. He calculated the duration of the national war. It was now the 37th day of the national war, and it would take more than a month to end the national war with Goryeo district. The national war, which was originally expected to last 3 months, ended early.
Is this a merit or a fault on my part?
Jiao, an old Qin man who supervised the construction of Tushan, was middle-aged and should have looked down on many things. But at this time, he couldn't laugh or cry. The collapse of the Earth Mountain seemed like a mistake, but it accidentally destroyed the city wall of Engshi City. This was all thanks to Fang Xuanling's timely reminder to Chu Tian. If Chu Tian hadn't sent troops to fight for Tushan in time, once Tushan was occupied by Engshi City defenders, it would still be easy to defend and difficult to attack for the Tang army. Yang Wanchun, the lord of Engshi City, had an iron arrow hanging on his chest. After being shot by Hua Mulan, he led his soldiers to fight in the streets with all their strength. The surrounding houses were burned down by Tang Jun's rockets and turned into a sea of flames with billowing black smoke. Most of the Engshi City defenders were wounded. They experienced a fierce battle and were surrounded by the Tang army. The well-equipped Tang army blocked the alley and fired volleys of Tang crossbows. The Engshi City defenders fell in a sea of fire. Yang Wanchun couldn't do anything when he saw the situation, knowing that his persistence in Engshi City had completely angered Tian Khan. In order to avoid possible retaliation by the Tang army, Yang Wanchun committed suicide with a knife. Engshi City fell completely. When the Goryeo Kingdom opened its capital, the army commander Li Minqiu was forcibly teleported back to his own territory. His face was a little pale. Like most Goryeo lords, he experienced the terror of the suzerain army for the first time and experienced a nightmare. The Tang army seems to be just an elite division that appears in the National War Dungeon. But the Tang army led by Emperor Taizongli Shimin is the middle and late-stage military unit of the Eastern Han Dynasty. The late-stage army of the sovereign state is so terrifying. How should we resist it in the future? It seems that we must join forces with other civilized areas. Li Minjia paced with a headache. In the future, the armies of the princes in the Eastern Han Dynasty would be no less than that of the Tang army. He was not willing to experience the nightmare of being besieged by the Tang army again. After Li Minjia returned, he found that Japan had also been defeated, and the Eastern Han district had won 2 national wars. Although he hates Japan very much, the enemy of his enemy is his friend. At this time, we can only find the lords of Dongying district. Does anyone in the guild know the big lords of Dongying district? I think we should negotiate with them. If anyone knows the Dai Viet Kingdom, Siam Kingdom, and Taunga Kingdom, the Great Lord can also recommend it to me. At least it must be a city-level lord. When Li Minqiu returns to Korea, he can use the system owned by the player to quickly contact the lords of other civilized areas. Just relying on the power of a small civilized area, it is almost impossible to compete with a large civilized area. Tang Jun taught them a good lesson. The national war in the whole world gradually came to an end. The news spread that the Eastern Han district defeated the Goryeo district and the Japanese district at the same time. The lords of some small countries around the Eastern Han district felt uneasy. The suzerain country has shown terrifying strength in the early stage, and it is expected to be even stronger in the later stage. We must unify the country as soon as possible and then suppress them. The kingdom of Dai Viet, Tonggu, the kingdom of Malacca, and even the Mughal Empire in the South Asian subcontinent were very guarded against the Eastern Han dynasty. The stronger the Eastern Han dynasty becomes, the harder it will be for small countries on the edge of the Eastern Han dynasty to survive. National wars in other civilized areas are also gradually ending. The Roman Republic lost to the heavy cavalry and horse archers of the Parthian Empire, and was restrained by the other party in terms of military types. The Persian lords did not give the famous Roman generals a chance to make a comeback. However, Crassus, one of the Roman triumvirate, did not die in the national war, but escaped safely back to Rome. The national war is over. Qi Xiaobai, who was besieging Shuiyue town, looked ugly when he heard the news. He expected that the end of the national war would take at least 2 months.
But he did not expect that the Goryeo Lord would be destroyed so quickly.
Order Wu Sangui to defeat Xiaqing's reinforcements as soon as possible. The rest of the group will capture Shuiyue town at all costs.
Qi Xiaobai knew that Chu Tian would be back soon, and there was not much time left for him. Before Chu Tian's main force came back, he still had a chance to win by capturing Shuiyue town and holding 30 towns. Otherwise, he will be defeated by Chu Tian again. Engqi's city was in flames, and Chu Tian led his soldiers to snatch the loot. Soldiers fight hard for the spoils of victory. Chu Tian immediately went to rob Goguryeu's heavy cavalry and wanted to take off all their armor. To build a pair of iron armor is all a waste of money. When Chu Tian, who was greedy for money, was jealous of Goguryeu's heavy cavalry, a group of Tang troops stopped him.
The rebel Lord Chu Tian's troops have made great contributions to seizing Tushan. Your Majesty will reward you with 10 high-quality Turkic horses.
Chapter 150 Characteristic Rewards.
Ding! The Battle of Engqi City was won by the Eastern Han civilization. The military merits obtained by all Eastern Han players in this battle will be doubled. All Eastern Han players and lords will be sent away from the battlefield in 5 hours. Please count the loot in time.
Chu Tian didn't pay much attention to the system's announcement. He was inspecting the 10 high-quality Turkic horses rewarded by Emperor Taizongli Shimen of the Tang dynasty. Name: Superior Turkic War Horse, Diamond Level. Load A, Speed A. Endurance S, Impact Power B. Grain and Grass 10 units/year. Description: one of the top-grade war horses dedicated to Tian Khan by the Western Turks. Suitable for use by light cavalry. Chu Tian saw the Liangzhou horse at the horse market in Luoyang. It was a high-quality Turkic horse that was almost as valuable as the Liangzhou horse. It was estimated that the price was more than 50 gold. Li Shimen generously rewarded him with 10 good horses, equivalent to 500 taels of gold. Turkic war horses suitable for light cavalry are not necessarily available in the Eastern Han dynasty. Fang Xianling walked around the Turkic horse several times.
This horse's bones are thick and thick. Its mane is high and broad. Its eyes are like hanging mirrors. Its head is like a brick on the side. And its legs are like a deer, but not round. Ahem. Military advisor. You can be more straightforward.
When Chu Tian heard Fang Xianling's description, he felt dizzy. Fang Xianling concluded,
this is a good horse.
Unlike Xiliang horses, Turkic horses are suitable for light cavalry, not heavy cavalry.
1 horse for each of you.
Chu Tian generously donated the war horses to his generals. Such a good horse would be a waste for ordinary light cavalry, but it is just right for generals to use. It can also be used to escape at critical moments. The equipment and horses of Xiaqing's generals were also replaced during this national war. For example, Hua Mulan now owns 2 Tang knives, a horse spear, and a high-quality Turkic war horse. The total equipment of her body is worth 100 gold. There are still 5 hours until he is teleported away from the battlefield, and all the lords and players are counting the loot. Fang Xianling was responsible for counting all the gains of Xiaqing soldiers.
A total of 147 Goguryeo heavy cavalry, 311 light cavalry, 712 infantry and archers, more than 500 various war horses, and hundreds of armors and shields were captured. How much was the loss? The Shiliu battalion lost 221 people. The Xisheng battalion lost 144 people. The light cavalry lost 271 people. 34 out of 10 were lost, and the rest were injured. Such a loss would be too great.
Chu Tian found that Shiliu camp, which was good at defense, had lost 200 men. The Xisheng battalion suffered relatively few losses because they hid in the rear and shot arrows. However, Li Guang, the commander of the Xisheng battalion, was unlucky and was shot by Yang Wanchuan's cold arrow and suffered minor injuries. Chu Tian also had a headache about Li Guang's luck. After the entire national war, a total of 23,522 military merit points were obtained. After doubling, there were approximately 47,000 military merit points.
I have 34,000 military merits.
Prince Yan won a lot of military honors because his general Di Qing fought bravely to kill the enemy.
I only have 16,000 military merit.
Tian Qi of Pingyuan County was a little troubled. His Qingzhou crossbowmen did not kill many enemy troops. If it were not for the victory of the Eastern Han camp, he would only have 8,000 military merits. Chu Tian took a look at the rankings, and he was ranked first. The second place is Jiuzhou Laoqin, with 42,000 military merits. His generals Meng Wu and Meng Tian won military merits in battles, and also contributed to the construction of Tushan. because the earth mountain collapsed and destroyed the city wall. Not only was he not criticized by Li Shimin, but he also won a lot of military honors and several Turkic horses. Regarding such a result, Zhejiang Laoqin was also helpless. The collapse of Tushan was partly due to calculation errors. The third place is a small soldier at the border in the late Ming dynasty, who won 38,000 military merits. His cavalry won a lot of military honors when attacking the Goguryeo reinforcements, especially his Liaodong cavalry. Under the leadership of Li Chongyang, they killed thousands of Goguryeo soldiers. The troops of Mingguan also fought hard during the siege. The fourth place was Su Fengyin, the lord of Liangzhou, who received 37,000 military merits. The Xiliang cavalry showed its sharpness, and was not weaker than the Liaodong cavalry. He also had Li Shimin's great-grandfather Li, who as the commander of the Xiliang cavalry. The fifth place, Prince Yan ranked 7th, which Chu Tian did not expect.
I can only bring 2,000 peasant troops. If I could bring 20,000 peasant troops, my ranking would not be so low.
The leader of Hanzhong, Zhang Dao, was one of the 10 army commanders, but he was only ranked 19th. His Yellow Turban Chang and Chuang Wang refugee armies were not strong and lacked cavalry. They followed the tactics of winning by quantity, and could not exert any advantage in the First National War.
The first place is farming again. He is in Shuzhou, and I am in Qingzhou. If he can survive, there will be a battle in the future.
Mr. Zhao from Qingzhou was ranked 9th. He was worried when he saw that the first place was Chu Tian, whose territory was in Shuzhou. To the north of Langya Kingdom is Beihai Kingdom, whether it is close or far away. After the National War, when the various lords return to their respective territories, they will have conflicts and annexations due to territorial and interest issues. Chu Tian of Langya Kingdom will acquire a characteristic of Li Shimin, which is really a painful thing for Mr. Zhao in Beihai Kingdom. His enemies may be very powerful in the future.
Gori Bangzi will never dare to be arrogant again.
Daha, the lord of Jiuyuan County in Bingzhou, touched his bald head and couldn't help but be overjoyed that the country had won the war. The lords present couldn't help but nod. The lords of Korea have always been arrogant and believe that the entire universe belonged to them. This national war made them know what it means to be a heavenly kingdom.
Gong Ziwen, your territory is in Dongjun, and Cao Cao is also in Dongjun. You may be in trouble next.
Before Chu Tian left, he met the temporary subordinates of the 2nd Legion. These people might become allies in the future. Gong Ziwen didn't care very much.
I have Pang Wan, a famous general in Wei. As long as I recruit Wei soldiers, I may not be able to compete with Cao Cao. If I can defeat Cao Cao, I guess I will become famous in one battle. If I lose, I will run to Shuzhou, take refuge in you. Ha ha.
Chu Tian only thought Gong Ziwen was joking. Pang Wan under Gong Ziwen was also a famous general. The most enviable thing was not Pang Wan himself, but Pang Wan's unit Wei Wuzu, one of the top infantrymen in the Eastern Han Dynasty, even above Shiliu Camp.
Western Liaoning is close to Liaodong and controls the Western Liaoning corridor. It is the site of the 4 battles, and there are also attacks from the Xianbei tribe on the prairie. Can your Di Qing block these pressures? You'd better be careful about your planes. Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and Han Fu may all compete for Jizhou and Qingzhou.
All the lords knew that after the First National War, all lords would devote themselves to expanding their territories. In Lords, the process of the Eastern Han Dynasty has been accelerated due to the player's intervention. Changes have occurred and Cao Cao has become the prefect of Dongjun. Cao Cao was the first prince in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, and his development determined the pattern of the Eastern Han Dynasty. If Cao Cao were allowed to start recruiting troops and expanding his territory now, it is estimated that the entire Eastern Han Dynasty would be in chaos. Anqi City is still filled with smoke and has nothing to do with Chu Tian and these lords. Chu Tian and his party were disgraced because of the end of the war. Mingguan came to Chu Tian with 2 generals.
I lost to you and Zhou Laoqin this time because you completed some tasks assigned by the Tang army. You may not be able to kill more enemies than I do.
Chu Tian looked at the generals behind Mingguan. The 2 generals were full of murderous intent. He knew they were strong men at a glance.
Completing the mission will make a greater contribution than simply killing the enemy. Are your subordinates supposed to be historical generals?
Mingguan didn't seem to intend to hide it.
Li Chongyang and Zhu Das Ho. They will be the nails that prevent the Korean lords from entering Liaodong. With them here, I will drive the Korean lords who tried to enter Liaodong into the river to feed the fish. It turned out to be them.
Chu Tian was quite familiar with the history of the Ming dynasty, and these 2 people were quite famous. Qi Jiguang in the southeast, and Li Chungliang in the northeast. When Li Chungliang was in charge of Liaodong, the Jurchen and Mongolian tribes did not dare to breathe.
I have completely defeated all the small and medium-sized lords who have joined forces in Xianping County. Soon I will sweep the entire Xianping County and even capture the county seat. Can you keep up with me?
Mingguan is somewhat provocative. After the First National War, the various lords were no longer allies. Even if they fought, there would be no moral constraints.
Maybe.
Chu Tian was also thinking about attacking Lengy's city, which was exactly the same strategy as Mingguan's strategy of clearing out the small and medium lords and then besieging the county.
You are really confident in yourself. I really envy you. There is not much pressure in Kaiyang County. Shuzhou, Liaodong has the advantage of horse-producing land.
Chu Tian and Mingguan competed with each other. However, their territory is separated by the sea, so there will be no direct conflict of interest in the short term. At most, Mingguan will be squeezed out in some activities, which makes him a little unhappy. The Tang army reorganized their formation and knew that the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty were about to leave. The black cloud-like black armored cavalry stopped. Their sharp horses pointed at the sky. Seeing the majestic Tang army, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty couldn't help but get excited. In the future, some of them may be able to form a legion of hundreds of thousands of people, just like Li Shimon's legion in front of them.
We should get ready to leave.
Chu Tian once again confirmed that everyone had returned to the team and had brought all the loot. Thousands of Goguryeo captives were also spoils of war. These prisoners may become Xia City's cannon fodder, or they may become Xia City's coolies, contributing to Xia City's success. National war rewards have not yet been settled at this time. According to convention, Chu Tian should be able to obtain one of Li Shimon's characteristics. As for the characteristics of Li Shimon, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, no one knows, because no one can recruit Li Shimon. Li Shimon has at least 4 or 5 characteristics, which are basically positive characteristics. Chu Tianxuan thought that if his own commander had negative characteristics, there might be a chance of acquiring them. Li Shimon's black spot lies in the Xuanwu Gate incident, where he competed for the Crown Prince's qualifications and forced his father, Li Yuan, to abdicate. If he were to acquire the negative characteristic of
a loving father and a filial son,
Chu Tian would probably cry without tears. A soldier in white clothes appeared among the Tang army and witnessed the departure of the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian was very sure that he was Xuerengui, but he never had the chance to recruit him. Moreover, it is undoubtedly a dream to recruit Xuerengui in the Tang army. If the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty wanted to recruit powerful generals like Xuerengui, they still had to rely on hero recruitment orders. 5 hours later, all the Eastern Han lords were sent away from the battlefield.
I lost again this time. I just want to farm well. He already has the characteristics of Lu Ji or Huang Fusong. And now he adds the characteristics of Li Shimon. He may become the lord of the Eastern Han dynasty with the most powerful characteristics. As for me, not a single feature.
Mingguan returned to Liaodong County, somewhat unwillingly.
Ding! You have obtained the characteristic of Tang Dynasty General Ashina Shir. Long drive.
Mingguan was especially unbelievable when he heard the notice. He did not expect that the third place in the national competition would also have the opportunity to obtain the characteristics of a famous general. Mingguan learned the characteristics of the Turkic prince Ashina Shir and hurriedly checked. This is an A-level feature. The cavalry march speed is plus 5%. The force march speed is plus 10%. And the morale is not easy to decline during the force march.
Although it is an A-level characteristic, if used properly, it is no less than an S-level characteristic.
Only Mingguan, who often uses cavalry tactics, knows the practicality of the feature, long drive. Although this characteristic has nothing to do with attack or defense, it does affect the cavalry's marching speed. If he personally leads the cavalry on a long-distance attack, he will have an advantage. The second-ranked Zhoujiang Laoqin also received a characteristic. The SS-level characteristic, 100 battles, from the Tang Army General Li Ji. The command value will increase with the accumulation of battle experience. The higher you go, the harder it is to increase.
Li Ji began to fight on the battlefield when he was in the Wagon army. Later, he followed Li Shimen in the north and south until he defeated Goguryeo. He can indeed be said to have experienced hundreds of battles.
Zhoujiang Laoqin obtained the 100 battles trait and was very satisfied. 100 wars does not directly add bonuses to the army, but it can increase the lord's command value, allowing him to personally command more troops in the future. After experiencing hundreds of battles, Even ordinary people have a chance to become famous generals.
Chu Zimu. What characteristics did he acquire?
After the second and third Jiang Lao Qin and Mingwan each obtained the characteristics of a general, they couldn't help but wonder what characteristics Chu Tian obtained. The characteristics of a number of Tang Dynasty generals such as Ashina Shir and Li Ji are already very practical and powerful. And Li Shimon's characteristics should be even more impressive. Chu Tian returned to the square of Xiaoqing. He took 2,000 people with him when he went out to fight. When he came back, he only had more than 1,300 people left, as well as thousands of Goguryeo prisoners.
Lord!
The civilians of Xia City have long been waiting here for the Lord's triumphant return. When Chu Tian led his troops back, the scene was chaotic, and there were many players watching the fun. Chu Tian, the first lord in the Battle of Ungshi City in the Eastern Han District, who was feared by countless Goryeo lords, finally returned to Xia City. Chu Tian did not see Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao who came to greet them. Only Li Kuei, a civil servant.
Where did they go?
Chu Tian asked directly. Li Kuei was a smart minister, and the master knew the whereabouts of whom Chu Tian wanted to ask as soon as he asked.
My lord is unaware that Qi Xiaobai, the lord of Yangdu County, took advantage of your absence to attack Shuiyue town again. Miss Xia and General Lu had to go north for reinforcements. Confused, how could they be Qi Xiaobai's opponents?
Chu Tian learned the news as soon as he came back and couldn't help but shake his head. Qi Xiaobai has an epic general, Xiao Liang, who has no experience in leading troops, and Lu Sandao, an ordinary gold-level general, may not be the opponent of each other. Moreover, almost all of Xia Cheng's main force was taken away by Chu Tian. At this moment, Chu Tian received a prompt for the settlement of the National War Rewards.
Ding! During the National War Rewards settlement, you obtained Li Shimon's monarch characteristic Tian Khan.
Chapter 151 Tian Khan Chu Tian.
Khan of Heaven.
Chu Tian was stunned on the spot. He thought that it would be enough to obtain one of Li Shimon's SS-level characteristics. At present, Chu Tian only has Huang Fusong's A-level characteristic Han Army Soul Large. Now he actually obtained Li Shimon's characteristic Tian Khan.
Lord, what's wrong with you?
Li Kuei thought Chu Tian was stunned because he was dissatisfied with Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao going north to support Shuiyue town.
Fine.
Time was running out, so Chu Tian hurriedly checked his dashboard. Name, Chu Tian, I just want to farm well. Title, 6th level officer, 20 level military title system. Official position, Kaiyang County Lieutenant. Level, 45, experience, for 2121/150000. Commander, 42, force, 39, intelligence, 41, politics 50. Equipment, Wuzhan Dao, gold level. Mingwang armor, gold level. Kung Fu, Huang Tianju, can improve physical fitness. Characteristic 1, Great Han Army Soul Big A-level trait. All attributes of Eastern Han District troops on the battlefield plus 3%. Characteristic 2, Tian Khan, the exclusive SSS-level monarch characteristic of Tang Taizong, the co-lord of the world. The probability of surrender of foreign heroes is increased, and the loyalty of foreign heroes is not easy to decline when using foreign troops as servants. The loyalty of foreign troops is not easy to decline, and the attack power is plus 10%. The probability of NPC tribes being afraid and surrendering is increased when fighting against alien armies. The odds of alien armies becoming confused, losing morale, routing, and rebelling are increased. Special Unit, Shisheng Battalion, Level 6 Archers of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Seeing the long list of characteristics of Tian Khan, Chu Tian was dazzled. This was the first time he saw the characteristics of a monarch. That is, the characteristics of famous kings in history. In short, the characteristic of Tian Khan is to drive foreign armies to serve as cannon fodder, while at the same time making foreign tribes feel frightened and even regard you as the common master of the world. Although this feature was almost useless in the Eastern Han Dynasty's civil war, it would be of no use in a foreign war. It is estimated that countless civilized lords want to hammer Chu Tian to death. The characteristics of Tian Khan are too powerful in external battles. Chu Tian even dared to capture their heroes and troops under the banner of Khan of Heaven, and then persuaded their heroes to surrender and ordered them to attack other civilized areas.
How can it have such powerful foreign war characteristics? It's really too much.
Chu Tian was indignant, and then prayed in his heart for half a minute for the lords of other civilized areas. Chu Tian did not intend to let anyone know that he owned Tian Khan. This is a weapon specially designed to deal with other civilized zone lords. Chu Tian wants to capture the heroes from other civilized areas, and then use them to deal with each civilized area, so that other civilized areas can feel what Tian Khan is. Chu Tian doubted the strength of Heavenly Khan, and only a few monarch characteristics such as God's Whip, Genghis Khan, and Augustus could be compared. However, when the Eastern Han dynasty was unified, the Tian Khan seemed to be useless. In the battles between the lords and princes within the Eastern Han dynasty, the Eastern Han dynasty's own troops were basically used. After all, it is a feature specially provided for the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty to fight abroad.
No, Tian Khan's characteristics are useful now.
Chu Tian saw more than 100 captive Goguryeo heavy cavalry that were as big as iron barrels. In Lords, the Goguryeo heavy cavalry can barely be regarded as a foreign unit. The characteristics of Sky Khan are effective for them, and their salary is halved, and their attack power is plus 10%. Because Chu Tian had the characteristics of
Khan of Heaven.
When the captured Goguryeo heavy cavalry looked at Chu Tian, their eyes were both fanatical and fearful, as if they were seeing gods. Is this how Khan felt that day? Chu Tian was treated like a god by a group of Goguryeo captives, and he felt a little bit like Li Shimin. The cost of fighting in a farming civilization is too high. Recruiting some brave and capable tribesmen and letting them serve the Tang Empire will not only save costs, but also reduce pensions. It can also consume the youth of these tribes and let them there is a place to vent your energy.
Such a strategy is good, but in the later stages, once the descendants are unable to control the situation, it will form a situation where the tail is too big to lose. And Lushan is the best example. Moreover, the army in the Eastern Han dynasty must be the main force. Otherwise it will rely on foreign armies and martial arts. They will be wasted. Foreigners can be treated as cannon fodder.
Chu Tian saw the shortcomings of relying too much on foreign armies for combat. There have been foreign servant armies in all dynasties. The Western Region Protectorate Army of the Han Dynasty, the Fan Army of the Tang Dynasty, and the border troops of the Ming Dynasty also absorbed some nomadic tribes. Chu Tian didn't need to think more. Even if he wanted to use the foreign troops as cannon fodder, he couldn't recruit foreign troops. He could only capture them alive from the national war, or send people out to sea to buy them.
If you follow me on the expedition and make military exploits, your punishment will be reduced.
Chu Tian has the Heavenly Khan attribute and can control the Goguryeo cavalry. At least they will not rebel in a short time. With only 1,300 men left in his hands, it was a bit difficult to deal with Chi Xiaobai's Yangdu County coalition forces. Therefore, Chu Tian temporarily deployed Goguryeo cavalry and infantry archers. This group of captives heard that their crimes could be reduced, so they followed the titular Tian Khan into battle.
One day I will capture all those people in Rome, and then send them to attack the city of Rome.
Chu Tian found that the alien servant army was used without any distress. They did not bring their families with them. They did not need to pay pensions if they died in battle, and their salaries were very small. Being a dog for the Khan is their greatest honor. As soon as Chu Tian returned to Xia City, without even entering the Lord's palace, he went out again, heading north along the Yi River to support the Xia City troops, who might be surrounded. He, Hua Mulan, and Li Guang led the Xiaqing light cavalry and the Goguryeo light cavalry to attack for hundreds of miles with lightning speed.
Ding! The national war rewards have been settled, and you will receive the additional reward of being the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty. 1 copy each of the Tang Standard Horse Stem drawings, the Tang Standard Horizontal Sword drawings, and a Tang General's recruitment order. Ding! The military merit you have obtained can be redeemed within 1 month. If it exceeds the expiration date, it will become invalid.
In addition to gaining the monarch characteristics of Li Shimin's
Khan of Heaven,
Chu Tian also received other rewards. However, Chu Tian, who was eager to go north to defeat Chi Xiaobai, had no time to check and process these rewards. The reward you received is already in your arms, and cannot be dropped. If a capable subordinate dies in battle, that's bad. It was difficult for Chu Tian to find someone who could help him make money.
The Lord of Xia City has returned from farming. He only has about 1,000 elite soldiers left and more than 1,000 prisoners. He is leading the soldiers participating in the national war to go north quickly. What's going on? Those Goguryeo cavalry are actually willing to sacrifice their lives for him, and they seem to be very fanatical. Lord, be careful. He has a heavy cavalry in his army. Goguryeo heavy cavalry.
In order to go south to attack Taiyang County, Chi Xiaobai has made careful arrangements and even sent spies to Xiaqing to spy. If there is any trouble in Xiaqing, he can know it immediately.
Goguryeo Heavy Cavalry. The heavy cavalry is at least the 4th level of arms. Ordinary lords cannot afford it. This heavy cavalry must be the enemy he captured during the National War. However, how could the Goguryeo Heavy Cavalry be willing to be a lord in the Eastern Han Dynasty? Working hard, Qi Xiaobai felt like he was struck by lightning. He calculated that in order to win the first place in the National War, Chu Tian would definitely gain military exploits at any cost. After the National War, the elite would lose at least 3 or 4 10 points. However, he failed to calculate that Chu Tian had acquired the Heavenly Khan attribute, and a group of Goguryeo cavalry rushed to be Chu Tian's dog. Who can I ask to reason with this? Qi Xiaobai looked at Shui Yuezhen, who remained motionless, and felt deep despair. He failed here for the second time. Lord Shui Yu can manage a large guild, and is also a capable person. Before leading the guild's elite to participate in the National War, he has already deployed defenses in advance. Qi Xiaobai failed to attack many times. At this time, Shui Yu and the players from the Wolf Guild returned to Shui Yu Town to take charge of the overall situation. It would be difficult for Qi Xiaobai to conquer Shui Yu Town. If you give me another half-month, I may be able to capture Shui Yu Town. But the National War ends too quickly and gives me too little time. Retreat! Inform General Wu Sangui of the news and order him to retreat. Qi Xiaobai assessed the situation and found that capturing Shui Yu Town was already a beautiful fantasy. At this time, he could only withdraw his troops like the first time he went south to conquer Shui Yu Town, and then sought shelter from the Taishan thief Chang Shi to prevent Chu Tian from going north. In the south of Shui Yu Town, reinforcements led by Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao were ambushed by Wu Sangui and suffered heavy losses. But Xiao Liang saved a hand. She asked Xia Cheng's naval battalion to carry out 10 cruisers and 20 sentry boats along the river for support, and used the arrow rain from the ships and the muddy soil by the river to block Wu Sangui's cavalry assault. The current situation is that the coalition forces of Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao are surrounded by Wu Sangui in a half-moon shape. Wu Sangui did not have enough troops to completely destroy Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao's troops. As a gold-level Bao hero, Lu Sandao was led by 3rd-level Shuzhou archers. The arrow rain was very lethal. Wu Sangui was unable to break the formation without Guan Ning's cavalry and a small number of troops. Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao did not dare to order the soldiers to leave in batches by boat. This meant that some of the soldiers who stayed on the shore might be driven into the river by Wu Sangui and drowned. This resulted in a confrontation between the two sides. Miss Xia, why don't you take a boat back to Xia City and ask for reinforcements? It will be very dangerous to stay here. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Sandao asked Xiao Liang to leave by boat. With the help of the zouk parked by the river, Xiao Liang was able to lead some elites to escape. Once the ship leaves the river, the enemies will definitely swarm us. Our dry food can still hold on for 2 or 3 days. It depends on who can't hold on first. The Lord will come soon, and the enemies on the opposite side will retreat soon. It's cool to have a cool chest in summer. She knew that the National War was over. And with Chu Tian's character, she would definitely go north to support him as soon as possible. 2 or 3 days of non-stop light cavalry were enough to arrive. If Wu Sangui does not retreat, Wu Sangui himself will be in doom when Chu Tian's reinforcements arrive. The Lord has an order. The Lord of Xia City has returned and is leading his troops to march north to support. Wu Sangui was planning to eat the armies of Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao. But he received a reminder from his lord Qi Xiaobai. If I had more soldiers and horses, I would even dare to set up a second ambush. Faced with this situation, Wu Sangui had no choice but to order the withdrawal of troops. He and Qi Xiaobai faced the offensives of the Shuiyue town army, Xiao Liang Lu Sandao coalition forces, and Chu Tian's reinforcements at the same time. If they did not retreat, they would be trapped in a tight siege. He simply did not have enough troops to separate and set up an ambush. The soldiers and horses led by Wu Sangui gradually retreated and disappeared into the horizon. Miss Xia, you are really good at predicting things. I didn't expect that the other party actually retreated. When Lu Sandao saw Wu Sangui's army retreating, he couldn't help but admire Xiao Liang's accurate judgment. Send out scouts to conduct reconnaissance. We will continue to guard here until we are sure that the enemy has really left. Xiao Liang remained calm and did not relax just because Wu Sangui left. After waiting for about 2 or 3 hours, the scout came back and reported. Report, the enemy has not retreated yet, and is ambushing not far away. The opponent's general is really a difficult opponent. Although Xiao Liang did not have a commander, nor any force or characteristics,
She had a good mind. She saw through Wu Sangui's intention to retreat, and then launch another attack. Wu Sangui's ambush was discovered, and his last attempt failed. And then he truly retreated.
Miss Xia, you are truly amazing.
Lu Sandao still spared no effort to praise. Xiao Liang ignored Lu Sandao and actively tried to contact Chu Tian to inform him of his current location. Chu Tian led the light cavalry and rushed to the Yi River. Wu Sangui had already withdrawn from the siege.
It didn't look like there was much loss. I thought we were defeated and suffered heavy losses.
Chu Tian saw the Xiao Liang Lu Sandao coalition forces arrayed by the river. He thought that most of the 3,700-man army would be killed or wounded. But looking at it now, they had lost at most 200 to 300 people, who were still low-level soldiers and insignificant. The light cavalry reigned in the reins. Chu Tian dismounted and walked towards Xiao Liang and Lu Sandao. Xiao Liang closed her eyes, afraid of being scolded by Chu Tian, and even slapped her. Chu Tian just knocked her on the head.
Your head is used to make money, not to fight. Return to Xia City quickly.
Xiao Liang opened his eyes.
You won't punish me? What other punishment do you want?
Chu Tian rolled his eyes.
My lord, it would be great if you came back. We can go and join the defenders of Shuiyue town.
Seeing that Xiao Liang was not punished, Lu Sandao thought he was fine and breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Sandao, for this defeat, I will be fined 3 months' salary.
Chu Tian poured a basin of cold water on Lu Sandao.
My lord, you are right. You are a military commander. If you are defeated in battle, you will not be punished. Who will be punished? You also need a woman to help you make suggestions. Otherwise the whole army may be annihilated. Yes, yes.
Lu Sandao thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed the case. It seems that in the future, each military general will have to be assigned a dedicated counselor. Otherwise some military generals will have no strategy at all. A counselor may be able to help ordinary generals see through the strategies of historical generals. At least Wu Sangui didn't get much benefit from Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang asked,
Lord, what are your plans now? Return to Xia City temporarily. You don't plan to attack Yangdu County? First take Kaiyang County and let Qi Xiaobai jump up and down for a few months. I haven't digested the reward of this national war yet.
Chapter 152 National War Rewards.
The Lord is back in the city.
In fact, this was the second time Chu Tian returned to Xiaoqing. As soon as he returned from the national war, he immediately went north. After expelling Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui, he officially returned to the city. The combination of Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui is not weak. They also tried their best to unify the southern part of Yangdu County. It was just that the end time of the national war caught them off guard. They were afraid of the victorious Chu Tian, so they immediately retreated. The crisis in Shuiyue town was resolved, and Chu Tian returned directly to the army. When he becomes stronger, he must uproot Qi Xiaobai and the Taishan thief Chang Shi behind him. Chu Tian returned with the elite troops, who had won the national war in a show of force, followed by a group of Goguryeo soldiers, who respected Chu Tian like gods and knelt down. Officials and wealthy families in Xiaoqing came to greet him one after another. Not only the original residents of Xia City, but also the free players who moved to Xia City already looked at Chu Tian with some fear, because Chu Tian already has its own power, and its power is strong. There is currently no sign of going downhill.
Although residential houses in Xia City are expensive, they are worth it. The land price in Xiaoqing is expected to increase 5-fold in the future. We can buy a few more private houses.
Some free players saw Chu Tian's elite troops and realized that Chu Tian's power might snowball like a snowball. So they began to speculate on land prices. In the core area of Xiaoqing, every inch of land is precious. Chu Tian returned to Xia City and finally had the opportunity to take a good look at the 2 drawings he had obtained. One is a drawing of a horse, and the other is a drawing of a tang sword. After having special blueprints, the blacksmith shop can produce horse swords and tang knives. The Ma Chao and the Tang Dao are both weapons. With these 2 drawings, you can produce the Tang Dynasty style Ma Chao and the Tang Dao. The horse sword is a weapon used by heavy cavalry, while the tang sword can be used by both infantry and cavalry. It can even be equipped by archers and grain transporters. The prerequisite is that you have the money to build a large number of tang swords. Chu Tian found a senior blacksmith from Xia City and gave him 2 drawings to see if they could be produced. The senior blacksmith looked at the drawings in detail and said slowly,
The Tang Dao produced by this Tang Dao drawing is a silver level weapon, but it is sharper than the Huanshou Dao of the same level. The Ma Chao produced by the Ma Chao drawing is a gold class weapon, The price of the horse knife may be much more expensive than the tang knife, and it can even be passed down from generation to generation.
Chu Tian had long thought that the price of the horse was high, and this kind of weapon specially supplied to heavy cavalry was not for ordinary people to use. Some heavy cavalrymen can also treat their horses as family heirlooms, passed down from generation to generation.
First make 100 tang knives and 10 horse spears.
Chu Tian roughly estimated the price, and then arranged for craftsmen to produce it.
Yes!
The senior blacksmith accepted the 2 drawings. The 2 drawings record the production technology of Ma Shu and Tang Dao. Once the blacksmith masters the skills of making the horse sword and the tang sword, he can create the 2 weapons, the horse sword and the tang sword. This requires time and resources. Silver-level weapons were more valuable to Chu Tian than gold-level weapons. The reason was very simple. No lord was wealthy enough to equip every soldier with gold-level weapons. It is already a big deal for a soldier to be equipped with a silver-level weapon. After all, the horse is a precious weapon used by heavy cavalry. After Chu Tian returned to the lord's mansion, he took a bath and changed clothes, and dealt with the internal affairs accumulated during this period. Preparatory work for the 3rd-level horse market has been completed. Currently, there are 2 horse dealers willing to settle in Xiaqing. After all, Xia City is a small city with a population of tens of thousands, and the demand for horses is neither large nor small. The horses in the horse market are divided into military war horses and civilian pack horses. The price of a war horse is much higher than that of a pack horse. Otherwise the war horse would not be so precious.
More than 400 war horses were captured from the battlefield of Unchi City, of which about 150 were excellent Goguryeo war horses that could withstand heavy cavalry. Wambulan's light cavalry lost more than 200 horses. The existing war horses can probably form an army of 150 people. Heavy cavalry, 500 light cavalry.
Chu Tian originally wanted to build a 4th-level cavalry battalion, but now it seems that the need is not so urgent. With the monarch characteristics of Heavenly Khan, you can use the Goguryeo heavy cavalry with a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver and no pension. The Goguryeo heavy cavalry of more than 140 people only pays less than 300 taels of silver monthly as a military salary. Such cannon fodder troops are rare. After they are killed in battle, collect horses and armor to form a new heavy cavalry force.
I'm so black-hearted.
Chu Tian was not allowed to consider issues from the position of a lord. Maximizing profits is in line with the lord's thinking. Chu Tian checked Xia Qing's account books again. The handwriting on the account books was beautiful and orderly. Even Chu Tian could understand it. Then, there are records of grain and the cultivation of new farmland. Li Kui and Xiao Liang handled these matters without any flaws. The only loss was the 200 to 300 low-level soldiers killed in Wu Sangui's sneak attack. Chu Tian would ask Wu Sangui to get back this debt. But not now. Now Chu Tian still has a recruitment order for generals of the Tang dynasty. Name, Detong General Recruitment Order. Effect, randomly recruit a historical military general from the Tang dynasty. In addition to a recruitment order for generals of the Tang dynasty, Chu Tian still had 47,000 military merits that he had not used. Military merit can be exchanged for many rewards. The magistrate of Kaiyang County needs 10,000 military merits, and the Prime Minister of Lengia needs 100,000 military merits. Chu Tian is now Kaiyang County Lieutenant, and he can spend another 5,000 military merits to be promoted to Kaiyang County Magistrate. But Chu Tian had no idea of wasting military merit and getting promoted. There is not much difference between a Kaiyang County Captain and a County Magistrate. In troubled times, whoever has soldiers has real power. Whether he becomes a Kaiyang County Magistrate or not is not important. Chu Tian coveted the position of Lengia Prime Minister. The Prime Minister of Lengia is equivalent to the Prefect of the county, second only to the Governor of Shuzhou. With the title of Lengia Prime Minister, Chu Tian can openly and honestly attack all the lords and forces in Lengia who disobey orders. The Prime Minister of Lengia needed 100,000 military merits, but Chu Tian's military merits were not enough, so he gave up.
In the future, I will please Dong Zhuo and ask him to get me the Governor of Shuzhou and the Mudan of Shuzhou. That old boy Tao Qian is not qualified to sit in that position.
Chu Tian pinned his hopes on Dong Zhuo. After all, I was Dong Zhuo's benefactor when Dong Zhuo kidnapped Emperor Xian of Han. Wouldn't it be nice to try to please him and let Dong Zhuo make me a prince? Dong Zhuo was very generous when conferring these false posts. The premise is to have some strength. Chu Tian will see if there are any good things left. In the first epic battle, his military merit was 14,000. And this time, his military merit was 47,000. which can be exchanged for more good things. Chu Tian saw a recruitment order in the list of items that could be exchanged for military merit. Seeing the recruitment order, Chu Tian felt a little moved. Almost all of his historical heroes were recruited through recruitment orders. Any recruitment order is a good thing. Name, Random Special Talent Recruitment Order. Military merit required 20,000. Effect, you can randomly recruit a special talent or historical special talent. Special talent. Chu Tian is now very familiar with Lord. Special talents include physicians, blacksmiths, shipwrights, carpenters, stonemasons, dancers, poets, assassins, and more. Xiaocheng also has many special talents. Exchange 1. Chu Tian spent 20,000 military merits in exchange for a recruitment order with some distress. 20,000 military merits may be a non-historical special talent, or he may be a historical special talent, which makes people love and hate him. Just don't recruit eunuchs for me. After 20,000 military merits were consumed, there were still 27,000 military merits left. Drawings of the 6th Level Cavalry Battalion. Chu Tian saw a drawing that he coveted after the first epic battle. Chu Tian, who only had 14,000 military merits at the time, spent 5,000 military merits to exchange for a 6th Level Infantry Battalion blueprint. He did not have enough military merits to exchange for a 6th Level Cavalry Battalion blueprint worth 20,000 military merits. And now, he finally has enough military merit to exchange for a 6th Level Cavalry Battalion blueprint. The blueprint of the 6th Level Cavalry Battalion is not a matter of price, but that it has a price but no market. Apart from epic battles and national wars, there is basically no other way to obtain level 6 barracks blueprints. Some small and medium-sized lords want to recruit troops, but do not have advanced barracks blueprints. They can only choose to capture cities with advanced barracks, such as Luoyang, Xiapi, Xiangyang, etc. Langya City doesn't even have a 6th Level Cavalry Battalion. I have to capture it. Chu Tian considered that Li Guang had a 5th Level Exclusive Cavalry, and Hua Mulan had a 6th Level Exclusive Cavalry. A 6th Level Cavalry Battalion drawing could cover their arms. Of course, exclusive arms may also have restrictions on horses, equipment, and troop sources. High-level cavalry still has very strict requirements on troop sources. The further north you go, the higher the proportion of troop sources suitable to serve as cavalry. Only 7,000 military merits are left. After Chu Tian exchanged the two items, his military merit was completely insufficient. The construction drawings of the 7th Level Cavalry Battalion are worth 40,000 military merits. The construction drawings of the 8th Level Cavalry Battalion are worth 80,000 military merits. Chu Tian saw some sky-high price items, and his military achievements simply couldn't satisfy him. So Chu Tian had no choice but to change to a level 4 production building drawing for a small weapons workshop. Weapons workshops are more efficient than blacksmith shops, which can reduce the cost of producing horse swords and tang knives and shorten the production time. The heavy cavalry has horse bows. The Shiliu camp has tang swords, and the Shisheng camp has mulberry composite bows. For the time being, the unified Han Dynasty Liangdang armor is used for armor. The Goguryeo heavy cavalry is left behind, and the other prisoners can be used as coolies. Chu Tian exchanged a few more drawings for improving the architecture of Xia City, and squandered all his military achievements. Now he only has 2 recruitment tokens in his hand. One part recruits random special talents, worth 20,000 military merits, and the other part recruits random Tang Dynasty generals. The reward for the first lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty camp in the Battle of Ungchi City. Obviously the latter is better. Chu Tian was used to putting better things later, so he used the random special talent recruitment order first. Oh Yezi, Mozi, and Bien Quebec. Even if Wang Zhao Jun, Chen Yuan, and Lu Rushi come along, I can barely accept it. In order to use the recruitment order, Chu Tian had taken a bath, changed clothes, and burned incense to worship his ancestors. Ding! Consume a random special talent recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the poet Saint Du Fu. When Chu Tian recruited this historical hero, he couldn't help but froze in place, and couldn't recover for a long time. He was even more dizzy than getting Li Shimon's characteristic Tian Khan. The poet Du Fu? Chu Tian was very familiar with this name. Ask all the lords and free players in the Eastern Han district who don't know this name. Chu Tian thought it was some four beauties, but a poet turned out to be a nightmare for countless players in the Eastern Han dynasty. Ding! The achievement system's S-level Achievement Li and Du's poems are translated by thousands of mouths is now open.
Collect the poets Li Bai and Du Fu to get special rewards. The achievement system that Chu Tian didn't have much hope for finally had a hint. This time we want to collect 2 poets. Li Bai and Du Fu. It seems very simple. But no one knows how to get Li Bai. Du Fu is a special person he recruited through a random recruitment order. Speaking of which, this was the first time Chu Tian saw the profession of a poet. A scholar in long robes bowed to Chu Tian, with a bit of anxiety in his tone. Your Majesty, Du Zimei pays homage to your lord. Du Zimei? Chu Tian thought for a moment before realizing that Zimei was Du Fu's name. So he called himself Du Zimei. No need to be polite. When Chu Tian saw the legendary Du Fu, he was still a little surprised. He circled around Du Fu. He didn't look much different from an ordinary scholar. He took another look at Du Fu's panel attributes. Chu Tian was still very curious about the poet's panel. Name Du Fu. Talent, special talent, poet. Level 30, experience 0/10,000. Official position none. Identity, poet of the Tang Dynasty. Loyalty, 95. Status, healthy. Commander, 19, maximum 31. Force, 16, maximum 25. Intelligence, 73, upper limit 80. Politics, 53, maximum 67. Charm, 93. Phasiality, 230, unfortunate. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, Poet Saint, SS level trait. Territorial cultural prosperity and influence plus 25%. Increases the probability of special talents seeking refuge. Characteristic 2, Du Fu Thatched Cottage, S level trait. When serving as a teacher, the probability of students becoming special talents increases. Characteristic 3, Worry about the country and its people, S level trait. Residents in the territory will be more loyal to the Lord and more satisfied with the territory. Du Fu's intelligence is neither high nor low. The intelligence in the Lord is mainly measured by strategy. Du Fu's intelligence is obviously not reflected in making plans, but in poetry and articles. Du Fu's real value is 3 positive characteristics, all of which can bring positive bonuses to the territory. And the magnitude of the bonuses is exaggerated. Xia Cheng's cultural influence suddenly increased by 25%. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Du Fu has characteristics or not, because as long as Chu Tian claims that the poet Du Fu is in Xia City, countless free players will definitely come to visit. Visit Du Fu. The cultural influence of Xiaoqing can definitely be improved. It's just that Du Fu was also an unlucky person. Even more unlucky than Li Guang. He lived after the Angqi Rebellion and was homeless for most of his life. Mr. Wrongful is temporarily teaching at our rural school in Xiaoqing. Chu Tian really couldn't think of a job more suitable for Du Fu than teaching. Du Fu could also handle some government affairs. But compared with prime minister level literati such as Fang Xianling and Li Kui, Du Fu's politics were not good enough. Chu Tian's mood was complicated. He still had a recruitment order for generals of the Tang Dynasty in his hand. He might have recruited some unexpected person. Chapter 153 3 Arrows Fix Tian Shan. Ding! Consume a random Tang Dynasty general recruitment order, and you will gain the allegiance of the Imperial General Shuerengui. A young general in white clothes appeared in the back hall of the Lord's mansion. He was majestic and carried a square-shaped halberd. He was young and energetic. Chu Tian saw that this man was exactly the same as the Tang army soldier he saw on the battlefield of Angqi City. The soldiers of the Tang army who massacred everyone in Angqi City and killed Goguryeo soldiers and generals one after another were indeed no ordinary soldiers, but the famous General Shuerengui of the Tang Dynasty. The story of the 3 arrows that fixed the Tianshan Mountains can be said to be very popular. Dozens of brave cavalrymen from the 9 surnamed Kila came to challenge. Shuerengui fired 3 arrows at the formation, killing 3 people. The enemy troops fell in the wind. The general's 3 arrows fixed the Tianshan Mountains, and the soldier sang into Hanguan. He failed to recruit Shuerengui on the battlefield of Angqi City, but gained Shuerengui's allegiance in this way. Seems pretty good too. However, Shueli, who appeared in Chu Tian, seemed a little immature, and did not look like a war-experienced god of war. Chu Tian suspected that he was younger than himself. Name Shueli. Talent, Imperial General, Writing/Bao type. Level, 10, Experience, 0 out of 500. Official position, none. Identity, General Wei. The right leader of the Tang Dynasty. Duke of Pingyang County. Age, 17. Loyalty, 90. Status, healthy. Commander, 69, maximum 92. Force, 87, maximum 99. Intelligence, 72, maximum 85.
Politics, 51, Maximum 77. Charm 90. Phasiality, Brave. Favorability 50. Feature 1, 3 arrows Dingtian Mountain, SS level exclusive feature. Own bow and arrow armor piercing damage plus 30%. Hit rate plus 25% multiplied. Troop bow and arrow armor piercing damage plus 15%. Applicable to all land arms. Characteristic 2, bravely championing the 3 armies, SS level trait. When attacking the enemy formation. Own attack power plus 40%. Characteristic 3, prestige, A level trait. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 10%. Probability of chaos increases. Characteristic 4, Lord Protector, A level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch is in danger, he will sacrifice his life to save him, and his own defense will increase. Special Unit, Tang Elite Cavalry, 6th level Light Cavalry. Number 5000. Chu Tian understood why Xueragui didn't look like he had experienced hundreds of battles. It turned out that Xueragui was just a teenager, only level 10, and all his statistics had not been developed. But this seems better, because it means that he can work hard for himself until he is old, and he can serve Xiacheng for at least 60 years.
Very good.
Chu Tian patted Xueragui on the shoulder and told him to cultivate him well in the future. Once he reaches a higher level, he will be a general who can command both military and military skills. Compared with Zhou Yafu and Li Guang, Xueragui is now a bit younger and can only choose to cultivate. In about a year, Xueragui will be able to reach level 40 or 50 and basically be able to stand alone. The force level of 87 at the age of 17 is indeed a bit exaggerated. It will definitely break 95 in 1 year. Xueragui is also a military commander with the characteristics of protecting his master. He once served as the escort of Tang Gozong Li Ji, and it is not a bad idea to train him as the captain of the Imperial Guard in the future. The commander's value will gradually reach the upper limit as he levels up and leads troops to fight.
Master, if you need anything, just ask me.
Xueragui is young and energetic, with a loud voice. After being reminded by Xueragui, Chu Tian didn't know what troops to arrange for Xueragui to lead. The Shiliu camp has Zhou Yafu. The Xisheng camp has Li Guang. The cavalry has Hua Mulan. The ordinary archers have the gold level Lu Sandao. And the ordinary infantry has the silver level Chen Dao. Xueragui can replace Li Guang or Hua Mulan. Before Xueragui grew up, Chu Tian decided to let him serve as a guard.
I will set up a guard team, and you will be the captain of the guard team. In the next month, you will go hunting with Xia Cheng's hunting team.
In order for Xueragui to grow up as quickly as possible, the most effective way at the beginning is of course to level up.
Captain of the guards? Are my subordinates qualified?
The young Xueragui couldn't help being flattered when he saw that Chu Tian directly appointed him as the captain of the guards. The number of guards is not large, but they are generally elite, and because they are close to the Lord, they have the opportunity to directly become generals in the future.
If you are not qualified to be the captain of the guards, then not many people are qualified to be the captain. Have confidence in yourself.
Chu Tian did not mean to exaggerate. If Xueragui was not qualified, it is estimated that there would be few military generals in the Eastern Han District who could serve as the captain of the guards. With a maximum force of 99, he could rank among the top 8 in the Eastern Han District. Chu Tian took Xueragui to find the hunting team in Xiacheng, and arranged for Xueragui to undergo training and enjoy the process of developing a famous general. Xiacheng has a special hunting team, which is used to get rid of some ferocious beasts in the nearby mountains and forests, as well as hunt wild boars, rabbits, wild wolves, and other prey to improve the food of Xiacheng residents. The hunter leader of the hunting team saw a young man in white being brought over by Chu Tian, and quickly agreed to let Xueragui undergo training.
You will train in the hunting team for a month, and then lead the troops to exterminate the bandits nearby. However, there are not many bandits nearby.
Chu Tian arranged a detailed development plan for the future warriors. Xueragui at his peak should be able to draw with Lu Bu in the novel. Both of them still use Fang Tian's painted halberd as a weapon. They represent the peak of their respective dynasties' martial arts. Romance brings a high bonus to Lu Bu's military power. Just like the popular hero, Xueragui was a fierce general in history. Chu Tian also saw Xueragui's ferocity in the Battle of Anqi City, and he directly charged into the Goguryeo army and was invincible. If Xueragui and Lu Bu fought in the future, Chu Tian still suggested that Xueragui use cold arrows to kill Lu Bu. As for a fair fight, there is no such word in Chu Tian's dictionary. As long as you win, It doesn't matter what weapon you use.
My little brother is so young. But I didn't expect that he would be taken seriously by the Lord. He will be able to lead troops to fight in the future. I really envy us.
The leader of the hunting team looked quite majestic. He saw that Schwerin-Gui was using the Fong Tian painted halberd, and knew that those who could use this weapon well were not ordinary people. After Chu Tian handed Schwerin-Gui to the hunting team, he returned to the Lord's mansion. It will take some time for Schwerin-Gui to grow up. But Chu Tian is not in a hurry. The battle against Dongjue did not start so soon, and Schwerin-Gui had enough time to reach the top.
When the three heroes fight Lu Bu will definitely be at full level. If Schwerin-Gui, Li Guang and others are not at full level by then, let them team up with Hua Mulan to fight Lu Bu, and they won't lose.
In a year or two, Chu Tian's lineup seems to have the possibility of three heroes fighting against max-level Lu Bu. Chu Tian found Fong Xianling.
This is the drawing of the 6th level cavalry battalion. Arrange craftsmen in gold and silver to build it within a month.
As the chief historian, Fong Xianling received the drawing of the 6th level cavalry battalion.
Yes.
Xiao Liang, who was also handling internal affairs in the Lord's mansion, asked,
Lord, you seem to be in a good mood. Has anything good happened? I recruited Schwerin-Gui of 3 arrows Ding Tian Shan.
Xiao Liang was a little surprised. It is estimated that all players in the Donghan district are aware of Schwerin-Gui's reputation. Chu Tian nodded.
That's him. But now he is still a younger brother. He is younger than you.
Xiao Liang said.
He will definitely become a famous general when he grows up. And he will be loyal to you from now on. His loyalty may reach 100 in the future. There is another person more famous than Schwerin-Gui. Who? Du Fu. Dot.
This time even Xiao Liang was stunned. What kind of people did Chu Tian recruit?
You allocate funds to build another rural school and let him teach there. He seems to be an unlucky guy too. In our Xia city, we cannot let him continue to be unlucky and provide his salary on time every month.
Chu Tian now has 2 unlucky guys in his hands, Du Fu and Li Guang. Chu Tian was somewhat sympathetic to Du Fu's experience.
Do you think it's possible to make money from Du Fu's reputation? What else do you have in mind? Du Fu's handwriting of Tang poetry can be auctioned. Everyone knows Du Fu's reputation, and they should be happy to buy the handwriting of Tang poetry by the poet Saint Du Fu. As long as we let Du Fu write a few words every month and then auction it, it will be easy. There are countless strangers pursuing him, and those who are interested will naturally drive up the price of his calligraphy and paintings. They may make hundreds of taels of silver every month. There is also an auction for Du Fu's teaching quota, and maybe someone will be willing to pay to join him. Discuss poetry. Why don't you even let go of the remaining value of the poet saint? Then let's do it like this.
Chu Tian was short of money and heard that he could make money by using Du Fu, so he immediately agreed. Du Fu is considered a celebrity among the players in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian made arrangements for Schwerin-Gui and Du Fu, and also arranged for the recruitment of troops. He disbanded the Goguryeo light cavalry and infantry archers and drove them to mine, leaving only the Goguryeo heavy cavalry as a servant army. Then he recruited strong men in Xia town and trained Shuzhou archers, light infantry, and light cavalry. The high-quality Turkic war horses awarded to him by Li Shimin, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, were raised in stables in Xiaqing and were carefully cared for. From now on, these horses will be awarded to military generals, and one of them is destined to be given to Schwerin-Gui.
I heard that a lord in Zhu County has recruited the famous Suqiao general Su Sheng. Zhu County is near Yangdu County. Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong recruited Tai Shirzi with the help of players who defected to Kong Rong.
Xiao Liang's words interrupted Chu Tian's thoughts. She is always helping Chu Tian pay attention to the movements among the players. Except for national wars and epic battles, Chu Tian usually doesn't pay attention to the movements of free players personally. He doesn't have so much time and energy. Looking at it now, free players are just a group of troublemakers. They seek refuge with various princes, and work for some princes to gain benefits, and greatly speed up the process of the Eastern Han Dynasty.
Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong is in name only. He can't even deal with the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. He has been defeated by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army many times. How can players take refuge in such a thing?
Chu Tian was puzzled. If free players seek refuge with enterprising and capable Eastern Han princes such as Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Yuan Shao, Dongjue, Gongsun Zan, Chu Tian thinks it is normal. After all, the above-mentioned princes are capable. However, Kong Rong had no ability to lead troops in battle, and was often beaten violently by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army.
They can also make a profit by taking refuge in Kong Rong. Sir, think about it. Can a prince who lacks the ability to command soldiers easily be ousted and usurp the throne? Again, even if Kong Rong cannot be ostracized, if he can please him Rong, using Kong Rong's reputation to recruit talents and become county magistrates, can make a lot of profits every year. In the future, if Kong Rong's power is destroyed and other forces take over the Beihai Kingdom, they will lead a county to surrender and still have high officials and generous salaries. We have no worries about food and clothing. The last thing is to work as an official under Kong Rong and earn some money every month. In the future, even if you become a civilian, you can still survive.
Xiao Liang analyzes the thoughts of the players who defected to Kong Rong. Chu Tian would not be surprised if the player came up with this idea of ousting a prince and then inheriting his power.
There are many generals between Qing and Su. It's really difficult.
The military generals known to Chu Tian include Wu Sangui and Chang Shi of Yangdu County, Tao Qian of Xiapi Kingdom, Zhang Ba of Kaiyan County, Su Sheng of Zhu County, and Taishir Xiai of Beihai Kingdom. Xiao Liang listened to Chu Tian's emotion and thought, is this human talk? It is clear that Xia City has the largest number of generals and the highest quality.
Yes. When do you plan to attack Langya City?
Xiao Liang asked about an important matter regarding Xia City's strategy.
Attack Langya City.
Chu Tian really needs to consider this matter. According to the predetermined plan, Chu Tian will attack Langya City after the national war is over. Langya City is a large city, and occupying Langya City is equivalent to occupying the governing seat of Langya Kingdom. Now that the national war has ended early, the plan to attack Langya City will be put on the agenda. Chu Tian asked Li Kui, who is in charge of agriculture at the Lord's mansion at this time.
Will it affect sowing in October?
Li Kui replied.
Because the soldiers and peasants are separated. If the Lord decides quickly, it will not affect the October planting. But if other Taishan bandits support Zhang Ba in time, and if Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, sends troops north to reinforce, there may be a stalemate. It will also affect next year's grain harvest. After sowing in October, we will recruit soldiers and horses to attack Langya City.
Chu Tian suffered a lot of losses in the national war and needed a group of troops to supplement them. He decided to recruit troops first and then attack Langya City. Shuai and Gui can also practice for a month or two, which is enough to upgrade his level to level 30. With a stroke of his pen, Chu Tian expanded the Xisheng Battalion to 1,000 people, the Shiliu Battalion to the same 1,000 people, the Light Cavalry to 500 people, the Shuzhou Archer Infantry to 5,000 people, plus the Navy Battalion to 500 people, a total of 8,000 people. In addition, a Goguryeo Heavy Cavalry of more than 140 people was added. Excludes ordinary city guards and patrols.
We also need to set up a guard. Select 5 silver-level heroes, 10 bronze-level heroes, and 35 Shuzhou infantry archers to form a 50-man guard.
Chu Tian assigned himself a guard. As a large lord with a population of 200,000, it is not a luxury to use ordinary silver-level and bronze-level heroes as personal soldiers. When necessary, the guard can also be used as a reserve team to go into battle to kill the enemy.
In October, let Shui Yu, the lord of Shuyue town, come to Xia City to meet me. I think it's time to try to wipe out the Taishan bandit forces in Langya Kingdom.
Chu Tian has not forgotten that the achievement system requires him to own a county's territory within 2 years. There is still more than half a year to go until 2 years. Chapter 154, Attacking the Lords of Counties.
Ding! The First National War is over, and restrictions on the expansion of NPC forces and princes have been lifted.
All the lords in the Eastern Han District received a notification from the system that the Lord's protection period had ended, and the entire Eastern Han District was in an uproar. The local forces of the Eastern Han Dynasty began to expand, and the situation became even more chaotic. In Liaodong County and Xiangping County, a large number of rural warriors entered the cavalry camp for training. During the expansion and upgrade of the cavalry battalion, low-level cavalry can still be recruited. The Lord Mingguan crossed his arms and looked calmly as he watched groups of rural warriors enter the cavalry camp. After he came back, he immediately exchanged his military merit for the construction blueprints of the 7th level cavalry battalion.
Guanning's cavalry is very expensive, and the recruitment conditions are also very harsh. But if there is a group of heavy cavalry, my army will be stronger. Chu Zimu, I will capture a county faster than you. First Xiangping County, and then Liaodong County. Once I become the governor of Liaodong, I will become a prince. At that time, I will participate in the crusade against Dongjua as a prince.
Mingwan had some resentment towards Chu Tian. After the national war was over, the civil war in the Eastern Han Dynasty was even more tragic than the foreign war. General Li Chengliang suggested to Mingwan,
My lord, we have too many cavalry and are not suitable for attacking a strong city. Only by trying to lure out the troops of Xianping County Magistrate Gong Sun Zhao can we capture Xianping City. You don't need to worry about this matter. The Yen Cavalry Guild will help us take down Xianping City. You only need to be responsible for training the Yuzhou Cavalry and Guanning Cavalry. Liaodong will be our land of Longqing.
In Xianping County, a group of horse traders drove hundreds of horses into the city for trade. The leader of the horse merchant is tall and powerful, carrying a horn bow behind his back.
The Han generals Huang Fusang and Dong Zhuo are at war with Beigong Boye and Han Sui. If Beigong Boye and Han Sui are defeated and we have no stronghold, we will be in danger. Dong Zhuo has recruited Li Ru, Hua Xiong, Jia Su, Guisi, Li Ju and other subordinates. And there are also a large number of players supporting him. We are no match for Dong Zhuo at all.
In Liangzhou, the main military tent of Ma Ting's forces, a group of Longqi lords gathered. With the support of the player lords, Ma Ting openly betrayed the imperial court and attacked the city. In a sense, he could be said to be the largest player force in the Eastern Han Dynasty. The reason why I think so is because Ma Ting is just a puppet used by the Lord of Longqi. A total of more than 40 lords of Longqi formed a council to make decisions together. If defeated by the court, the player lord can also blame Ma Ting for betraying the court, and then return to the court. The situation at this time was not very good for Ma Ting's forces. Another group of Shiliang rebels, Beigong Boye and Han Sui, were defeated by Huang Fusang and Dong Zhuo and did not dare to invade Chang'an again. Ma Ting saw the feuding lords below, his eyes changing.
Quiet!
A player lord arrived with military commanders to calm down the noisy Longqi lords. Su Fengnian led his general Li Hu into the camp. He was the true leader of the Longqi lords.
Dong Zhuo has always been ambitious. As long as he sends someone to make peace with him, and says that we are willing to accept him as the leader of the Liangzhou army, he will definitely accept it secretly and stop attacking us. He is even willing to ally with us from now on and advance and retreat together. Why should we be afraid?
As soon as Su Fengnian finished speaking, the great lords of Longqi were convinced. They almost forgot that Dong Zhuo and them could be allies, not necessarily enemies. However, some Longqi lords were still worried.
And Huang Fusang, he was the last god of war in the Eastern Han Dynasty and the greatest contributor to the annihilation of the Yellow Turban Army. There are also the 5 schools of the Northern Army led by Huang Fusang. They are all high-level arms. Each person pays 300 taels of silver and goes to bribe the 10 permanent servants. The 10 permanent servants have a grudge against Huang Fusang. For a small sum of money, you can let them change generals. It's best to transfer Sun Jian away as well. If Sun Jian doesn't obediently go to Changsha, the governor has come to Shiliang to attack the rebels. Rational. The leader is wise.
The lords of Longqi thought that if the problem could be solved with money, then it would not be a problem. Seeing the alien lord paying homage to Su Fengnian, Ma Ting's expression became even darker. He realized that he had become the puppet of the alien lords. The 3 cobblers are just like Zhuge Liang, and the power of dozens of foreign lords is very powerful. Moreover, they actively invite Ma Ting to the mountain. They covet Ma Jiajun, not Ma Ting as their lord.
After solving the threats of Huang Fusang and Dong Zhuo, what should we do next? Attack Didao, the seat of Lingxi County.
In Hanzhong County, Hezhou, 50,000 yellow turban troops, Chuanwang bandit troops, and 5 pecks of rice Taoist believers stood at the foot of the city, looking at the leader on the city wall with fanatical eyes. Zhang Dao is accompanied by 3 historical military generals, one of which is the historical military general he received as a reward in the national war.
I, Zhang Dao, am the second great virtuous teacher and the orthodox heavenly master of 5 pecks of rice. The Han dynasty is the virtue of fire, and I am the virtue of earth. Heaven is dead, and Huang Tian should stand. The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand.
50,000 refugee troops held crude weapons and raised their arms and shouted. Zhang Dao has accumulated enough strength, and for him who wins by numbers in the national war, the losses are almost negligible. He turned all the township warriors in his territory into peasant armies and carried out peasant uprisings. No lord could have an army of 50,000 men on his own. because no one could pay tens of thousands of taels of silver, or even 100,000 taels of silver, as salary every month. However, Zhang Dao's peasant army did not need to worry about military pay, as long as they were fed.
Attack Nanjing County!
Under the leadership of Zhang Dao, the Yellow Turban Army spread to Hanzhong County and began to march towards Nanjing County. The prefect of Hanzhong urgently mobilized troops to suppress the attack, but the vanguard was defeated by the Chuang King's army led by General Lu Zongmin of the Chuang King. The lords who had experienced the Yellow Turban Rebellion and the First National War had grown in strength and had rich combat experience, and were already capable of attacking county towns. If some lords unite, they could also attack and neutralize the weak governors and governors. The crusade against Dongzhuo had not yet begun, but the lords were already targeting county magistrates and prefects for expansion. Chu Tian accelerated his plan to occupy Langya City. Everything is calm in Xia City. For now, there is no war. However, one thing caused a sensation in Xiaoqing. A new rural school was built in Xiaoqing and named
Du Fu Thatched Cottage. No way. How come you have such a name? Is it possible that there really is Du Fu? If it is a school established by other lords, it may be fake. But the lords of Xia City may really recruit Du Fu.
For a time, Du Fu's thatched cottage was filled with people and was stopped by guards.
Our city lord has invited Du Fu as a teacher. Anyone who wants to discuss poetry with Mr. Du Fu only needs to pay 500 yuan.
Under Chu Tian's instruction, the guard explained the price to the strangers. It's really Du Fu, the poet's saint. For only 500 yuan, you can meet the legendary poet Du Fu and talk about Tang Dynasty poetry with him. However, Du Fu was actually sold by Chu Tian.
I just want to farm well. It turns out that the hero he won in the national war was the poet Du Fu. So who recruited Gui? The #1 hero in the Eastern Han Dynasty? You can meet Du Fu for 500 yuan, which is still acceptable.
Several wealthy players were actually willing to take out 500 copper coins just to meet Du Fu. I saw someone setting an example, and players were willing to pay money one after another. They didn't think that the #1 lord in the Eastern Han Dynasty would deceive them with a fake Du Fu for a mere 500 copper coins. About 50 people were put in, and Du Fu's school earned 25,000 copper coins, equivalent to 25 taels of silver. Name Du Fu. Level 30. Description: Poet of the Tang Dynasty.
It's really Du Fu. Can you read?
The Stone Holler.
To us?
And the Song of Thatched Cottage broken by the autumn wind.
Players who enter the thatched cottage can see the simplest information about Du Fu and are sure that this is the real Du Fu. And they can't help but feel a little fanatical. Du Fu is a celebrity in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and is more famous than most military generals in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Du Fu didn't expect that he was so popular, and he didn't know how to deal with it for a while.
I didn't expect that Du Fu's income would be much higher than that of Lafong and Brothel.
Relying on Du Fu's reputation, Du Fu's thatched cottage earned more than 100 taels of silver on the first day. It is obviously a cultural building, but it has been turned into an economic building. If Du Fu's handwriting of Tang poems is auctioned in the future, it will not be a problem to earn several hundred taels of silver every month. The speed of passing news between players is very fast, and the entire Donghan district knows that Chu Tian has the special talent Du Fu. Many lords were shocked when they heard the news. It was the first time they heard that there was a poet.
If anyone knows Li Bai's whereabouts, please tell me.
Chu Tian wondered if any lord had recruited Li Bai. If he recruits Li Bai, he is willing to spend gold and silver to buy Li Bai and complete the achievement task.
Li Du's poems are passed down by mouth. Some players in Luoyang claim that Huang Fusong and Sun Jian were impeached by the Ten Changsha, and their crusade against the Xiliang rebels failed, so they were dismissed by the court. The court appointed Zhang Wen as the cavalry general and Dong Zhuo as the Polu general, and continued to crusade against the Xiliang rebels. Xiliang rebel Ma Teng took the opportunity to attack Didao, the Longxi County government office. The Yellow Turban uprising broke out in Hanzhong County, echoing the Xiliang rebels, the Black Mountain Army in Jizhou, the Baibua Army in Bingzhou, and the Yellow Turban Army in Qinzhou continued to revolt. Zhang Chun and Zhang Ji of Yuo rebelled and joined forces with Wuwan tribe leader Qiu Liju to attack the counties in western Liaoning. The Changsha thief O Xing calls himself a general, and 100,000 people attacked the city. Sun Jian, instigated by the player, requests to go south to attack the Changsha thief.
During the time Chu Tian came back, the entire Eastern Han Dynasty became more and more chaotic. There were rebellions in every state and county. And there were also player lords fighting each other. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the prince's desire for expansion gradually strengthened. Some of the lords Chu Tian knew were in crisis. Chu Tian specifically asked Prince Yin, the lord of Western Liaoning, about the situation there.
The Wuhuan tribe's rebellion will indeed have an impact on my development, but Gongsun Zan is ready to suppress them.
Prince Yin still gave a simple answer as before.
My lord, Shuiyu, the lord of Shuiyu town, wants to see you. Let her come in and see me.
Soon Shuiyu, who had fought side by side during the national war, came in. This time she only had a Tang Dao on her waist. Many players participating in the national war have changed into equipment made by the Tang dynasty. Chu Tian invited Shuiyu to come to Xia City in order to gain access to Langia City. Because this was a conspiracy. There were only 4 people in the side room.
Chu Tian, Fang Xianling, Xiao Liang, and Shuiyu, sitting at attention. Among them, Xiao Liang was responsible for preparing tea for everyone.
The various princes are beginning to devote themselves to expansion. I am worried that the Taishan bandits will invade the counties. Therefore, we must occupy Langia City and wipe out the Taishan bandits before they can unite. There are also some strangers who have joined Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian. Tao Qian may also devote himself to controlling various counties. Our speed must be fast.
Chu Tian put a question in front of everyone. Both the Taishan bandits and the Shuzhou governor had the desire to expand at this time. The Taishan bandits want to occupy the prefectures and counties. And Tao Qian wants to control the Taishan bandits and firmly control the 5 counties of Shuzhou. Because currently the only places Tao Qian can control are Xiapi and Donghai. Shuiyu asked,
when will we start attacking the city? The operation will start in 7 days. Can the Wolf Guild be ready to assist me? If the Wolf Guild can help me obtain Langia City and merge with me in the future, I can give preferential treatment to every stranger who participates in this operation. There is also the matter of the merger of Shuiyu Town and Xia City.
Chu Tian looked at Shuiyu. Only one force can exist in Kaiyang County. At present, Chu Tian and Shuiyu occupy the southern and northern parts of Kaiyang County respectively. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. And they will either go to war or merge.
I have 7 towns in the northern part of Kaiyang County and 5 towns in the southern part of Yangdu County. A total of 12 towns. I can choose to merge into your power. But I have a group of town chiefs and village chiefs under my command. You need properly handle relations with them. Yes. After Shuiyu Town is upgraded to a city, you will serve as the city lord.
Chu Tian gave preferential treatment to the Shuiyu forces that had merged with Xia City. Being able to gain 12 towns without losing any effort will save Chu Tian a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if Shuiyu and Qi Xiaobai join forces, even Chu Tian will find it difficult.
You try your best to recruit low-level troops. It is best to organize 10,000 troops to stop Qi Xiaobai from going south. He may encourage the Taishan thief Chang Shi to assist Zan Ba. Yes. After capturing Langia City, immediately go north to attack the Taishan thief Chang Shi.
As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, Shuiyu was finally moved. She couldn't believe it.
You? You want to attack 2 counties at the same time? The Langia Kingdom has 13 counties. Only by occupying 2 counties can we gain an advantage until the entire Langia Kingdom is annexed. I see.
Shuiyu still couldn't believe it. If everything went well, it would be rare to capture Langia City. But now Chu Tian's goal is to capture 2 counties this year.
Being the governor of a county or the governor of a state will qualify you to become a prince when you attack Dongshui. So there is no delay.
Chu Tian planned to participate in the battle against Dongshui as a prince. As for whether to contribute in the crusade against Dongshui, it depends on Chu Tian's thoughts. During the crusade against Dongshui, most of the princes were fishing and did not necessarily contribute.
Then my subordinates, will go back and prepare, and we will start the attack as promised in 7 days.
After Shuiyu confirmed Chu Tian's plan, she returned to Shuiyu Town to prepare for the attack on Langia City. Fang Xianling checked Chu Tian's deployment again and thought there was no problem. Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He has occupied all the villages and towns in Kaiyang County, completely surrounded Langia City, and fought against the big city with a small town. This is an adventure. Chapter 155 Surprise Attack on Langia City.
The officers and soldiers are here.
In Kaiyang County, a mountain stronghold occupied by the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army was attacked by Xuerengui, the new general of Xiaqing. In order to cultivate Xuerengui, Chu Tian ordered him to lead his troops to attack the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army for the first time. There are still many remnants of the Yellow Turban Army in Shuzhou, but they are not suitable for Schwerengue's training. Chu Tian assigned 300 infantrymen and 200 archers to Schwerengue to besiege a large Yellow Turban army stronghold. There are about 800 young men in this Yellow Turban army village. Schwerengue, in white armor and bright armor, led 500 soldiers to attack the mountain stronghold. Showing off his power, Chu Tian gave Schwerengue a gold-level longbow among the trophies.
The thief will come out and die.
The fledgling Schwerengue stepped forward alone and called for formation below the mountain stronghold.
Brother, the officers and soldiers are calling for formation. Should we go out and kill him? Idiots! The officers and soldiers took the initiative to call for battle. They must have confidence in themselves. Do you think we will be stupid enough to die like the minions? We have enough food. As long as we can't hold on, they can't do anything to us. However, the officers and soldiers began to attack the city.
The remnants of the Yellow Turban army saw the Shuzhou infantry carrying ladders and attacking the mountain stronghold under the cover of archers. The opponent's young general in white holds a long bow and holds the battle in person. 200 longbows fired arrows, and many Yellow Turban soldiers were killed directly by the opponent's sharp arrows.
Guard the gate of the village.
The leader of the Yellow Turban raised the ringshou knife to direct, and a stray arrow hit him in the forehead. The Yellow Turban leader was killed directly. The other small Yellow Turban bosses were so shocked when they saw the big boss being killed with an arrow that they couldn't help but count down the steps backward. Another arrow shot over, and a small boss was killed by Schwerengue. At this time, all the Yellow Scarf bosses fled. Schwerengue's archery skills frightened them. The village lacked the command of a leader and fell under the attack of Shuzhou infantry archers. Schwerengue took the lead and rushed into the village. Fong Tian slashed with his halberd, killing several Yellow Scarf soldiers along the way. The remaining Yellow Turban army surrendered in fear. Schwerengue captured all the prisoners, farm tools, and cattle, then burned the stronghold and returned to Xia City. Several generals from Xiaqing were gathering their troops and horses. Schwerengue returned to Xiaqing and found that everyone was preparing for war, and he couldn't help but be confused.
A total of 1,871 captives were captured, including 12 cattle and dozens of iron farm tools.
Schwerengue went to Fong Xianling, who was responsible for statistics of military achievements, to report his military achievements. His qualifications were the smallest among the generals in Xiaqing, and Chu Tian intended for him to achieve military merit in order to be promoted to captain of the guards.
Military advisor. The troops and horses in the city have been mobilized. Does the Lord plan to go on an expedition? You no longer need to continue to fight against bandits. You will serve as the Lord's bodyguard.
Fong Xianling did not answer directly, but asked Schwerengue to find Chu Tian. Chu Tian put on the armor himself, and this time he wanted to attack Langya City. The lords of the Eastern Han dynasty have launched a wave of attacks on counties and counties. Whoever is one step ahead can take a greater advantage. When Schwerengue found Chu Tian to report, Chu Tian mounted a Turkic war horse and prepared to go to war.
It's just a good time that you're back. I'll lead the guards to your command.
Chu Tian glanced at Schwerengue's panel. Schwerengue was now level 27 and had 90 strength. Schwerengue upgraded very quickly. On his first hunt, he killed a tiger with his bare hands. Then on his first expedition, he killed the Yellow Turban leader and more than a dozen Yellow Turban soldiers, 5 silver-level heroes, 10 bronze-level heroes, and 35 infantry archers formed a guard of 50 people, following Chu Tian, with Schwerengue serving as the bodyguard. Chu Tian did not have to worry about being attacked by Wu Sangue again. Wu Sangue's force is definitely no match for Schwerengue. Outside Xiaqing, 5 military generals, Hua Mulan, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, Lu Sandao, and Chen Dao, led their respective troops. A total of 8,000 people gathered. Nearly half of the soldiers and horses were newly recruited soldiers, who had no time to train, and could only pass the baptism of blood and fire to become elite divisions. Sun Luan, the silver-level military commander of the Navy Battalion, led the Navy Battalion of 500 people to anchor by the Yi River. There is a dock in Langya City, and the naval camp can come in handy. There is also a Goguryeo heavy cavalry squad displayed on the plain. The horses are wearing horse armor. The men are wearing heavy armor, and they are holding spears in their hands. The 10 Goguryeo heavy cavalry at the front were still holding the first batch of horse spears produced by Xiaqing. Chu Tian, who has the characteristic of Khan of Heaven, personally leads this Goguryeo heavy cavalry to ensure that they obey orders and receive an additional 10% damage bonus.
Now Chu Tian can already see the detailed attributes of Goguryeu's heavy cavalry. Arm, Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Level, 4th level cavalry. Attack power, 14, defense power, 16, speed, 13. Skills, low-level heavy cavalry charge, when charging. Attack power plus 7. Armor piercing damage plus 10%. The effect disappears when the speed decreases. Low-level mounted archery, when mounted. The hit rate is slightly increased. Characteristics, cavalry vertical and horizontal, when a cavalry general serves as the leader. Attack plus 2. Defense plus 2. Speed plus 1. Military pay, 2 taels/month, half for foreigners. Heavy cavalry is like an iron can, and can even defeat high-level infantry when charging. Hua Mulan led 500 light cavalry. Some of the light cavalry were equipped with Tang swords, and some were equipped with Han Huan first swords. Li Guang Shisheng camp is equipped with Zhihui composite long bows, while Shiliu camp uses spears, crossbows and Huanshou knives. When these generals saw Chu Tian arriving, they immediately gathered. In particular, Hua Mulan, Zhou Yafu, and Li Guang fought side by side with Chu Tian in the Battle of Engshi City and established a deep relationship. Hua Mulan's favorability is 85. Zhou Yafu's favorability is 77. And Li Guang's favorability is 71. Basically, the longer a military commander serves, and there are no disputes or conflicts with the Lord, the favorability will gradually increase. It is said that after the favorability reaches 100, you can become a sworn partner. Follow me on this expedition. In order to ensure that the secret of the operation would not be leaked, Chu Tian only explained the plan to a few generals. More than 8,000 soldiers and horses, led by Chu Tian, headed north again. An operation of this scale cannot hide its whereabouts, and many players living in Xia City discovered that Lord Chu Tian was leading his troops. Chu Tian claimed to be going to attack Qi Xiaobai in Yangdu County. Players in Langya Kingdom now know that Chu Tian and Qi Xiaobai have a grudge, and there have been 2 battles, so they don't doubt it. Cavalry Captain Zhang Ba defeated Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army for Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian and occupied Langya City. A group of players who were born in Langya City took refuge with Zhang Ba and gave him advice. They encouraged Zhang Ba to expand, but Zhang Ba remained unmoved. After the First National War, Zhang Ba finally had the desire to expand. Feeling the threat from Chu Tian, he took the initiative to summon diners, who came to seek refuge with him. The players who took refuge in Zhang Ba were overjoyed. Zhang Ba has always had prestige among the Taishan bandits. As long as all Taishan bandit forces are united, it may not be impossible to sweep Qinzhou and Shuzhou. If they can assist Zhang Ba to become the new governor of Shuzhou, they will also benefit from it. Chu Zimu, the Lord of Xiaqing, has occupied most of the towns in Kaiyang County. There are a total of 20 towns in one city. He is very powerful. It is estimated that he has a population of 200,000 and more than 10,000 soldiers. The general should get rid of him as soon as possible. The general can unite with Chang Shi from Yangdu County, Yinli from Dongguan County, Sun Kong from Dong'an County, Wu Dun from Jiqiu County, and others to capture Xiaqin together. We are willing to send people to Xia City to find out the truth. Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts to attack Xia City, capture Pai, and replace Tao Qian as the governor of Shuzhou as a general, which is enough to sweep through the 8 wastelands and wipe out Liuhe. A group of players made suggestions in front of Zhang Ba and encouraged Zhang Ba to lead the Taishan bandit forces to compete in the Central Plains. Zhang Ba may not have no ambitions, but he lacks military advisors with strategic vision, so he has been active in the Langya Kingdom and is subordinate to Tao Qian. At this time, the player's counselor who acted as a dog-headed strategist came to help, and his ideas were suddenly opened up, and he was unwilling to stick to one side. Calling all brothers to come to Langya City to gather and discuss important matters together, Zhang Ba made up his mind to conquer the Central Plains and sent several teams of soldiers to summon other Taishan bandit leaders. The Taishan bandit leaders had tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, occupying the county town to obtain money and food. Once Zhang Ba is asked to summon this group of Taishan thieves, the consequences will be disastrous. In Yangdu County, the spy sent by Qi Xiaobai to Xia City returned news that Chu Tian led more than 8,000 troops to the north, most likely to attack him. Qi Xiaobai couldn't help but panic and found Wu Sangui. Qi Xiaobai could also piece together more than 8,000 men, but his more than 8,000 men were low-level soldiers and local warriors, and they could not stop Chu Tian's crusade at all. This time Chu Tian's army is even more powerful.
And I am afraid that the Taishan thief Chang, she may not be Chu Tian's opponent. After hearing Qi Xiaobai's worries, Wu Sangui paced uneasily. He suffered a lot at the hands of the people in Xiaoqing. The Taishan bandit Chang Shi and several other Taishan bandits are brothers. If he is defeated, the other Taishan bandits will definitely not stand idly by and let Chu Zimu grow bigger. If you want to kill this person, you must do it as soon as possible. That makes sense. You go and lobby Chang Shi to get rid of Chu Zimu as soon as possible. I've had enough. Qi Xiaobai was a little hysterical. Chu Tian defeated his offensive twice in a row. This time it was Chu Tian's turn to take the initiative, and he was very passive. In Shuiyue town, Lord Shuiyu summoned 10,000 soldiers and local warriors. This time we must block Qi Xiaobai and Chang Shi's offensive, and by time. Yes. Langya City, on the surface, is in a peaceful state. But in fact there is an undercurrent. In the lobby of the Wolf Guild, dozens of free player leaders gathered, including Xiao Peng, the vice president whom Chu Tian knew. Everyone chooses to join the Wolf Guild because you admire the reputation of the First Lord. Our president has decided to defect to Xia City. This is the pledge of our Wolf Guild. If we win Langya City, all of us will hero. A total of 500 people participated in this operation. We were divided into 4 teams. 2 of them set fire to the West City Gate and the North City Gate. The main team with the most force captured the South City Gate. There was also a team composed of people with bow and arrow skills. It is composed of players responsible for ambushing the reinforcements supporting the South City Gate. There must be no mistakes in the whole process. Otherwise we may be captured and executed by Zongba. Do you understand? 500 players from the Wolf Guild formed 4 undercurrents in the city and gathered at the predetermined location. A year ago, many free players would collapse as soon as they went into battle, even inferior to low-level units. A year later, some free players have experienced the baptism of war and gradually become familiar with the cruelty of the battlefield. They will no longer collapse easily. Shuiyu selected 500 free players from the thousands of free players in the Wolf Guild who had the highest strength and had been on the battlefield, especially those who had participated in the national war, to seize Langya City. The free players who participated in the national war had a high degree of recognition for Chu Tian because they obeyed orders under Chu Tian. Chu Tian promised to reward these 500 people after everything is accomplished. A large city must have a lot of savings in its treasury and granary. Zongba and the defenders of Langya City have not yet realized the power of free players. If placed in the Warring States period, this group of free players would be equivalent to diners and rangers. When they come together, they can have unexpected effects. Under the banner of crusade against Qi Xiaobai in Yangdu County, Xiaocheng is getting closer and closer to Langya City. Zong Bajuan in Langya City seemed to sense that something was wrong, and began to close the city gate tightly and increase the number of troops guarding the gate. Chu Tian issued an order. Speed up the march and the cavalry will make a surprise attack. Chu Tian, Hua Mulan, and Xueren Gui led the cavalry to speed up their march. And without stopping, they made a surprise attack on Langya City. Li Guang, Zhou Yafu, Lu Sandao and their troops also began to march forcefully. And the sand and dust billowed. There are about 200 Shuzhou light infantry stationed at the south gate of Langya City. There is also a row of Shuzhou archers on the city wall. And the city gate is closed. Who are you? The city guarding officer saw a group of strangers gathering at the south gate and brought people over to disperse them. Suddenly, billowing black smoke rose from the west gate and north gate. And there was a lot of noise. The defenders at the south city gate looked towards the west city gate and the north city gate where the war was raging. And they suddenly thought something was wrong. A row of crossbow arrows came, and a dozen Shuzhou light infantry were shot dead and fell to the ground. Kill! The most powerful group of players drew their swords and attacked the defenders of the south city gate. The defenders at the south city gate were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. A group of cavalry appeared outside the south city gate. Seeing black smoke in the city, they knew that the free players ambushing in the city had launched an attack on the defenders of Langya City. The solid city wall blocked Chukin's cavalry. At this time, they could only wait for free players to succeed before the cavalry could march straight in. Hua Mulan and Xueren Gui rode Turkic war horses. The horses raised their hooves uneasily. If they fail to succeed, the surprise attack will turn into a fortified attack. Then we will have to face a pincer attack from various forces in Shuzhou. Chu Tian felt a little uneasy. With his current strength, he really can't capture Langya City, which was defended by the historical General Zongba. The majestic city wall is enough to block Chutian for half a year, or even a year.
Lord, the city gate has been opened.
Chutian was reminded by Xuerengui that the south city gate was pushed open by more than a dozen people. One of them waved the red dragon flag to signal Chutian.
Kill!
Chutian drew his tang sword and ordered Hua Mulan and Xuerengui to lead the cavalry and march straight in. 500 light cavalry entered the city. Horses' hooves rolling. Hua Mulan is once again equipped with a frightening horse and takes the lead. The defenders of Langia City discovered that the south city gate had been opened and urgently dispatched more than 1,000 people to seize the city gate. However, they were ambushed by a team from the Wolf Walk Guild, which delayed the best time. When they repelled the ambush team and blocked the south city gate, Hua Mulan and Xuerengui's light cavalry had already come over. Hua Mulan waved her horse, and the head of a Shuzhou light infantry was cut off. All the Langia City defenders retreated in fear. In the small terrain, the opponent's force was simply terrifying. A young general in white came out from the rear, and Fang Tian painted his halberd like an iron plow. Wherever he went, the corpses of the Langia City defenders were everywhere. Chapter 156, Capturing Zongba. The two cavalry generals, Hua Mulan and Xuerengui, drove straight in. The narrow terrain of street fighting allowed their force to be used to the fullest. They killed dozens of Langia defenders and made all the enemies frightened. The defenders of Langia City did not expect that the city gate would be attacked by free players in the city, so they did not set up anti-horses, antlers, and sword carts on the streets. As a result, they allowed Hua Mulan and Xuerengui's cavalry to gallop through the city. Invincible, Chutian, who was not strong in force, did not rush forward to hold back. He patiently waited for Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, Lu Sandao, and other troops to come and join forces. Hua Mulan and Xuerengui entered the city to create chaos. The city gate has been captured, and Langia City is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Zhou Yafu arrived and saw thick smoke billowing and the city gates wide open. Knowing that he had succeeded, he led Shilio Camp into the city himself without Chutian giving orders. People in Langia City are in panic, and the doors and windows of civilians are closed. They did not expect that a large city that had always been safe would be affected by the war. Nor did they expect that Chutian would suddenly send troops to attack a large city. This is a large city with various fortifications.
General, the south city gate has been lost. The enemy's cavalry is rapidly approaching the inner city. Sun Quan, guard the gates of the inner city. The rest of the people will follow me to the outer city to expel the enemy.
Zongba held a long spear and led 5,000 Shuzhou soldiers and Taishan bandits into battle. Langia City originally had 20,000 defenders, but many of the defenders in the outer city were at a loss. Faced with the fierce attack by the Shilio camp commanded by Zhou Yafu, they surrendered in batches after hundreds of people were killed or injured. Li Guang held a longbow in his hand and shot and killed the defending generals one after another, leaving the enemy leaderless and morale low. Players from the Wolf Guild set fires everywhere in the city, confusing the field of vision and making it impossible for the defenders to judge how many enemies had entered the city. Exacerbating the chaos, Zongba rushed out from the inner city with 2,000 cavalry. These 2,000 cavalry were his trump card. At this point, the cavalry had to be used. Supporting 2,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantry archers with one city is already the limit of Langia City. Zongba looked around the city and saw wars raging everywhere. He didn't know where the enemy's main force was. The cavalry was galloping in the streets, and a cavalry force from the opposite side came to kill Zongba. Xuerengui's white clothes were dyed red by the enemy's blood. When he saw Zongba and the large number of cavalry behind him, he advanced instead of retreating and led a small group of cavalry to attack Zongba.
A mere 200 to 300 cavalry dared to attack.
Zongba held out his spear, clamped the horse's belly, and did not dodge or dodge. He planned to fight between the two armies and stabbed Xuerengui to death. The sound of horse hooves made the ground and surrounding markets tremble, and dust fell from the eaves. The cavalry of the two armies clashed. Fang Tian painted a halberd and split the spear. The power from the halberd made Zongbahu's mouth numb, and he almost lost his spear.
How can it be?
When the horses were fighting just now, Zongba clearly saw Xuerengui's slightly childish face. He was not very young, but he almost killed him. Once it grows up in the future, its force may be despairing. Xuerengui failed to kill Zongba in one move, but had already reached the rear of Zongba and kept killing Zongba's cavalry. Ordinary cavalry are rarely the enemy of Xuerengui. Xuerengui's SS trait,
Guardian of the Three Armies,
was activated. He raised his halberd and fell. And the light cavalry was killed by Schwer and Gui. In the narrow streets, the only thing that can stop him is his own physical limitations. When a warrior's physical strength is exhausted, his force will temporarily decrease. After Schwer and Gui killed dozens of people in a row, his condition showed no downward trend. The more he killed, the more courageous he became, becoming unstoppable. 2,000 light cavalry were blocked by Schwer and Gui, and a small number of Xia Cheng cavalry. The cavalry at the rear had no time to rein in the galloping horses, and knocked down the cavalry in front. Taking advantage of the terrain, Schwer and Gui, and 200 to 300 cavalry actually blocked 2,000 cavalry. Zhang Ba broke through Schwer and Gui's cavalry, fought out from 200 to 300 cavalry, and stabbed several Xiaqing cavalry to death. However, the cavalry behind him was blocked. Just when Zhang Ba was about to kill him, a flying general came to kill him, and Ma Chong stabbed Zhang Ba directly. Zhang Ba's mind went blank. He relied on instinct to dodge to one side, and the sharp horse spear pierced Zhang Ba's shoulder armor. In order to avoid this move, Zhang Ba rolled off his horse and held his injured shoulder with his right hand. He looked up and found a female general holding a long spear in her hand. The sharp spear was pressed against his chest. The sunlight reflected by the blade was a bit dazzling.
You are already my prisoner.
Hua Mulan didn't know Zhang Ba, but when she saw Zhang Ba's gorgeous armor, she knew that he must be a general. Zhang Ba was a little unwilling, and his attention was focused on Schwer and Gui, who had just fought. As a result, he was attacked by Hua Mulan, who came from behind and became a prisoner. In a head-to-head confrontation, he still has some confidence, and Hua Mulan may not be his opponent. Li Guang led the Xisheng battalion to march through another street in the city, and missed the chance to capture Zhang Ba. If Chu Tian compares the luck of Hua Mulan and Li Guang, he will know how unlucky Li Guang is. Several light cavalry dismounted, captured Zhang Ba, and tied him up. Zhang Ba struggled unhappily, seemingly dissatisfied with being a prisoner. However, in front of Hua Mulan's Ma Shan, Zhang Ba had no choice but to give in. If he is stabbed in the front by Ma Shan, he will be stabbed to death by Hua Mulan. Zhang Ba was captured, and 2,000 cavalry were attacked by Schwer and Gui with 1,000 cavalry, and were defeated one after another. The 3,000 infantry archers in the rear discovered that the cavalry was defeated, so they fled back to the inner city.
Lord, the generals are leading their troops to advance towards the inner city. There are about 10,000 defenders in the outer city, and most of them have surrendered.
Chu Tian led the guards and Goguryeo heavy cavalry into the city. After capturing Langya City with 20,000 defenders with more than 8,000 men, he will officially own Kaiyang County. The outer city was filled with black smoke, and there were still shouts of killing, and some Taishan thieves tried to resist. Zhang Ba's army is relatively complex. Including professional soldiers, he recruited and fierce Taishan bandits. The ones who surrendered were the Shuzhou soldiers who recognized the official position of Kaiyang County Lieutenant in Chutian. The ones who resisted fiercely were the Taishan bandits. Langya City is a large city, divided into an inner city and an outer city. In the inner city, Sun Guan, the leader of the Taishan bandits, led his troops to resist, sealing the city gates and defending to the death. The outer city was gradually occupied by Chu Tian, and various troops surrounded the inner city. Lu Sanao led a group of soldiers to patrol the streets, and free players from the Wolf Walk Guild assisted in controlling Langya City, sharing the pressure on Chu Tian, who was stretched thin. Fang Xianling followed Chu Tian. They were about to take over Langya City and officially become a small prince in Shuzhou.
Do you think it is better for the military advisor to use Langya City as the base or Xia City as the base? I personally think that the location of Xia City is better. My lord can move part of Langya City's population to Xia City, and then annex Langya City in the future and merge it into a giant city.
Fang Xuanling's proposal was to merge the two cities, with Xia City merging with Langya City. When the two large cities merge, a giant city will be formed.
The inner city has not yet been captured, so we cannot take it lightly.
Chu Tian looked at the towering inner city. He had to capture the inner city before other Taishan bandits arrived. Sun Guan, the leader of the Taishan bandits, walked anxiously on the city wall. He learned from the soldiers who were defeated and returned to the inner city that Zhang Ba was missing and might have become a prisoner of the enemy.
What should I do? Surrender to them? Or hold on and wait for other brothers to come for reinforcements? Given the strength of the inner city,
the other side will not be able to capture it in less than 10 days and a half.
Sun Guan still has 7,000 men in his hands. The inner city is not large, so it is not difficult to defend the inner city. Shiliu Camp, Shisheng Camp, and Shuzhou infantry and archers formed formations in the inner city, preparing to attack the inner city. Chu Tian took Fang Xianling to the inner city to watch the battle. The inner city wall is 8 meters high, like a natural moat, cutting off both the attacking and defending sides.
Prepare a strong attack.
Chu Tian was already prepared to take down Langya's city at the expense of most of his troops. He could not give the other forces in Shuzhou any time to react.
Maybe there's no need to attack by force.
Fang Xianling saw that the cavalry led by Hua Mulan had tied up a general, and he could probably guess the identity of the general. Even if the other person was not Zhang Ba, he might be Sun Quan. Using the close relationship between the Taishan bandit leaders to persuade them to surrender can reduce casualties. After being reminded by Fang Xianling, Chu Tian noticed that Hua Mulan had captured a general. Hua Mulan didn't take it seriously. If you think about it carefully, there are quite a few generals who died or were injured by Hua Mulan. Zhang Liang, Zhang Kai, Yang Wanchun, the lord of Engqi City, and now Zhang Ba. Compared with Hua Mulan's military exploits, the unlucky Li Guang has not yet accomplished the feat of killing or injuring historical generals. Different people's luck is indeed different. Chu Tian looked at the prisoner. Name, Zhang Ba. Level, 85. Status, slightly injured. Description, the cavalry captain under Tao Qian and one of the leaders of the Taishan bandits. Hua Mulan unexpectedly captured Zhang Ba.
Zhang Ba, why don't you surrender to me and still retain your position as cavalry commander in the future?
Chu Tian knew that Zhang Ba was a strong general. After joining Cao Cao, he caused a lot of trouble for Su Chao. He was promoted to General Zhendong of Wei State and Jinwu. His loyalty to Cao Cao is also unquestionable. If Zhang Ba can be conquered, he can be made a vanguard in the future. If Zhang Ba surrenders, he will be the first 3 kingdoms general he has conquered. Among the Taishan thieves, Zhang Ba and Sun Quan were the best at fighting. There were also some who rebelled repeatedly and could not be taken in, such as Changxi. Chu Tian made friends with the Mi family and took away Liu Bei's starting capital. Now he conquered the Taishan bandits and took away Cao Cao's power. Chu Tian originally thought that he could easily subdue Zhang Ba because of his
Con of Heaven
aura, but Zhang Ba simply ignored Chu Tian and turned his head to one side. He really wasn't willing to be a prisoner like this. He always believed that Hua Mulan could defeat him through a sneak attack. And if they faced each other head-on, he would not be a prisoner at all. It is so difficult to conquer a 3 kingdoms general. Chu Tian has a luxurious lineup like Hua Mulan, Li Guang, Zhou Yafu, and Shui Rengui under his command. Zhang Ba is definitely not a king-level historical general, and Chu Tian doesn't really care whether Zhang Ba is willing to be loyal. But he would not release Zhang Ba just like this. After all, Zhang Ba is a usable historical general. If he falls into the hands of other players, it will cause Chu Tian a lot of trouble.
You persuade the defenders in the inner city to surrender, and I can forget about it.
Chu Tian's attempt to surrender failed, so he ordered Zhang Ba to persuade the inner city defenders to surrender. Zhang Ba still didn't answer. Come here.
Take him to the city and ask the inner city defenders to surrender. Otherwise, the inner city will be attacked and no chickens or dogs will be left behind.
Chu Tian was a little angry. Facts have proved that except for the generals obtained through the use of hero recruitment orders, it is very difficult to conquer a wild general. Zhang Ba was carried by Li Guang and came to the foot of the city wall.
The cavalry commander was captured by the enemy.
The defenders in the inner city saw Zhang Ba being tied up below and quickly informed Sun Quan. Sun Quan knew that Zhang Ba was very powerful,
but he didn't expect to be captured by the other party. He couldn't help but be horrified.
Even my eldest brother has been captured. What should I do? Surrender without killing. Otherwise the city will be destroyed and no chickens or dogs will be left.
Li Guang is a ruthless man. If Chu Tian gives the order, he may really massacre the city. Massacre is a threat. It may frighten the opponent, or it may have the opposite effect and make the defenders prefer death to surrender. Fang Xianling reminded Chu Tian in a low voice.
My lord, you must act in a royal way. If you massacre the city like this, I'm afraid you will lose people's hearts. I'm just angry for a moment. Even if he doesn't surrender, I won't really give the order.
Chu Tian, calm down. There is a military advisor to remind you at all times, so that you will not make mistakes. Sun Quan was threatened and saw Zhang Ba captured, so he was inclined to surrender.
Sir, In this case, we have no choice but to surrender.
A group of strangers who assisted Zhang Ba and Sun Quan learned that the outer city had been destroyed. Not long ago, they were encouraging Zhang Ba to compete in the Central Plains. At this time, they persuaded Sun Quan to surrender. The dream of competing in the Central Plains was shattered in just 2 or 3 days. The person who broke this dream was Chu Tian, the lord of Xia City.
Open the door! Let's surrender!
Sun Quan gritted his teeth. He was as unwilling as Zhang Ba. But under the pressure of retainers and enemy troops, he finally chose to surrender. Xia Cheng's army marched straight in and occupied the inner city. Sun Quan, one of the bandit leaders of Mount Tai, also became a prisoner of Chu Tian. He was tied up with a thick hemp rope and placed alongside Zhang Ba. Of the 20,000 defenders of Langia City, only 1,000 or so were actually killed in the battle, and the rest surrendered to Xia City. Now Chu Tian captured 2 historical generals alive in one go. Zhang Ba and Sun Quan should be second and third-rate generals. Only children make choices. Chu Tian wants them all. He still did not give up his plan to conquer Zhang Ba and Sun Quan. Sun Quan was also a talented person. After joining the Wei state, he rose to the rank of General Zhenwei and governor of Qinzhou. It is not a problem for these 2 people to command thousands or 10,000 troops.
Brother is unwilling to surrender, and I won't surrender either.
Sun Quan followed Zhang Ba's lead and was also unwilling to surrender. For the 2 troublesome guys, Chu Tian had no choice but to temporarily detain them. Chu Tian said to Fang Xianling with emotion,
I thought that the world's heroes would fall into my trap, but I didn't expect that the 2 Taishan bandit leaders were unwilling to surrender. Does the military advisor have any good ideas?
Fang Xianling said.
I personally think that the reason why Zhang Ba and Sun Quan are unwilling to surrender is because the Lord attacked Langia City, and they were unwilling to lose. If the Lord defeats the other Taishan thieves, they will definitely surrender after seeing the Lord's military power. What you said makes sense.
Chu Tian counted the achievements this time. Shuerengui killed the most enemies alone. Hua Mulan captured Zhang Ba, and Li Guang and Zhou Yafu's 2 troops killed many enemies. In terms of credit, Hua Mulan takes the lead. Because of the capture of Zhang Ba, Sun Quan was able to be persuaded to surrender and avoid a difficult battle. Chu Tian didn't know how to reward Hua Mulan, so he had to make a blank promise.
Hua Mulan will be promoted to the cavalry commander in the future.
The 5th issue of Military Generals Conjecture, Taishan Thieves Zhang Ba and Sun Quan. Chapter 157, Gains from Capturing a Large City.
Langia City was captured by the Lord I just want to farm, the administrative seat of Langia Kingdom. A large city was breached in less than 2 years.
Players living in Langia City immediately discovered that the largest city in Langia Kingdom had been captured by the player lord, and Chu Tian replaced Zhang Ba as a minor prince entrenched in Langia Kingdom. The news spread quickly among players, and soon the entire Eastern Han district knew that Langia City had been captured by Chu Tian's army. The war broke out in Xiamping County. Li Chengyang and Zhu Dasho launched their troops to attack Xiamping County, their iron hoofs clanking. Gonsun Zhao, the magistrate of Xiamping County, was defeated by Li Chengyang's Liaodong cavalry. Zhu Dasho killed him during the battle, and all the defenders of Xiamping County surrendered.
Chu Zimu is actually half a step faster than me.
Mingguan was very proud of having conquered Xiamping City. He was a little depressed when he heard the news. He used almost the same method as Chu Tian. He sent players from the Yen Cavalry Guild to disguise themselves as horse merchants to attack Xiamping County and seize the city gate. Then he sent Li Chengyang and Zhu Dasho to lead the cavalry to attack. Zhu Dasho killed Gonsun, the magistrate of Xiamping County, with a single sword. Zhao defeated the defenders of Xiamping. It's just that he captured Xiamping City half a day later than Chu Tian. There was no extra reward for capturing the county in advance, and it didn't hurt to be so late. However, Mingguan felt like losing. Black smoke rose from the burning wooden house, and charred wood scattered on the floor. Zhou Yafu led his soldiers to put out the flames in the city. When attacking a city, you can destroy the city and create chaos without scruples. After taking the city and turning it into your own territory, you have to appease the people. Chu Tian did not embarrass the residents and players of Langia City because he would have to collect taxes from them in the future. Only with a population can there be money and food. The benefits Chu Tian gained from annexing the first 3 kingdoms' power were unimaginable. This is a large city, the largest city in Langia Kingdom, with a large population and savings.
A total of 15,000 soldiers surrendered to us, and thousands more fled from other city gates and disappeared without a trace. Among them, 500 were 4th-level soldiers. 3,000 were 3rd-level soldiers. And the rest were all 1st and 2nd-level soldiers, including 7,000 Taishan bandits. People.
Hua Mulan temporarily counted the number of prisoners. Chu Tian frowned. He didn't expect that there were so many Taishan bandits in Zhang Ba's army. The Taishan bandits do not belong to the regular arms. They should be special arms. But they are incomparable with special arms such as Shiliu Camp and Shishang Camp. It is similar to the peasant military units, such as the Yellow Turban Soldiers, Yellow Turban Changs, and Chuanwang Refugee Army.
There is also a heavy cavalry of 150 people and a heavy infantry of 350 people, which we have not had time to use.
Hua Mulan reported something that made Chu Tian's eyes light up. Zhang Ba was different from other Taishan bandit leaders. He wanted to transform the Taishan bandits under his command into professional soldiers, and also formed a 500-man heavy armored regiment, composed of 4th-level Shuzhou heavy infantry and Shuzhou heavy cavalry. It's just that Zhang Ba never thought that he would be captured easily, and the heavy armored legion was not used at all. After Sun Quan surrendered, the 500-man heavy armored regiment also became Chu Tian's spoils.
The 150-man Shuzhou heavy cavalry, plus the 147-man Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Total a heavy cavalry team of about 300 people. I will finally have a force in my hands that can determine victory or defeat.
Chu Tian has not officially recruited a heavy cavalry yet, and all the existing heavy cavalry are relying on capture. The salary of the Shuzhou heavy cavalry is 5 taels of silver per month, which is more expensive than the Goguryeo heavy cavalry. With a high salary and equipment, the number of heavy cavalry was surprisingly small. There is also a heavy infantry squad of 350 people, which Chu Tian handed over to Zhou Yafu to command. The heavy infantry's defensive power is astonishing, and coupled with Zhou Yafu's expertise in defense, it will become an unbreakable iron army. Chu Tian went to the Lord's Mansion in Langia City. The Lord's Mansion in Langia City is far more spacious and magnificent than the Lord's Mansion in Xia City. There is a huge stone tablet in the Lord's Mansion, which records the detailed information of Langia City. Territory, Langia City, Kaiyang City. Lord, Zhang Ba, Kiduai. Affiliation, Langia Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialty products, silver grade sleeve armor, grade A specialty. High quality sorghum wine, grade A specialty. Glutinous rice flour, grade B specialty. Population, 387-412/1000000. Popularity 56. Security 34. Prosperity of this city 72112/150000. Administrative efficiency 41/100. Agricultural efficiency 71 out of 100. Economic efficiency 62/100. Cultural efficiency 57 out of 100. City defense fortifications, high-grade rammed earth brick city wall, 12 meters high, 14 meters thick at the bottom. Can be expanded. Moats and urns can be built. Large city towers, 6th level of city defense. High-grade stone arrow towers, 6th level of city defense. Intermediate horse face, 5 levels of city defense.
Ding! You have actual control over Langia City. And Langia City is within the control range of Xia City. The prosperity of Langia City will be included in the prosperity of your total territory. You can give orders to Langia City.
Chu Tian's Xia City is already at the city level. There are no restrictions on the number or level of vassal villages and towns, as long as it is within the scope of Xia City's influence and actual control is achieved. Langia City can be turned into a vassal. So Langia City became a vassal of Xia City. Chu Tian still plans to build Xia City and regards Xia City as the main city. When Xia City reaches a large city and merges with Langia City, it will soon be upgraded to a state-level giant city. After all, Xia City currently has 6-level infantry battalions, archer battalions, cavalry battalions, and special buildings such as Zhongyi Temple, which may not be available in Langia City.
Population 387,000.
Chu Tian saw that the population of Langia City was actually 7 times the population of Xia City. However, Langia City's public sentiment and public order have dropped significantly due to Chu Tian's war, and it will take a long time to recover. During this period, rebellions and uprisings were prone to occur in the city. There is another shortcoming. The administrative efficiency of Langia City is not high under Zhang Ba's governance.
How much savings are there in the bank and granary?
Chu Tian was more concerned about tangible interests. The purpose of waging war is to expand territory, which is related to population. Gold, silver,
and food. Otherwise, no one would go to the trouble of waging war for the sake of fame. Hua Mulan was counting military data, while Fang Xianling was looking through Langia City's household registration, financial and other account books. All gold, silver, copper, silk and jewelry. Approximately worth 420,000 taels of silver and 110,000 units of grain. It seems that Zhang Ba has collected a lot of gold, silver and food. When Chu Tian learned about Langia City's silver treasury and grain reserves, he couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer quantity. 110,000 units of grain are equivalent to the annual expenses of 110,000 civilians. In theory, it can feed 110,000 soldiers. In fact, this is not the case. War horses and pack horses are both big consumers of food. Soldiers consume more food than usual when fighting, and the warriors who transport food also need to consume food. Another situation that will lead to a decrease in food is that the enemy attacks the food road or sets fire to the granary, coupled with the need to prepare surplus food for city defense or disaster relief. 110,000 units of food can barely feed 20,000 to 40,000 soldiers. I have obtained 420,000 taels of silver. Now I should be able to share the pressure of Xiao Liang. Chu Tian thought of Xiao Liang, who often worried about accounts. 420,000 taels of silver was undoubtedly a huge amount of income for Xia Cheng. Even if 100,000 taels of silver were transferred from Langia City's bank to Xia Cheng's bank, it would still be a big loss. It can alleviate the financial pressure on Xia City. In addition to gold, silver, money and food, there are also thousands of various weapons. The Lord can use these weapons and captured soldiers to go north to attack Yangdu County. Fang Xianling supports Chu Tian's plan for continuous expansion. Capturing Langia City is the most ideal situation in Fang Xianling's imagination. The various forces in Xuzhou have not yet reacted. Going north to attack Yangdu County at this time will definitely catch the various forces in Xuzhou off guard. Take a rest for a day. Gather the prisoners, and do not disturb the people. Hua Mulan, Shueli, and Li Guang take turns leading the supervising team to patrol the city. If anyone disturbs the people, no matter who it is, he will be executed immediately. Chu Tian arranged it. After annexing the army of Langia City, the number of Hua Mulan's light cavalry increased to 2,500. Most of them came from the families of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. After being absorbed by Chu Tian, they became very impressive, suddenly having a force of 2,500 light cavalry and a force of 300 heavy cavalry. Chu Tian now felt like a rich man. If he hadn't seen the Tang army's tens of thousands of cavalry in the Battle of Unchi City, Chu Tian would have been floating at this time. Compared with the Tang army, he still had a long way to go, especially because he lacked elite cavalry. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan's cavalry can only see 150 heavy cavalry. These two men are escorting So Jun to show them that we can defeat the Taishan bandits head-on. Chu Tian gathered the soldiers and horses of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Now he was more confident. Before going north to attack Qi Xiaobai and the Taishan bandit Changxi, Chu Tian and Fang Xianling had already calculated the forces they had collected. There is a group of Taishan bandits in Jiqiu County in the south, and Tao Qian from Xiapi may also go north. The offensive must be as fast as the wind and as fierce as fire. Leave 5,000 people to guard Langia City, 3,000 people to guard Xia City, and the remaining 15,000 troops are urgently taken. Yangdu County. Xiao Liang, please immediately send someone to contact the Mi family and ask Mi Zhu and Mi Fang to try their best to dissuade Tao Qian from sending troops. Whatever conditions the Mi family proposes, you can agree to them temporarily. If the conditions are too harsh, you can just refuse them in the future. Chu Tian also made a series of arrangements. It's good that Langia City was captured, but it also meant that Chu Tian changed the pattern of Xuzhou and stirred up a hornet's nest. Xuzhou now has the governor Tao Qian, the Taishan bandits, the remnants of the Yellow Turban Army, governors from various places, and player lords. There are dozens of large and small forces, and they will definitely not sit back and watch Chu Tian grow bigger easily. The biggest headache for Chu Tian was Tao Qian, the governor of Xuzhou. After all, Tao Qian is the governor of Xuzhou. As long as he gives the order, tens of thousands of Xuzhou soldiers will go north to attack Xia City. Xiapi City is separated from Xiacheng and Langia City by 2 or 3 counties, and is connected by the river. The Xuzhou army can arrive in less than half a month. If the cavalry works hard, it can take several days. Tao Qian also had a navy,
The only one who can contain Tao Qian is the Mi family, who provide financial support to Tao Qian. Chu Tian was betting that the Mi family would choose him between Tao Qian and himself. The main basis is not strength, but age. Tao Qian is too old and may die of old age or illness at any time. But Chu Tian is young and strong, and he has captured Langia City and can fight for decades. Who should he choose? Chu Tian believes that the Mi family will make a good choice. The cavalry with tang swords hanging on their waists patrolled the streets, and the civilians and players in the city did not dare to breathe. Many civilians and free players living in Langia City have not experienced the war. At this time, Langia City has become the focus of many Shuzhou forces. Chu Tian ordered Shui Rengui to control the teleportation array in Langia City. Now he finally has a teleportation array in his hands. The teleportation array can teleport soldiers to other cities. In theory, the teleportation array can be used to sneak attacks on other cities. But if you want to use the teleportation array to connect with other cities, you must get the consent of other cities. There is also a huge price to pay, starting with 5 taels of silver. The further the distance, the greater the cost. The number of people teleported in each batch is limited. The teleportation array in a large city can only teleport 500 people at a time. The cooling time is 1 hour. If it is used day and night, it can only teleport 12,000 soldiers a day. It is easy to be ambushed by the opponent's city and die. Each city's teleportation array has troops stationed there. Currently, Langia City's teleportation array can only travel between Luoyang and Langia City. Luoyang was the capital of the Eastern Han Dynasty and a neutral city. Most people did not dare to take it. If they took Luoyang, they would be attacked by all the princes. No matter what. Chu Tian has a teleportation array, which is better than nothing. Everyone from Langia to Luoyang needs 10 taels of silver. I don't know how much tax the Lord can collect. Chu Tian believes that the teleportation array can make huge profits. Even if only 100 people use it every day, they can get 1,000 taels of silver, which is 365,000 taels of silver a year. But he soon became disappointed. The teleportation array had a mandatory tax rate, and the Lord could only get 1% of the income. If one person uses the teleportation array, Chu Tian can only earn 100 copper coins. Chu Tian, who originally wanted to exploit the loophole, gave up this plan. It is also a good way to use the teleportation array to mobilize troops in the future. But the price is too expensive. To send an army of 10,000 people to Luoyang would not only take a day, but also cost 100,000 taels of silver. Not many lords were willing to waste that much money. There is also a huge limitation. When the city is surrounded, the teleportation array will be forcibly disabled. In other words, as long as the enemy approaches the city, unless the opponent withdraws his troops, the people in the city will not be able to escape, nor will they be able to use the teleportation array to obtain reinforcements. Chu Tian could understand this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch anyone at all. It's better to use the teleportation array as little as possible in the future. Teleporting an army of 10,000 people often costs tens of thousands of taels of silver, or even 100,000 taels of silver. After a few teleportations, I will probably go bankrupt, unless the territory expands to the point where ordinary marching is too late. Chu Tian will not consider using the teleportation array. Chu Tian's army rested for a day in Langia City to recharge their batteries and distributed the surrendered soldiers to various generals. On the 3rd day after capturing Langia City, Chu Tian went to attack Yangdu County without stopping, and dealt with Qi Xiaobai and Taishan thief Changxi, the two forces that threatened Chu Tian. He wanted to defeat the Langia Kingdom's forces one by one before they began to join forces. Otherwise, once these forces join forces, Chu Tian's position will be very passive. My army, which just wants to farm well, has started taking action again. What exactly does it want to do? Players in Langia City couldn't help but wonder when they discovered that Chu Tian's army had only been stationed for more than a day before leaving Langia City. Qi Xiaobai sent Shizhua to Langia City to keep up with Chu Tian's troops and investigate Chu Tian's movements. However, both Xia City and Langia City were ordered to close the city, and no one was allowed to leave the city. Chapter 158 Anti-Chu Tian Alliance. Langia City has been captured? Shuiyu gathered 10,000 low-level soldiers and local warriors in her 3rd-level town. She originally planned to stop Qi Xiaobai and Changxi from going south and buy time for Chu Tian. However, things went smoothly. Before Qi Xiaobai and Changxi could react, Langia City had fallen. Shuiyu doesn't have to stick to it anymore. You lead 10,000 troops and wait for me in Shuiyue town. The two armies will join together
and attack Yangdu County immediately.
Shui Yu received the notice of Chu Tian's ambition. Chu Tian's ambition was not only to occupy Kaiyang County, but also to covet Yangdu County.
I didn't expect him to be so fast. Once he defeats the Taishan bandit coalition, no one in Langya country can stop him. Unless Tao Qian goes on a personal expedition. Tao Qian still has some generals and troops.
Shui Yu continued to wait for Chu Tian to go north in Shuiyue town. If you think about it carefully, this is the second northern expedition to Yangdu County. The first northern expedition to Yangdu County was blocked by the Taishan thief Changshi. But this time Chu Tian planned to take Changshi out with him. When Wu Sangui came back on horseback, Qi Xiaobai had already organized 8,000 troops and planned to go south to support Zhang Ba. He was not familiar with Zhang Ba and had no friendship with him. But the enemy of his enemy was his friend. And he could not let Chu Tian capture a large city. The resources of large cities are not comparable to those of ordinary small and medium-sized lords. Once Chu Tian has the resources of a large city, it would not be difficult to sweep the entire Langya kingdom. Therefore, Qi Xiaobai must go south to rescue Zhang Ba. But as soon as his troops were assembled, news came that Chu Tian had defeated Langya city and led his troops north, giving Qi Xiaobai a blow in the head. Chu Tian's strategy is too fast.
Changshi received Zhang Ba's personal letter and has agreed to form a coalition with us to go south.
Wu Sangui successfully completed his mission. Qi Xiaobai shook his head dejectedly.
It's too late. Everything is too late. Langya city has been breached. They are heading north quickly.
Qi Xiaobai felt unprecedented despair. His battle spirit town has not yet been upgraded to a city, so it cannot stop the combined forces of a small city and a large city. No matter how he calculated, Qi Xiaobai could not defeat Chu Tian. Even if he were given Han Xian and Wu Qi, they would be powerless in the face of the absolute gap in territorial strength. If you have famous generals, you must also have national strength.
My lord, why bother? I have a plan to defeat the farm.
Wu Sangui's eyes were sharp, and he had suffered losses at the hands of Chu Tian and his group many times. With his ability, as long as the Lord obeyed his instructions, it would not be a problem to capture 1 or 2 counties. But because of Chu Tian, Qi Xiaobai has never been able to develop. Qi Xiaobai seemed to be grasping the last straw.
What else can we do to turn the tide? My lord can use his influence among strangers to call on all the lords of Langya and Donghai Kingdom to besiege Xia City. His subordinates summon all the Taishan bandits, worship Changshi as their leader, and go south to attack Langya City. If attacked from both sides, farming will be defeated.
Wu Sangui's words were so powerful that Qi Xiaobai regained his ashes.
Good.
Qi Xiaobai almost forgot that there was another way to unite other lords to fight against the big lord. The lord of the world's #1 town. Mingwan once fell to 10th in the Eastern Han district and missed the #1 city in the world because he was attacked by the lords of Xiongping County and the Wuwan tribe. Small and medium-sized lords can unite with local princes to kill big lords. If Li Chongyang and Zhu Dasho hadn't made a comeback in Mingwan, maybe he would have been destroyed by the small and medium lords. Any tree that is beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Now Chu Tian is the #1 lord in the Eastern Han dynasty, and there are many lords in Langya Kingdom who are afraid of Chu Tian. The lords who have persisted until now are more or less ambitious. Even Chu Tian's ally Shui Yu has ambitions. However, based on various considerations such as strength gap, territorial position, and private friendship, Shui Yu chose to merge with Xia City's forces. But the vast majority of lords are not willing to give away their power to others. Small and medium-sized lords may not be unable to make a comeback. There is a common interest in joining forces. So Qi Xiaobai took the initiative to spread the news in Langya Kingdom and the nearby Donghai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom.
First Lord, I just want to farm well and sweep Kaiyang County. If his power is not curbed, other lords of Langya Kingdom will not develop at all.
Opportunity. The same goes for the lords of Donghai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom. We must join forces to form a coalition before he dominates Langya Kingdom and jointly attack him. I just want to farm well. Otherwise, he will be the next Cao Cao. Langya Kingdom Yangdu County War Qi Xiaobai, the Lord of Seoul Town, is the leader of the alliance and calls on all the lords of Langya, Donghai, and Xiapi Kingdom to form an alliance to attack Xia City.
Qi Xiaobai's call for summer caused an uproar in Langya, Donghai, and Xiapi Kingdoms. There were only 5 counties in Shuzhou.
And suddenly, there was a stir among the lords of 3 counties. Qi Xiaobai actually plans to form an alliance to conquer Chu Tian. This isn't Bannerlord's first major alliance. Mingwan, the lord of Liaodong, was surrounded by the Xiangping County Alliance. Small and medium-sized lords in some other counties, and counties also joined forces to eliminate the big lords. And the lower ones defeated the upper ones. But this time, the alliance is definitely the largest in scale. Its scope is no longer limited to one county, but 3 counties, and most of Shuzhou. News of the anti-Chutian alliance even spread to Qizhou, Yanzhou, Qizhou, and Yangzhou, and all the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty knew about it. As the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, Chu Tian received as much attention as the 3 giants, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian. In addition, Chu Tian had just captured Langya City, and was in the limelight. Every move he made attracted the attention of other great lords. As soon as the call for the anti-Chutian alliance came out, everyone became uneasy. Xiao Gongzi, the lord of Beihai Kingdom in Qingzhou, was worried that Chu Tian's power would expand greatly after he captured Langya City. When he heard Qi Xiaobai's call for the establishment of an anti-Chutian alliance, he was stunned at first, and then showed a pleased expression.
Wu Xiu Yulin, the wind will destroy it. It will be piled up on the shore. The current will be turbulent. If you are higher than others, the crowd will not do it. You have become the first lord to capture the county. The other lords of Langya Kingdom will have trouble sleeping and eating. How can they continue to sit back and watch you? Go big? Even if this alliance cannot destroy you, it is enough to make you exhausted and greatly delay your development. Mingguan was almost crippled by the lord of a county and the Wuhuan tribe. How can you deal with 3 counties? What about the siege by the country's lords? Not to mention the Taishan bandit forces. If it weren't for the fact that my territory is quite far away from you, I would also like to join this interesting alliance.
Mr. Zhao's recent worries about Chu Tian from the neighboring county have been wiped away. There was no need for the lords of Beihai Kingdom to take action. The lords of Langya Kingdom could not wait to jump out and wanted to eliminate and carve up Chu Tian's power. The lords of Langya Kingdom felt a huge threat. If Chu Tian does not join forces to contain Chu Tian, once Chu Tian controls 2 or 3 of the 13 counties in Langya City, it will be easy to sweep the entire Langya Kingdom. All the lords in the Eastern Han dynasty knew this truth. In the Western Region Protectorate, Huan, who had some friendship with Chu Tian, stayed in a corner. When he learned that Chu Tian had made a big fuss in Shuzhou, he couldn't help but sympathize with Chu Tian.
Brother Chu, you can slow down and wait 10 days and a half. By capturing the county, the possibility of being alerted by other lords is greatly reduced. But people are like this, jealous of the strong.
Da He, the lord of Jiuyuan County in Bingzhou, fought side by side with Chu Tian during the National War. After learning the news, he expressed helplessness.
Langya City is too far away from me. Otherwise, I will lead the Bingzhou cavalry to support you.
Prince Wen, the lord of Dongjun, shook his head.
There are many counties separated between Dongjun and Langya Kingdom. It is impossible for them to let him go, and there is nothing we can do to help.
In Guangxi County, Zhongshan, Qizhou, Liu Bei, who serves as the county captain, has recruited 7,000 troops and thousands of players, and applied to the court to assist Gong Sunzan in the crusade against Zhang Chun and Wuhuan's rebellion. He learned that Chu Tian, who had robbed him of a lot of credit in Guangzhou County, was targeted by the lords of Langya, Donghai, and Xiaopi. He felt complicated.
If this person can break the alliance, he will definitely be a big enemy in the future. If he loses, the best. Brother, it's time for us to go on an expedition.
Guan Yu, holding the Qinglong Yanyu sword, was dressed in green robes and looked majestic. Behind him were 2,000 Jizhou light cavalry.
This time, Zhang Yida, will chop off Wu Huan's head and make you a prefect,
so that you won't have to suffer the shame in Anqi County.
Zhang Fei got his own Zhangba snake spear, which is equally majestic. They are Liu Bei's most proud subordinates.
We can establish a firm foothold in Anqi County and rely on military advisor Chen. If we can become a prefect in the future, military advisor will definitely be a long history.
Liu Bei thanked an alien player. This alien player knew that Liu Bei lacked a military advisor, so he used his knowledge and strategy, as well as his resources among the players, to gain Liu Bei's trust, and was worshipped as a military advisor by Liu Bei. A player's intelligence is not limited to the board and varies from person to person. Some players specifically take the counselor route. In times of governance, counselors play a limited role and are not as good as a civil servant who is familiar with internal affairs. But in troubled times, this is not the case. A good counselor is as good as an army of 100,000 people. The foreign counselors made up for Liu Bei's lack of counselors in the early stage, helping him point out the route to put down the Wuhuan rebellion, obtain military exploits, and then apply to the court to serve as a prefect or county magistrate. Liu Bei's army marched towards Yuo, preparing to join up with his former classmate Gong Sunzan.
Anti-Xiaoqing alliance? Interesting. Chu Tian, you are going to be in trouble this time. Feel the pain of being flanked by the alliance of small and medium lords before. And I want to regain the first place during this period.
Ming Wan of Liaodong learned that an anti-Chu Tian alliance was being formed, and he had a chance to surpass Chu Tian.
If you fall into a siege, then it will be an opportunity for me to develop. What you are plotting is Langia City, and what I am plotting is Chang'an City.
Zhoujiang Laoqin looked in the direction of Chang'an City. His city called itself Xianying City, and Chang'an City was nearby. Now the chariot generals Zhang Wen and Polu generals are fighting against the rebels Bei Gongboi and Han Sui in Meiyang County. Fufeng, Yufeng. Originally, Huang Fusang defeated the Shiliang rebels, and the Shiliang rebels retreated slightly. However, Su Fengnian, the lord of Longxi, cleverly bribed the 10 permanent ministers to remove the brave and capable Huang Fusang and Sun Jian. So the Shiliang rebels once again threaten Chang'an. There is still a war going on in Yufeng, which makes many lords panic. With danger comes opportunity. Every month, the Han army purchased a large amount of strategic materials from the lords of Guanzhong. Zhoujiang Laoqin's Xianying City became extremely wealthy due to selling strategic materials, and began the Guanzhong strategy. His ultimate goal was to surround Chang'an City.
The sky is dead. Huang Tian must stand.
In Nanjing County, a large number of peasant soldiers shouted fanatical slogans. Ants swarmed over and attacked Nanjing City. Arrows rained down from the defenders. Stones rolled down. Hundreds of peasant soldiers were killed, and their lives were like a piece of grass. Zhang Bao and Lu Zongmin took turns leading the peasant army to attack Nanjing City. They did not prepare large siege equipment, but used tunnels and ladders to storm Nanjing City. The peasant army continued to attack the city like expendables, keeping the defenders in a state of high tension. The Lord advocated the road and supervised the peasant army's attack on the city, without feeling any distress in his heart. Since you have chosen the strategy of explosive troops, you cannot be lenient. The population is just a data in his hands. He can make all the people into soldiers. Now there is no lord in the Eastern Han Dynasty who can have such a huge army on his own. Along the way, he continued to absorb refugees and formed a peasant army of 100,000 to besiege Nanjing City.
Huh? Chu Zimu was actually ganged up by the lords of 3 counties to deal with it. Ha ha ha. I thought that I started the Yellow Turban Uprising and was surrounded and suppressed by the Hanzhong prefect. I didn't expect that there were other people who had a similar experience to me. But you didn't can an army of 100,000 survive this difficulty?
At this time, Zhang Dao was surrounded and suppressed by all the Han troops and lords in Hanzhong.
And the situation was not much better than that of Chu Tian. But Zhang Dao wanted to quickly sweep Hanzhong, and carrying out a peasant uprising was the fastest way. This was an active choice he considered after weighing. But Chu Tian was not. Chu Tian did not want to be enemies with all the lords. He is the passive party. After Qi Xiaobai announced the establishment of an anti-Chu Tian alliance, many lords of Langia Kingdom responded immediately. Chu Tian directly threatened their interests. As for the lords of Donghai Kingdom and Xiaopi Kingdom, their reactions were not so violent. Chu Tian was still some distance away from them. If they wanted to attack Xia City, they would need time to assemble soldiers and horses, prepare food and transportation teams, and then it would take some time to arrive. Xia Cheng. Even so, 10 far-sighted lords from Donghai and Xiaopi states agreed to join forces, and each sent a force to try to attack Xia City. The reaction of the lords of various counties in Langia Kingdom was quite violent. A total of 17 lords agreed to join the anti-Chu Tian alliance. Among them were many lords who were just joining in the fun, and some who really regarded Chu Tian as a threat. Zhu County is not far from Kaiyang County. Once Yangdu County is occupied by Chu Tian, Zhu County will also be in great danger. The prosperity of Zhu County is second only to Kaiyang County in Langia Kingdom. The lord who unified the Langia Kingdom might be born from the lords of Kaiyang County or Zhu County.
Su Sheng, you lead 5,000 troops south to support Zhanhu in town. In addition, I will lobby Langia Prime Minister Xiao Jian to send troops. We must curb Xia Cheng's ambitions no matter what.
A big lord in Zhu County handed over a troop of troops to Su Sheng.
the general of Wu State. All the soldiers and horses are ready to move and gather towards the Battle Soul town. Because Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were captured by the Taishan bandit forces, everyone was in danger and agreed to send troops to destroy Chu Tian. The person involved, Chu Tian, couldn't help but feel depressed when he learned the news. The crusade against Dong Zhuo had not yet begun, but he had already become the target of the crusade. Xiao Liang, who was in Xiaoqing, received an order from Chu Tian. Recruit troops immediately, no matter the cost. Chapter 159 Changshi, the thief who broke Mount Tai. Why did you provoke so many lords? There are more than 20 lords in 3 counties who want to destroy you. I will not be defeated and captured. Xiao Liang learned that the anti-Chu Tian alliance was established and Xia Cheng became one of the targets of the coalition's attack. So he immediately recruited full soldiers. All cavalry battalions, infantry battalions, archer battalions, and even naval battalions were filled with local warriors, and more soldiers were recruited as quickly as possible. Recruiting a large number of soldiers and horses will bring serious negative effects. Not only will the military pay that needs to be paid be increased every month, but it will also reduce people's morale and public security, and increase the demand for weapons. The barracks are at full capacity to train soldiers, and the military crafts workshops must be operating at full capacity. Arrange immediately. All villages and towns will be closed. Once a lord is discovered to be invading, come and report. No fighting. Each village and town recruits brave warriors to prepare to defend the city. Although Xiao Liang is not old, he has to bear the consequences of Chu Tian's trick. There were many historical generals in Xia City, but almost all of them were led by Chu Tian to fight, leaving only a group of silver-level heroes. But it doesn't matter. It should be able to hold on. Xiao Liang personally guarded Xia City, while Lu Sandao was left behind in Lengia City by Chu Tian. Chu Tian wants to bet that he can solve the situation in advance before the coalition forces attack Lengia City and Xia City. First, we must defeat Qi Xiaobai and Changshi. Once they are defeated, the alliance can be broken without attacking. On the way to the north, Fang Xianling learned that Chu Tian mentioned the alliance to conquer Xia, and gave him the advice to capture the thieves first and capture the king first. Whoever proposed an alliance was defeated to frighten the other lords. We're going to march faster. Chu Tian saw the city of Shuiyue Town. Shuiyue Town is a third-level town, with a population of just over 10,000. However, Shuiyue Town does not have the resources to build a large number of buildings, so Shuiyue Town remains at the town level. She mobilized the young men from 12 towns to form an army of 10,000 people to join Chu Tian. There are dozens of flying ladders in my town. I can take them to you if you need them. Take it with you. Chu Tian didn't even have time to enter Shuiyue Town to rest. This time the anti-Chu Tian alliance composed of 27 lords was so powerful that even if each of them sent 1,000 soldiers and horses, they could form a coalition of 27,000 people. This does not include the Taishan bandits, who are afraid of Chu Tian. Chu Tian was the captain of Kaiyang County. It was rumored that he planned to wipe out the Taishan bandits, which shocked Changshi, Yinli, Sun Kong and other Taishan bandit leaders. Taishan bandits can organize at least tens of thousands of people. If all the troops of the anti-Chu Tian alliance were allowed to converge, Chu Tian might face an attack by more than 100,000 troops. And then, he would really be besieged on all sides. I already know about the formation of the Xia demanding alliance. Do you have the confidence to deal with the alliance composed of 27 lords and Taishan bandits? Shuiyu now doesn't know whether surrendering to Chu Tian is the right choice. The lords of 3 counties, Langya Kingdom, Xiaopi Kingdom, and Donghai Kingdom, raised troops to attack Xia Qing's forces. Even the number 1 lord found it difficult to face such a situation. They're just a bunch of rabble, especially the lords of Donghai Kingdom and Xiaopi Kingdom. They are not close to Xia City and will only send a partial army over. As long as we are fast enough, we can defeat them one by one. Chu Tian was full of confidence. To be honest, he was more afraid than Shuiyu. If Shuiyu was defeated, it would be a big deal for her to surrender. In a face-based world, the other party would definitely let her go. But Chu Tian and Qi Xiaobai have a feud, and the other party will definitely not let him go. In order to stabilize his only ally could only maintain a high degree of confidence and let the other party believe that he was confident. Once you show weakness and make your allies doubt whether there is a future for them, the alliance will collapse. Chu Tian's 15,000 people and Shuiyu's 10,000 people formed the southern army of 25,000 people, while Qi Xiaobai and the Taishan bandits formed the northern army, planning to decide the outcome in Zhanhuan town.
Qi Xiaobai never expected that so many lords would respond to his call. And many of them were more powerful than Qi Xiaobai. These lords needed someone to take the lead in stopping Chu Tian from continuing to expand. And it was obvious that Qi Xiaobai became the leader of the alliance.
The 17 lords of the Langya Kingdom are willing to send an average of 3,000 troops each, making a total of 51,000 troops. The 10 lords of the Donghai Kingdom and the Xiaopi Kingdom are willing to send 2,000 troops each because of the long distance, making a total of 20,000 troops. A large human army. We attack Xia City and Langya City at the same time, and they will be exhausted and destroyed by us.
Qi Xiaobai obtained the commitments from each lord and carefully counted the troops each lord was willing to send, and found that there were 71,000 soldiers. This may be the largest battle for control of Accountian lords.
Changshi sent 30,000 troops. Ainli sent 15,000 troops. Sun Kong sent 15,000 troops. A total of 60,000 people joined us. There was also Wu Dun from Jiqiu County, who sent 15,000 troops to capture Xia City.
Wu Sangui was responsible for calling on the Taishan bandits to besiege Chutian. The Taishan bandits could muster a coalition force of 75,000 people.
I can actually control an army of 150,000. I must destroy Zhongtian this time.
Qi Xiaobai's body trembled when he heard such a huge force. It was unimaginable. Even if not all the lords of Shuzhou participated in the siege of Chutian, the 150,000 people put together would be enough to make Chutian uncomfortable. Wu Sangui's frown still did not relax.
My lord, 150,000 people come from all directions and cannot reach Battle Soul Town immediately. It is estimated that when the enemy arrives at Battle Soul Town, we will have less than 70,000 people. 70,000 people are enough to defeat him. He only has 2 cities, and he has to leave troops to guard the cities. The number of troops that can attack us is no more than 30,000. To be on the safe side, we should try our best to delay the Xia City army below our town, and then wait for the coalition forces of Donghai Kingdom and Xiaopai Kingdom to attack Xia City and Langya City. Once the other side learns that the stronghold is under siege, their military morale will definitely be shaken. At that time, my lord will drive an army of 100,000 can defeat the opponent. Farmers will be captured by the lord. I have such a large army in hand. Why bother to hold on? As long as we set up formations in the wild, the outcome can be determined in one battle. Is it possible that the master is unwilling to listen to the suggestions of his subordinates?
Wu Sangui's words were so strong that Qi Xiaobai, a lord, couldn't help but shudder. If it weren't for Wu Sangui, his power would have perished long ago. There is a great situation now, and it was Wu Sangui who fought for it. Wu Sangui also has connections with the Taishan bandits. Qi Xiaobai gradually couldn't control Wu Sangui, so he had to say,
I understand.
Wu Sangui went down to assemble the soldiers and horses of Zhanhuan town, while Qi Xiaobai was responsible for being the leader of the anti-Chutian alliance, contacting other lords and urging them to besiege Xia City as soon as possible.
I just want to farm his historical heroes, including Hua Mulan, Li Guang, and Du Fu. If I can defeat him, I can divide his lords and capture his historical heroes.
In order to inspire the lords of the anti-Chutian alliance to fight hard, Qi Xiaobai mentioned the historical heroes owned by Chu Tian. The 3 heroes Chu Tian owned were no secret. They were all heroes coveted by other lords.
If I capture Xia City, all I want is Hua Mulan. Just give her to me. Li Guang and Du Fu, do whatever you want. Flying General Li Guang will be my prisoner. Whoever catches it belongs to whom.
Sure enough, upon hearing that there was a chance to capture the generals owned by Chu Tian, the morale of these lords immediately soared. In the county seat of Yangdu County, Chengshi gathered 30,000 Taishan bandits. Unlike Zhang Ba, who wanted to turn Taishan thieves into professional soldiers, he basically recruited Taishan thieves, so the number was larger. In order to deal with Chu Tian with all his strength, he recalled the Taishan bandits stationed in various places. 30,000 Taishan bandits left Yangdu County with great momentum, stretching for more than 10 miles. On the hillside, a group of cavalry was watching the Taishan bandits passing by in the distance. The Taishan thieves were undisciplined, their formations were loose, and their weapons were diverse. Hua Mulan pulled the reins and told Shui Gui, who was growing up and had little experience in leading troops,
You lead 500 cavalry to attack behind him.
Shui Gui nodded and led 500 cavalrymen to leave the hillside and make a detour. Hua Mulan also set off, riding away from the hillside. Mulan gives her cavalry a 25% attack and defense bonus. making her cavalry very sharp. Changshi was located in the center of the Taishan army. After the mighty Taishan army had walked 20 miles, the soldiers began to complain and cry for rest.
March another 5 miles.
Changshi felt helpless to this group of men. After leaving Yangdeching, the Taishan bandits marched for 25 miles, and then began to rest and prepare to cook. This group of Taishan thieves is actually a more fierce peasant army. Many of them carry iron pots on their backs and fetch water from the river. Then they mix the coarse grains and wild vegetables they carry with them into the iron pot and make a meal. However, Changshi brought a few female relatives with the army, and they had wine and meat. Changshi is considered the #1 figure among the Taishan thieves, but few players are willing to assist Changshi. Players want to gain benefits by assisting the princes of the 3 kingdoms, but it does not mean that all of them are willing to assist. Assist the princes with potential, such as Cao Cao, Sun Jian, Liu Bei, and Yuan Shao. They can become ministers in the future and have no worries about food and clothing. Assist weak princes, such as Kong Rong, Yan Baihu, etc., and try to isolate them. A Taishan thief like Changshi not only fails to achieve anything, but also kills people at every turn. So no player wants to be his subordinate. Only some ruthless players would be able to get along with Changshi.
Brother Zongba has been captured by them. This alien lord must be eliminated as soon as possible.
After the expansion restrictions of the princes in the Eastern Han dynasty were lifted, even Changshi had the desire to expand. Taishan's army was gathering in groups to eat a big pot of rice. Suddenly the ground began to tremble, and the dull sound of horse hooves seemed to come from the west. A Taishan thief holding a wooden bowl stood up and looked to the west blankly. Taishan thieves got up one after another. They were no stranger to this sound, and they were even afraid. Fear spread among Taishan's army. Changshi pushed away the women who were trying to please him and drew his sword.
Get ready to fight.
The Taishan army was yelled at by Changshi and quickly picked up the nearby weapons. The scene was chaotic, with pots and pans scattered all over the floor.
Don't break the pot.
Some Taishan thieves guarded the precious iron pot, on the premise that the iron output is not high. Each iron pot is expensive. The 30,000 Taishan bandits were noisy and had no time to form a formation. Hua Mulan led 2,000 light cavalry to attack Changshi's central army.
Kill!
On the alluvial plains of rivers, light cavalry is a nightmare for an infantry that has no time to form a formation. The sharp horse spear directly pierced the 2 Taishan thieves. The cavalrymen in the front row held spears in both hands, looking down from a high position, and penetrated the heads of the Taishan bandit infantry below. The cavalry in the rear wielded Tang Dao and Huanshou Dao to harvest the heads of the thieves. In the eyes of the light cavalry, the Taishan thieves who lacked formation were regarded as military merits. Hua Mulan led the cavalry and attacked the flag of General Taishan. Changshi was sweating profusely and gathered hundreds of soldiers. They were the elite of Taishan army, a third-level unit with a level of 50 or above. He saw a female general leading the cavalry towards him. His heart was broken, and he did not dare to fight. Instead, he turned around and fled with hundreds of his own soldiers on horseback. He is not worried that all the Taishan bandits will be wiped out, because the opponent simply does not have time to kill 30,000 Taishan bandits. The defeated Taishan thieves had nowhere to go, and sooner or later they would gather under his command. Behind the Taishan army, Xueragui in white led 500 light cavalry in an ambush. Seeing the Taishan army shouting for kill, he galloped forward and attacked Changshi with Hua Mulan. The young Xueragui already has the style of the Tang dynasty god of war. The Taishan bandit blocking him is as soft as tofu in front of Fang Tianhuoji, with blood splattering. In terms of individual combat power, Xueragui is more ferocious than Hua Mulan, and he uses such a domineering weapon as Fang Tian's painted halberd. Once they fight, they go on a rampage and defeat the Taishan thieves. 2 cavalry flanked the 30,000 Taishan bandits and defeated them. The mountains and plains were filled with fleeing bandits. The Taishan thieves were basically infantry and archers. They huddled up in a circular formation and still had a chance to survive. However, when they turned around and ran away, exposing their backs to the cavalry, what awaited them was a straight-edged sword raised high. Changshi fled with hundreds of cavalry, and met Xueragui, who was killing everyone on the way. Xueragui's white robe has been dyed red and turned into a blood robe. Fortunately, a large number of Taishan bandits blocked Xueragui, so Changshi was not captured alive. Changshi ran for 25 miles in one breath, fled to the foot of Yangdu city, called for the city gate to be opened, and then stayed behind closed doors, but was completely beaten by two fierce generals.
Those two cavalry.
Changshi thought of the horror of being dominated by Hua Mulan and Xuerengui, and the two sides were fighting, and he still can't come back to his senses. If his 30,000 Taishan troops formed a frontal formation, they might be able to block the attack of 2,500 light cavalry. But the light cavalry would not easily attack the pike phalanx head-on. Harassment, running, ambush, and cutting off food routes are the real light cavalry. And the light cavalry that attacked the pike phalanx head-on went astray. Hua Mulan and Xuerengui killed thousands of Taishan bandits one after another, but they couldn't kill them or catch them. The remaining Taishan bandits either fled into the mountains and forests or fled back to Yongdu City. After killing Taishan's army, Hua Mulan and Xuerengui did not attack the city. It was unrealistic for a small number of light cavalry to attack the city. At this time, they had gone deep into the hinterland of Yongdu County, between Zhanhuan Town and Yongdu City, and were in danger of being surrounded at any time.
Changshi's 30,000 strong army was attacked by Xiaqing's light cavalry for hundreds of miles, and was defeated. Changshi gave up supporting our Battle Soul town.
At this time, Qi Xiaobai, who was waiting for the arrival of reinforcements from all walks of life, heard the first bad news. Chu Tian brought out the most terrifying ability of the light cavalry, sending Hua Mulan and Xuerengui deep into the hinterland of Yongdu County to ambush the Taishan army in Changshi, who was reinforcing Zhanhuan Town. 2,500 light cavalrymen were like no one in Yongdu County. Chapter 160. Hua Mulan is injured.
A light cavalry has entered the hinterland of Yongdu County. The Taishan bandit Changshi has been defeated. You must be careful.
As the leader of the alliance, Qi Xiaobai reminded the lords, who came to support.
It was too late. My army was attacked.
A lord from Shihai County of Langya Kingdom climbed up the hillside with his soldiers. And below, the 3,000 soldiers and horses he brought were being attacked by the opponent's cavalry. A silver-level general was stabbed to death by a young general in white from the opponent's side and provoked. Such a terrifying scene left the lord unable to recover for a long time. 3,000 soldiers and horses were killed and dispersed by the opponent, and many horses were also plundered. The march speed of various lords in the anti-Chutian alliance was greatly reduced. They all knew that Chu Tian sent a group of cavalry to defeat Changshi and a lord from Shihai County. This group of cavalry only killed and injured more than 1,000 people of the coalition forces each time. It did not cause a devastating blow to the coalition forces, but it made the reinforcements from all walks of life timid and did not dare to advance. When Hua Mulan and Xuerengui crossed Zhanhuan Town to block the reinforcements, Chu Tian's main force had already arrived below Zhanhuan Town, and more than 20,000 people surrounded Zhanhuan Town. Fang Xianling held a map in his hand.
If you want to conquer Yongdu City, you must first capture Zhanhuan Town. Prepare a strong attack.
Chu Tian was ready to storm Zhanhuan Town. He didn't think Qi Xiaobai would surrender. After all, Qi Xiaobai had 100,000 reinforcements behind him. Although the 100,000 reinforcements advanced cautiously for fear of being ambushed by Hua Mulan and Xuerengui, they were still slowly gathering towards Battle Soul Town. Changshi, who is hiding in Yongdu City, is also echoing Qi Xiaobai from afar.
I'm not worried about the alliance between Qi Xiaobai and Changshi. Instead, I'm worried about Xiacheng and Langya City.
Chu Tian expressed his worries when the army was preparing to attack the town. Fang Xianling continued to make suggestions for Chu Tian.
My lord, you can surround 3 and 1 is missing, and do not deploy troops and horses in the north. In the event of a sudden attack, the defenders are likely to escape from the north gate. It makes sense, so let's do it. Zhou Yafu attacks the west gate, Shui Yu attacks the east gate, and I personally attack the south gate.
Chu Tian used a three-pronged approach to make Qi Xiaobai uncomfortable. No matter what, the nail in War Spirit Town must be removed. It has caused trouble for itself one after another. The war drums beat. Archers from the Xisheng camp and Xuzhou fired thousands of arrows, and the infantry carrying ladders launched an attack on Zhanhuan Town. A group of 5,000 soldiers was marching quickly towards War Spirit Town, and was not hindered by the activities of Hua Mulan and Xuerengui's cavalry in Yongdu County. The leader was a general wearing Han Xuanjia, and the army was under the banner of Lingcheng. He suddenly stretched out his hand to stop the 5,000 troops from advancing, in order to prevent being attacked by Xiaqing's cavalry. Su Xing sent dozens of cavalry to spread out and continuously pass on intelligence from the front. A scout cavalry came back and reported to Su Sheng.
General, there are dense horse hoof prints ahead.
Su Sheng pondered for a while and finally ordered,
The crossbowmen are ready. 1,000 Shuzhou crossbowmen drew their crossbows and ambushed Su Sheng's army. Su Sheng continued to advance, deliberately disorganizing the forward troops and horses. When the 5,000 soldiers and horses marched forward for 2 miles, a group of cavalry rushed out and wanted to cut off Su Sheng's army. Horse hooves are rolling and the wind is flying. Su Sheng's soldiers looked nervous and felt involuntary panic when facing the cavalry charge. The whole army must not panic. The crossbow array is firing, Su Sheng ordered, and the soldiers who looked loose on the outside retreated, revealing 3 rows of crossbowmen. 3 rows of crossbowmen were squatting or standing, holding powerful crossbows in their hands, and fired 800 crossbow arrows. A sharp crossbow arrow hit Hua Mulan's shoulder armor, and the impact shook her body. Hua Mulan groaned, knowing that she had met a difficult opponent this time. The other party's ability to run the army cannot be compared to those before him. A volley of crossbow arrows killed dozens of light cavalrymen in the first few rows, falling from their horses. After the crossbowmen fired, the gun and shield soldiers appeared. 2 or 3 meter long spears were placed on the shields at an oblique angle to block the light cavalry assault. Once the light cavalry collides with the spear phalanx, they will definitely fall on their backs. Retreat! With her superb riding skills, Hua Mulan could turn in front of the spear formation and stab an infantryman of the opponent to death with her horse spear. However, the light cavalry who followed Hua Mulan did not necessarily have good equestrian skills. A dozen light cavalry had no time to dodge, ran into the forest of spears, and were pierced by spears. Shoot the enemy, general! Su Sheng took command on the battlefield, and the longbowmen threw rain of arrows at Hua Mulan and her cavalry. Another arrow hit Hua Mulan's armor. At this time, Xuerengui, as before, led the light cavalry to attack Su Sheng's flank, and encountered the same predicament as Hua Mulan, on the premise that Su Sheng discovered that Hua Mulan and Xuerengui were ambushed. He made preparations in advance without leaking anything. In addition to losing hundreds of light cavalry in vain, Hua Mulan and Xuerengui were unable to break the formation. If Hua Mulan and Xuerengui forcefully attack the enemy formation, they may not be able to defeat Su Sheng's army, but the cavalry will suffer heavy losses. Hua Mulan holds almost all the light cavalry in Xia City. If all the light cavalry are buried here in order to defeat Su Sheng, Xia City will have no light cavalry to use. In order to consider for her lord, Hua Mulan gave up the idea of attacking Su Sheng's army. General Mulan, are you okay? Xuerengui saw that Hua Mulan's armor was hit by arrows in 2 places. As the captain of the guards, he knew that his lord preferred this general, so he couldn't help but worry that Hua Mulan would be killed in battle and would not be able to tell his lord. Let's retreat. Hua Mulan reluctantly withdrew her troops. Su Sheng looked a little solemn when he saw 2,000 cavalrymen circling his army and then leaving. He realized that the opponent's generals were difficult to deal with. General, what should we do? Continue to go south to support Battle Seoul Town. 20,000 soldiers stormed Zhanhuan Town. Li Guang shot and killed ordinary generals in Zhanhuan Town one after another, and covered the Shiliu camp to attack the city wall. Wu Sangui led a few elite infantrymen to fight against Shiliu camp, hoping to drive Shiliu camp down. Several Shiliu camp soldiers stood close together, holding shields. Wu Sangui, who could usually kill ordinary light infantry, found that it was very difficult to fight against Shiliu camp. Is this a high-level military unit? Wu Sangui was blocked by a group of Shiliu camp soldiers, and the halberds of the Shiliu camp infantry even pierced Wu Sangui's armor. He understood that Shiliu camp was a special unit like his Guanning cavalry, and it was also a high-level unit. Drive them off. Qi Xiaobai personally brought a group of soldiers over for reinforcements and stormed the dozen Shiliu camp infantrymen who had boarded the city. Chu Tian, who supervised the battle, finally understood how difficult it was to attack the city. This was the first time Chu Tian took the initiative to launch a critical battle. War Spirit Town was only a 3rd-level town, but it blocked Chu Tian's offensive of 20,000 people. If we attack Langya City by force, it will probably be difficult to defeat it without an army of 100,000 people. Chu Tian was blocked by War Seoul Town, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't attack Langya City by force. The offensive against Zhanhuan Town lasted for a day, but still could not be captured. So Chu Tian ordered his troops to retreat. Chu Tian summoned all the generals, Fan Xianling and Xue Yue, to summarize the mistakes of the siege and the arrangements for the next day's siege. The existence of towns has caused countless lords and famous generals to sink into the sand. A fortified city can even hold off an army for more than a year. Therefore, Chu Tian did not feel frustrated just because he could not capture Battle Seoul Town in one day. If this was a setback, Chu Tian would probably be depressed to death if he really encountered a large city guarded by a famous general. Chu Tian set up a temporary camp under the city to prevent night attacks. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and the patrolling soldiers were immediately alert.
It's our cavalry.
Hua Mulan and Xuerengui's cavalry return. Chu Tian knew that the two had made great achievements again, so he took the initiative to come out to greet them. But when he saw two broken arrows stuck in Hua Mulan's body, he couldn't help but frown.
What's going on? The general was incompetent, and was repulsed by the enemy general when he led the cavalry charge.
Hua Mulan reports on the process of 3 battles. At one time, he defeated 30,000 soldiers in Changshi Taishan and killed more than 1,000 people. At one time, he defeated 3,000 troops of the Lord of Shihai County and killed hundreds of them. An attack on Su Sheng's army resulted in the loss of hundreds of light cavalry and the killing of dozens of Su Sheng's troops. Chu Tian heard that an army of about 5,000 men not only discovered the traces of Hua Mulan and Xuerengui's cavalry, but also set up traps to kill hundreds of light cavalry in Xia City, and fell into deep thought. He realized that the other party might be a historical military general, or a lord with the ability to command troops. Chu Tian did not blame Hua Mulan. Compared with the achievement of defeating Changshi's 30,000 Taishan army, the loss of more than 100 light cavalry was nothing, unless Hua Mulan insists on attacking Su Sheng's army, causing the entire Xiachen light cavalry to be wiped out. Chu Tian will blame her. Chu Tian said,
"We can't do this next time." "Yes, I will not be easily deceived next time. I mean, don't get hurt."
Chu Tian arranged for mid-level physician Li Lan to help Hua Mulan heal her injuries. Li Lan is now a mid-level physician and is gaining experience. She will have the opportunity to be upgraded to a senior physician in the future. Li Lan took Hua Mulan to the camp.
"Is there something wrong with the injury? If you need any herbs, just tell me."
Chu Tian was still uneasy and originally wanted to ask Li Lan about Hua Mulan's injury. But when Hua Mulan arrived at the military tent,
she had already taken off her armor, and her white back was facing Chu Tian. Hua Mulan heard Chu Tian's voice and quickly covered her front with clothes. Chu Tian exited the military tent, feeling a little embarrassed.
"Please don't worry, Lord. General Mulan only injured his shoulder and will not leave any scars."
Li Lan's voice came from the military tent. "Fortunately, Lord, most injuries can be completely healed without any sequelae. Otherwise it would be uncomfortable in the future. In history, many powerful generals charged into battle when they were young, but they were prone to diseases when they got old. Lord doesn't have this problem, not even scars. Unless the injury is very serious, it will result in disability."
Xiao Liang told me an important piece of information. A lord in Zhu County recruited Su Sheng, a general from Wu State, and Kong Rong, the prime minister of Beihai, recruited Tai Shi. The general who frustrated Hua Mulan and Xuerengui was unlikely to be Tai Shi. Then it might be Su Sheng. The lords of Zhu County also seem to have joined the alliance against me.
Chu Tian couldn't help but think of Su Sheng, the famous general of Wu State. Su Sheng served for Sun Quan and fought against Huang Zhu, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Cao Xiu. He was regarded as one of the famous generals in Wu State, second only to several major governors. If it is really Su Sheng, with 5,000 soldiers and horses defending, it is indeed possible to repel Hua Mulan and Xuerengui. Victory or defeat is not as simple as simply comparing data, but also depends on the situation. Troops, intelligence, terrain, morale, formation, and quantity of both the offensive and defensive sides. There are also comprehensive factors such as luck.
This is going to be troublesome.
Chu Tian thought about facing Wu Sangui, Su Sheng, and Changshi, who were defeated but did not damage their roots at the same time. These were historical military generals, and the following situation would be even more difficult. The 5,000 men led by Su Sheng may be the strongest troops among all the reinforcements, and are even more difficult to deal with than the 20,000 to 30,000 Taishan bandits. After Li Lan stopped the bleeding, Hua Mulan came out of the tent. When she saw Chu Tian, she was a little timid.
"My lord, did you see something?"
Normally Hua Mulan is always cold and frosty, but after her favorability level rises, she rarely becomes shy.
"No, absolutely nothing."
Chu Tian did not raise his head. His focus was on how to defeat Su Sheng's army. He sat on the ground with a map spread out on the ground and observed the various trails in Yangdu County under the candlelight. He had calculated Su Sheng's march route. But it was difficult to ambush him. First of all, there is a lack of canyons and mountains. Secondly, it is very difficult to ambush a famous general. If you can't ambush, you can only fight head-on. It is not easy to defeat Su Sheng in a frontal battle. There are other lord armies and Taishan bandits from the anti-Chutian alliance around. Hua Mulan knelt on the ground and said,
"The last general can lead a light cavalry and cut off their food routes. They will retreat within 7 days. 7 days are enough for the other side to gather more than 70,000 troops near the town. They will launch a battle before the army rations are exhausted. And there is also a coalition of 35,000 people marching towards Xia City. Once Xia City is captured, we will be very passive."
Chu Tian expressed his inner worries. Compared with the anti-Chutian alliance coalition, delaying time is more detrimental to Chu Tian. Reinforcements from all walks of life will arrive one after another, and Chu Tian will fall into a war of attrition. Seeing Chu Tian's frown, Hua Mulan volunteered.
"The last general can lead the heavy cavalry and light cavalry to break through the opponent's formation. As long as he pays half the price, he can defeat the 5,000-man army." "Wait, heavy cavalry?"
Chu Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He almost forgot that he still had a heavy cavalry force of about 300 men. This heavy cavalry has little effect in siege battles, but will be a decisive force when used in plain battles.
"Military advisor."
Chu Tian went directly to Fang Xianling, leaving Hua Mulan in the military tent. Hua Mulan was in a complicated mood. Chu Tian found Fang Xianling and told him his plan for dealing with Su Sheng. Whenever Chu Tian has a plan, if Fang Xianling is by his side to join the army, Chu Tian will definitely discuss the plan with Fang Xianling to prevent any mistakes. Fang Xianling pondered for half a stick of incense.
"My lord has a strong general who can implement this plan. Otherwise it will be very dangerous. Hua Mulan is injured, so we can only let Shuaren Gui or Li Guang command the heavy cavalry. However, Li Guang is unlucky. This battle is a matter of life and death, so it is better for Shuaren Gui to temporarily serve as the commander of the heavy cavalry."
The 6th issue of General Attribute Guessing, Meng Tian, the warrior of the Qin dynasty. Chapter 161 Lime Fire Horse Formation.
The generals from Lingcheng, Zhu County, repel the cavalry from Xiaqing, and are less than 20 miles away from War Spirit Town. Who is your general in Lingcheng? Who can actually defeat the historical generals in Xia City? Su Sheng, the general of Suqiao. Su Sheng, who often appears with Ding Feng in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms?
Qi Xiaobai, who was struggling to resist the great Lord Chu Tian in the town, finally heard the good news. Hua Mulan and Shuaren Gui, who were responsible for blocking reinforcements from approaching Battle Soul Town, were repelled by Su Sheng, and Hua Mulan was injured as a result.
It seems that the rumor that the Lord of Zhu County recruited Su Sheng is true. For us, this is a good thing. Why is my Wusan Gui's performance not as good as the other party's Su Sheng?
Qi Xiaobai learned about Su Sheng's performance and was dissatisfied with Wu Sangui for the first time. Wu Sangui's reputation should be higher than that of Su Sheng, but he did not achieve any results under the historical generals of Xiaqing. Su Sheng became famous in Langya Kingdom for repelling Hua Mulan and Shuaren Gui's Xiaqing cavalry in a battle. The morale of the anti-Chutian alliance was greatly boosted as a result, and reinforcements from all walks of life began to speed up their march. Approaching Zhanhuan town, in Xiaopi city, a scholar bureaucrat in his 50s summoned all the civil and military officials of Xuzhou to discuss important matters. The military attaches include Qiao Bao, Mi Fang, and Lu Yu, and the civilian officials include Mi Zhu, Chen Ding, Wang Lang, Zhao Yu, and others.
Chidu Lieutenant Zhang Ba is my general, and has the credit for defeating the Yellow Turban Army in the state. Now Lord Yiren claims that Kaiyang County Lieutenant Chuzi planned to capture Langya City and capture Zhang Ba, which embarrasses me. What do you think?
Tao Qian put down a document and looked around at the civil and military officials present. Each state and county has become its own force. Many matters do not need to be reported to Luoyang, but are left to the discretion of the governor and prefect.
Please give an order from the governor. I, Qiao Bao, can lead 50,000 troops and go north to suppress the Kaiyang County Lieutenant.
A military general volunteered. Tao Qian trusted Qiao Bao and was moved. But he is from Yangzhou, so it also depends on the attitude of the wealthy families in Xuzhou. The Qiao family is one of the big families in Xuzhou. In addition, there are other big families such as the Mi family and the Chen family. Mi Zhu leaned forward slightly and said calmly,
My lord, The Taishan bandits are entrenched in the Langya Kingdom. They not only harm the counties of Langya Kingdom, but also attack the East China Sea and Pingcheng Kingdom from time to time. The people have suffered greatly. Your Majesty the Governor.
In order to defeat the Yellow Turban Army, we had to use the Taishan bandits. Now the Kaiyang County Lieutenant is exterminating the Taishan bandits and guarding the northern part of Shuzhou for you. Isn't it better than the Taishan bandits? Chen Yuanlong, do you think so too?
Tao Qian saw that Chen Ding, the captain of Yanong School, had his eyes closed and nodded slightly. He couldn't help but pay attention to the attitude of the disciples of these aristocratic families in Shuzhou. If you don't get the support of the Shuzhou aristocratic families, and you lack the force, you will easily be replaced by the aristocratic families. Chen Ding managed Shuzhou's agriculture, while Mizhu was rich. Their attitudes were very important.
The governor should protect the territory and the people, and provide sufficient granaries. It is not advisable to engage in large-scale wars and plunge the people into fire and water. Moreover, using Taishan thieves to defeat the Yellow Turban Army is actually driving away tigers and devouring wolves, which is not advisable.
Chen Ding finally expressed his opinion. Tao Qian was silent. He could see that except for the Chao family represented by Chao Bao, the scholar bureaucrats in Shuzhou did not want to fight. Fighting would do them little good.
Does Tao Qian have any intention of sending troops? If Tao Qian doesn't send troops to destroy Chuzimu as soon as possible, how can Tao Qian be his opponent when Xiaqing's power develops?
A group of players who had taken refuge with Tao Qian were worried about him. Only they know the potential of the First Lord. Tao Qian's generals are not strong. His advantage is that he has the support of the Shuzhou family and a large number of troops in the early stage. Now the various lords are targeting Chu Tian. If Tao Qian raises troops, Chu Tian will definitely be unable to resist. However, this group of players who have taken refuge with Tao Qian will not be able to become Tao Qian's staff within 1 year. One characteristic of Tao Qian's appointment of staff is that he basically only selects people from the Shuzhou family, so that no player can influence Tao Qian's decision-making.
There is news. Tao Qian has decided to rest his troops and does not plan to send troops to attack Chuzimu. It's over this time. Give Chuzi some time to develop. Who can stop him? I heard from players, who are followers of the Mi family, that this is the view of several aristocratic families in Shuzhou. They want Chuzimu to replace Zongba and guard the north gate of Shuzhou. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army was very violent, and the Yellow Turban Army General Guan Hai defeated Beihai. Xiang Kongrong may threaten Shuzhou at any time. The change of owner in Shuzhou will not affect the interests of the aristocratic families. It is not difficult to understand their approach. I think we should seek refuge with other princes or lords. If we are not from a noble family, it will be difficult for us to be reused by Tao Qian. The disciples who took refuge in Tao Qian were disappointed because Tao Qian did not send troops to attack Xia City, and gradually left Tao Qian. In Xia City, groups of soldiers came out of the military camp one after another. Although they were still level 10 recruits, they were more than enough to defend the city. Mainly focus on the first level troops with a short recruitment period, and then the second and third level troops. 3,000 troops can be obtained in 7 days.
Xiao Liang calculated the recruitment time and recruited 3,000 recruits in Xia City in one go. Each town with barracks also began to recruit a large number of soldiers. On average, each town had thousands of soldiers and warriors, and prepared stones, wood, and traps to try to block the coalition's front.
My lord, Wu Dun, the Taishan bandit from Chiu County, has led more than 10,000 troops and has begun to besiege Lianshan town.
When Xiao Liang was calculating his troop strength and setting up defenses, an unfavorable news came.
Lianshan town only has 1,500 soldiers and warriors. It is difficult to defend. Sun Luan is ordered to lead the Navy battalion to reinforce Lianshan town. It is necessary to use arrow towers and city walls to block the Taishan bandits. I will personally lead the troops to rescue. It is best to be in defeat Wu Dun before the combined forces of the lords of Donghai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom arrive.
Xiao Liang knew that there were two armies marching towards Xia City. One army was the Taishan bandit Wu Dun from Jiqiu County, with about 15,000 people. The other army was a coalition of 10 lords from Donghai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom, with 20,000 people. In comparison, the coalition of lords poses a greater threat. As for Wu Dun, the Taishan thief, intelligence is his shortcoming.
Sir, my lord has ordered you not to lead troops into war easily, as long as the strategy is right. A few thousand people may not be able to defeat the Taishan bandits of more than 10,000 people. Let the cavalry General Gongsun Wu come to see me. We should have dozens of horses in Xia City for delivering government orders. In addition, requisition all the horses in Xia City, civilian horses, especially horses from strangers. After the enemy is defeated, they will be given additional compensation. If one horse dies, I will pay them too.
Following Xiao Liang's order, the Lord's Mansion requisitioned horses on a large scale in Xia City. Whether they were war horses or civilian horses, none of them were spared. Some free players have the ability to purchase war horses, and there are 200 horses requisitioned from free players alone.
Miss Xia, when will the closure of Xia City end? We horse dealers trusted you at the beginning, so we settled in Xia City. We have suffered heavy losses due to the war and chaos these days.
When the horse dealer saw Xiao Liang coming to the horse market with soldiers, he couldn't help but complain to her.
Masters, we in Xia City want to requisition all your war horses. Someone, come and take all the horses away.
Xiao Liang waved his hand, and a group of soldiers forcibly drove away hundreds of war horses of varying quality from the horse market.
These war horses are worth 10,000 taels of silver. Miss Xia, you can't do that. We have bought Xia City. After the war, you can go to the Lord's Mansion to collect the money.
Xiao Liang made up his mind. If he wins, he can compensate the horse dealer 10,000 taels of silver. If she loses, there is no need for Xiao Liang to consider compensation to the horse dealer, because she has already become a prisoner by that time. Xiao Liang gathered together more than 500 horses of various types, including war horses, pack horses, and dozens of carriages, and personally led 3,000 soldiers to drive the horses out of the city to reinforce Lianshan Town. Lianshan Town was being attacked by Wu Dun, the Taishan thief. The dense Taishan thieves rained arrows down like rain, and many brave warriors holding single wooden bows and hunting bows did not dare to take the lead. Professional archers climbed to the wooden arrow tower and shot arrows at the Taishan thieves below. Lianshan Town is surrounded by mountains and rivers, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is also covered by the naval battalion going south, blocking the Taishan bandits' offensive. In the past, when Chu Tian captured Lianshan Town, he only succeeded in a sneak attack through the back mountain trails. Now, it is quite difficult for the Taishan bandits to capture Lianshan Town.
We are attacking the city day and night. I don't believe that more than 10,000 people can't capture a town without decent troops.
Wu Dun, who had a scar on his face, rode a war horse and urged the Taishan thieves to attack the city.
Report. There are 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers and horses from the direction of Xiachen rushing south to help. They also have hundreds of horses. Xia City's troops are already empty. And yet, you still dare to go out to challenge. You really don't want to live or die. Get ready to fight.
Wu Dun gathered 15,000 Taishan bandits to confront Xiao Liang's 3,000 people from the north. The two sides formed a formation along Yi River, and Sun Liuwan's 500 naval battalion was on the bank to prepare for Xiao Liang at any time. This is the second time he has cooperated with Xiao Liang to launch an offensive. The last time was against Wu Sangui. Speaking of which, she relied on her agility to avoid serious losses at the hands of famous historical military generals.
If we are defeated later, we must rescue Miss Xia back to Xia City no matter what.
Sun Liuwan was not optimistic about this battle. The number of Taishan thieves is 5 times that of Xiao Liang, although the Taishan bandits are a low-level unit. Xiao Liang leads a low-level unit as well, and they are still low-level recruits. He has a small team of navy in his hands, using walking boats and sentry boats. As long as he can save Xiao Liang, the Taishan thieves will not be able to catch up no matter what.
With only 2,000 to 3,000 troops, they dare not take Wu Dun seriously. Is it possible that Wu Dun, have no reputation?
Wu Dun couldn't believe that the other party only sent so few people to call the formation. Even if the opponent is a mid to high level soldier, with 3,000 men against 15,000 men, they may not be able to win.
No, there must be a monster when things go wrong. The other party must be well informed. And that's why they deliberately provoked a small number of soldiers. How can Wu Dun, be so easily fooled?
The more Wu Dun thought about it, the more this happened. Otherwise, it really makes no sense why Xiachen only sent this few people to reinforce Lianshan Town. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the Taishan bandits.
Boss, there is dust everywhere behind us. There is an ambush. It's really a trap.
Wu Dun saw sand and dust behind him. And as expected, the people in Xia City were too cunning.
The 15,000 Taishan bandits fell into chaos due to an ambush in the rear, and their formation began to collapse. Xiao Liang looked at the flag and judged the wind direction.
It's north wind at this time. Use lime.
A row of soldiers worked together to lift the sacks on the carriage, and the billowing lime rushed towards the Taishan bandits with the help of the north wind. Sand and dust were flying for a while. Taishan bandit was located in the downwind direction. His sight was blocked by the lime, and he quickly covered it with his arms.
Light the rag and defeat the thief with a horse.
Xiao Liang continued to issue orders. The tails of hundreds of horses were tied with rags. The soldiers burned the cloth with fire. The horses were frightened and rushed into the bandit formation. Horse hooves were rolling. And when the Taishan thief, whose vision was obscured, noticed the arrival of the war horse, the frightened horse had already broken through the lime mist and raised its high iron hooves, trampling the oncoming Taishan thief under the horse's hooves.
Blast the war drum!
3,000 soldiers followed the fire horse formation and took the initiative to attack the Taishan bandits. These horses were worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, and Xiao Liang regarded them as consumables without feeling any distress. If she keeps her territory, her monthly tax revenue will be more than 10,000 taels. But if she loses her territory, she will be captured. The Taishan bandits first discovered that there was an ambush in the rear, and the morale of the army was in chaos. Then, lime blocked their view from the front, and the galloping horses suddenly attacked the formation. The Taishan bandits panicked and were instantly defeated. The morale of the 3,000 Xia City soldiers has been greatly boosted. This is a smooth battle.
I didn't expect to really win. Kill! Come ashore with me and kill the enemy.
Sun Luan, who commanded the naval camp, found that the situation was favorable to his own side and was shocked. He immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to defeat the Taishan bandits. The navy infantry and archers came ashore and attacked the Taishan bandits with Xiao Liang. Even the boatmen picked up their iron swords and went into battle to kill the enemy. Seeing that the situation was favorable, the Lianshan garrison opened the town gate, rushed out of the town, and attacked the Taishan army from three sides. The 15,000-strong Taishan army was defeated, and there were deserters all over the mountains and plains. Wu Dun could not control the situation and did not know how many ambushes were behind him, so he fled. The shouting of death lasted for 3 hours, and the battle in which the weak defeated the strong came to an end. There were only a few soldiers killed and injured in Xiaoqing, not as many as the number of horses killed or injured. Xiaoqing killed hundreds of Taishan bandits and captured thousands of them. The rest of the Taishan bandits fled. A group of cavalry came back. There were only 30 or 40 cavalry. They tied branches to their horses' tails to create the illusion that there was a large ambush behind them. Leading this cavalry was Deputy General Gong Sunwu, a silver-level hero.
The mission will be successfully completed.
Gong Sunwu's ambush was to confuse Wu Dun so that the other party could not judge the reality of Xiaocheng.
When the Lord takes over Yangdu County, he will definitely reward you heavily.
Xiao Liang temporarily wins over Gong Sunwu. Chu Tian took away all the historical generals, and she could only rely on a team of silver-level and bronze-level generals to support the situation.
Miss Xia defeated the thieves with her fire horse. She has the greatest credit. The Lord will reward Miss Xia.
Gong Sunwu already admired Xiao Liang. Not only was she not defeated by Wu Sangui, she also defeated the Taishan thief Wu Dun with such a small force.
I just want to make good money, but the Lord keeps going to war, so there is nothing I can do about it.
Xiao Liang also wanted to avoid being captured. After all, she held a high position under Chu Tian, and Chu Tian treated his subordinates generously. If she were captured by other lords, her situation would not be good. Chapter 162 Iron Hoof Clanking.
With 3,000 new soldiers, she defeated 15,000 Taishan bandits, beheaded more than 600, and captured 1,300. Taishan bandit Wu Dun fled back to Jiqiu County. How did she do it?
Chu Tian, who was blocked in Battle Seoul Town, couldn't believe it when he received the battle report from Xiaocheng. He simply did not expect the rear to take the initiative to attack. He only asked to stick to Xia City and wait for his return. As a result, Xiao Liang, who stayed in Xia City, defeated Wu Dun, who besieged Lianshan Town with 3,000 new soldiers, and became famous in Lengge Kingdom. Although Wu Dun was not a famous general, he was still one of the famous Taishan bandit leaders, and he also brought 15,000 soldiers and horses. You must know that Xiao Liang's career choice is civil servant, which does not bring any bonus to the army.
A person with a good brain is top-notch at everything he does. He is worthy of being the best among women.
Chu Tian could only think so. Even Chu Tian couldn't do better than using lime and fire horse formations to defeat the enemy, and setting up additional suspicious soldiers to interfere with the enemy's judgment. No matter what, the two groups of soldiers and horses that threatened Xia Cheng have been defeated by Xiao Liang with his resourcefulness. The threat faced by Xia City is much smaller. This gave Chu Tian more time to conquer Yongdu County.
Xue, lead your troops to surround Zhanhuan town. Wait for me to defeat Su Sheng's army, and then continue the attack.
Chu Tian knew how much pressure the rear was facing, and his side had to be faster. Xue left 10,000 people to monitor Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui, while Chu Tian led 15,000 people to attack the various lords who came for reinforcements. Xia City's forces used limited troops to fight against enemies several times their size. In almost every battle, the weak will defeat the strong. The anti-Chu Tian alliance can afford to lose many times, but Chu Tian cannot afford to lose once. Su Sheng's army has advanced to a place less than 15 miles away from War Spirit Town. Su Sheng knew that Chu Tian had at least 2 fierce generals, and with the 5,000 men in his hands, he might not be Chu Tian's opponent, so he did not continue to march, but waited for other reinforcements to arrive. Troops from 8 lords arrived one after another and joined Su Sheng's army, forming a force of 29,000. These lords learned that Su Sheng was the general of the Lord of Lingcheng in Zhu County, so they appointed Su Sheng as the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. Su Sheng led the coalition forces to march south. Su Sheng judged that the 29,000-strong army was enough to threaten Chu Tian with retreat. However, Chu Tian did not retreat, but led 15,000 people to attack Su Sheng's army. This was Chu Tian's rare confrontation with a real military commander in history. The opponent has more soldiers and horses, and it is not easy to fall into the trap. The two armies met on a plain 12 miles away from War Spirit Town and formed a formation. Chu Tian is located in the south, with Zhou Yafu Shiliu Battalion and heavy infantry as the center, and Li Guang Shisheng Battalion as the rear. Hua Mulan led the cavalry on the flank. Chu Tian had already ordered that Hua Mulan be prohibited from charging in the front in this battle. He only wanted Hua Mulan to bring the cavalry an offensive and defensive bonus. Fang Xianling, who served as military advisor, followed Chu Tian, observing the battlefield and providing advice at any time. To the north is Su Sheng's 29,000 men, also with infantry as the center and cavalry as the flanks.
The troops on the opposite side are twice ours, and with Su Sheng's command and bonuses, this battle will be difficult to fight.
Chu Tian felt a little uneasy. There were 8 lords on the opposite side. The Lord of Lingcheng did not come in person, and only sent Su Sheng to command the troops.
The opponent is the first alien Lord Chu Zimu. He has several famous generals and high-level troops under his command. We cannot take it lightly. No one is allowed to betray an ally. Those who surrender or escape before the war situation completely collapses will suffer a terrible death.
This group of lords has been able to persist until now, knowing that betraying allies is a taboo. Throughout the ages, there have been many examples of people being betrayed by their teammates. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums sounded, and Chu Tian's army, which was on the weaker side, took the initiative to attack Su Sheng's army.
As expected of the First Lord, he is full of strong confidence in his generals and soldiers, and he dares to attack even though his troops are half as many as ours.
The 8 lords fell into unrest, and the pressure brought by the First Lord was greater than they imagined. There is a reason why the First Lord is the First Lord, and there is a strong military power behind it. Shiliu Camp and Shisheng Camp advanced with ordinary archers.
When two armies meet, the brave one wins. Attack!
Su Sheng's army also launched an offensive. The war drums of the two armies were beating, and the momentum was shaking the heaven and the earth. This was the largest official battle that took place in Langya Kingdom. 15,000 people versus 29,000 people. The bows and crossbows of both sides were thrown, and the sharpshooters of the Shisheng Battalion showed off their skills. The sharp arrows they shot were both fast and fierce. Su Shengjun was almost killed by the light infantry, and archers hit by the arrows thrown by the Shisheng Battalion. The heavy infantry of Langya City were placed at the front by Zhou Yafu. This group of heavy infantry, wearing heavy armor and holding heavy shields, charged on foot against the rain of arrows, their pace getting faster and faster, under the premise that both sides were killing each other with arrows. The front rows of the two troops finally collided. The bright spear stabbed the opponent,
and the two sides fought hand to hand. Behind the heavy infantry of Langia City is the Shilio camp. The soldiers of the Shilio camp first used infantry crossbows to shoot the infantry on the opposite side, and then used halberds to form a dense square formation and join in the close combat. Li Guang rode a war horse and held a long bow, constantly sniping at the opponent's generals. A silver-level ordinary general, who was commanding the army, was shot by Li Guang and fell off his horse, causing everyone to panic. The battlefield was filled with shouts of killing, and it was estimated that the battle would not be resolved within a few hours if this fighting continued. The Shilio camp and the Shisheng camp were fierce, but after all, their opponents had too many people, which could offset the advantages brought by the small number of elite soldiers in Xia City. The enemy general is Su Sheng, and it is difficult to defeat the opponent's morale with elite troops. The cavalry is ordered to attack. The outcome of this battle will be decided by the cavalry. Chu Tian had almost no reserve troops, so he placed his hope on the cavalry, with Zhou Yafu, who is good at defense, holding on. Chu Tian believed that it would be difficult for Su Sheng to crack Zhou Yafu's tough nut. Hua Mulan led more than 2,000 cavalry to attack the cavalry on the opposite side. Su Sheng's army has about 3,000 cavalry, and the cavalry is led by a gold-level cavalry general. Gold-level military generals are rare, but the lords of the Anti-Chutian Alliance, this time, are not actually small and medium lords, but large lords from other counties. It is not surprising to have a gold-level cavalry general. Gold-level ordinary cavalry generals can already cause a lot of trouble to historical generals. After all, some historical generals are only at the gold level, such as Mi Fang. It's just that the characteristics of historical military commanders are more domineering. The two cavalry clashed, and Xia Cheng's light cavalry had the advantage due to Hua Mulan's bonus. The largest cavalry battle in the Langia kingdom so far broke out between the two sides. Spears and straight-edged knives collided. Cavalrymen were killed at every moment, and the Yi River was dyed red with blood. The precious cavalry and war horses were constantly consumed in the battle, and one general's achievements were reduced to 10,000 bones. Hua Mulan was ordered by Chu Tian not to take the lead. When she saw the two sides fighting, she couldn't help herself, but she could only take down her long bow and shoot the opponent's cavalry general. The gold-level cavalry general held a spear and stabbed down a Xia City cavalryman. Suddenly, his instinct made him avoid subconsciously, and an arrow hit the red tassel on his helmet, almost hitting his head. Another arrow came, and the cavalry general's horse was hit by the arrow. The horse stumbled and threw the cavalry general away. Behind the light cavalry led by Hua Mulan, an iron barrel like heavy cavalry was ready. The other side is very strong-willed. Su Sheng used a long bow to shoot arrows at Zhou Yafu's army, but the iron arrows were blocked by the shields of the Shilio camp infantry. He realized that Zhou Yafu was a strong enemy, and he had obviously pressed forward with superior force. He even bent his bow and shot arrows himself, but he was still unable to break through Zhou Yafu's defense line. According to Su Sheng's vision, this should be a defeat, not a tug-of-war. Zhou Yafu relied on Shilio camp and inferior troops to fight Su Sheng back and forth. The two sides fought for half an hour, and there was almost no change in the battle line. Chu Tian said Zhou Yafu just to discuss Su Sheng, unless the opponent has an absolute advantage or is a better offensive general than Zhou Yafu. It is possible to defeat Zhou Yafu relatively easily. Otherwise, the opponent will be disgusted by Zhou Yafu, who is good at defense. Zhou Yafu's troops have a 30% defense bonus, and Hua Mulan's 10% defense bonus to friendly forces. In addition, Zhou Yafu's troops are not prone to negative states, such as confusion and reduced morale. In other words, if you want to defeat Zhou Yafu, you must confront Zhou Yafu head-on. And the defense of Zhou Yafu's army is extremely high. This is enough to disgust people. At least Su Sheng is feeling very uncomfortable now. General, our cavalry is defeated. An unfavorable news came. Su Sheng was able to fight Zhou Yafu inextricably with his superior strength. He couldn't do anything to Zhou Yafu, and Zhou Yafu couldn't do anything to him for a while. However, Su Sheng's cavalry did not have the numerical advantage, and was defeated by Hua Mulan's light cavalry. The flanks of Su Sheng's army were exposed to the attack of Hua Mulan's cavalry. The flanks and rear troops formed a phalanx of spears, equipped with crossbowmen, to fully guard against the opponent's cavalry surprise attack. Su Sheng used two weapons, spears and infantry crossbows, to deal with Hua Mulan's cavalry. The last confrontation has proved that this is a weapon against light cavalry. Hua Mulan's light cavalry did not take the initiative to attack the opponent's flank. Instead, they raised dust and surrounded Su Sheng's army.
trying to find a breakthrough point. The infantry and archers of Su Sheng's army faced the light cavalry in horror, not knowing where the opponent would launch their attack. Hua Mulan's light cavalry stood in front of the heavy cavalry, hiding the whereabouts of this trump card. The light cavalry attacked everywhere. Su Shengjun could not tell where Hua Mulan wanted to attack. There was sand and dust raised by the cavalry everywhere. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and the sound of horse hooves was 3 times duller than that of the light cavalry. In the sand and dust, an iron barrel-like cavalry troop emerged. The men and horses were all wearing heavy armor. Their iron hoofs were clanking, and the ground was shaking. A young general in white took the lead, holding a Fang Tian painted halberd. Behind him, the heavy cavalry in the front rows stood out with sharp horse spears. The length of the horse spears was enough to stab the infantry to death before the infantry's spears could reach the heavy cavalry. 300 heavy cavalry entered the battlefield, which meant that the battle was about to end. Either the heavy cavalry will break the formation, or the heavy cavalry will fall on their backs. Su Sheng's regiment, which was attracted by Hua Mulan's light cavalry, did not expect that there would be a terrifying heavy cavalry hidden behind the light cavalry. So they hurriedly adjusted their formation. The heavy cavalry has begun to accelerate, and the speed is gradually increasing. The ground is shaking more and more violently, and all the spear and shield soldiers and crossbowmen have pale faces, being crushed in the face by the torrent of steel. This huge sense of oppression is enough to scare countless people.
What are the crossbowmen still doing? Shooting arrows!
The crossbowmen reacted and fired sharp crossbow arrows. The crossbow bolt grazed the armor of the heavy cavalry, and the collision of iron tools produced sparks. But the time was so short that the sparks could not be seen with the naked eye. The steel torrent composed of heavy cavalry suffered very few casualties under the attack of the opponent's first round of crossbows. Heavy cavalry sacrifices the mobility of light cavalry in exchange for the defense and impact brought by armor.
It's too early to release the arrow.
At this time, the lord who was commanding the crossbowmen realized that at such a long distance, the crossbowmen would do minimal damage to the heavy cavalry. Unless you are at a very close distance or use heavy arrows, you can cause a lot of damage to heavy cavalry. Xuerengui took the lead. Fang Tian drew his halberd to split the incoming crossbow arrows, swept his halberd forward, cut off the spear blocking the front, and plunged into the enemy's square formation. The Shuzhou heavy cavalry and Goguryeo heavy cavalry in the rear slammed into the opponent's square formation. Ma Shan, the heavy cavalry in the front row, took the lead in piercing the opponent's spearmen, breaking through the enemy formation with unparalleled impact. The torrent of steel like an iron barrel then advanced, quickly defeating the opponent's fragile phalanx, and kept rushing forward. Xuerengui used his personal force to clear the way for the heavy cavalry and kept moving forward. Once the heavy cavalry launches a charge, it is difficult to adjust the direction and can only move forward. As long as they stop, they will soon be stabbed to death by the opponent's spear, so they can only keep attacking.
The right wing of our army was attacked by the enemy's heavy cavalry and has been defeated.
Su Sheng, who was still fighting with Zhou Yafu, learned the news and immediately boarded the carriage and looked at the right wing. A group of heavy cavalry, led by a young general in white, is rapidly breaking through the phalanx of Su Sheng's army, trying to penetrate the entire phalanx.
The reserve team comes forward and must stop this heavy cavalry.
Su Sheng sent out a reserve team. When Xuerengui's heavy cavalry launched an assault, Hua Mulan, who had been wandering around, took advantage of the opponent's confusion and vulnerability. So she led the light cavalry directly to the enemy's rear and carried out a pincer attack. Fang Xianling and Chu Tian climbed up and looked up. They saw the two armies fighting. Xuerengui had led the heavy cavalry through the enemy formation, readjusted the troops, and prepared to turn back for a second charge.
The enemy's position is already in chaos. No matter how many troops there are, it will be useless. Our army will win this battle.
Fang Xianling observed the situation and made a decisive judgment at this time.
Su Sheng is considered a capable man. He was able to draw with Zhou Yafu under the attack of Shiliu camp and Xisheng camp. It's just that they lacked a strong cavalry, so they lost.
Chu Tian bullied Su Sheng because he lacked cavalry and cavalry generals, so he bet his hopes on heavy cavalry. Xuerengui lived up to his expectations and led his heavy cavalry to penetrate the enemy's formation, causing chaos in the enemy's formation and a significant drop in morale.
Send the order. If Su Sheng is captured alive, don't kill him. I still need a water general.
Chu Tian coveted Su Sheng's ability. It's a pity that this is not Yangzhou. Otherwise Chu Tian's men might not necessarily be Su Sheng's opponents in a water battle. Chapter 163 Wusangui's Ambition. The battle in Yongdu County lasted for half a day and ended. The coalition forces were attacked by heavy cavalry led by Xuerengui and were defeated. Chu Tian took the opportunity to send troops to pursue them. More than 3,000 coalition forces were killed and more than 4,000 were captured. The other troops and horses they all fled.
I failed to capture Su Sheng, but I captured a lord from Shihai County.
Zhou Yafu commanded the infantry and actually captured alive a lord who participated in the anti-Chutian alliance. Lords usually command from the rear, and the lord of Shihai County was unlucky enough to be captured by Zhou Yafu. The ordinary Lord Chu Tian didn't care much. There were countless lords captured by Chu Tian in the past year. Chu Tian's territory is as big as it is today, so it's not just free money. This lord is from Shihai County. Shihai County is located in the eastern part of Langya Kingdom and has excellent access to the sea. If Shihai County is occupied, Chu Tian can boil the sea into salt and conduct overseas trade at the same time. In the future, he can even form a real navy, an invincible navy across the East China Sea, to conquer the Koryo Kingdom and the Japanese warring states. Period.
I heard that you formed an alliance against me.
Chu Tian specially ordered Zhou Yafu to bring this lord over. The captured lord was dejected.
You are expanding too fast. No one is willing to sit back and watch your power grow. Otherwise, we small and medium-sized lords will have no chance to develop. If you were in my position, you would do the same thing. You led the territory of Shihai County to surrender to me. I can forgive you and at least be a mayor for you in the future.
Chu Tian intended to recruit a lord from Shihai County, expand his power to Shihai County, compete for the seaport, and pave the way for the future. Lord has more than one civilization in the Eastern Han Dynasty. If it were the late Han Dynasty, the outlet to the sea would not be important at all, because the most economically developed place was the Central Plains. But there are other civilizations in Lords. Opposite Shuzhou are the Koryo Kingdom and the Japanese warring states. Period, where goods can be dumped. There is also sea salt, which is also a profitable specialty product that can be dumped inland.
I am willing to surrender.
The Lord of Shihai County heard that there was a chance of survival, no matter what happened in the future. He wanted to save his life first.
You can leave now.
After Chu Tian finished speaking, he asked Zhou Yafu to let him go. The Lord of Shihai County felt incredible.
Can I leave? You won't imprison or execute me. You go back and capture Shihai County for me. If you still plan to resist when I reach Shihai County, there will be no such good thing.
Chu Tian releases a lord. Executing a lord will not do him much good. It will only attract more lords to resist. There is not only this one lord in Shihai County, but also other lords. If he is executed, his territory will be occupied or divided by other lords. And then a large lord will dominate a county. In order to avoid the unification of Shihai County, Chu Tian let him go back to check and balance.
If you march into Shihai County in the future, I would like to be a pioneer.
The Lord of Shihai County made a promise to Chu Tian. Chu Tian didn't really believe it. He just let him go out of his own interests and didn't want to cause greater resistance from other lords. After the Lord of Shihai County was defeated and captured, he escaped from Chu Tian's camp. He couldn't believe it. Chu Tian let him go so easily and promised that if he surrendered, he could become the mayor in the future. As long as he serves as the mayor for a period of time, he may be promoted to the county magistrate. And he is already a leader. And there is no need to worry about being defeated and captured in the future. There are actually not many lords who are qualified to compete in the Central Plains. More lords are just stepping stones.
I have been defeated and decided to withdraw from the alliance.
A lord from Shihai County took the lead in withdrawing from the alliance of 17 lords from the Langya Kingdom.
Stupid! Withdraw now. We will never be able to stop Xia Cheng from unifying Langya Kingdom in the future.
Qi Xiaobai was distraught when he learned that the 29,000 men commanded by Su Sheng had been defeated, and that one of the lords had withdrawn from the alliance. There are also rumors that the Taishan bandit Wu Dun in Qiu County was defeated by the Xiaqing defenders with a small number. The fighting spirit makes people panic.
President, let us surrender. Half of the reinforcements have been defeated. The Taishan thieves Chang Shi and Wu Dun have both failed. If we continue to fight, our entire army will be annihilated.
Players working for Qi Xiaobai came to force the palace and put pressure on Qi Xiaobai to surrender. Judging from Chu Tian's actions, the other party can even release the lords who participated in the anti-Chu Tian alliance. So their subordinates will definitely be safe and sound. And there is really no need to continue to resist. Qi Xiaobai's face was gloomy. Anyone can surrender, but he cannot surrender. Chu Tian can let others go, But it is impossible to let go of Qi Xiaobai, who organized the anti-Chu Tian alliance. If even the alliance leader is spared, lords will form an alliance every few months to besiege Chu Tian. Just when Qi Xiaobai was forced into the palace by his subordinates, Wu Sandui rushed in with a group of soldiers and surrounded Qi Xiaobai and the players who worked for Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai said in horror,
General Wu, why are you doing this? These people have shaken the morale of the army and should be killed. As long as you give the order, my lord, the axemen will kill them to stabilize the morale of the army.
Wu Sandui, who was wearing a straight face, pointed his knife at the leader of the surrender faction.
It can't be like this. The war spirits can't hold on any longer. Let them surrender. We can just break out.
Qi Xiaobai discovered that Wu Sangui's loyalty had declined rapidly recently, and he was gradually uncontrollable. Although Qi Xiaobai is often an enemy of Chu Tian, he knows the impact of killing players wantonly. He will become the public enemy of all players in the Donghan district, and will be unable to move forward. Wu Sangui looked uncertain, as if he was hesitating whether to kill these strangers. In the end, considering the influence of the stranger, Wu Sangui did not make a move. He walked to Qi Xiaobai and whispered,
Master, if you want to leave Zhanhuan town, you can go to Yangdu City to join forces with Changxi. Everything depends on the general.
Qi Xiaobai nodded. He had to nod, because Wu Sangui had already taken control of the soldiers and horses in Zhanhuan town. Chu Tian defeated Su Sheng and regretted not being able to capture Su Sheng alive. It is very likely that Su Sheng gathered his defeated troops, returned to Zhu County, or stayed nearby to watch. Fang Xinling counted the losses in this battle, and found that 87 heavy cavalrymen were lost, 421 light cavalrymen were lost, and more than 1,000 infantry and archers were lost. This was the first time Chu Tian lost so many soldiers and horses. Fortunately, he won the battle and gained prisoners to make up for his losses. Before taking a rest, Fang Xinling proposed to Chu Tian.
My subordinates conclude that the defenders will abandon Zhanhuan town and escape from the north gate after learning that the reinforcements have been defeated. My lord can set up an ambush, and maybe something will be gained. That makes sense. Li Guang, this time you take the Xisheng battalion and the cavalry to ambush on the northern trail to see if you can capture the opponent's big shot.
Chu Tian sent Li Guang, who was not very lucky, and wanted to give Li Guang a chance to make meritorious deeds. Li Guang's performance was quite satisfactory, but he was very brutal in shooting the opponent's generals. In order to give Li Guang some credit, Chu Tian sent him to ambush enemies who might escape. Li Guangda replied loudly,
The general will definitely capture Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui alive.
Li Guang's loud voice made Chu Tian startled, thinking that it would be better for the taciturn Zhou Yafu and Hua Mulan.
No need to capture them alive. Just kill them.
Chu Tian already knew that Qi Xiaobai's general was Wu Sangui. For Wu Sangui, Chu Tian had no idea of recruiting him. A general who might betray him at any time felt uncomfortable.
I will obey your orders.
Li Guang heard that there was no need to capture him alive, and he would just send troops to kill him. Li Guang led the Xisheng battalion and 500 cavalry to ambush. That night, there were indeed shouts of killing in the north of the town. Li Guang ambushed his troops and scattered Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui's troops. On the dark trail, Qi Xiaobai fled under the cover of Wu Sangui. Li Guang held a torch and shot at Qi Xiaobai's army with a long bow.
Damn it! We are ambushed!
Qi Xiaobai was gray-headed and tired of running for his life. Chu Tian heard the shouts of killing in the north of the town and knew that Li Guang had succeeded. So he sent his troops into Zhanhuan town, where there was a lack of defenders. The free players of the original War Soul Guild did not follow Qi Xiaobai to flee, but chose to surrender. The southern part of Yangdu County has been controlled by Chu Tian. If Yangdu City is captured, then the entire Yangdu County will be included in Chu Tian's influence. In Yangdu City, Changxi closed the city and defended himself. News of the defeat of the coalition forces came one after another, which made him feel uneasy. Chu Tian's target is not only Qi Xiaobai, but also him.
Qi Xiaobai, the Lord of War Spirit Town, led the remnant soldiers to appear at the gate of the city, claiming that War Spirit Town had been lost and requested to enter the city to rest. I will greet you personally.
Changxi knew that he could not resist Chu Tian alone, and he could only turn the tide by joining forces with other people as much as possible. Under Yangdu City, Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui brought 2,000 remaining soldiers to ask for a meeting. They originally had several thousand soldiers, but they lost a group of soldiers while defending the city, and were ambushed and killed by Li Guang. A group of soldiers were scattered, leaving only 2,000 soldiers. There were still blood stains on Qi Xiaobai's body. The wounds from the archers from the Shisheng camp stained the cloth red.
Even if we join forces with Changxi, we are still no match for Chu Zimu.
Qi Xiaobai was beaten several times by Chu Tian and lost the confidence to continue to be Chu Tian's enemy.
There will eventually be a way to strengthen the Lord's power, no matter what happens later. Please don't panic, Lord.
Wu Sangui had a ruthless look in his eyes. But it wasn't because of Qi Xiaobai. At least Qi Xiaobai listened to him. And that was enough. The gate of Yangdu City opened, and Changxi came out surrounded by his own soldiers. When he saw Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui, he felt ashamed for not being able to rescue Zhanhu in town in time.
You too. I led 30,000 troops to rescue you. But I was surprised by the enemy's cavalry on the way,
Wu Sangui said.
I have a way to deal with Chu Zimu.
Changxi was surprised.
What method do you have?
Wu Sangui inadvertently approached Changxi, suddenly pulled out the Yinling knife, and shouted,
Then I will use your power.
Changxi didn't expect that Wu Sangui, his ally, would betray him in the face of a powerful enemy. Before he could resist, Wu Sangui's Yinling Dao struck at his throat. Duda's head fell to the ground. And the Taishan thief Chang, she was killed by Wu Sangui. The Taishan bandit soldiers around Changxi were panicked. Their leader was actually killed.
From now on, if you follow me, you will have a better future than following Changxi.
Wu Sangui marched on the steps of a dragon and a tiger and took control of Yangdu City. With Changxi dead, this group of Taishan thieves lost their leader and were frightened by Wu Sangui. Many people turn to Wu Sangui. If they take refuge in Wu Sangui can still reuse them. Otherwise, once caught by Chu Tian, who considers himself a county captain, he would most likely be sent to mine. Qi Xiaobai was completely frightened. He saw Wu Sangui kill Changxi with his own eyes, and a trace of blood even splashed on Qi Xiaobai. Wu Sangui's methods were too cruel, and Qi Xiaobai could no longer control Wu Sangui. In other words, Qi Xiaobai is now being held hostage by Wu Sangui.
The only way to survive is if you follow me now. Do you understand? If Chu Zimu catches us, both of us will die.
Wu Sangui simply broke out and threatened his lord. He also needs Qi Xiaobai. A stranger, an alien, can accomplish many things that are difficult for him to do. Qi Xiaobai was in a dilemma.
You? What do you want? Abandon Yangdu City. This is a medium-sized city that we can defend. No, we can't hold on at all. Changxi's men are just a bunch of losers. We still need more troops.
You know? Please contact Ling Feng, the lord of Zhu County, immediately, and tell him that we plan to go to Zhu County to join him and work together.
Discuss how to deal with Chu Zimu. Zhu County is a large county after Kaiyang County. With Zhu County, we occupy the northern part of Langya Kingdom, and we still have a chance to compete with Chu Zimu. Me, I don't want to harm anyone anymore.
Qi Xiaobai understood what Wu Sangui meant. Wu Sangui wanted to occupy the Magpie's Nest and use the same method to annex the Jushian lord's territory and subdue his troops.
My lord, you have no choice. If this fails, I can only ask you to die.
Wu Sangui held Qi Xiaobai's shoulders, making Qi Xiaobai feel scared. His legs were shaking. Wu Sangui was completely out of his control. Now Wu Sangui wants to stand on his own and deal with Chu Tian with his own strength.
I'll contact him.
Faced with the threat of death, Qi Xiaobai chose to surrender.
Come here. Keep an eye on your lord, and be sure to ensure his safety. Take all the gold and silver in Yangdu County and head to Zhu County.
Wu Sangui arranged for more than a dozen cronies to monitor Qi Xiaobai.
Ling Feng, I'm sorry.
Qi Xiaobai was desperate, but had to contact the lord who owned the military general Su Sheng, Ling Feng of Zhu County, because Wu Sangui decided to abandon Yangdu County. In order to bribe the Taishan bandits and prevent Chu Tian from benefiting, he allowed all the soldiers to loot Yangdu City for a day. Yangdu City is surrounded by smoke and chaos, and both civilians and players are suffering. Soldiers and Taishan thieves looted property and food, and burned and killed this relatively prosperous city. Wu Sangui looked at the city filled with black smoke, expressionless. This city will be Chu Tian's territory, and it will not be a pity to destroy it. Changxi regards this city as his own territory, so he will not destroy his own city. Wu Sangui is not like that, because the Taishan bandits were allowed to loot the city and steal a lot of gold and silver. Their loyalty to Wu Sangui quickly increased.
We set fire to the granary, and we can't just give it to them if we can't take it away.
The next day, Wu Sangui gathered 2,000 professional soldiers and 30,000 Taishan troops and marched in the direction of Zhu County, leaving behind devastation. Chu Tian didn't know that Qi Xiaobai was playing with fire and burned himself. And Wu Sangui's ambition was rapidly expanding. Chu Tian occupied Zhanhuan town. The gains from occupying Battle Spirit town are not great. In order to deal with Chu Tian, Qi Xiaobai went to war and sold iron to recruit troops. But there was not much silver left in the treasury.
There are only 1,253 taels of silver and 3,200 units of military rations in the warehouse.
Fang Xianling looked through Zhanhuan town's miserable account books. It seems that the path of belligerence is not the right path after all. If the war is lost, the territory's economy will soon collapse.
The next step is to attack Yangdu City. Although Changxi in Yangdu City still has 30,000 people, he and his tribe have been defeated by Hua Mulan and Shuerigui.
Chu Tian was 90% sure of capturing Yangdu City.
Yangdu City. Yangdu City was looted by Taishan bandits.
When Chu Tian marched towards the county seat, he received a request for help from players in Yangdicheng. Chapter 164. Achievement completed. Head of a county.
Damn Wu Sangui!
When Chu Tian led his troops to Yangdu County, black smoke was still billowing from Yangdu's granary. Yangdu County was in a mess. Many wealthy families and civilians were looted, and shops and houses were burned down. Because Wu Sangui sent troops to burn, kill and loot, at least 3,000 people in Yangdu County died in vain. The warehouses in Yangdu County were also looted by Wu Sangui, leaving no gold or silver for Chu Tian. The granary was burned, and Zhou Yafu organized soldiers to put out the fire and only save 30% of the grain. A rage burned in Chu Tian's chest. He defeated Wu Sangui, but Wu Sangui caused a lot of losses to Chu Tian.
If Wu Sangui is caught in the future, he must be killed.
Chu Tian held a grudge against Wu Sangui, and then came to the Lord's mansion in Yangdu County to occupy the damaged city. Territory: Yangdu City. Lord: none. Affiliation: Langya Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Specialties: high-quality ginger, grade B specialty. Soft SH. Lead turtle, grade D specialty. Population: 1175887/500000. Popularity: 32. Security: 14. Prosperity of this city: 32112/100000. Administrative efficiency: 11 out of 100. Agricultural efficiency: 31 out of 100. Economic efficiency: 12 out of 100. Cultural efficiency: 17 out of 100. City defense works: intermediate rammed earth brick city wall, medium-sized city tower, intermediate stone arrow tower, low-level horse face, and 10 Yiksha weapons. Because it was destroyed by Wu Sangui's troops, the data of Yangdu City dropped drastically. Yangdu City originally had a population of 200,000, but due to war and fleeing, only 110,000 were left. Public security, people support, and the city's efficiency were extremely low.
It will take at least a year or two for Yangdu City to recover when the people who fled come back.
Fang Xianling sighed.
Inquire immediately about Wu Sangui's whereabouts.
Chu Tian ordered the free players of the guild. After officially occupying Yangdu City, Chu Tian came forward to appease the people in the city, and public morale and public order were restored. It is easy to solve the problem of public sentiment and public security, but it will take a long time to recover from the damage Wu Sangui caused to the city. Occupying the county seat does not mean that he can control the entire county. He also has to divide his troops to pacify the villages and towns and let them surrender. It was already very difficult for Chu Tian to digest just 2 counties. The area of these 2 counties is not small, and there are many small and medium-sized lords. It would take a lot of time and energy to completely annex 2 counties, implement Xiaqing's governance system in the 2 counties, reorganize the army, appease the people, and open up farmland. At present, Chu Tian's power has reached the limit of expansion. If it continues to expand, the battle line will be stretched and there will be insufficient troops to control such a huge territory. As Chu Tian successively captured the 2 county towns of Langya City and Yangdu City, the Langya Kingdom became a sensation. There are only 13 county towns in the entire Langya Kingdom, and one lord named Chu Tian occupied 2 of them.
We seem to have failed and immediately stopped marching towards Xia City. Retreat. Zhu Zimu has freed up excess troops. He defeated Changxi, Wu Dun, and Qi Xiaobai. We are no match for him at all.
The 20,000 coalition forces of the lords of Donghai Kingdom and Xiapi Kingdom are advancing on Xiaqing. They learned that Chu Tian has pacified Yangdu County, and it will be very dangerous to continue to march towards Xiaoqing. So the 20,000 coalition troops began to withdraw from Kaiyang County's sphere of influence. The anti-Chutian alliance stopped encircling Chu Tian and existed in name only. Chu Tian also stopped expanding, like a python that needs to digest its prey quietly. This brought relief to the nearby lords. During the war to occupy the two counties, the territorial prosperity of Mingwan, the lord of Liaodong, once surpassed that of Chu Tian and became the first in the Eastern Han dynasty. However, as Chu Tian occupied Yangdu County, Chu Tian's total territory ranking returned to first place. Currently, he is the only lord in the Eastern Han dynasty who controls two counties. Chu Tian now has 3 cities: the large city Lengia City, the medium city Yangdu City, and the small city Xia City. There is also Shuiyue Town, which will be upgraded to a small city.
I didn't expect him to defeat the coalition forces so quickly.
Mingwan was ranked first in the Donghan district for only a few days, and was squeezed out by Chu Tian. He was quite emotional about this. The allied force composed of 27 lords from 3 counties, and the Taishan bandits was so powerful that it looked like it was going to destroy Chu Tian in one go. However, under Chu Tian's rapid offensive, it was defeated one by one. The most eye-catching ones are Hua Mulan and Shuarengui's defeat of Chongqi's 30,000 Taishan army, Xiao Liang's defeat of Wu Dun's 15,000 Taishan army, and the battle between Su Sheng and Chu Tian in Zhanhuan town. A series of victories let other lords know that the first lord is worthy of his name, and even the civil servants guarding Xia City can defeat more with less. In Nanjing County, Hanzhong, peasant armies all over the mountains and plains were like a tide, attacking the city of Nanjing one after another. Hundreds of ladders were hooked up to the city wall, and countless peasants and army ants followed them. Nanjing City is the administrative seat of Hanzhong County, which is equivalent to Lengia City in Lengia Kingdom. If you capture Nanjing City, you can dominate Hanzhong. Facing the endless peasant army, the Hanzhong prefect was besieged for a full month and suffered heavy casualties. Finally, he despaired and escaped from Nanjing City with the remaining Han troops to Mianyang County. 100,000 peasant troops enter Nanjing County. The yellow flag symbolizing the power of the Yellow Turban Army covers the sky. Although the main force of the Yellow Turban Army was wiped out by the Han court, there were still peasant uprisings in various places. The foreign lords, who obtained the blueprints of the Yellow Turban camp, could also call themselves the Yellow Turban Army. Chu Tian once thought about taking the peasant army route, but choosing to take the peasant army route meant becoming enemies with all the princes. Therefore, there were definitely not many lords who really had the courage to launch the Yellow Turban uprising. Some Liangzhou lords would rather join the Xiliang rebels than become the Yellow Turban Army.
On the 8th day of the 9th month, when autumn comes, I will kill all the flowers after they bloom. The incense array will penetrate Chang'an, and the whole city will be filled with golden armor.
The Lord Zhang Dao, surrounded by the Yellow Scarf chiefs, took over Nanjing. When he saw the yellow scarves all over the city, he was filled with pride. His military strength is enough to give him a chance to sweep the entire Hanzhong. Hanzhong is the land of Liu Bang's Longqing, and he can also start his career in Hanzhong.
The Yellow Turban Army captured the capital of Hanzhong County. The prefect of Hanzhong asked for help from the governor of Yizhou, and the governor of Yizhou sent Sichuan and Shu soldiers to prepare to enter Hanzhong to suppress the Yellow Turban Army. What an eventful year it has been.
First, Chu Tian forcefully occupied the 2 counties of Lengia Kingdom, and then the Yellow Turban Army swept through Hanzhong, causing chaos in the entire Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian has not yet completely controlled the 2 counties.
Zhou Yafu, you lead a group of troops to attack the villages and towns in Yangdu County that have not yet surrendered.
Chu Tian handed over 5,000 people to Zhou Yafu. Chongxi and Xiaobai, the largest forces in Yangdu County, were destroyed by him, and the remaining lords were unable to resist Zhou Yafu's 5,000 men. Zhou Yafu's performance was stable, and he would not easily win a big victory or lose a big defeat. Therefore, Chu Tian was relieved when Zhou Yafu went on an expedition. After the battle, Shuarengui returned to Chu Tian and became the captain of the personal guard. He accumulated a lot of experience in this battle, and his attributes have improved.
Bring Zhang Ba and Sun Guan here.
Chu Tian defeated the coalition forces, and the Taishan thieves Chongxi and Wu Dun were defeated. On the day of the battle between Chu Tian and Su Sheng, Chu Tian also specially brought Chongxi and Wu Dun to the battlefield to witness Shuarengui's cavalry breaking the formation. Chu Tian believed that Zhang Ba and Sun Guan should have realized his strength.
Now Kaiyang and Yangdu counties have fallen into my hands. If you are willing to surrender, I can forgive you and use you as my general in the future.
Chu Tian believed that Zhang Ba and Sun Quan should have at least 70-plus commanders who could be used. After Cao Cao subdued the two, Zhang Ba and Sun Quan not only did not betray Cao Cao, but instead helped Cao Cao deal with Yuan Shao and Sun Quan. They are also one of the few Taishan bandit generals that Chu Tian plans to use. As for some other Taishan thieves, their abilities are estimated to be only around 60. Zhang Ba remained silent, and Sun Quan looked at Zhang Ba uneasily, as if following Zhang Ba's lead. Sun Quan witnessed Chu Tian's massive defeat of Su Xing's army, and was actually afraid of Chu Tian. Zhang Ba said,
I don't want to surrender.
Chu Tian frowned. It is really troublesome to conquer the generals of the three kingdoms. Fang Xianling was a little unhappy when she saw Chu Tian. She knew that her lord's patience was being worn down by Zhang Ba and Sun Quan. So she whispered in Chu Tian's ear. After listening to Fang Xianling's suggestion, Chu Tian calmed down a little.
Someone, take Zhang Ba down.
The personal guards took Zhang Ba away, leaving only Sun Quan. Seeing that Chu Tian left him alone, Sun Quan insisted.
If eldest brother doesn't surrender, I won't surrender either. Zhang Ba is your leader, and I know that you will surrender only if he surrenders. Zhang Ba has always valued loyalty, and once he surrenders, he will definitely serve me. With your ability, you can at least be a prefect or a general. How can you spend your life doing nothing? You also have an older brother, Sun Quan, who is still supporting the army. What would he think if he learned of your death?
Chu Tian used his sharp tongue to persuade Sun Quan to surrender. Sun Quan couldn't help but be a little shaken after hearing Chu Tian's words. He is also a second or third-rate warrior who has not yet made a name for himself. If he can avoid death, he will definitely not seek death.
I'll give you a month to persuade Zhang Ba to serve me. I promise that if you make a contribution in the future, you will at least be promoted to general or prefect.
Chu Tian made no secret of his ambitions and promised high officials and generous salaries. Every civil servant and general has his or her own weaknesses, whether they focus on fame and wealth or filial piety. As long as they are chosen correctly, the other party will choose to surrender. Fang Xianling secretly observed Zhang Ba and Sun Quan during this period and believed that they valued reputation and loyalty. Zhang Ba and Sun Quan should not be willing to bear the reputation of Taishan thieves for the rest of their lives. If they were promised high positions, they would probably be inclined to surrender. No one wants their descendants to be regarded as bandits in the future. There is also the loyalty among the Taishan thieves, which can also be used. Chu Tian asked his guards to take Sun Quan down. He believed that Sun Quan would change Zhang Ba's mind.
Please Shui Yu come in and see me.
Chu Tian found Shui Yu again. Only by annexing the 12 towns of Shuiyue can Chu Tian officially unify Kaiyang County.
You should keep all your promises. Right.
Shui Yu knew that Chu Tian was going to deprive her of her status as a lord. From now on, she would no longer be the lord of Shuiyue town and become a free player completely. Chu Tian said shamelessly.
I never break my promise. Ding! Lord Shui Yu is willing to offer all the territory under his rule. Do you accept it? Accept?
The process of annexing Shui Yu's forces is very simple, as long as Shui Yu agrees. Theoretically, as long as you capture the other party's monarch and force the other party to cede territory, the other party's territory will be yours. In fact, it is not that simple. If there are powerful ministers in the other party's territory, after the monarch is captured, they may rebel and stand on their own at any time. Chu Tian checked all his territories. At present, Chu Tian has 3 cities, 41 towns, and more than 200 villages, with a total population of 870,000.
The population of just 2 counties is already as high as 870,000. No, there are still some villages and towns in Yangdu County that have not been occupied. The 2 counties together should have a population of 1 million. Among them, Kaiyang County has a population of 600,000, and Yangdu County has a population of 600,000. The county has a population of 400,000.
Chu Tian suddenly changed from a lord with a population of 200,000 to a lord with a population of about 1 million. In lords, the number and distribution of the population are very different from those in history. The population of the 2 counties is already exaggerated, enough to support tens of thousands of soldiers. A prefect may have 100,000 soldiers. A state shepherd may have thousands of good generals and millions of armored men. Just like in the novel, Langya Kingdom is equivalent to a county. and the Prime Minister of Lengia Kingdom is equivalent to the prefect of the county. Chu Tian's goal is to become the Prime Minister of Lengia.
I will move the civilians of War Spirit Town to Shueyue Town. Completely abolish War Spirit Town. And then upgrade Shueyue Town to Shueyue City. Appoint you as the Lord of Shueyue City. Unless there is a major fault, you will not be moved.
Derogatory. Chu Tian was generous to the lords, who offered their cities. In other words, Shueyu's lowest salary is to be the lord of a city, and she will have the opportunity to be promoted to county magistrate or prefect in the future. Unless Shueyu makes a mistake, she will only be promoted all the way up. This is Chu Tian's treatment of elders and meritorious ministers.
It seems good to be a city lord. In the future, you don't have to worry about intrigues with other lords. You only need to appease the people of one party.
Shueyu expressed satisfaction with this arrangement. The lord has great power, but he has to constantly fight in all directions, and defeat may lead to death. The city lord basically doesn't have to worry too much. It's enough to have enough food and clothing, and maybe even form a local aristocratic family in the future. A century-old dynasty. 1,000-year-old family.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the sub-achievement of the Heroes in Troubled Time series. The B-level achievement task head of a county, controlling a county within 2 years. Your personal attributes have been improved, and you have obtained the blueprint for the construction of a large-scale Confucius temple. A 7th-level cultural building. One Piece.
While Chu Tian was talking to Shueyu, he inadvertently completed an achievement. Reward personal attributes? Chu Tian has never seen such a special reward. He quickly checked his personal attributes and found that his poor attributes had actually improved. Name, Chu Tian. Level, 45, Experience, 57121/150000. Commander, 56, Force, 45, Intelligence, 51, Politics, 60. Characteristics, Han Army Soul. Tian Khan. Special Forces, Sound Battalion. Chu Tian was stunned. His level had not improved, but all four-dimensional attributes had increased. Even if the vast majority of players are at full level, they cannot compare to real historical military commanders. Unless they can obtain special rewards, they will be able to compete with real historical military commanders. The rewards of the
Heroes in Troubled Times
series of achievements can improve the personal attributes of the Lord. In other words, do you have a chance to become a 4-athlete monarch like Li Shimin? Chu Tian took a look at the second achievement in the
Heroes of Troubled Times
series of achievements. The A-level achievement,
Prefect of a County,
which requires control of a country, within 5 years. Chapter 165 7-level building Confucius Temple. To unify Lengia country within 5 years. There are still more than 3 years left. Under the premise that Chu Tian controls the 2 counties, the difficulty of unifying Lengia Kingdom is even smaller than the achievements in the previous stage. After digesting 2 counties, Chu Tian can start coveting other counties. Unsatisfied with the suffering, now that he has gained Long, he returns to Shu. Human desires are endless. Once they start to expand, they will not stop until they reach the limit.
What happened?
Shueyu saw that Chu Tian was in a daze. As a player, she knew that Chu Tian was checking the panel.
It's a small gain.
Chu Tian didn't mention to anyone that he had an achievement system. In order to restore public order in Yangdu County, Chu Tian stationed his army in Yangdu City for several days. Fang Xianling assisted Chu Tian in appointing new officials in Yangdu City to restore order. Destruction is easier than construction. After a city is looted by rebels, it will not take more than a year and a half to restore its former prosperity. Fortunately, Chu Tian has Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling not only joined the army, but was also a civil servant at the prime minister level. He quickly determined the team of civil servants to govern Yangdu County. A civil servant was parachuted from Xiaqing to serve as the county magistrate, and then a group of disciples of aristocratic families in Yangdu County were promoted to officials to win over people's hearts. Then a group of civil servants were transferred from Xiaqing and Shueyue Town to Yangdu County to check and balance the local aristocratic families.
Yangdu County will be divided into 2 factions, local aristocratic families and airborne civil servants. If Yangdu County wants to restore prosperity, it needs to win over the local aristocratic families and let them come forward to appease people's hearts. Collect money and food, and establish order as soon as possible. When Yangdu County recovers, it will begin support airborne civilian officials to suppress these aristocratic families and reduce the aristocratic families' control over the local area.
Fang Xianling proposed counterbalancing strategies to Chu Tian. Sure enough, the methods of ancient politicians were ruthless. Fang Xuanling's advice was to burn bridges across the river, win over the local gentry, and stabilize people's hearts. After stabilization, suppress the gentry and gradually strengthen the centralization of power. This is also a method commonly used in troubled times. At the beginning of the establishment of a dynasty, there were often a large number of princes and uncles. After the dynasty was stable, they found various reasons to cut down the vassal and kill meritorious officials.
Let's make arrangements as you said. Appoint Zhou Yafu as the county captain, responsible for pacifying the villages and towns in Yangdu County that have not yet surrendered. At the same time, he will be stationed in Yangdu City to improve public security and guard against incoming attacks.
After Chu Tian appointed a group of civil servants, he also decided to appoint Zhou Yafu as a garrison general to garrison Yangdu City, with the main focus being defense. Yangdu County Lieutenant was a position appointed by Chu Tian to Zhou Yafu. It was not recognized by the court and did not bring any special effects. Theoretically, Chu Tian could proclaim himself a general, but he would be hated by some princes. At present, Chu Tian calls himself Kaiyan Ling and Chi Dui, and privately gives official positions to his subordinates to win over people's hearts. He left 10,000 people for Zhou Yafu, except for Shiliu Camp. The others were basically first and second level infantry archers. Zhou Yafu's current loyalty level is 91 points. Even if he is coerced and lured by other lords, there is basically no possibility of betrayal. However, in lords, you can see the loyalty of military commanders, which does not mean that nothing will happen if you appoint military commanders with high loyalty. First of all, the lord had to appear in front of the general to see the general's loyalty. Secondly, the loyalty of generals will change. If a military general is guarding a remote place and the lord is absent for a long time, the lord will not be able to know if his loyalty has declined. When the sky is high and the emperor is far away, rebellion is easy to occur. Finally, various emergencies can cause the loyalty of generals to fluctuate dramatically. For example, the lord was defeated by the enemy. The general was attracted by the enemy, and the lord killed the minister for no reason. These emergencies may cause a general's loyalty to drop from 90 to 60. The specific changes in loyalty vary from person to person. Zhou Yafu should not be a military commander prone to rebellion.
Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui went to join Ling Feng, the lord of Zhu County. Now Ling Feng has two historical generals, Su Sheng and Wu Sangui, under his command. You must be careful.
Some free players working secretly for Chu Tian informed Wu Sangui of his whereabouts.
There are two historical military generals in Zhu County. I understand.
Chu Tian unfolded the nearby map and found that Zhu County was just east of Yangdu County. Generally speaking, cities are located next to rivers and lakes for easy access to water. Alluvial plains are easily formed where rivers flow, and the soil is fertile, suitable for the development of agriculture. Kaiyan County and Yangdu County are close to the Yi River, while Zhu County is close to the Shu River. To the east of Yangdu County is Zhu County. To the east of Zhu County are coastal hills, and to the east are Shihai County and the sea. These two counties both belong to the Langya Kingdom and are also the targets of Chu Tian's next attack.
Ask Zhou Yafu to be on guard against Wu Sangui and Su Sheng, and place scouts along the Yi River. Once Wu Sangui and Su Sheng send troops, they must cross the Yi River, but they can attack halfway across the river.
With the presence of Iha, defense is easier. Wu Sangui can't get through, and Chu Tian can't get through either. After arranging the personnel to garrison and manage Zhu County, Chu Tian's troops returned to Xiaqing. Kaiyan County is Chu Tian's basic base, because the plains in Kaiyan County are larger, and it will not be a problem to feed tens of millions of people through agriculture in the future. Shuiyu led 10,000 people to garrison Shuiyu town, echoing Zhou Yafu from afar. In fact, only 5,000 of her 10,000 people were professional soldiers, and the remaining 5,000 were improvised Xiangyong. After returning to Xia town, she immediately disbanded the Xiangyong. Xia city has now restored its former prosperity. The anti-Chuqian alliance existed in name only, and all of Kaiyan County fell into Chu Tian territory. There was no trace of the enemy, so Xia city opened its gates and was bustling as before. The coalition forces didn't even see the walls of Xia city.
We need to compensate horse merchants 10,563 taels of silver, and compensate strangers and common people 11,534 taels of silver.
Xiao Liang calculates the cost of using the fire horse formation. After using the fire horse formation, all the horses with their tails burned were bought by the lord's mansion, which was a huge expense. The Lord's mansion also received a batch of horses with burnt tails.
Lord, the teacher is returning to the city.
Xiao Liang, Li Kui, and other officials who were handling affairs in the Lord's mansion were alerted and immediately went out of the city to greet him. Chu Tian stationed a huge army outside the city and only brought some elite troops into the city. Most of the soldiers under Chu Tian's command are surrender troops from Langya City or the coalition forces. Chu Tian also had to spend special energy to reorganize the army, dismiss some weak soldiers and low-level units, and keep the elite among them. The level of these downgraded soldiers is not low, and is better than that of newly recruited soldiers. When the officials in Xia City saw Chu Tian's army, they finally relaxed. Xia City has experienced the biggest crisis. As long as there is a defeat, Xia City may be attacked by the coalition forces.
I have heard about your defeat of Wudun and Lianshan town, and I will give you 100 acres of fertile land as a special reward.
Chu Tian was very satisfied with Xiao Liang's performance, and the only way to win her over was to reward her with fields. After owning 2 county towns, Chu Tian now has no shortage of farmland, and 100 acres of farmland can still be obtained. It would not be an exaggeration to reward him with 1,000 acres of fertile land for his efforts in defending Xia City. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Chu Tian handed a construction drawing to Fang Xianling.
This is the construction drawing of the Confucius Temple, a 7th-level cultural building. You arrange resources and labor for the construction.
Chu Tian got a special building and asked Fang Xianling to arrange the construction. Name, Confucius Temple. Grade, 7th-level cultural building. General effect, cultural prosperity plus 20%. The probability of a lord gaining support from scholar bureaucrats increases. The probability of the appearance of special talents, like officials, plus 1%. Special effect 1 Eternal Master, when you have the special hero Confucius. The effect of the Confucius Temple is plus 50%. Special effect 2 Educate all peoples, if this building is built in a foreign city. Special effects will be unlocked. Special effect 3 Imperial Examination System, when the Lord implements the Imperial Examination System. Special effects will be unlocked. This is the first time Chu Tian has obtained the construction drawings of a 7th-level building. The bonuses of the Confucius Temple are very exaggerated, and there are 3 special effects that have not been unlocked. The first effect can only be activated by recruiting Confucius. I didn't expect that Confucius could also be recruited. It is estimated that Confucius is a special talent like the poet Du Fu, but Confucius has a greater influence than Du Fu. The second effect requires building Confucius temples in cities and other civilized areas to make them submit to Chinese culture. This effect is very overbearing. At present, Chu Tian does not control any foreign cities, so it is impossible to build Confucius temple in other civilized areas. However, if he gets more drawings of Confucius temples in the future, Chu Tian would not mind building Confucian temples in Osaka, Edo, Rome, and Paris to educate the barbarians. The third effect is the Imperial Examination System. At present, Chu Tian does not have the energy to implement the Imperial Examination System. But as the territory expands, the Imperial Examination System will definitely be implemented in the future. The Lord can see the attributes of his subordinates, but he can only view them after his subordinates are loyal. Now that Chu Tian's population has reached 800,000, it is impossible for Chu Tian to ask them to be loyal one by one and then check their attributes. A group of officials and ordinary generals could only be selected through imperial examinations, including civil and military examinations. And then Chu Tian would check them, palace examination, and arrange positions according to their abilities and characteristics. With a player panel, Chu Tian can recognize talents at a glance. The only thing you can't see is your character. The Confucius Temple also has the bonus of having the support of aristocratic officials. This is good stuff. If Chu Tian wants to win Shuzhou, he must first obtain the support of Shuzhou's aristocratic families. Disobedience is also a tricky thing for aristocratic families. It is basically unrealistic to eliminate the noble family. As long as there is a bureaucracy, aristocratic families will exist. When the old aristocratic families fall into ruin, a new aristocratic family will be born. The imperial examination system has accelerated the turnover of aristocratic families to a certain extent. Chu Tian didn't think about the problem of defending the world, but he was still conquering the world. When conquering the world, as long as the interests of aristocratic families are tied together with their own interests, they will try their best to assist their expansion. Fang Xianling accepted the drawings of the Confucius Temple and immediately went to make arrangements. If Xia City had a 7th-level cultural building, coupled with the cultural influence bonus brought by Du Fu, Chu Tian thought that one day he might be able to conquer the world through culture, promote Chinese culture as mainstream culture, retain the culture of other civilizations, and reduce them to minority cultures. This is probably what Chu Tian was thinking. He swears he has great respect for cultural diversity. Chu Tian found that he was thinking too far again and quickly brought his thoughts back. There are still many chores waiting for him to deal with in the Lord's mansion. Now his territory is a bit chaotic. Each town recruited a large number of soldiers when launching a war. As a result, the coalition forces were never able to reach Xia City. There were many more professional soldiers in each town. Disband the redundant professional soldiers in each town and reorganize the army. Chu Tian didn't want to raise too many idle soldiers, which would put too much burden on the finances.
Xia City recruited 3,000 new soldiers during this period, and Langya City recruited 5,000 new soldiers, including the original 8,000 defenders of the two cities. There are a total of 16,000 people. You brought back 7,000 people, as well as Zhou Yafu's 10,000 people. Shui with 5,000 soldiers in the month. The number of soldiers in the territory has reached 38,000. Among them, Shiliu Camp and Shisheng Camp have very high salaries. They need to pay up to 80,000 taels of military salary every month. This does not include the replacement of weapons, the cost of raising war horses.
Xiao Liang made the simplest calculation for Chu Tian. When Chu Tian heard the astonishing figures, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The explosion of troops was a moment of joy. But if we really had to maintain such a large army, our finances would be overwhelmed. The army needs money, food and equipment to equip war horses. After the separation of soldiers and peasants, they will not engage in production and spend money like water. The cost of high-level arms is several times, or even more than 10 times, that of low-level arms, including equipment. Chu Tian also plans to recruit more high-level troops.
Based on the current population size and fiscal revenue and expenditure, I propose to maintain the size of the army at 5,000 high-level arms and 20,000 low-level arms. Alternatively, 3,000 high-level arms and 30,000 low-level arms.
Chu Tian had to make a choice. He couldn't have it all this time. Taking the route of elite soldiers means laying off some redundant low-level soldiers.
5,000 high-level soldiers and 20,000 low-level soldiers. I will reorganize the army within 3 days.
Chu Tian limited time for himself.
Yes. A lot of things have happened in Donghan District during this period. I think you should pay attention to these things. The Lord of Hanzhong County, Zhang Dao, openly launched the Yellow Turban Uprising. At the same time, he extended kindness in the name of 5 measures of rice. The refugees in Hanzhong County came to seek refuge one after another, gathering hundreds of thousands of people, including more than 100,000 young men. Now he has captured Nanjing City. Everyone thinks that he is the lord with the largest number of troops. As for the combat effectiveness, since it is a peasant army, it may not be satisfactory. More than 100,000 peasant troops are already quite a lot. And if he dares to launch a peasant uprising, there must be special bonuses.
Chu Tian met Zhang Dao during the National War. A very silent and low-key lord.
The prefect of Hanzhong and the governor of Yizhou are trying to encircle and suppress him. His uprising seems to be powerful, but in fact it is in danger of being suppressed at any time. The cities in Yangzhou currently captured by the lord include Yuchao, Haiyan, and Gantian. Jingzhou was captured by the lord. The cities include Xiangnan, Sujiang, and Chailing.
Chu Tian heard the report that almost every county in every state had been attacked by the player lords. And there were many cities that had been captured. The reasons for conquering these cities are also all kinds of strange. Chu Tian occupied Kaiyang County and Yangdu County and claimed to be attacking the Taishan bandits. Zhang Dao was more direct, launching a peasant uprising with the goal of overthrowing the imperial court. Other lords used the banners of crusade against bandits, justice for heaven, and crusade against rebellious ministers. The imperial court lost control over the local area. As long as it had soldiers and food, it could separatist rule. The prerequisite was that it had to deal with the relationship with the surrounding governors and governors. Chu Tian had an understanding of the general situation in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and powerful lords would basically try to capture a county town as a stronghold.
Finally, the 6th level cavalry battalion has been built. Do you want to consider recruiting 6th level cavalry?
Chapter 166 Recruiting Level 6 Archers. After the First National War, Chu Tian exchanged a drawing for the construction of a 6th level cavalry battalion. At this time, the 6th level cavalry battalion had been completed. Currently, Xia City has 6-level infantry battalions, archer battalions, and cavalry battalions, which can recruit 3 types of troops from 1st to 6th levels, as long as there are historical generals. You can also recruit special units from the 1st to the 6th level in addition to the navy. Chu Tian already had Shiliu Camp and Shisheng Camp, but no special cavalry yet. So he specially brought Hua Mulan, Li Guang, and Xuerengui to the 6th level cavalry camp to consider recruiting troops for them. The 6th level cavalry battalion was built outside the city, covering a vast area. The conventional arms of the cavalry battalion include the 1st level light cavalry, the 2nd level elite light cavalry, the 3rd level Shuzhou light cavalry, and the 4th level Shuzhou heavy cavalry. During the National War, Chu Tian noticed that the lords of Bingzhou, Yuzhou, and Liangzhou had generally recruited 3rd level cavalry. The attributes of the Shuzhou light cavalry are lower than those of the cavalry in the 3 states of Beiguan, because Chu Tian has Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, and Li Guang. 3 special cavalry can be recruited. Li Guang's special unit is the 5th level Western Han Dynasty Border Guard Cavalry, with a maximum number of 4,000. Xuerengui's special unit is the 6th level elite cavalry of the Tang Dynasty, with a maximum number of 5,000. Hua Mulan's special unit is the 6th level Northern Wei Iron Eagle Scout, with a maximum number of 10,000. The upper limit of the special arms of the 3 generals is 19,000. If their special units are fully equipped, then 19,000 cavalry will be enough to run rampant in Shuzhou and be invincible on the plains. But Chu Tian couldn't afford it at all. We are still in the early stage of Lord, and each city has not developed to the later stage. So the number of soldiers that can be fed is limited. Therefore, in the early stage, the governors of each state were not able to have 1 million soldiers. In the later stage, after each town developed, it was possible to have thousands of good generals and 1 million soldiers. In the early stage, Chu Tian was unable to obtain 19,000 high-quality war horses, and even if he went bankrupt, he would not be able to buy them. Under the premise of limited resources, Chu Tian could only compare 3 special cavalry to see which one was more cost-effective. The first is Li Guang's Western Han Dynasty Border Guard Cavalry. This is the elite cavalry at the border of the Western Han Dynasty. They are good at riding and shooting. They can also be used as archers when dismounted. Arms: Western Han Dynasty Border Guard Archers. Level 5 Cavalry/Archer. Attack power 18, defense power 7, speed 23. Skills: Intermediate Reconnaissance, Special Mounted Archery, Intermediate Gallop, used to break formations, Intermediate Long Drive, used to attack, Advanced Arrow Rain, Horn Bow, when using bows and arrows. Bow damage plus 5%. Hit rate plus 5%. Characteristics: the dark grass in the forest is frightening, and the general draws his bow at night, when Li Guang serves as the general. Bow and arrow damage plus 10%. Hit rate plus 5%. Military pay, 6 taels/month. Required equipment: gold level horn bow, gold level light cavalry horse. Training period 2 months. Maximum quantity 4,000. Chu Tian saw that Li Guang's exclusive cavalry requirements were very intense, but the conditions were also very harsh. A gold level horn bow and a gold level war horse cost about 80 to 120 taels of silver. To recruit a cavalry archer, it actually costs 100 taels of silver to provide equipment. If you spend 10,000 taels of silver, you can only recruit 105th level cavalry. Chu Tian looked at Xuerengui's elite archers of the Tang Dynasty again. Arms: elite archers of the Tang Dynasty. Level: 6th level cavalry. Attack power 21, defense power 9, speed 23. Skills: Intermediate Reconnaissance, Special Mounted Shooting, Intermediate Galloping, Intermediate Long Drive, Advanced Armor Sundering, Horn Bow. Characteristics: the general fixes the Tian Shan Mountains with 3 arrows, and the strongman sings into Hanguan when Xuerengui serves as the chief general. The armor-breaking damage of bows and arrows is plus 15%. Military pay, 8 taels/month. Required equipment: gold level horn bow, gold level light cavalry horse. Training period 2 months. Maximum quantity 5,000. Xuerengui's cavalry needed the same equipment as Li Guang. Just the equipment and horses cost 100 taels of silver, as well as heavy monthly military pay and horse-raising expenses. Chu Tian somewhat understood Xiao Liang's feelings. This is not recruiting troops. It is clearly burning money. Li Guang and Xuerengui's cavalry is still light cavalry. If it is a special heavy cavalry, the requirements for equipment and horses are higher, and the cost is also higher.
Li Shimon's Xuanjia army was given to Chu Tian. And Chu Tian couldn't afford it. A month later, there would be a mutiny because he couldn't pay military salaries. If you want to raise an elite cavalry, there are only two ways to develop your own territory: enrich your population and increase your output. The second way is to occupy other people's territory, especially horse-producing areas, to reduce the cost of obtaining excellent war horses, thereby reducing the cost of recruiting cavalry. Finally, there's Mulan's Iron Eagle Scout from the Northern Wei dynasty. Unlike Li Guang and Xuerengui's cavalry, Hua Mulan's cavalry are light cavalry used for reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Unit: Iron Eagle Scout. Level: 6th level cavalry. Attack power: 18, defense power: 7, speed: 25. Skills: special reconnaissance, advanced mounted archery, advanced galloping, special long drive. War Eagle: for every 100 cavalry, there is one War Eagle, which can be used for reconnaissance and liaison with other troops. Characteristics: going to the army thousands of miles away. Guan Shan de Ruofei, when Hua Mulan serves as the commander-in-chief. The force march speed plus 10%. Military pay: 8 taels/month. Required equipment: gold level light cavalry horse. Training period: 2 months. Maximum quantity: 10,000. The recruitment conditions for Mulan's Iron Eagle Scouts are slightly simpler. They don't need good weapons. As long as they have a good horse, they can form an army. Of course, you still need to equip yourself with weapons to enhance your combat effectiveness. But there is no need to specify gold level weapons. The damage of Hua Mulan's cavalry is not as good as that of Li Guang's 5th level archers. But Mulan's cavalry has the fastest speed so far. Hua Mulan's cavalry can drive straight into it, as if entering uninhabited territory. Marching speed is crucial for cavalry. If the opponent cannot catch up with you, you will take the initiative. Iron Eagle Scout sacrifices damage in exchange for speed. How many war horses do we have in the Lord's Mansion? And what is their quality? Chu Tian asked Fang Xianling about the reserve of war horses. Chu Tian captured 2 counties, defeated the anti-Chu Tian alliance and the Taishan army, and captured many war horses. In order to use the fire horse formation, Xiao Liang bought all the horses from horse dealers at any cost. After defeating the Taishan thief Wu Dun, there were still many good horses left. Fang Xianling said casually, "There are 4,213 war horses in total, including 412 gold-level war horses, 1,155 silver-level war horses, and the rest are ordinary war horses. It does not include the superior Turkic war horses of the Lord and the generals. We still have quite a few gold-level war horses." Right. Chu Tian realized that there were 412 gold-level horses, which was good, but more than 200 of them had already been used by the cavalry, such as Shuzhou heavy cavalry and Goguryeo heavy cavalry. Only gold-level and above-grade heavy cavalry horses can bear the weight of horse armor and armor. In other words, the gold-level war horses currently owned by Chu Tian can only recruit more than 100 high-level cavalry at most. After all, Chu Tian is still poor. Li Guang and Xuerengui's cavalry are good at riding and shooting, while Hua Mulan's light cavalry is good at reconnaissance and surprise attacks. No matter which type of cavalry Chu Tian wants them. Fang Xianling provided a suggestion. "Go to Miss Xia. She should be able to raise money to buy a gold-level war horse." Chu Tian couldn't deny it. "Anyway, if you are short of money, just go to her." The question was for whom to recruit the cavalry first. The palms and backs of the hands are all flesh, and different cavalrymen have their own advantages and disadvantages. Xuerengui's cavalry archers are good at breaking armor, and Li Guang's cavalry are terrifying in their rain of arrows. Xuerengui's horse archers seem to be a superior substitute for Li Guang's horse archers, but they cost an extra 2 taels of silver per month. First recruit 100 Iron Eagle Scouts for Hua Mulan. After careful consideration, Chu Tian decided to recruit a small group of cavalry for Hua Mulan first. After all, he was the earliest cavalry general. It would be too chilling to recruit cavalry for Hua Mulan later in the queue. Mulan's cavalry also has the ability, War Eagle. Every 100 cavalry has a War Eagle, which can be used for reconnaissance. It seems that this ability is not as good as the Hornbow ability of Li Guang and Xuerengui's cavalry, but it should be very practical. Rather than fighting head-on, Chu Tian prefers sneak attacks on his enemies. Soldiers who deception also. So the Lord's Mansion began to recruit civilians suitable to become high-level cavalry in the territory, recruiting a total of 100 people. 100 gold-level horses were brought to the 6th level cavalry battalion. 2 months later,
Xia City will have its first special cavalry unit, the Northern Wei Iron Eagle Scouts. Chu Tian was not satisfied yet, so he shamelessly asked Xiao Liang to help him raise gold and silver to buy fine war horses.
Sure.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Liang actually agreed.
We can set up banks in each town in the 2 counties, absorb the gold and silver of all civilians and players, and sell a few pieces of land. As long as you can capture a few more counties within a year, the finances will not collapse. Otherwise, I'm going to sell the war horse I bought. How many fine war horses can I buy? The price of gold-level war horses is generally around 80 taels of silver. If you find a horse dealer to buy war horses on a large scale, the price can be lowered. I think that even if you buy 400 gold-level war horses, your finances should be able to support it. 400 horses.
Chu Tian didn't expect that the finances could still squeeze out the money to buy a horse. The extra horses can be used as cavalry for Li Guang or Xuerengui.
The cavalry will definitely burn money. As long as we maintain the momentum of expansion, there will be no financial problems.
After Xiao Liang defeated the coalition forces in Chutian, his confidence in him increased, and he began to use active fiscal policies. Even if the fiscal deficit occurred every month, it was within the allowable range. Overdrafting finances is more dangerous, and the rewards are also great. You can support Chutian in recruiting troops without sparing any effort, provided that Chutian cannot be defeated many times. After managing to obtain the funds to purchase 400 war horses, Chu Tian prepared to recruit 200 horse archers for Li Guang and Xuerengui.
2,000 from the Shisham camp, 2,000 from the Shiliu camp, 100 Iron Eagle Scouts, 200 Western Han Dynasty Border Guard archers, and 200 elite archers from the Tang Dynasty. A total of 4,500 high-level troops. There are 16,000 low-level infantry and archers, 4,000 low-level light cavalry, and 230 heavy cavalry. There is also a naval battalion.
Chu Tian finally decided on the formation of the legion. Zhou Yafu stationed in Yangdu City had 2,000 Shiliu camp, 7,500 infantry and archers, and 500 light cavalry. Xueyue stationed in Xueyue town has 4,500 infantry archers and 500 light cavalry. The rest of the troops were stationed in Xiaqing, including 2,000 Shisheng battalions, 4,000 infantry and archers, 3,000 light cavalry, 500 high-level cavalry, 230 heavy cavalry, and the Navy battalion. The 3 armies are each other's horns. Once one army is attacked, the other 2 armies will immediately counterattack. As for Langia City, Chu Tian arranged for Lu Sandao to lead 4,000 infantry archers to garrison, and they were included in Xia City's establishment. After the establishment is finalized, it will take 2 months to wait for the recruitment of high-level cavalry to come out. It just so happened that Chu Tian needed time to digest the territory of the 2 counties. 2 counties are nothing to the entire Donghan district. But for Chu Tian, which had a population of only 200,000 not long ago, he swallowed 4 or 5 times the land in one go. If he does not digest it, it will leave many problems. Zhou Yafu was attacking the unyielding villages and towns in Yangdu County, while Li Guang and Hua Mulan were training troops in Xiaqing. Chu Tian intended to train Xuerengui, so from time to time he asked him to lead a small team alone to encircle and suppress nearby bandits. Everything was calm in Xia City, but Du Fu's thatched cottage was still lively. Du Fu alone brought more than 1,000 taels of silver to Chu Tian. Moreover, Du Fu's thatched cottage also gathered a group of literati and poets who recited poems and wrote poems all day long. This group of literati and poets includes both civilians and some players. Chu Tian also did not expect such a phenomenon. The cultural prosperity of Xiaqing has been increasing inadvertently, driving economic development, talent flow, absorbing refugees, and even increasing land prices. In the past, Chu Tian didn't care much about cultural prosperity. But now it seems that cultural prosperity is very important for population growth. If Xia City wants to develop into a giant city with a population of 1 million or 10 million, its cultural prosperity cannot be low.
Continue to encourage births. We need population. A large population. From now on, players will be allowed to register marriages in my territory and be included in the household registration.
Chu Tian announced a special decree allowing players to integrate into his territory like civilians and to get married freely. This decree caused a huge sensation in Langia Kingdom and even in Xuzhou. This means that players stuck in Banner Lords are beginning to officially integrate into the world. Chu Tian is integrating civilians and players, treating them equally, and he plans to establish an independently operating force. His decrees are also attracting more people into his territory. In order to increase the population and tax revenue, Chu Tian has resorted to any means. Chu Tian must think about the future. Xiaqing had a large population, but the war sacrificed the young labor force. Chu Tian wanted to ensure that there would be enough labor force to farm and wage war in 10, 20, or even 30 years. There is a lot of open space in Iha Plain, and the current population is not enough to realize the potential of the plain. Along the River in Yangdu County, several light cavalry sent by Zhou Yafu patrolled along the river. On the other side of the river is the territory of Ju County. There are several forces in Ju County. After Wu Sengui brought 30,000 Taishan troops to Ju County, the current strength of Ju County may be more than 50,000. Therefore, Zhou Yafu followed Chu Tian's arrangement and specially sent cavalry to patrol the river. Once the forces in Ju County want to attack Yangdu County, they can attack halfway across the country and win with less. A wooden boat rowed towards Yangdu County, attracting the attention of the patrolling light cavalry. Who? The light cavalry took off their horned bows and aimed them at the wooden boat. A general who was hit by an arrow on the wooden boat gasped for air and said with difficulty, "I am Su Sheng, and I want to ask to see your lord." Chapter 167 Hua Mulan's Long Dress. Xia City was covered with flying snow, but the lord's mansion was warm, and officials came in and out from time to time. Chu Tian fought continuously and finally had time to rest. Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and others were handling internal affairs in the front hall of the lord's mansion, and everything was calm, as Zhou Yafu successively captured villages and towns in Yangdu County. Good news spread back to Xiaqing, and the population controlled by Chu Tian finally increased from 800,000 to 1 million. If placed in some small civilized areas, Chu Tian would already be a prince. However, in the Eastern Han dynasty, one must at least become a prefect or a governor before he is eligible to proclaim himself a prince. Dahan district is really too big. Chu Tian stipulated that the time for handling internal affairs is from 9 to 5. Fang Xianling, Li Kui, and other officials all have residences in the city, and they will take the initiative to say goodbye to Chu Tian when the time comes. Now that winter has come again, the various lords do not want to continue fighting, so there are fewer battles. Lord, please come to my humble residence. I will show you a good thing. Before Xiao Liang returned to his residence, he took the initiative to invite Chu Tian. If you have anything, you can bring it directly to the lord's mansion. This thing, it's really hard to get. Chu Tian saw that she was mysterious, so he had to follow her. Usually the good things she mentions are related to making money. Chu Tian is short of money now. He wants more money and recruits more soldiers. Xiao Liang's house, like the houses of Fang Xianling, Li Kui, Li Guang, Hua Mulan, and others, were all allocated by the lord's mansion. Chu Tian rarely visits his subordinates directly at their residences. The house that is cool in summer is either big or small. The interior decoration is very elegant, and a pavilion is even built. Chu Tian didn't think this was corruption. With her salary and recent rewards, she could build 10 pavilions in her private residence. In the pavilion, there is a woman in a yellow dress, holding a volume of books in her hands. There is a stove next to it, emitting light smoke, which looks a bit like fireworks in the cold winter. A beauty without a doubt. Chu Tian considered himself not a lecherous person, but he was a little surprised. I designed this long dress. You can't recognize who she is, right? Xiao Liang was holding an oil paper umbrella to shield Chu Tian from the falling snowflakes. Feeling quite proud, from a distance, Chu Tian really couldn't tell who the woman in the pavilion was. When he got closer, he quickly understood who that person was. The general will finally meet the lord. When Hua Mulan saw Chu Tian arriving, she hurriedly closed her book and saluted Chu Tian with clasped fists. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he saw Hua Mulan put on a long skirt. But Hua Mulan obviously thought she was still wearing armor and acted in a fast-paced manner. Sister Mulan, you can't do this normally. Xiao Liang promptly taught Hua Mulan the etiquette of a normal woman. The good thing you brought me to see is Hua Mulan. Chu Tian looked Hua Mulan up and down. The yellow skirt and waistband fully showed off her curvy figure. In the past, Chu Tian couldn't tell that Hua Mulan was quite promising. Because it was winter, she wore an undershirt under her long skirt. Her long hair was tied up with white silk satin, and her cheeks were a little red from the cold. How could it be Hua Mulan? It's something more exciting. Is there anything more exciting? Now Chu Tian also felt that he was ignorant. He thought it was exciting enough to encourage Mulan, who usually wore armor, to change into a long dress. Xiao Liang asked Chu Tian to wait in the pavilion, and then took out a wooden box from the house. When he opened the wooden box, Chu Tian was completely stunned. Even Hua Mulan, who was usually cold, felt her cheeks feel hot. There was actually underwear in the wooden box.
Miss Xia, this is what you are doing.
Chu Tian finally understood why it was inconvenient to be in the Lord's mansion. When Xia Tianliang was asked this question by Chu Tian, he curled his lips.
Of course it's to make money. I'm very poor. I'm not here to sell it to you. You can get a lot of income from everything, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Clothing means silk, cotton, and linen. Food means grain, fish and meat, and salt. Housing means houses. Transportation means carriages, water transportation, shipping. As long as we monopolize most of the silk trade, do you think we will be short of money? Most players will accept this kind of clothing, and then it will form a trend, and then all civilians will accept it. During the spring and autumn period, Duke Huanachi liked to wear purple clothes, so all the people of Qi rushed to imitate them, and the price of purple cloth rose sharply. At that time, 5 pieces of plain cloth could not be exchanged for 1 piece of purple cloth. Later, in order to reverse this situation, Duke Huanachi, in order to create a trend, he claimed that he hated purple clothes. 3 days later, no one in Qi was seen wearing purple clothes. This shows that the attitude of the monarch can affect the preferences of the civilians under his rule. Chu Tian understood Xiao Liang's intention, which was to cater to the needs of players, and at the same time promote underwear and make money from civilians. What a genius. I have no objection. Just go ahead and do it.
But Lord,
it shouldn't be possible to create items that don't exist. No, there is such an item in the setting of
Lord.
I learned advanced tailoring skills, then tried to make it, and it was actually made. If you don't believe me, you can check its properties.
Xiao Liang said seriously. Chu Tian had to check the properties of a piece of clothing. Name, summer cool underwear. Quality superior. Durability, 199/200. Description, a piece of ordinary clothing with no defense. The player's summer is cold in the October system of the second year of the Lord's calendar.
It really can be made.
Chu Tian seemed to have seen a good way to make money. Something seems wrong. The durability is a little less.
You can just let other tailors produce from now on. Your time should be used in other ways.
Chu Tian secretly thought to himself. In order to increase financial revenue, what's the big deal as a lord encouraging the sale of underwear? Chu Tian agreed and handed over a silk workshop to Xiao Liang to run. And it was up to her to figure out how to do it. Chu Tian could still afford the loss of a silk workshop. Hua Mulan was present, but she couldn't say anything about the clothes. Chu Tian didn't comment on her because of Hua Mulan's presence. The matter of producing clothing popular with players living in Summer City has come to an end for the time being. Chu Tian asked Hua Mulan about cavalry training. There are currently 3,000 light cavalry stationed in Xia City, with an average level of about 45. Mulan's exclusive cavalry, the Iron Eagle Scout, is still in training, and she is already eager to try it. Commanding an elite cavalry is completely different from commanding ordinary light cavalry. Chu Tian accidentally discovered that Hua Mulan's dress was still made of the fabric he gave her in Luoyang. After Chu Tian agreed to promote underwear, the textile workshop began to produce a large number of underwear and then sold them in Xia City, causing a sensation among the player community for a while.
No way! Is there really such a thing for sale? I want!
The first people who started to pursue it were a group of female players. And then the civilians in Xia City were affected and began to haunt the silk shop.
Ding! A new grade A specialty, high-quality silk underwear, has appeared in your territory, Xia City.
Chu Tian was quite surprised when he received the system prompt. The invention of summer cool has also become one of Xiaqing's specialties. In fact, it is not an invention. There is such an item in the setting of Lord. It is just that Xiao Liang made it and Chu Tian, as the Lord, strongly supported it. So it became a specialty. Some female players who have learned tailoring skills have discovered it long ago, but they are ashamed to promote it and have no support from the lords. On the contrary, Chu Tian got a big bargain. Although he had expected the value, Chu Tian was still a little surprised, because the silk shop's net profit on the first day was as much as 325 taels of silver, and the inventory was completely exhausted in the following days. 325 taels of silver is enough to buy 4 gold-level horses. This shows how helpless the female players trapped in Lord are. The female players in Xia City now regard Chu Tian as a hero. So Chu Tian arranged for more weavers to produce this new specialty. New specialties are most profitable when they come out. And once other lords also try to produce them, the profits decrease. So what if you sacrifice your reputation in order to recruit people with money to buy horses?
My lord, Su Sheng, the military general of the Lord of Juxian County, has taken refuge with General Zhou Yafu.
Chu Tian received a letter from Zhou Yafu. Chu Tian was greatly shocked by Su Sheng's surrender. He failed to capture Su Sheng alive in Yangdu County. But now Su Sheng came to seek refuge on his own. Zhou Yafu has described what happened in as much detail as possible in his letter. Qi Xiaobai went to seek refuge with Ling Feng, the lord of Zhu County. But Qi Xiaobai's general Wu Sangui suddenly attacked and killed Ling Feng, thinking that he could subdue Su Sheng. As Ling Feng's general, Su Sheng was extremely loyal and dissatisfied with Wu Sangui. So he led his own soldiers to fight Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui came prepared. But Su Sheng finally suffered a big loss. After being defeated, he was hit by an arrow and fled to Yangdu County on the other side of the Yi River, hoping to use Chu Tian's power to avenge his old master.
Wu Sangui is really a headache.
Chu Tian put down Zhou Yafu's letter. And now Wu Sangui is based in Zhu County, with tens of thousands of troops. And he has become Chu Tian's formidable enemy.
Invite Su Sheng to come to Xia City.
Chu Tian originally thought that the first 3 kingdoms general he conquered was the Taishan bandit. But he did not expect that it would be Su Sheng. Annan District, Dai Viet Kingdom.
He is a player from the Eastern Han District. Damn it. He took away Compa Rice. Catch him.
A group of aggressive Dai Viet lords and players, armed with weapons, attacked a sailboat, splattering the deck with blood. The border of the civilized district was opened in May of the 2nd year of the Lord's calendar. Immediately, the lords of the Eastern Han dynasty sent desperados to the Annan district to try to obtain Compa Rice. The angry lords of Annan district bloodbathed the sailing ship. While they were searching for the loot, they discovered that something seemed a little wrong.
This is not a sailing ship from the Eastern Han dynasty. We were deceived. They are really cunning. Once the lords of Jiaozhou and Yangzhou get Compa Rice, it will be a huge threat to our country. Dai Viet.
No matter how angry the Dai Viet players are, it is useless. Because the Donghun players, who got the Compa Rice, have already set sail with the help of the sea breeze blowing from the Pacific Ocean to the land.
Brother, I have fulfilled my mission and obtained the seeds of Compa Rice. In the future, the south of the Yangtze River can become a granary.
A Jiaozhou player stood on the undulating deck. He risked his life and went to Compa. By bribing local officials, he finally got the precious Compa Rice.
There are also players from Dayue Kingdom who are chasing me. I will seek revenge from you in the future. Dayue Kingdom should have been our territory in the Eastern Han District a long time ago.
Jiaozhou and Dai Viet have a long history of grievances. Originally, the land of Dai Viet Kingdom should be part of Jiaozhou. Later, Dai Viet Kingdom separated and formed a different civilization, which is now Annan District. The lords of Jiaozhou had only 2 development directions, either to go north to attack Jingzhou and Yangzhou, or to go south to attack Dai Viet. Chu Tian waited patiently for 5 days in Xiaqing. Su Sheng, the general of Suqiao, finally arrived in Xiaqing on a gondola warship.
Xia City is more prosperous than I thought. However, the navy in Xia City is not large.
Su Sheng got off the boat at the dock in Xiaqing and saw a prosperous fish market on the shore. The 4th level fish market in Xiaqing is overcrowded and supplies 100,000 people in Xiaqing. In order to develop Xia City, Chu Tian moved 50,000 people from Langia City to Xia City. Therefore, Xia City is now second only to Langia City. A group of light cavalry returned to the city to defeat the bandits and met Su Sheng, who came to seek refuge. Leading this group of cavalry was a young general in white. Su Sheng looked at the man and felt a bit familiar. He suddenly recalled that this was the general from Xiacheng who led the heavy cavalry to break the formation that day, during the battle in Yangdu County. This young general in white with a somewhat immature appearance led 300 heavy cavalry to pierce his legion. Su Sheng was deeply impressed by the majesty of his square-shaped halberd. Xuerengui didn't know Su Sheng, but he glanced at Su Sheng intentionally or unintentionally when he passed by.
Little General Xuet, my lord has a move.
Xuerengui was stopped by the guards leading Su Sheng. Chu Tian knew how powerful military generals were in historical facts. Su Sheng might be a diamond-level general. If he got angry and hurt someone, Chu Tian might be killed with his current strength.
Therefore, Chu Tian specially summoned two powerful generals, Xuerengui and Li Guang, to prevent Su Sheng from being sent by Wu Sangui to pretend to surrender. Soldiers never tire of deceit. Xuerengui dismounted and asked his deputy to help him lead the Turkic war horse back to the stable. Su Sheng's eyes lit up when he saw Xuerengui's horse. He also knows the advantages and disadvantages of war horses. Xuerengui's war horse costs at least 500 taels of silver. Su Sheng couldn't help but feel a little envious. At least he has never been exposed to such a good horse. Who are you? Su Sheng, the defeated general. Why are you here? Could it be that you came to pretend to surrender? Xuerengui's first reaction was that Su Sheng surrendered. Although Su Sheng was defeated in the Battle of Yangdu County, his entire army was not wiped out. He returned to Ju County after the defeat and should not appear in Xiaoqing. Don't be suspicious. Young general, my lord was killed by Wu Sangui, so I want to use my troops to avenge him. Su Sheng looked a little gloomy when he mentioned this matter. Chu Tian knew that Su Sheng had been loyal to Su Chao throughout his life and was a trustworthy general. So he accepted Su Sheng's surrender. Su Sheng followed Xuerengui to the lord's mansion. Chu Tian took a bath and burned incense, and took Li Guang to wait for Su Sheng's arrival. It is difficult to subdue wild generals. The two Taishan bandit generals Zhang Ba and Sun Guan are still imprisoned in the dungeon of Xia City and have not surrendered. What Chu Tian wants to conquer now is a military commander who is better than Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. And he is also a naval general. Chu Tian has generals of infantry, cavalry, and archers, but it lacks water generals. Whether you can conquer the first three kingdoms general depends on your sharp tongue. Chapter 168 Sucha Su Sheng. A military general with a resolute face followed Xuerengui. Chu Tian was sure that this was Su Sheng, the famous general of Su Chao. In addition to Sun Jian, Sun Ce and several major governors in Su Chao, Gan Ning, Taisher Ci, Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, Ding Feng and Su Sheng were the strongest generals. A general born in Su Chao can be doubted about his ability to fight on land, but there is no doubt about his ability to fight on water. Although Su Sheng was a diamond-level general, in Chu Tian's eyes, Su Sheng was more useful than a king-level general in a water battle. I have learned of your intention. You want to borrow troops to defeat Wu Sangui. Please forgive me for refusing. Su Sheng did not expect that Chu Tian would reject his request before he opened his mouth. Su Sheng's eyes were dim. He thought that Chu Tian, who had a mortal enemy with Wu Sangui, would readily lend troops to avenge him. But he miscalculated. In the battle in Yangdu County, you almost shot my beloved general. When Chu Tian said this, Hua Mulan, who was following him, trembled in her heart. It turns out that's what the Lord thinks. In fact, Chu Tian just said it casually, making Su Sheng feel guilty. If one party feels guilty during the negotiation, he or she will be passive. But Chu Tian's voice changed, and he tried to catch him. He found that he could not recruit generals from the three kingdoms in the conventional way. The examples of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan made Chu Tian understand the truth that since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained. Only tricks can win people's hearts. A somewhat desperate Su Sheng seemed to be grasping at the last straw. As long as I can avenge my late lord, I wish my liver and brains would be wiped out. It's not that I don't want to help you, but even if I lend you 10,000 troops, you may not be able to defeat Wu Sangui. He annexed the troops of Qi Xiaobai, Changxi, and Ling Feng, and he has tens of thousands of troops, and he is dominating one side. Chu Tian deliberately exaggerated Wu Sangui's strength and continued to put pressure on Su Sheng. Su Sheng couldn't decide who was better, Wu Sangui or himself. He and Wu Sangui had a shopping spree in the city, which was not a head-on confrontation. Wu Sangui was the commander-in-chief of Liaodong in the Ming dynasty, the king of Pingxi in the Qing dynasty, and also had the special unit Guaning cavalry. Su Sheng could not compete with Wu Sangui at his peak on land. Su Sheng gritted his teeth. But I'm not willing to do it. I can personally send troops to help you. But you have to pay the price? What price? Always be loyal to me, and never betray me. Chu Tian took Yandio. He has forced Su Sheng into a desperate situation, and only Chu Tian can avenge him. Su Sheng's expression changed uncertainly, and he seemed to be struggling in his heart. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, I am willing to be loyal. Ding! You have obtained the allegiance of diamond-level General Su Sheng. Finally captured the first general from the Three Kingdoms period. Chu Tian looked calm on the surface, but he was a little excited inside. This feeling of forcing wild generals to surrender
is more addictive than using recruitment orders to obtain generals. Originally supposed to be a general from Suqiao, he became the first general from the three kingdoms conquered by Chu Tian. Chu Tian took a quick glance at Su Sheng's attributes. Name: Su Sheng. Talent: Diamond level general, water system/bow system. Level 70. Official position: none. Identity: General Anton Wu, Marquis of Wuhu. Age: 21. Loyalty: 65. Status: slightly injured. Commander: 83, maximum 85. Force: 80, maximum 81. Intelligence: 75, maximum 77. Politics: 60, maximum 63. Charm: 71. Phaseality: brave. Favorability: 52. Characteristic 1, courage, a level trait. The fewer the troops, the stronger the unit's combat effectiveness. The lowest attack and defense plus 1%. The highest attack and defense plus 50%. Characteristic 2, persistence, B-level trait. Unit defense plus 12%. Characteristic 3, water general medium, B-level trait. During water battle, own attack power and defense power plus 7. Water-based unit attack power and defense power plus 2. Special arms, Suqiao Navy Archers, 4th level water/bow arm. Upper limit of 5,000. There are no negative characteristics. Although he is not a first-rate general, he can be said to be a very practical general among the second-rate generals. The generals in the Three Kingdoms period were generally very high level. Su Sheng was close to his peak, with a command and force of 80. No wonder he could fight Zhou Yafu back and forth in the Yongdu battle, and almost shot Hua Mulan. Chu Tian would not blame Su Sheng for Hua Mulan. For Su Sheng at that time, he was just serving his lord and never thought that such a day would come to him. The characteristic of Su Sheng is that the fewer troops he brings, the more capable his troops are at fighting. In theory, with dozens or hundreds of soldiers, Su Sheng can exert his greatest combat power. However, having too few troops is dangerous. This feature is a double-edged sword and is not that powerful. If there are too many soldiers, there will be almost no bonus. But if there are too few, the whole army will be easily wiped out. There is no perfect general. Chu Tian couldn't expect a diamond-level general to be perfect. Su Sheng's loyalty points are only 65 points. Obviously because he has not completely surrendered. If you help Su Sheng get revenge, his loyalty can be greatly improved. Sure enough, it is difficult to conquer a general from the Three Kingdoms period. Su Sheng's allegiance is only temporary. Once he finds that Chu Tian cannot help him take revenge, he may leave the country. I wonder if my lord can send troops now. I am familiar with the road leading to Ju County. As long as my lord sends more than 10,000 troops, it will be enough to defeat Wu Sangui. After Su Sheng took refuge in Chu Tian, he couldn't wait to borrow troops to destroy Wu Sangui. Chu Tian said, "No. Why? I still need some time to rest. Furthermore, Wu Sangui has tens of thousands of troops and a fortified city. It is not easy to destroy them in one battle. Furthermore, the other lords are eyeing me. Either they can't afford the troops, or they can win in one battle. Burden." Chu Tian was not in a hurry to avenge Su Sheng, but first recruited Su Sheng under his command to stabilize him. When can we send troops? I promise you that we will raise troops within 3 months. During this period, you should recover from your injuries first. I think you are not willing to fight Wu Sangui with injuries, and then die at Wu Sangui's hands. In that case, what do you look like? Meet your old master? The general is worried. Su Sheng is not a reckless general, so he can listen to advice. Because Chu Tian promised to send troops within 3 months, Su Sheng's loyalty increased to 69 points. Su Sheng knew that Chu Tian had several powerful cavalry commanders who would have an advantage when fighting in the Iha and Shua plains. If Chu Tian planned to conquer Wu Sangui personally, then it was impossible for Chu Tian's generals not to go out. If Chu Tian conquered Wu Sangui himself, he would have a greater chance of winning than if Su Sheng borrowed troops to defeat Wu Sangui. Next, you and Sun Luan will be responsible for commanding the naval camp. You will serve as the chief general and Sun Luan will serve as the deputy general. All the naval forces in our Xia city will be handed over to you. From now on, you will be the Tiger Minister of Xia City. Chu Tianyu patted Su Sheng's shoulder sincerely to show his attention. The total number of naval forces in Xia City he mentioned was actually only 500, and most of them were oarsmen. As for the ships, there were only 10 warships and several sentry ships. Probably feeling Chu Tian's attention and sincerity, Su Sheng's loyalty rose to 70 points. Chu Tian recruited the silver-level General Sun Luan.
Sun Luowan's attributes were far different from Su Sheng's. However, in order to appease Sun Luowan, the first commander of the Xiaoqing Navy camp, Chu Tian raised his salary as compensate. So Su Sheng became the commander-in-chief of Xia City's pitiful naval camp. General Su, please come with me. I will take you to familiarize yourself with our naval camp. Sun Luowan stepped down from the position of general, knowing that his ability was not as good as the newly conquered water general by his lord. So he had to be convinced. Wait! Someone! Go to the stable and fetch a high-quality Turkic warhorse. Chu Tian conquered the first three kingdoms general. In order to show his generosity, he transferred a warhorse that Li Shimin had given him to Su Sheng, and specially emphasized the word superior. Each of the historical generals in Xia City had a high-quality warhorse. Since Su Sheng had taken refuge with him, he was also entitled to a high-quality warhorse. Soon, several soldiers brought a high-quality Turkic warhorse from the stables of the Lord's mansion. This horse is one of a batch of warhorses presented to Emperor Taizong Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty by the Western Turks. It has an unusually powerful horse, neat fur, and has obviously been carefully cared for. Such a warhorse cannot be bought for less than 50 gold. And there is no place to buy it, because there are no Turkic horses in the Eastern Han dynasty. Su Sheng saw a warhorse that was almost identical to Schwerin to his mount, and his eyes showed envy and surprise. He didn't expect that Xia Cheng had a second good horse. Chu Tian pointed to this high-quality Turkic warhorse and said to Su Sheng, "This warhorse will be yours from now on. I hope you can take good care of it and make great achievements. This horse is going to be the last general?" Su Sheng didn't react at first, but when he finally did, he showed an expression of disbelief. A BMW. Chu Tian gave it to him as soon as he asked. He had just taken refuge and had not made any contribution to Chu Tian. "You will suffer the consequences in the end." Su Sheng wanted to politely refuse Chu Tian, but this high-quality Turkic warhorse was too rare. If he were in Yuzhou, Bingzhou, or Liangzhou, Su Sheng might not be so eager. But in Xuzhou, diamond-level warhorses are absolutely rare. When you attack Wusangui, you just have to make a contribution. Even though our navy in Xiaoqing only has 500 people, the scale of the navy will continue to expand in the next few years. After occupying Shihai County in the future, our navy fleet will conquer the 4 seas and spread the power of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian talked eloquently and outlined the great prospects of Xiaoqing navy for Su Sheng. As a monarch, you should try to make the cake as big as possible. Whether it is possible is another matter. At least Su Sheng now knows that Chu Tian still attaches great importance to the navy. He focused all his attention on the Turkic warhorse and couldn't help stroking the horse's mane. In the end, he was defeated by his instinct. "General, I would like to thank my lord for the reward. In future battles, I will definitely charge forward and defend my lord." Chu Tian nodded. He found that Su Sheng's loyalty reached 80 points. It seemed the generals also had a habit of buying them off with weapons and horses. Chu Tian secretly thought that thanks to the warhorse given by Li Shimin, he could lend flowers to the Buddha and win people's hearts. However, as the Khan of Heaven, Li Shimin seemed to have no shortage of Turkic warhorses. Before the founding of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin once rode 6 warhorses, collectively known as the 6 horses, named Quanmajin, Shifachi, Baidawu, Talerpu, Qingjai, and Saluzi. Warhorses of that level were the warhorses that Li Shimin really valued. Chu Tian now regards the diamond-level Turkic warhorses as treasures. As for the Jialing 6-horse level BMW, Chu Tian still doesn't think about it. Su Sheng got the Turkic warhorse and wanted to ride on it immediately. Chu Tian knew his mood, so he waved and said, "You and Sun Luowan can go down to inspect the naval camp. The naval camp is based in Liangshan town, where the navy is trained. It has a larger dock and more good shipyard." "Yes." Su Sheng led the warhorse and left the lord's mansion. "The army led by Su Sheng once wounded you. You don't care, do you?" After Chu Tian subdued Su Sheng, he comforted Hua Mulan. After all, Hua Mulan suffered a small loss during the confrontation with Su Sheng, and he had to consider Hua Mulan's feelings. Hua Mulan replied, "Everyone has his own master at that time, and the general will not be surprised in the end." Chu Tian swept away the haze of hitting a wall with Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Now he has the courage to conquer the generals of the 3 kingdoms. "You guys come with me to the dungeon." Chu Tian planned to conquer Zhang Ba and Sun Guan in one go. Speaking of which, in history, Su Sheng, who took refuge in Suqiao, defeated Zhang Ba.
who took refuge in Chao Chao and killed Zong Ba's generals. Su Sheng's ability is undoubtedly superior to Zong Ba. Of course, Chu Tian didn't have to choose between Su Sheng and Zong Ba, because he is greedy and wants it all. Zong Ba and Sun Quan were imprisoned in the dungeon of Xia City.
Brother, there is no way for us to continue like this. You are so young. And with your ability, what is the difficulty even if you become a prefect? That foreign lord has many talents under his command. And now he has occupied Kaiyang and Yandu counties. From now on, maybe we have a great future. He promised us that we can at least become a general or a prefect. Such treatment is already good. You see, he has people delivering good meals every day. And he also has good wine every now and then. This is a sign of thirst for talent. If he were an ordinary dog officer, he would have killed us long ago.
Sun Quan tried his best to persuade Zong Ba to surrender in the dungeon. Only when Zong Ba surrendered to Chu Tian would he have a reason to live. Facts have proved that Chu Tian was wrong to directly persuade Zong Ba to surrender at first. But Fang Xianling persuaded Chu Tian to persuade Sun Quan to surrender. And it was through Sun Quan that he persuaded Zong Ba to surrender, which was effective. Even if Zong Ba is still unwilling to lose to Chu Tian, his determination will inevitably waver after being nagged by Sun Quan for a month. Just imagine. Your good brother has been brainwashing you continuously for a month. You and he are locked in the same cell. Even if you don't want to listen, you can't do it. No matter how strong your will is, you will doubt life. Now Zong Ba has been mostly convinced by Sun Quan. This is also Fang Xuanling's brilliance. The iron door of the cell opened and footsteps sounded. Chu Tian took Shuai and Gui to the dungeon to visit the two historical generals who were captured by him. Don't let others want historical generals that you can't recruit. Otherwise it will cause trouble for you in the future.
What do you think?
Chu Tian was in high spirits this time and no longer felt depressed. This time Zong Ba finally spoke.
Let the general who captured me last time fight with me. If I lose, I am willing to surrender. If I win, you let our brothers go. You said that yourself.
As soon as Chu Tian heard that there was a turn of events, Zong Ba actually wanted to challenge Hua Mulan to a duel. Hua Mulan's current strength was 91. Zong Ba probably didn't know the difference between them, and was still unhappy about being captured by a woman. Chapter 169 Taishan Bandit Yellow Turban and Dorgan. In the school field of Xia City, Hua Mulan and Zong Ba were duel, each holding a spear, and snowflakes were falling in the air. Chu Tian watched the battle in person, with Li Guang and Shuai and Gui standing behind him. In addition, there is also the Taishan thief Sun Quan. Zong Ba always believed that he was attacked by Hua Mulan, so he became a prisoner. If he fights head-on, there is no way he will lose.
Fight as quickly as possible. Yes.
Hua Mulan took the lead in launching the offensive. The red-tasseled spear shook, and with a flash of bright red in the snowy sky, it stabbed Zong Ba. So fast. Zong Ba gritted his teeth and tried to pick off Hua Mulan's spear. The two people's marksmanship was fast and fast. The flexible gun barrel made a whistling sound. The spear danced like a pear blossom in Hua Mulan's hand. It stabbed, attacked, entangled, and circled. Zong Ba could only passively defend.
Zong Ba's military strength is not very high. Why is my lord so determined to have him surrender?
Li Guang always carried a big bow on his back, and he didn't quite understand Chu Tian's insistence on getting the allegiance of Zong Ba and Sun Quan. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. Li Guang's strength now reached 95. But not all generals have the same strength as Li Guang. With Li Guang's strength, it is normal to look down on Zong Ba. But the more good generals there are, the better. The extra generals can guard the city and serve as prefects or county magistrates. Chu Tian was distracted for a while. Hua Mulan had defeated Zong Ba. Chu Tian's order to her was to fight quickly. So this time Hua Mulan didn't give the opponent face like she was dueling with Mi Fang, and directly defeated Zong Ba. Zong Ba's red-tasseled spear was knocked away, and his face turned pale. He didn't expect that he would still be defeated in a head-on confrontation with Hua Mulan.
Now, are you convinced?
Chu Tian persuaded Zong Ba to surrender for the third time. Liu Bei paid 3 visits to the thatched cottage, but Zhuge Liang was invited. Chu Tian invited the Taishan thieves and used them 3 times. Zong Ba finally understood the difference this time and was dejected.
I was defeated because of my lack of strength. I, Zong Ba, am willing to surrender.
Sun Quan saw that Zong Ba was finally willing to surrender to Chu Tian, so he hurriedly paid homage together.
Sun Quan is willing to follow my elder brother and be loyal to the Lord. Chu Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally captured two Taishan bandit generals. Zhang Ba and Sun Quan contributed a lot to Cao Cao's efforts to destroy Yuan Shao in Hebei province. And they were able to serve as governors and governors. Name, Zhang Ba. Talent, Diamond Level General, Infantry Type. Level 80. Identity, Weigua Shuzhou Governor. Zhendong General. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 78, Force, 80, Intelligence, 52, Politics, 61, Charm 80. Character, Chivalrous. Feature 1, Fighting, A-level feature. Unit attack power plus 7%. Morale plus 7%. Morale of enemy troops under attack minus 7%. Feature 2, Assault, B-level feature. Infantry force march speed plus 7%. Special arms, Taishan Thieves, ranging from 1st level to 3rd level. Zhang Ba's ability is quite average. The special type of Taishan bandits cannot be recruited. It is better to let Zhang Ba command the ordinary infantry. Chu Tian had many generals from the cavalry and archer departments under his command. But the infantry, which had the largest number, lacked generals. The only infantry general currently available is Zhou Yafu. No matter how powerful Zhou Yafu is, he is only one person. Chu Tian ordered him to garrison Yangdu County, so he would have no other infantry generals to use. Zhang Ba just fills this gap. Then, there is Sun Quan, who is one level worse than Zhang Ba. Name, Sun Quan. Talent, Platinum Level General, Infantry Type. Level 80. Identity, Weigua Shuzhou Governor. General Zhenwei. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 72, Force, 75, Intelligence, 51, Politics, 39, Charm 56. Character, Chivalrous. Feature 1, Vanguard, B-level feature. When serving as Vanguard. Unit attack and defense plus 2. Morale plus 5%. Characteristic 2, Sacrifice your life, B-level trait. When attacking the enemy formation. Own attack power plus 7. Enemy morale decrease rate plus 5%. Special unit, Taishan Thief. Unexpectedly, the initial loyalty of the two Taishan thieves was relatively high, while Sun Quan's loyalty depended on Zhang Ba. Regarding the two Taishan thieves, Chu Tian did not plan to activate them directly, but would observe them for a while first. So Chu Tian made arrangements. You will follow Shui Rigui to defeat the bandits during this period. Zhang Ba and Sun Quan heard about Chu Tian's arrangements for them, and knew that it was a vote of honor. If you want to integrate into Xia City's forces, you must first perform meritorious service for Xia City. Only by fighting hard can you get Chu Tian's recognition. My elder brother Sun Quan has 20,000 soldiers and horses stationed in Dongnan County. The last general can go alone to persuade my brother to surrender. At this time, Sun Quan provided Chu Tian with a tempting suggestion. If other Taishan bandits can be recruited and surrendered through Zhang Ba and Sun Quan, half of the counties in Lengia Kingdom will fall into the hands of Chu Tian. There is no need to subdue the Taishan thieves one by one. This suggestion is very tempting, but it's not without its drawbacks. Fang Xianling whispered to Chu Tian, My lord, please listen to my words. If the Taishan bandits are defeated, the Taishan bandits will be at my lord's disposal. If they surrender directly, it's okay that they are willing to give up the soldiers, horses, and county they control. If you don't want to, you won't be able to get rid of the big tail, and you will only surrender in name, but it will leave consequences in the end. Chu Tian was convinced. Historically, Cao Cao conquered Zhang Ba and then persuaded all Taishan bandits to surrender. However, the Taishan bandits only surrendered in name and are still entrenched in Qinzhou and Shuzhou. Later, there were two incidents: the Chengxi Rebellion and the Taishan Bandit Rebellion after Cao Cao's death. What Chu Tian wants is to completely control all counties and make all Taishan bandits act according to his instructions, not just to make them surrender in name. After making up his mind, Chu Tian said to Sun Quan, Can you persuade Sun Quan to dismiss all the Taishan bandits, hand over all the territory, and come to Xia City alone? This, even the general is not sure. Sun Quan didn't expect Chu Tian's appetite to be so big, and directly asked Sun Quan to hand over all his troops, horses and power. Even if he is Sun Kang's brother, it is hard to say that he can let his brother come to surrender. The leaders of these Taishan thieves each occupy the county seat and are equivalent to local emperors. It is too difficult for them to suddenly give up this status. Zhang Ba and Sun Quan were willing to surrender because they had lost their territory. If you are not sure, then there is no need to try. Soon my army will wipe them out. By then, life or death will be uncertain.
Chu Tian put down his harsh words, which shocked Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Chu Tian's sphere of influence is in the Langya Kingdom. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain, let alone more than 1 tiger in the Langya Kingdom. The Taishan bandits of Langya Kingdom include Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun, as well as Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian and Wu Sangui of Zhu County. Besides these, there are hundreds of lords.
You two can ask someone to send a letter to them. If they are willing to give up their troops, hand over the county seat to the officials of Xia City, and move to Xia City from then on. They will still have the opportunity to be reused in the future. Otherwise, if they attack the city, they will escape death. Yes.
Zhang Ba and Sun Guan found themselves following a ruthless man. Chu Tian did not accept nominal surrender. Only bandits who surrendered their territory and troops were considered good subordinates.
No way. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan have been subdued? Will the entire Taishan bandit force be subdued? It must be the lords of Qizhou, Shuzhou or Yinzhou who conquered them. No need to guess. It must have been me who just wanted to farm well. And it was him who captured Langya City where Zhang Ba was entrenched.
The names of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan appeared on the hero ranking list of the Eastern Han District, which shocked many lords, especially the lords of Langya Kingdom, who knew what this meant. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were captured by Chu Tian. It was probably Chu Tian who recruited them. Suddenly Chu Tian was in the limelight again. The Taishan bandits, like the Baibua Army and the Black Mountain Army, were all well-known bandit forces in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Any force conquered would replace them and become a more powerful force.
Why didn't Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, send troops to attack Xia City? If he had sent troops, it would have taken half a month to reach Xia City along the river. I was his subordinate at the time.
Zhang Ba was puzzled. During the anti-Chu-Tian alliance, Tao Qian, the largest force in Shuzhou, remained indifferent and watched the small forces in northern Shuzhou fight among themselves. Zhang Ba was still nominally a cavalry captain conferred by Tao Qian. However, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, who had just integrated into Xia City, quickly understood what was going on. They saw people from the Mi family carrying several wooden boxes and heading directly to the Lord's mansion to visit Chu Tian. Zhang Ba understood why Tao Qian did not send troops. The aristocratic families in Shuzhou seemed to support Chu Tian to replace him as a separatist force stationed in Langya Kingdom.
I defeated Zhang Kai's 100,000 Yellow Turban army for Tao Qian and guarded the northern gate for him. Do these aristocratic families think that I can't resist the Qingzhou Yellow Turban army? Has the Qingzhou Yellow Turban army grown to the point of being unstoppable? Beihai Xiangkong, what on earth is Rome doing? Even the Yellow Turban army can't be defeated. So what's the use of reading those bullshit sage books?
Zhang Ba muttered. Although he is the leader of the Taishan bandits, there are some differences. Zhang Ba and others helped Tao Qian suppress the Yellow Turban army, and were nominally Tao Qian's subordinates. Now he was forced to become Chu Tian's subordinate. Chu Tian was at the Lord's mansion at this time. Hearing that the Mi family sent someone to come, he immediately treated him as an honored guest. The Mi family has financed many times, and is Chu Tian's biggest benefactor. Chu Tian even had a good relationship with Mi Feng.
I heard that Lord Kaingwai has been besieged by various foreign lords recently, and his troops and horses are exhausted. The master has sent servants to send money, food and horses. Please accept it. Lord Kaiong. Here is the list.
The steward of the Mi family presented a list. Sure enough, it is another aid. For this kind of aid, the more the better.
30,000 taels of silver, 20,000 units of grain, and 1,000 war horses.
Chu Tian looked through the list, and his expression gradually felt a little strange. Compared with the previous funding from the Mi family, it is not too little, but too much. Although it is said that the more funding, the better. But Chu Tian also knows that it is easy to take advantage of someone's shortcomings. And with such a scale of funding, Chu Tian suspects that the Mi family wants to help him start a war. It's just that the Mi family is a business family. Why do they want Chu Tian to start a war?
Your master has a lot of things to offer me. What can I ask for?
Even though they knew that the Mi family had something to ask for, the Mi family had given too much, and it was impossible to return it, even if they were beaten to death. The steward of the Mi family saw that Chu Tian was on the road. So he said,
this batch of money, food and war horses is actually a little bit of the wishes of each aristocratic family. Oh, do all the aristocratic families want to ask for help?
Chu Tian was unmoved, but was extremely surprised in his heart.
It is good that Tao Qian was the governor of Shuzhou. But he was from Yangzhou. And the people who controlled Shuzhou were the local aristocratic families. But what do these aristocratic families want from him through the Mi family? Do you know that the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou has been causing trouble recently? Hundreds of thousands of troops have swept across Qingzhou? True. Chu Tian had the impression that he heard Xiao Liang mention this matter. But he didn't pay much attention at that time. First of all, this is the Yellow Turban Army operating in Qingzhou. And the lords and princes of Qingzhou tried to suppress it. Secondly, Chu Tian also wished that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army would come to Langya Kingdom and let him capture a group of laborers. Chu Tian thought of Guan Hai, the general of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Kong Rong, the prime minister of Beihai, was famous and was repeatedly defeated by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Could it be that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army wants to go south to Shuzhou? The steward of the Mi family replied. It is true. By this point, Chu Tian already understood the intentions of the Mi family and other Shuzhou aristocratic families related to the Mi family. Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army General Zhang Kai was defeated by the Taishan thief Zhang Ba and was later killed by Hua Mulan. So the Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army was ineffective. In contrast, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army next door became more and more violent due to the incompetence of Kong Rong and other prefects, which had affected Shuzhou's security. In order to protect themselves, the aristocratic family in Shuzhou raised a batch of military supplies and wanted Chu Tian to guard the gate for them instead of Zhang Ba. What is a little puzzling to Chu Tian is that Kong Rong has recruited Taisher Ci. But he was defeated by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. And the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army was even about to attack Shuzhou. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army went south to attack Shuzhou. And the first county affected would be the Langya Kingdom. Even if Chu Tian didn't want to help the family guard the gate, he still had to stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army from moving south for the sake of his own territory. Therefore, Chu Tian accepted this funding with a clear conscience. The governor has 100,000 soldiers under his command, as well as fierce generals Qiao Bao and Mi Fang. Even if the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army goes south, there is nothing to fear. Chu Tian believed that Tao Qian was still capable of blocking the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army with the help of his family. No! The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is invincible and devastating. I'm afraid Qingzhou has lost control. The steward of the Mi family looked worried. Chu Tian knew that the current Donghan district was in chaos, even though everything is calm in Langya country where he is. That's because he can suppress various lords. In fact, the rebels of Ma Teng and Han Sui in Xiliang were huge. The leader of Hanzhong, Zhang Dao, launched the Yellow Turban Uprising, which swept Hanzhong. The rebellion of the Wuhuan tribe in Yuzhou had already alarmed the two princes, Gong Sunzan and Liu Bei. Sun Jian, the governor of Changsha in the south, was suppressing the locals. A peasant uprising. Now Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is also making a fuss. The steward of the Mi family continued. Guan Hai, the commander-in-chief of the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou, was brave and good at fighting. There was also a general who led the cavalry. They were invincible, and even defeated the Han army in Beihai. Taisher Ci, the general of Kong Rong's army, was also defeated by the opponent. Please also invite Kai Yongwei. Please be careful. Sir, is there another general? Chu Tian had not heard of any powerful figures in the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army besides Guan Hai. Exactly. That person's name is Dorgan, and he came out of nowhere. How could it be him? Chu Tian had a headache. Some lord must have recruited Dorgan. Dorgan, the regent of the Qing dynasty, defeated the Ming army and Chuan King Li Zicheng. He had an exclusive unit of the Eight Banners army, Zhongbai Banner, under his command. But he was a more ruthless figure than Wu Sangui. Chapter 170 Dorgan and Wu Sangui. So the master and other noble families hope to donate a sum of military funds, hoping that Lord Kai Yongwei can use it to organize his troops, guard the gate of Shuzhou, and prevent the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army from entering Shuzhou. The steward of the Mi family explained the matter thoroughly. Chu Tian found that the supplies given to him by the Shuzhou aristocratic families were low. The task he has to complete is to stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army Guan Hai and the Eight Banners Army Dorgan from going south. The pressure is not ordinary. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is so powerful that I am afraid it will be difficult for me to resist it, unless we can get more funding. After understanding the difficulty of the task, Chu Tian simply shamelessly asked for more funding from the aristocratic families in Shuzhou. He knew that if even he, who had Hua Mulan, Xuerengui, Li Guang, Zhou Yafu, Su Sheng, Zhang Ba,
Sun Guan, and Fang Xianling could not stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and the Eight Banners Army. How could Tao Qian he to be able to stop the opponent's soldiers? Front? Although Chu Tian had just flattered Tao Qian against his conscience, Chu Tian knew that Tao Qian's advantages were only having more soldiers and the current support from the aristocratic family. After the Confucius Temple is built, Chu Tian can use his methods to win over the aristocratic family secretly. Tao Qian's General Chao Bao was really no match for Dorgan. Even facing Guan Hai, the steward of the Mi family is in a dilemma.
The major families are just worried that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army will go south. It does not mean that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army will definitely go south. If the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army really goes south by then, I think the major families will have other opinions.
This group of aristocratic families really don't let go of eagles when they see rabbits. However, Chu Tian believed that these aristocratic families would not be ignorant of the truth behind the death of lips and the coldness of teeth. As the night watchman in the north of Shuzhou, if Chu Tian is defeated by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, all Shuzhou families will suffer. This is also an opportunity. If Chu Tian can stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and protect Shuzhou's aristocratic families, his prestige among the aristocratic families will be greatly enhanced.
I already understand the meaning of your master and the major families. Please rest assured that as long as I am in the Langya Kingdom, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army will not be able to cross even one step here. I will also ask the major families for assistance.
Chu Tian was helpless about the situation in the corrupt Qingzhou. Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong was defeated by Guan Hai and Dorgan, and fled even though he had Tai Shizi's allegiance. It's not that Tai Shizi is not powerful, but that Beihai's elite soldiers have been lost to Kong Rong before. Now the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is hundreds of thousands. Vast and vast, covering the mountains and plains. It is estimated that even if Lu Guanzhong arrives with thousands of soldiers and horses, they will flee. Qingzhou lost control after Shiliang and Hanzhong.
These lords recruited Wu Sangui and Dorgan, but they couldn't control them.
Chu Tian generally understood that the turmoil in Shuzhou and Qingzhou was ultimately caused by some lords failing to control their subordinates. Dorgan defected to the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, making the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army several times stronger than before. The troubles caused by these lords had to be put down one by Chu Tian in the end. The manager of the Mi family resigned and left the big boxes behind. Chu Tian opened the big boxes and saw that they were the gold and silver that Chu Tian loved most.
Why can't I control these hands?
Chu Tian accepted the gold and silver not only to work for the family, but also to protect his own territory.
How come there is so much gold and silver?
Xiao Liang, who was holding the account book, was called in by Chu Tian to count the gold and silver. He felt incredible when he saw the sudden extra gold and silver.
We are in big trouble. You negotiate with horse dealers and continue to buy high-quality war horses from them. Maybe there will be a big battle in the spring.
Chu Tian was not worried about Guan Hai's Yellow Turban Army. He was worried about Dorgan's Eight Banners Army. Dorgan, who defeated the frontier army of the late Ming Dynasty and the king of Chuangli Zicheng, is disturbing after all. What's more, Dorgan became Guan Hai's general, and he had hundreds of thousands of Qingzhou Yellow Turban troops as backers. How to fight this battle? Compared with the threats posed by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and the Eight Banners Army, the so-called Anti-Chu Tian alliance is nothing short of a cloud and mud difference. After hearing Chu Tian's troubles, Xiao Liang pondered for a while and said,
"Why not try to contact the lords of Qingzhou Beihai Kingdom and join forces with them to encircle and suppress the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and the Eight Banners Army?" Chu Tian was reminded like this, and his thoughts were opened. If Dorgan was the only one, Chu Tian would not be afraid. But after all, Dorgan borrowed the power of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. This would be a headache. I remember that there was a great lord in the Beihai Kingdom in Qingzhou, Mr. Zhao. If we could try to contact him, we might be able to find out what happened to the Beihai Kingdom.
In Juqing, the city of Langya Kingdom second only to Langya City, Langya Kingdom Prime Minister Shao Jianxi entertained Qi Xiaobai and Wu Sangui at a banquet. A group of players took refuge in Shaojian, and they couldn't help but feel anxious when they learned that Shaojian had joined forces with Wu Sangui, who had a bad reputation. Shaojian can be regarded as a minor prince and is currently the nominal prime minister, prefect, of Langya State. But he only wants to defend the city and has no ambition to compete in the Central Plains. In order to prevent Chu Tian from expanding into Ju County, he asked Wu Sangui to station himself in Lingcheng, a small city built by players in Ju County, to guard against Chu Tian. At the same time, he planned to use Wu Sangui to stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army from marching south to Shuzhou. Xiao Jian didn't understand Wu Sangui. But the free players, who were followers of Xiao Jian's force, knew what kind of thing Wu Sangui was, and would not be willing to be inferior to others. Some players and followers suggested that Xiao Jian kill Wu Sangui. But Xiao Jian refused. Xiao Jian was still on guard and ordered his own soldiers to guard the gate. So Wu Sangui did not attack Xiao Jian like he had done with Chang Shi and Ling Feng. After the banquet, Wu Sangui followed Qi Xiaobai out. Qi Xiaobai said to Wu Sangui,
"You still want to kill Xiao Jian? There were a lot of swordsmen and axemen in the city just now. If you do it, we will die. That's why I didn't take action. I will kill him sooner or later."
Wu Sangui returned to Lingcheng and recruited several soldiers.
"Take my letter and go to Beihai Kingdom to find Guanhai, the commander-in-chief of the Yellow Turban Army, and ask him to go south to attack Langya Kingdom." "Yes."
Wu Sangui's soldiers leapt on war horses.
"Are you crazy? If you invite the Qizhou Yellow Turban Army to the Langya Kingdom, the entire Langya Kingdom will be destroyed. And you will be destroyed too."
Qi Xiaobai couldn't believe it when he heard Wu Sangui's decision. Wu Sangui is playing with fire by luring the wolf into the house.
Only by letting Xiao Jian face the danger of the Yellow Turban Army's pressure can he trust and reuse me. How can we defeat Chu Zimu without taking risks? Chu Zimu estimates that he will attack Chu County in the spring of next year.
Wu Sangui disagreed.
"I am no longer of use. You can let me go. To you, I am just a civilian. No, you also need to help me get the drawings of the 7th level cavalry battalion. My Guanning cavalry requires a 7th level cavalry battalion to recruit." "Impossible. No one can get the blueprint of the 7th level cavalry battalion unless they have obtained enough military merit."
Qi Xiaobai was shocked by Wu Sangui's idea that Wu Sangui actually wanted to use his status as a player lord to obtain the blueprint of the 7th level cavalry battalion. So far, there are 7 levels of cavalry battalions in the Eastern Han Dynasty. For example, Chang'an, neutral, and Luoyang, neutral, as well as Liaodong City, Lord Mingwan. Other lords want to obtain the 7th level cavalry battalion. You can only occupy the above-mentioned cities, or participate in epic battles and national wars, and exchange your military exploits for rewards.
That's why I need you to take me to participate in the epic battle. I will definitely gain enough military merit, establish a 7th level cavalry battalion, and recruit Guanning cavalry. If you work for me, I will never kill you in the future, and I will give you its delicious, and it's easy to get beautiful women."
Wu Sangui's words made Qi Xiaobai uneasy. He did not believe Wu Sangui's words. Qinzhou Beihai State, Jima City, one of the 5 capitals of Qi State, was the place where Qi General Tian Dan used the
Fire Bull Formation
to defeat the Yin army during the Warring States period. The dense Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army surrounded Jima City, and the peasant army attacked the fortified city like locusts. In the cold winter, the city walls were icy cold and filled with flying snow. The Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, which really didn't have much food, had to sacrifice their lives to break the city, either starve to death or freeze to death, or die in battle. The Han army in Jimo felt numb when they saw the black cloud-like Yellow Turban Army outside the city. Among the Yellow Turban Army, a team of Yellow Turban Army cavalry surrounded the general and came to the city to observe the progress of the siege. The surrounding Yellow Turban troops looked at this man with both fear and enthusiasm. Dorgan has climbed to the position of second commander of the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, second only to Guanhai. With the help of the player, Kong Rong obtained the fierce General Taisher Ci and worshipped him as a general. He defeated the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. Dorgan led the cavalry from the flank and attacked Taisher Ci with the Yellow Turban Army. They defeated him and made the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army famous. As a result, Dorgan became a famous figure in the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. Even Guanhai had to admit that Dorgan became the second Chu commander after him. Dorgan was wearing heavy armor, with a quiver and bow and arrow hanging on the saddle, and his eyes were sharp.
"We will capture Jima City within 7 days, and we will allow 1 day to loot. But we are not allowed to destroy the cavalry camp."
Hearing that Jima could be plundered, the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army seemed to have gone crazy and attacked Jima frantically. The players in Jima had basically escaped before the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army besieged the city. If you don't escape, once the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army besieges the city, Jima City's teleportation array will be ineffective. A large number of Beihai players either used the teleportation array to escape to Luoyang, or used war horses or fled on foot to Langya Kingdom. Compared to the Beihai Kingdom, which has become AHL, the peaceful Langya Kingdom is a paradise. There are also battles in the Langya kingdom from time to time. Not long ago, Chu Tian also conducted a battle involving tens of thousands of people in Yangdu County. But to be fair, the battles in Langya kingdom were far less brutal than those in Beihai kingdom. Beihai kingdom is full of yellow turbans. The brutality of the battle in Xiliang was also exaggerated, with a large number of rebels fighting against the imperial army.
Sir, Wu Sangui from Zhu County of Langya Kingdom sent a letter, asking us to lead our troops south to take over the land of Langya Kingdom, so that we can achieve great things together in the future.
A yellow turban cavalry respectfully handed Wu Sangui's letter asking for help.
Who is Wu Sangui?
Dorgan is just a hero from the Eastern Han dynasty and the Lord. He lacks memory, and does not know Wu Sangui who surrendered to him in history.
A military commander from the Lord of Zhu County of Langya Kingdom. Interesting.
Dorgan glanced at the contents of Wu Sangui's letter. Wu Sangui claimed in the letter that Xuzhou had been peaceful for a long time, and its granaries were plentiful, and asked the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army to go south to collect grain.
He wanted to take advantage of me, but he underestimated me.
Dorgan pulled the reins of the warhorse, and the horse spurted white air in the cold winter. He saw that Wu Sangui wanted to use the Xuzhou Yellow Turban Army to put pressure on Langya Kingdom and profit from it. Wu Sangui had the ability to deal with Guan Hai, but he miscalculated, and there was another Dorgan among the Yellow Turban Army. Dorgan drew his sword.
By capturing Jima City, we will have food for the winter. In the spring of next year, we will go south to attack Langya Kingdom and plunder food and grass. If Dorgan dares to come, I will let him never come back.
In Xia City, Chu Tian was muttering. He also recruited 100 Iron Eagle scouts for Hua Mulan, bringing Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scout establishment to 200 people. The horses of the newly recruited Iron Eagle scouts came from the funding of the Xuzhou family, especially the Mi family. The Xuzhou family hopes Chu Tian will protect them. Xia City's current high-level cavalry establishment is 600 people. The reason why it is only established is because the training time for 5th level and 6th level cavalry takes 2 months. High-level arms have strong combat effectiveness, but their shortcomings are also obvious. They have strict recruitment conditions, require good sources of soldiers, a large amount of monthly salary, and long training time.
Lord, we currently have 4 cities and 52 towns. Each village and town must send officials to manage and collect land and city taxes. We should start to establish a talent selection mechanism.
Fang Xianling put forward a proposal to establish a talent selection system in the winter of the 2nd year of the Lord calendar. Chu Tian deeply agreed with this proposal. Each town needs at least a few officials, and at most it needs dozens of officials. It is impossible to assign historical heroes to these positions, because there simply are not that many historical figures. The people who really manage the place are ordinary civil servants. Chu Tian needs to establish a mechanism to select special talents from among 1 million people. When it was still a village, Chu Tian knew exactly what special talents there were in the village. But now, he no longer has the energy to look for special talents one by one. So Chu Tian recruited Fang Xianling, Xiao Liang, Li Kui, and others to discuss how to select special talents. Fang Xianling was familiar with administrative personnel and military affairs. Xiao Liang was familiar with economics and the behavior of foreigners, and Li Kui was familiar with agriculture and law. These 3 people basically cover most of the functions of the Lord's Mansion. The imperial examination system of the 4 books and 5 classics is not suitable for the world of lords. Chu Tian needs to implement a reformed imperial examination system.
Think about the established subjects first.
Chu Tian looked around at the 3 high-ranking ministers. Because of the 3 of them, Chu Tian could fight with peace of mind and no worries. They are Xiao He from Chu Tian.
The civil examination selects civil servants such as clerks, village chiefs, county magistrates, and county magistrates. The military examination selects military positions such as military marquis, Sima, and county lieutenants. Civil examinations can include subjects such as Mingzi, Mingfa, and Ming calculation, while martial arts examinations can include subjects such as riding archery, flat shooting, and carbine.
Fang Xianling proposed the simplest division. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang. She could make up for Fang Xuanling's limitations of the times. Xiao Liang did his homework and added,
we can consider adding subjects such as Mingshi and Mingda in the civil examination. If the military examination is just a test of force, I am afraid that some handsome men may not have brute strength. We can add a subject of art of war. If you are outstanding in force, you can use it. If you are proficient in the art of war, you can also use it. But how to use it requires the Lord to personally see it. Chu Tian looked at Li Kui again. Li Kui said, "We can set up a subject on agriculture in the civil examination. At least officials must learn to identify grains and know the seasons." Chapter 171 Imperial Examination and Confucius Temple. The three people basically perfected the improved imperial examination system implemented by Xiaoqing Plan. The Wenju consists of 6 subjects: Mingzi literature, Mingfa law, Mingshu arithmetic, Mingshi economics, Mingnong agriculture, and Mingda morals. Among them, Mingzi and Mingda are the foundation. As long as Mingzi, Mingda, and one specialty are available, you can pass the selection. The martial arts examination has 2 major subjects, art of war and martial arts, with several sub-subjects. As long as you pass one major subject, you will pass the selection. If you pass 2 major subjects, you will be a good general. After determining the examination subjects, Chu Tian also considered the level of the imperial examination system. Currently we only have 2 counties, so they are divided into 2 levels, county examination and palace examination. Each county conducts assessments and selects talents separately, and then arranges for the talents who pass the county examination to be sent to the Lord's mansion for the palace examination. Chu Tian's territory is not large, so the assessment does not need to be so complicated. The so-called palace examination was just used by Chu Tian to check their attributes and character, and decide how to appoint them. There should be corresponding textbooks for the imperial examination. So Chu Tian ordered Fang Xianling to compile textbooks for Mingzi, Mingda, and art of war, Xiao Liang to compile textbooks for Mingshi and Mingshu, and Li Kui to compile textbooks for Mingnong and Mingfa. In order not to put too much pressure on his subordinates, Chu Tian gave them 3 months to implement the first version. Content will be added year by year in the future. The first county examination in Xiaoqing will be in June next year, and the palace examination will be in July next year. Chu Tian set a time, with the determination to implement the imperial examination system in the territory instead of promoting filial piety and integrity. Chu Tian's territory is gradually forming an independent small kingdom. Chu Tian's territory has an independent household registration statistics system. Only people who own houses in Chu Tian's territory are eligible to register for household registration. Marriage registration and household registration management are also implemented. The implementation of the imperial examination system will form an independent talent selection mechanism. This is also setting up a framework for the future, except for civil and military examinations. Chu Tian also implemented a decree to give preferential treatment to special talents. Talents who register at the Lord's Mansion can only be given small favors by the government. When the government needs to recruit craftsmen, it can recruit on a large scale from registered talents, which can increase the efficiency 100 times. The Confucius Temple, a 7th-level cultural building, is about to be completed. We can set up incense boxes in the Confucius Temple. Once the imperial examination system is announced, a large number of civilians and players will come to the Confucius Temple to burn incense and pray, and the money for incense will be a lot. We can also sell the 4 treasures of the study: the imperial examination system amulets, statues of Confucius. Xiao Liang has already thought of ways to make money using the Confucius Temple. Why don't you even let Confucius go? Lord, my subordinates have calculated that as long as this is done, the incense money can not only be used to repair the Confucius Temple, but also the Lord's Mansion can have hundreds of taels of additional fiscal revenue every month. This matter is entirely left to you. Chu Tian immediately changed his face when he heard that the Confucius Temple could also bring financial revenue. This is how he raised the money to build high-level cavalry. On the day when the Confucius Temple in Xia City was built, Chu Tian took many officials from Xia City to pay their respects. The Confucius Temple is also known as the Confucian Temple. The drawings of the Confucius Temple obtained by Chu Tian are not the most advanced Taishuo Confucius Temple, but an ordinary Confucius Temple. The front building of the Taishuo Confucius Temple is to have Taishuo. But now Chu Tian only has the county school, because the Confucius Temple was not a production building. Chu Tian did not let it occupy valuable land in the city or farmland outside the city. So he built the Confucius Temple on a hillside outside the city. The Confucius Temple has to lean back in front of secular money and food. After all, these are troubled times. It's really magnificent. Chu Tian led a group of people to the Confucius Temple to offer incense. The tiles of the Confucius Temple were covered with snow. There were Lingxing Gate, Panchi, Deshang Gate, Deshang Hall, East and West Veranda, Zuinjing Pavilion, Mingluan Hall, Jingyi Pavilion and other buildings, with a clear central axis and left-right symmetry. It would be better to rename it the Confucian Temple.
Chu Tian considered that if Confucius was recruited in the future, it would be inappropriate to call this temple Confucius Temple. Confucius's influence is undoubtedly holy. It is very difficult to recruit Confucius. Unless you use a random special talent recruitment order, it is possible to recruit Confucius. In the past, Chu Tian did not dare to think that he would have the opportunity to recruit Confucius. But since the poet Du Fu was recruited by him, nothing seemed impossible. Xiao Liang respectfully lays incense and worships. There is light smoke and mist. And there are snowflakes on the tips of her hair. Her cheeks are red from the cold. She is dressed in plain clothes and tied with a red ribbon. Like plums in the snow. Unlike Hua Mulan, she has the temperament of a talented woman at this time. In fact, she is one of the most knowledgeable among the players. Fang Xianling and Li Kui worked with her and never doubted her ability.
I thought you would only use the Confucius Temple to make money. But I didn't expect that you also have all of the saint. Are my subordinates a person who puts interests first in the eyes of the Lord?
There was a hint of helplessness in Xiao Liang's tone.
No.
Chu Tian and his party visited the Confucian Temple, then returned to the city and announced that in June of the third year of the Lord's calendar, rural examinations would be held in Kaiyang and Yangdu counties. The content of the rural examination will be announced in 3 months. As the #1 lord in the Eastern Han district, Chu Tian's every move has always attracted attention. This time Chu Tian took the lead in deciding to implement the improved imperial examination system, causing a sensation in the Eastern Han district again. Chu Tian once again leads the way. Many lords had the idea of implementing the imperial examination system, but either the territory was too small and there was no need to implement it, or there was no time to consider it. Chu Tian was the first to implement it and was at the forefront. The imperial examinations in Xiaqing do not limit the identity of aristocratic families, commoners, strangers, etc. As long as they have ability and good moral character, they can serve Xiaqing.
Chu Zimu, I didn't expect you to be in front again. I'm still thinking about the content of the imperial examination system. I'll just copy your system from now on.
When Lao Qin, the lord of Guanzhong, heard the news, he couldn't help feeling that Chu Tian was too fast. In addition to his amazing luck, Chu Tian also had amazing execution ability. The matter of the imperial examination was quickly decided and implemented.
He must have capable people under his command. This guy must be so lucky.
Zheojiang Lao Qin was filled with emotions. A cavalry general came to ask for instructions from Zheojiang Lao Qin.
My lord, Dong Zhuo has agreed that our rebels will join his army, and we have been ordered to arrive within 15 days. Meng Tian, you gather 5,000 soldiers, and we will go to defeat the Xiliang rebels, accumulate military merits, and make friends with Dong Zhuo at the same time.
Zheojiang Lao Qin put on his cloak, came to the top of the city wall of Xianying City, and looked in the direction of Liangzhou, where wars were raging. And Lord, Dong Zhuo's power grows at an alarming rate. Many lords and players in Guanzhong, Bingzhou, and Liangzhou attached themselves to Dong Zhuo, hoping to benefit from Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo was rough in his methods, but he was very generous in appointing officials. He could appoint prefects, county magistrates, even governors, state shepherds, and 3 dukes. Players who take refuge in him are also richly rewarded. This group of players, who have taken refuge in Dong Zhuo, are waiting for the plot to defeat Dong Zhuo to begin. Even Zheojiao Lao Qin, who was the second lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, had to try to make friends with Dong Zhuo at this time. His territory is within Dong Zhuo's sphere of influence. If he does not surrender to Dong Zhuo, his territory will bear the brunt once Dong Zhuo enters Beijing. As everyone knows, the actions of this group of players, who have taken refuge in Dong Zhuo, are strengthening Dong Zhuo's power. Liaoshan Town. Su Sheng officially took office here. He took over the only naval camp in Xia City, and gathered 500 men. Su Sheng didn't think that 500 people was a small number. The lord he used to be loyal to, the navy in Shuhe River, was nothing more than that. The Yi and Shu rivers are not as good as the Yangtze River, and the status of water warfare is far inferior to that of land warfare. But that doesn't mean the navy is useless. The navy of Xia City can go down the Yi River and reach Xiapi State in a few days, and surround Xiapi City. The navy can also travel between Lianshan Town, Xiaqing, Langjie City, Yangdu City, and Tancheng.
Lianshan Town currently has a 4th level wharf, a 3rd level shipyard, 10 warships, and 32 sentry ships.
Navy Vice Admiral Sun Luan introduced the newly appointed Su Sheng to the naval camp's family background.
The best the third-level shipyards can do is build walking warships. If you want to compete with the Navy in Xiapi, it is far from enough.
Su Sheng shook his head, not satisfied with the third-level shipyard. Level 4 warships can produce warships. In Su Sheng's view, Xia City needs warships to attack Tao Qian along the river. Sun Luan frowned.
I'm afraid my lord has no idea of going south to attack Tao Qian, and using the strength of 2 counties to attack the governor would be overestimating his capabilities. There are 62 counties in Shuzhou. If you don't have long-term worries, you will have immediate worries. I will personally report to the Lord and request him to upgrade the shipyard in Lianshan town to a 4th-level shipyard. If we start building stern warships in winter, then we can use it to train Navy soldiers after the beginning of spring.
Su Sheng has relatively detailed arrangements. A mountain stronghold near Shangbi town was attacked by officers and soldiers. Xuerengui, who was valued by Chu Tian, led troops to attack bandits from time to time. Even in the cold winter, he wielded a Fontian painted halberd alone and killed the bandits in all directions. 6 or 7 bandits holding broadswords surrounded Xuerengui, but he was unable to attack. The sound of weapons clashing came one after another. In the fierce battle, all 7 bandits were killed by Xuerengui alone.
This man is a monster.
According to Chu Tian's arrangement, 2 generals, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, followed Xuerengui to attack the bandits. At this time, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw Xuerengui bravely defeating the 3 armies. Zhang Ba thought that Hua Mulan's military power was already very high, but he didn't expect that this little general, who didn't even have a crown, was even more powerful. The loyalty of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan inadvertently increased by 3 points. Fear is also a factor in loyalty. The more powerful the Lord shows, the lower the chance of betrayal by his subordinates. When Cao Cao was alive, Sima Yi had no chance of success. Chu Tian's strength is related to some old generals who are loyal to him. Hua Mulan and Zhou Yafu are the earliest batch of old generals, and they were recruited in the first year of the Lord calendar, followed by Li Guang and Xuerengui. The recruitment time is the 2nd year of the Lord calendar. Finally, there are Su Sheng, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Although they were recruited in the 2nd year of the Lord calendar, they only recently joined Xia City. Seeing Xuerengui's bravery, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan had no choice but to work hard to kill the bandits and make a pledge of surrender. From now on, they will be Xia Qing's generals. Fires all over the sky destroyed the stronghold, and Xuerengui, Zhang Ba, and Sun Guan drove the captured bandits and cattle back to Xia City. Xuerengui did not feel sorry at all for setting fire to the cottage. If the village is not burned down, refugees may still gather here in the future, which will not be conducive to government management. There is still a lot of open space in Xia City and various towns. It is not a lack of land, but a lack of people. During the 3 Kingdoms period, Wei, Shu and Wu often plundered each other's population to enrich their own territories.
Upgrade the 3rd-level shipyard in Lianshan town to a 4th-level shipyard.
Chu Tian received the proposal reported by Su Sheng, considered it, and agreed to spend 800 taels of silver to purchase the drawings of a 4th-level shipyard and upgrade the 3rd-level shipyard to a 4th-level shipyard. At present, Chu Tian has invested very little in the navy, considering that grain may need to be transported by water to besiege Xiapi City in the future. Chu Tian made arrangements in advance.
Lord, there is one thing you must be careful about. Wu Sandui has plans to unite with the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army to go south to seize the Langyu Kingdom.
Chu Tian was resting. Xueyu, the city lord of Xueyu's city, intercepted a piece of information that was very important to Chu Tian because he had the power of a guild. Wu Sangui knew that he still could not defeat Chu Tian with his own strength, and he had other plans. So he planned to take risks and lure the wolf into the house.
We cannot let Wu Sangui and Dorgan join forces. Otherwise it will be dangerous next spring.
When Chu Tian heard the news, he felt unsure. Wu Sangui had 30,000 soldiers and horses, plus hundreds of thousands of Qingzhou Yellow Turban troops. He could defeat Chu Tian with the human sea tactic. Don't underestimate the crowd tactics. It doesn't matter that the other party is mediocre, but they are 2 generals with names and surnames who have commanded tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops. The human sea tactic can exert terrifying power in their hands. At present, Dorgan has no opponent in Beihai Kingdom by relying on the human sea tactics. And even Taisher Ci was defeated. Chu Tian took the lead in asking Fang Xianling, who joined the army, for his opinion. After hearing this, Fang Xianling said,
My lord can defeat Wu Sangui before next spring. So there is no need to worry about Wu Sangui and Dorgan joining forces.
It seems reasonable to destroy Wu Sangui first.
Wu Sangui occupies Lingcheng. There are 30,000 Taishan bandits and thousands of professional soldiers. It is winter again. How to destroy them as soon as possible. If Lingcheng cannot be conquered before spring, our army will be exhausted. Once the Qingzhou Yellow Turban army goes south, it will be defeated. Undoubtedly, my lord can send Zhang Ba and Sun Quan to gather all the Taishan bandits to attack Wu Sangui. Firstly, it can strengthen our army's momentum. Secondly, it can reduce our army's losses in the siege. And thirdly, by defeating Wu Sangui, it can scare the monkeys and scare the Taishan bandits.
Chu Tian's eyes lit up after listening to Fang Xuanling's suggestion. He had not thought about forming a coalition army to attack Wu Sangui. The alliance formed by Wu Sangui last time caused Chu Tian a lot of trouble. And this time it was finally Chu Tian's turn to organize a coalition to attack him.
My lord, Xuerengui, Zhang Ba and Sun Guan returned from attacking the bandits. They killed 130 and captured 900. Let Zhang Ba and Sun Guan come to see me.
Soon the anxious Zhang Ba and Sun Guan arrived. They didn't know why Chu Tian suddenly summoned them.
You send a message to Yinli, Sun Kong, Wu Dun and others, asking them to lead their troops and horses to assemble in Yangdu County. My lord, this is it. Crun against Wu Sangui.
Chapter 172 Taishan Bandit Leader Chu Tian. Xiaqing 6th Level Cavalry Battalion. 100 high-level cavalry has finally been trained. And they are lined up neatly on the plain. This one is the Northern Wei Dynasty Iron Eagle Scout. A 6th Order cavalry that belongs exclusively to Hua Mulan. In order to build 100 cavalrymen, Chu Tian invested nearly 10,000 taels of silver. There are still 100 Iron Eagle Scouts, who will be recruited later, and have not yet been trained. There is one War Eagle for every 100 Iron Eagle Scout cavalry. The War Eagle is a completely unfamiliar prop to Chu Tian. A War Eagle has become the pet of the General Hua Mulan. This is a black War Eagle with piercing eyes. Its function is similar to that of a military homing pigeon. And it also has certain reconnaissance capabilities. Hua Mulan stroked its wings, and seemed to like the War Eagle she got. With a War Eagle to assist in reconnaissance, Mulan's cavalry has a wider field of vision. This way, she can better avoid enemy rangers during surprise attacks. The existence of the War Eagle increases the value of Hua Mulan's cavalry by at least 20%.
My lord, do you want to touch me?
Hua Mulan asked confusedly. Soon Chu Tian understood what she meant. War Eagle's wings feel good to the touch. But War Eagle doesn't seem to like Chu Tian's touch very much, and only has a fondness for Hua Mulan and the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. Chu Tian checked the attributes of War Eagle. Name, War Eagle. Effect, can be used to send notes, can understand and respond to the owner's simple commands. Description, it is said that this is an eagle that the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry was inspired by the falconry culture and specially trained to assist itself in reconnaissance. Restrictions, only follow the orders of the Commander-in-Chief Hua Mulan and the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry. Chu Tian was surprised when he saw War Eagle's ability. The Iron Eagle Scout is a 6th level cavalry with weak combat effectiveness. But its reconnaissance ability is amplified by having a War Eagle. In the future, this cavalry will be best used for reconnaissance and sneak attack on the enemy from behind. Among all the high-level cavalry, Hua Mulan's 100 Iron Eagle Scouts were the first to be recruited, followed by Li Guang's 200 Western Han Dynasty Horse Archers, Xuerengui's 200 Tang Dynasty Elite Horse Archers, and finally Hua Mulan's 200 Elite Horse Archers, the second team of Iron Eagle Scouts. In the crusade against Wu Sangui, Chu Tian would use this group of high-level cavalry. Wu Sangui may know that Chu Tian owns Shiliu Camp and Shisheng Camp, but he does not know that Chu Tian has recruited a group of high-level cavalry. This is Chu Tian's trump card. The Iron Eagle Scouts are equipped with tang knives, short spears, horn bows, saddles, and other equipment forged in Shangbi Town. The expensive horse steeds are not suitable for equipping the lightly armed assault Iron Eagle Scouts, which are weapons for heavy cavalry and generals. The war horse used by Iron Eagle Scout is a gold-level war horse that Xiao Liang commissioned from a horse dealer to buy from Yuzhou. Yuzhou. Its speed and endurance are both medium. Medium is already good. Ordinary war horses and silver-level war horses are inferior. After waiting for several days, Xuerengui and Li Guang's cavalry were also recruited. Excluding Hua Mulan's second team of Iron Eagle Scouts, Xiaqing had a total of 500 high-level cavalry and 230 heavy cavalry. becoming two powerful trump cards in Chu Tian's hands. In Dong'an County, Sun Kong, one of the Taishan thieves, received a letter from his younger brother Sun Quan and fell into hesitation. Chu Tian proclaimed himself Kai Yongling and Chi Dui, replaced Song Ba's position, and asked him to send the Taishan bandits from Dong'an County to Yangdu County to join forces with Zhou Yafu to attack Wu Sangui, who was entrenched in Zhu County. Sun Kong didn't know whether Chu Tian would use this to take away his military power, and was in a dilemma. But he had to obey this order. Otherwise Chu Tian might be angry and turn against him. Finally, Sun Kong decided to send troops, Yinli of Dongguan County and Wu Dun of Jiqiu County. The two Taishan bandits reacted exactly the same as Sun Kong, walking on thin ice in response to Chu Tian's call. Especially Wu Dun, who lost to 3,000 men led by Xia Cheng with 15,000 troops last time. He was as afraid of Xia Cheng as a tiger. So he immediately counted his troops and assembled towards Yangdu County. The three Taishan thieves own territory in 3 counties, and Chu Tian has always been coveting their territory. If the territories of Sun Kong, Yinli, and Wu Dun were annexed, Chu Tian's territory could be expanded from 2 counties to 5 counties. Dong'an County, Dongguan County, and Jiqiu County are smaller than Kaiyang County, and each county still has a population of 300,000 to 400,000. By annexing the Taishan bandits, Chu Tian would become a great lord with a population of 2 million. The 3 Taishan bandits each said 10,000 people, making a total of 30,000 people, marching toward Yangdu County in a mighty manner. Zhang Ba and Sun Guan returned their orders to Chu Tian. They had successfully persuaded the 3 Taishan bandit leaders to send troops to respond to Chu Tian's military campaign against Wu Sangui.
You have done a good job, and this matter will be counted among your achievements. You too, come with me on the expedition.
Chu Tian rechecked the loyalty of Zhang Ba and Sun Guan. Their loyalty had reached 80, and there was basically no possibility of rebellion. Unless Chu Tian loses to Wu Sangui, their loyalty will decline. The defeat of a lord is a very serious matter. His own prestige will be greatly affected, and his ministers will easily become disloyal.
Yes!
Zhang Ba and Sun Guan were finally regarded by Chu Tian as his official subordinates. This time they were arranged to go on an expedition and dispatched as generals.
This is the list for the expedition. Please take a look at it. My lord.
Fang Xianling presented the list of people to attack Wu Sangui to Chu Tian. A total of 4 troops formed a coalition to attack Wu Sangui. Zhou Yafu, Shui Yucheng, Taishan bandits from Yangdu City, and the main force of Xia City led by Chu Tian. About 50,000 soldiers and horses gathered. 30,000 of them were the Taishan army led by Yinli, Sun Kong, and Wu Dun. The Taishan bandits lacked combat effectiveness and were no match for Wu Sangui. But they could confuse Wu Sangui and make it impossible for Wu Sangui to determine where Chu Tian's main force was.
Go to Yangdu City and meet up with Zhou Yafu.
Chu Tian gathered his troops outside Xia City, and Xia City's hundreds of military flags were flapping in the north wind. As the size of Chu Tian's army expanded, the number of battle flags used naturally increased. More than 8,000 soldiers and horses were gathered outside Xia City. Hua Mulan's phalanx has 100 Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry and 2,000 Light Cavalry. Li Guang's square formation has 200 Western Han Dynasty Horse Archers and 500 Light Cavalry. Xuerengui's phalanx consisted of 200 Elite Tang Cavalry Archers, 500 Light Cavalry, and 230 Heavy Cavalry. The reason why Hua Mulan was given more Light Cavalry was because Chu Tian needed Hua Mulan to use the War Eagle to launch a surprise attack. Su Sheng replaced Li Guang as Chu Tian's general and commanded Chu Tian's 2,000-man Shisheng battalion. Su Sheng was a water general and an archer general, so he could barely exert the effect of a shooting camp. Chu Tian's own abilities and characteristics are not strong enough. If one day Chu Tian has a 4th dimension like Li Shimin, Chu Tian will definitely command the Shisheng battalion to fight in person. And there is no need to find a historical military general to serve as his deputy. Then came Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, who commanded 3,000 infantry and archers to fight, of which Sun Guan led 500 people as the vanguard. The light infantry sent by Xiachen was very small, not even as many as the cavalry, because the light infantry was concentrated in the hands of Zhou Yafu in Yangdu County. As long as they join up with Zhou Yafu, Chu Tian will have a large number of light infantry to use. The 30,000 Taishan bandits are also mainly infantry archers, and they don't have to worry about using ordinary infantry archers. Low-level infantry and archers are always cannon fodder, while cavalry is the boss. Only heavy infantry can compete with the knights.
Hua Mulan and Li Guang. You two are leading the cavalry to Hedong. You must be careful.
Chu Tian specially summoned Hua Mulan and Li Guang and gave them instructions.
The final general will definitely fulfill his mission.
Hua Mulan and Li Guang agreed at the same time. The two of them, with a total of 2,800 cavalry, crossed the Yi River and arrived at the 9 towns in Hedong previously occupied by Zhou Yafu. Speaking of which, the taciturn Zhou Yafu was the general who captured the most towns under Chu Tian. After Chu Tian won the major battle, he basically left it to Zhou Yafu to deal with the aftermath and completely pacify all the villages and towns. Hua Mulan and Li Guang left the team, and Chu Tian led more than 5,000 people north to join Zhou Yafu in Shuiyu. The army directly controlled by Chu Tian was not large, but it was elite. The lineup of generals was probably the most luxurious in the Eastern Han Dynasty. In Lingcheng, Zhu County, Wu Sangui learned that Chu Tian had summoned 4 armies to attack him, and immediately sent troops and horses to set up defenses along the river. As long as Chu Tian's soldiers and horses cannot cross the river, Wu Sangui can guarantee that Chu Tian will not be able to destroy him.
My lord, please come with me to defend against the enemy.
Wu Sangui was worried about Qi Xiao by staying in Lingcheng, so he kidnapped him and garrisoned him by the Yi River to confront Zhou Yafu on the other side of the river. He could already see the flag of Xia City on the other side of the river. The battle flag of Xia City was very simple, with only the word Xia in small seal script, but it made Wu Sangui feel scared. Every time he fought against Chu Tian, he would be defeated, and Wu Sangui already had a shadow in his heart. On the other side of the river were Zhou Yafu's 8,000 men, 2,000 of whom were from the Shiliu battalion. They also patrolled along the river to avoid being attacked by Wu Sangui. Both men were famous generals, and they carefully tested each other. Zhou Yafu was waiting for other troops to arrive. The first to arrive were the 3 Taishan bandit troops. 30,000 Taishan bandits gathered in Yangdu County. They met Zhou Yafu, who was the captain of Yangdu County. Zhou Yafu ran the army very rigorously, and everything was in order. Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when they came to Zhou Yafu's army. Zhou Yafu's military management style is incompatible with the style of the Taishan bandits. This is the gap between the regular army and the bandits.
Please stop the 3 soldiers.
The guards in Zhou Yafu's military camp stopped the dozens of soldiers brought by the 3 of them. Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun looked at each other, seeming a little confused about whether they should step into Zhou Yafu's barracks. They were worried that Chu Tian was deliberately attacking Wu Sangui, so he summoned them here, held a Hongmen banquet, killed them all, and then seized their military power. Their intelligence is not high, but they are not fools. In the end, the 3 people still chose to believe Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, thinking that Chu Tian would not use such means to kill the 3 of them. Among them, Sun Kong was more at ease because his younger brother Sun Guan had defected to Chu Tian. If Chu Tian killed him for no reason, Sun Guan would definitely betray him. The 3 people walked into Zhou Yafu's military camp and saw 2,000 elite Shiliu camp soldiers training. In the cold winter, 2,000 soldiers from the Shiliu camp were divided into 2 teams. One team practiced bows and crossbows, and the other team practiced halberds and shields. Their military appearance was neat, and their morale was high. The 3 Taishan thieves couldn't help but feel frightened when they saw the real elites of Xiaoqing. Their 10,000 Taishan bandits are probably no match for the 2,000 Shiliu camp.
The troops that defeated me that day were only 3,000 new soldiers. If she had 3,000 such troops in her hands at that time, why would she use a stratagem to cover them up directly? I would definitely be defeated.
When Wu Dun saw Shiliu camp, he became more and more frightened. Zhou Yafu was looking at the map in the camp. When he saw the 3 Taishan bandit leaders arriving, he just said calmly,
"You 3, please lead your troops to station by the river. Take out all your flags and stretch them for dozens of miles to confuse Wu Sangui. As for the food, it will be supplied by Yangdu County. I hope that during the war, your troops will not plunder the civilians of Yangdu County. Otherwise, they will be dealt with according to military law. Do you understand?" "Understand."
The 3 Taishan thieves quickly agreed. According to Zhou Yafu's character, he really wasn't just joking with them. Once the Taishan bandits rob civilians, Zhou Yafu is likely to execute them all. Military law is ruthless. 30,000 Taishan bandits set up camp by the river, stretching for dozens of miles according to Zhou Yafu's instructions, with banners covering the sky. Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp switched defenses with the Taishan bandits from time to time.
Wu Sangui on the opposite side was disturbed and could not determine where Zhou Yafu's main force was. So Wu Sangui followed suit and ordered his Taishan thieves to line up for dozens of miles. He and his professional soldiers hid among them to compete with Zhou Yafu. The Taishan bandits and Zhou Yafu were waiting for Chu Tian's arrival. During this period, Shuiyu brought 4,000 people for support and joined forces with Zhou Yafu, making the momentum even greater. Finally, the main force of Xia City from Chu Tian arrived, and Zhou Yafu, Shuiyu, Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun came out to greet them. This is the first time that the three Taishan bandit leaders, Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun, have seen Chu Tian. Their original leader Zhang Ba has become Chu Tian's general, which means that Chu Tian is the new Taishan bandit leader. In order to show his force to the Taishan bandits, Chu Tian specially ordered Xue Rengui to lead 200 Tang Dynasty archers and 230 heavy cavalry at the forefront of the army. The tall horse, the armored horse, the high momentum, the powerful mountain thief. Sure enough, Sun Kong, Imli, Wu Dun, and other Taishan thieves were greatly frightened when they saw these two elite and extremely fast cavalry. If the Chinese army were attacked by such a cavalry force, the 30,000 Taishan bandits might collapse immediately. The existence of high-level cavalry and heavy cavalry also showed Chu Tian's strong financial resources to the Taishan bandits. Without huge financial resources, it is impossible to afford such excellent cavalry. The elite cavalry led by Xue Rengui gave the Taishan thieves a disincentive. Later, Chu Tian's exclusive unit Xisheng Battalion arrived. Each of them carried an excellent long bow on his back, and they were also as powerful as a rainbow and unstoppable. In the eyes of lower-level soldiers, the soldiers of Xisheng Battalion are sharpshooters. After a slight show of force to the Taishan bandits, Sun Kong, Imli, and Wu Dun took the initiative to ask to see Chu Tian and treated them respectfully. The logic of Taishan thief is very simple. Whoever has a bigger fist has a bigger say. They regard Chu Tian as the new leader of the Taishan bandits. So after a bunch of titles such as the First Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Tian Khan, Qiang Ling self-proclaimed, Qi Duwei self-proclaimed, etc., Chu Tian had another title of leader of the Taishan bandits. Chu Tian was also helpless, except for Changxi, the Taishan bandit who was killed by Wu Sangui. All the other Taishan bandits seemed to surrender to him. The title of leader of the Taishan bandits was worthy of the name. Chapter 173 Attack on Lingcheng on a Snowy Night. On the opposite side is Wu Sangui's army. I have to say that Wu Sangui is very good at arranging his troops. Zhou Yafu followed Chu Tian to the Yi River to observe the strength of Wu Sangui's army. As a military advisor, Fang Xianling was also observing the other side. Wu Sangui's 30,000 soldiers and horses were originally Taishan bandits under Changxi's command. If they are recruited in the name of Zhang Ba and Sun Quan, even if they do not surrender, the morale of the army will be reduced. So shaken, the top priority is to attack the heart, and the next priority is to attack the city. You can set up a pontoon bridge to cross the river to attack, with Zhang Ba and Sun Quan as the vanguard. If you encounter the Taishan bandits on the opposite side, you can ask them to persuade them to surrender. Chu Tian quickly understood what Fang Xianling meant. After a period of time between the two, Chu Tian and Fang Xianling gradually developed a tacit understanding. But we have to wait for the right time. Chu Tian was not in a hurry to attack Wu Sangui. As long as he wanted, he could force the Taishan bandits to build a pontoon bridge to cross the river overnight. The Taishan bandits are similar to the Yellow Turban Army. They are cannon fodder who do not need to pay a salary. They are also responsible for the hard work. The real elite troops will only come in handy at critical moments. At this time, Ili was dueling with Xue Rengui, but was easily defeated by Xue Rengui and pinned down in the snow. What a great effort! But I failed. Ili had to admit that Xue Rengui's force was far superior to his. When Chu Tian saw Ili taking the initiative to challenge Xue Rengui, didn't he feel uncomfortable? Among the Taishan thieves, except for Zhang Ba and Sun Quan whose attributes can be seen, the others are all gold-level generals, on the same level as Zhang Kai and Mi Fang. They have not yet surrendered to Chu Tian. He wants them to give up their military power and must show absolute force to defeat Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui was a little restless, but Chu Tian gathered 50,000 people, overwhelming as more than 30,000 people in terms of momentum. However, Chu Tian never crossed the river to attack, which made Wu Sangui unable to judge Chu Tian's intentions. You guys go to Beihai Kingdom to ask the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army to move south quickly. If Langya Kingdom is unified, it will be a big deal. Go to Juqing and ask Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of Langya State, for help. Now that your lips are dead and your teeth are cold, he has to save you.
Wu Sangui sent 2 groups of soldiers to ask for help. Xiao Jian, a prince in Zhu County, had 20,000 professional soldiers in his hands. He received a letter from Wu Sangui asking for help and asked for the opinions of the strangers. When the stranger disciples heard that Chu Tian from Xia City was calling, they were silent for a while. They had never had a confrontation with Chu Tian, but they were greatly feared when they learned that Chu Tian captured Langya City and defeated the coalition forces in the Battle of Yangdu County.
Master Prime Minister, we might as well wait and see what happens. Xia Cheng Chuzi seeks to raise the tiger and wolf divisions, and you must not fight with them. Li Guang and Hua Mulan, the generals of Xia City, are enemies of 10,000 people. Even if we have 100,000 soldiers, they are no match.
The strangers, that is, the players who have taken refuge in Shaojian, are all talking. Most of them are advocating that Chu Tian is unstoppable and urging Shaojian not to send troops to assist Wu Sangui to avoid getting burned. Shaojian didn't know much about Chu Tian, but Chu Tian was famous among the player community. He had won the first place in 2 epic battles, and he had recently occupied 2 counties and defeated the anti-Chu Tian alliance, which was terrifying. Most players would not antagonize a prominent lord unless they had different stances. Shaojian listened to a group of strangers praising Chu Tian and was very unhappy.
You can retreat.
Considering Chu Tian's threat to Zhu County, Shaojian decided to send more than 10,000 troops to help Wu Sangui defend Zhu County. The soldiers and horses in Juqing were mobilized, and the strangers were disappointed to find that Shaojian had his own way. Some princes can listen to strangers' suggestions, but some princes cannot. If all the princes can listen to the advice, then there is no such thing as a weak king.
How could Shaojian defeat Chu Zimu without a famous general under his command? Now we are finished. It took me a year to get into the position of a guest, and I live and eat for free every day. Now Shaojian is seeking death, and I don't know who to turn to in the future. It's better to join Chu Zimu in Xia City. He has 2 counties and is more powerful than Shaojian. As the first lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, he is already a small prince. He has many talented people under his command, and he doesn't accept any customers. It's not easy for us to make a living at his place, but not necessarily, as long as we have credit.
A group of strangers are already looking for a way out for themselves. They originally did not expect Shaojian, who was not well known in the 3 kingdoms and was defeated by Zhang Ba in history, to compete in the Central Plains. I only wanted to join him to earn a living and serve as a springboard for promotion in the future. Shaojian led more than 10,000 Jushian soldiers to support Wu Sangui, and dozens of flags were waved.
This idiot!
Qi Xiaobai couldn't help but murmured when he heard that Shaojian was bringing soldiers to reinforce Wu Sangui. Chu Tian temporarily handled internal affairs in the camp and confronted Wu Sangui unhurriedly. Recently, there has been a large influx of refugees into Langya, including players, and most of them are from Beihai country. There are too many yellow turbans in Beihai, making it difficult for the people to make a living. The civilians either choose to join the yellow turbans or flee for Langya state, which is adjacent to Beihai state. This is a good opportunity to absorb the population of Qingzhou. According to the report of Fang Xianling, who manages the household registration, there have been about 20,000 refugees from the Beihai kingdom in the territory under Chu Tian's rule recently. Chu Tian placed them all outside Xiaqing and slowly digested them. The population of Xia City was originally 50,000. Later, 100,000 people from Langya City were moved to enrich Xia City, together with 20,000 refugees from the Beihai kingdom. There were a total of 170,000 people, making it the second largest city in Chu Tian territory. Li Kui organized the refugees to reclaim wasteland, build water conservancy projects, and dig drainage canals and sewers. City planning is relatively cumbersome, and the scale of Xia City has expanded to the point where more complex urban sewers need to be dug. Otherwise the plague will soon become rampant. Fortunately, Lord has special construction drawings for open channels, culverts, etc., and the construction of urban sewers is also very fast. But it costs money. The windfall that the Shuzhou family funded Chu Tian was quickly wiped out by Chu Tian. More of Chu Tian's income still comes from spoils of war, land taxes, city taxes, land sales, and the economic buildings of the Lord's mansion.
Lord, it's snowing!
Xuerengui, who was serving as a guard outside the military tent, followed Chu Tian's order and reminded Chu Tian after it snowed. Chu Tian put on his cloak and came outside the tent. He saw that the sky was gray and snow was falling heavily.
Instruct the Taishan bandits to prepare a pontoon bridge and cross the river to attack Wusangui.
Chu Tian knew that the time for decisive victory was coming, so he mobilized his army to prepare. Chu Tian's army had prepared timber and plank boats in advance. The ice on the river is not firm, and tens of thousands of people crossing the river will definitely collapse. So the only way to cross is with the help of a pontoon bridge. The Taishan thieves were treated as cannon fodder by Chu Tian. And of course, the drudgery of building the floating bridge fell on them.
It's really hard to go out to fight in the dead of winter.
The Taishan thieves were complaining endlessly while carrying planks and wooden boats. And their fingers were frozen. Not many people are willing to march and fight in the cold winter. The scout cavalry arranged by Wusangui to patrol the riverside discovered that the Taishan bandits, who had surrendered to Chu Tian, began to build a pontoon bridge. They were shocked and immediately reported to Wusangui.
Send 2,000 archers to camp on the shore. Once the pontoon bridge built by the opponent approaches, thousands of arrows will be fired.
Wusangui has his own way to deal with the opponent's floating bridge. With the morale of the Taishan thieves on the opposite side, they simply cannot withstand the rain of arrows shot by a large number of archers. And they will soon collapse as their morale drops to the bottom. 2,000 archers went out and set up another camp on the opposite side, keeping an eye on the Taishan bandits, who were setting up the pontoon bridge.
We were discovered by the enemy on the opposite side. Do we still need to repair the pontoon bridge?
The Taishan thieves panicked because of the archers appearing on the opposite side, and asked their leader Ainli. Ainli also asked Chu Tian, the current top figure among the Taishan bandits, for instructions.
Continue to practice until you are within the shooting range of the bow and arrow on the opposite side. Yes.
Although Ainli didn't understand why Chu Tian was suddenly committed to building the bridge, the force displayed by Chu Tian forced him to act according to Chu Tian's arrangements. So the Taishan bandits continued to brave the heavy snow to build a bridge on the Yi River.
Is the person on the other side a fool? He didn't go home to pick up his wife and children in the dead of winter. He came to the river without attacking for several days. He didn't build the bridge until now, and we discovered him.
The archers said by Wusangui were just a joke. With archers stationed there, the pontoon bridge cannot be built at all. This is the danger of mountains and rivers. The defending side only needs to use hundreds of thousands of people to block an army of 100,000 people. The Taishan bandits also understood this truth. And under Chu Tian's pressure, they still had to build the bridge. When more than half of the pontoon bridge was built, and it entered the shooting range of the archers on the opposite side, one Taishan bandit was shot to death, and the other Taishan bandits dispersed in a hurry. Ainli reported the matter to Chu Tian, and he had completed the task assigned to him by Chu Tian. Chu Tian just arranged for Ainli to personally lead the troops to guard the half-built pontoon bridge, and asked him to stand still. Ainli didn't know what was going on, but still agreed.
Hua Mulan's side has already started a surprise attack.
Chu Tian estimated the time, and he only gave Hua Mulan 1 day, asking her to march 60 kilometers in a snowy day, from Chu Tian's sphere of influence into Zhu County's sphere of influence, and attack Lingcheng at night. A black war eagle hovered in the sky, its sharp eyes reflecting the empty scene below. In its eyes, there is a village where hundreds of soldiers are stationed, and there are beacons in the village used to convey military information. Hua Mulan led 2,100 light cavalry from a village 60 kilometers south of Lingcheng, Zhu County, and marched all the way to Lingcheng. Using the cover of heavy snow, they made a surprise attack on Lingcheng, Wusangui's stronghold. The cavalry marched 30 kilometers in the snow, and some horses and soldiers even froze to death on the way. Raids come at a price. The war eagle landed on Mulan's arm. Hua Mulan stroked its wings. From the cry and behavior of the war eagle, she could probably tell that there was a village with garrison stationed 5 kilometers ahead. Wusangui was cautious and stationed garrison troops in the villages near Lingcheng to light beacon fires and send messages. Once someone wants to attack Lingcheng, the Lingcheng defenders can respond immediately, causing heavy losses to the attackers.
Force march. Annihilate all the defenders of the villages ahead.
Hua Mulan ordered 100 Iron Eagle scouts and 2,000 light cavalry to brave the wind and snow to speed up their march. Not everyone can do a forced march in a harsh environment, and it depends on the type of soldier and general. If they were a bandit, let alone marching in a harsh environment, even if they walked 30 kilometers normally, their morale would have dropped long ago, and they might even mutiny because of it. However, Hua Mulan's heroine characteristic can reduce the rate of decline in troop morale. This is why some soldiers are willing to fight to the death for their master. At this time, the defenders of the village 25 kilometers south of Lingcheng had not noticed the approach of Hua Mulan's cavalry. Mucha was set up in this village, and hundreds of Taishan bandits were deployed. They were originally Chang Shi's subordinates, and later joined Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui did not have the time or money to convert 30,000 Taishan bandits into professional soldiers. 2 patrolling Taishan thieves were shot by stray arrows and fell in the snow. Hua Mulan carried a quiver on her back, held a horn bow in her hand, and led the dismounted cavalry to attack the village. Under her command, the dismounted cavalry dispersed and blocked all exits from the village. The Taishan thieves stationed in the village seemed to notice something was wrong. The surroundings were too quiet. Several Taishan thieves opened the wooden door and came out to investigate. A sharp arrow shot through the throat of one of the bandits.
"There are enemies!"
The bandit shouted immediately, but was met with a dense rain of arrows. A bandit's wrist was shot through by a sharp arrow. The arrow was so powerful that it even nailed his wrist to the wooden fence.
"Kill!"
The dismounted cavalrymen drew their bright tang swords and swarmed forward to seize the village gate. The Taishan thieves in the village did not expect that the enemy would launch a surprise attack on a snowy day. They hurriedly responded to the battle, and were defeated by Hua Mulan and the cavalry led by her. The bandit tried to light the beacon fire, but was hacked to death with random swords. Hua Mulan held a tang sword in her hand, and killed 4 Taishan thieves in a row. One of the swords even chopped down the opponent with both body and armor.
"General, what should be done with the captured Taishan bandits? Kill them all!"
Hua Mulan killed all the Taishan thieves in the village to prevent the surprise attack from leaking out. If the Taishan thieves tipped off the enemy, the surprise attack would be meaningless, leading to a long-term stalemate in the war and more casualties. Mulan's cavalry received supplies in this village and rested for a while. There is a map in her hand, which is an important item provided by Su Sheng of Ju County. Based on the location of the village, Hua Mulan deduced that her army was still 25 kilometers away from Lingcheng. It was getting dark by now. The forced march at night was more difficult, and she and her cavalry faced worse weather. The temperature at night will continue to drop, and the cold cannot be resisted by adding more clothes. And it is even more difficult for war horses to withstand the cold.
"Continue to march. We must reach Lingcheng before dawn, and then capture it."
Hua Mulan finally decided to complete the surprise attack.
"Why haven't General Li Guang's cavalry followed up?"
Hua Mulan arranged for Li Guang to serve as reinforcements when the surprise attack failed, in order to annihilate all the enemies in this village. She delayed a little time and calculated based on the cavalry's marching speed. By this time, Li Guang should have caught up. However, Hua Mulan rested in the village for another half an hour, but still saw no sign of Li Guang.
"General Li Guang won't be lost, right?"
Hua Mulan could only think of this possibility. With Li Guang's somewhat reckless character, he doesn't seem like someone who would be timid in the face of an enemy.
"Forget it. Our troops should be able to capture Lingcheng. If we continue to wait, it will delay time."
Li Guang did not appear for a long time, so Hua Mulan gave up on joining Li Guang and set off alone with the light cavalry at night, braving the wind, snow and cold, and quickly marched towards Lingcheng. At the rear, Li Guang was just as Hua Mulan guessed. He was really lost. There were 2 forked roads in a village on the way, due to heavy snow covering the hoof prints of the cavalry in front, and Li Guang's misjudgment. He and Hua Mulan took a completely different direction. Li Guang kept moving forward, but was unable to catch up with Hua Mulan's cavalry. He couldn't help but said to himself,
"I didn't expect Hua Mulan to advance so fast. I couldn't even see her shadow. She is truly a divine general in the world."
Chapter 174 Lucky Li Guang. At the foot of Lingcheng City, around the 4th watch, Hua Mulan led the cavalry to arrive. On the way, they attacked enemy villages at night, and no news was leaked. The only thing stopping Hua Mulan is the city wall. The dismounted cavalry dug the earth into a ridge, and everything happened quietly. Hua Mulan hung 2 tang knives on her waist to prevent one of them from curling. As long as the mounds of dirt were piled high enough, she could lead a group of soldiers up the city wall and seize the city gate.
"It's so cold. There are still people fighting in such horrible weather. Fortunately, we are only responsible for defending the city and don't have to go to the river to fight. Otherwise it will be even harder."
The defenders on the city wall gathered around the brazier to warm themselves up. Wu Sangui led the main force to leave Lingcheng, leaving only a small number of defenders in the city. Wu Sangui thought that by holding back the opponent's main force, He wouldn't have to worry about Chu Tian's surprise attack. He never expected that in such a harsh environment, someone would dare to attack his rear stronghold directly by running 60 kilometers day and night. Dozens of arrows were shot out in the darkness, and the defenders gathered around the brazier were hit and killed by the arrows. The other defenders immediately drew their swords and were killed by Huamu's Iron Eagle scouts. Except for the defenders of the city wall, who gathered near the brazier. The defenders at the city gate were asleep, and all were killed. Hua Mulan dragged the Tang sword stained with blood out, and ordered the soldiers to open the gate of Lingcheng. The sound of horse hooves breaks the tranquility of the night, and rushes into the city. Starting during the day, they traveled 60 kilometers, and arrived at Lingcheng at the 4th watch of the night. Just for this moment, the defenders in the city were awakened. But it was too late. They were greeted by the sabers of the cavalry. The heads rolled down. The cavalry marched straight into Lingcheng. And Lingcheng with tens of thousands of people was controlled by Hua Mulan. On the other side, Li Guang's cavalry was completely lost in the dark night and heavy snow. And Li Guang finally realized that he might have gone the wrong way. It's too late to look back at this point. The road back was covered with heavy snow. So Li Guang had no choice but to march northward. From the 4th watch to the 5th watch, Li Guang has been wandering around.
General, we seem to be back where we were. The villain lost a dagger, but unexpectedly found it again.
A cavalryman reported to Li Guang.
Seeing
that the surroundings were dark and the heavy snow continued, Li Guang really didn't know how to go. So he simply gave up and continued to march.
The whole army camped and rested. Wait until dawn and try to rendezvous with the front army.
Li Guang's cavalry numbered about 700. As a partial division and reinforcements. Knowing that he was out of the team at this time, and being able to survive, was his greatest contribution to this battle. Li Guang was depressed to no avail. So he had to recharge his batteries. Otherwise, the whole army would freeze to death due to the cold night. And Li Guang would not be able to explain to Chu Tian. It's okay to get lost. But if you get lost and the whole army is annihilated, it will be extremely unlucky. After resting for about 3 or 4 hours, the sky turned slightly white. Li Guang urged the cavalry to get up and join Hua Mulan as soon as possible. If Hua Mulan hasn't captured Lingcheng yet, he can at least take over. The Western Han Dynasty archers asked.
General, where should we go?
Li Guang looked around. Because the sky was whitening, Li Guang could already clearly see that the nearby terrain was covered with snow, and was so chilling.
Where are we?
Because Li Guang took the wrong path, and was marching at night. He lost his reference, and was unable to judge his position. You can only treat a dead horse as a live doctor. In order to avoid affecting the morale of the army, Li Guang said confidently.
Follow me.
Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian led more than 10,000 soldiers to station in a village. Yesterday's snowstorm seriously affected his marching speed. So he had to station himself in a nearby village to temporarily avoid the snowstorm, and wait until the snow stopped before marching.
Assemble the entire army.
Xiao Jian personally took command, and led more than 10,000 Zhu County soldiers to leave the village. When the Jushian soldiers reached the halfway point, heavy snow started to fall again.
What the hell kind of weather is this?
Li Guang finally had a hard time distinguishing north from south, and took a road that he thought led to Lingcheng. However, it started to snow again, and soon, he could no longer distinguish between east and west. He thought he was marching northeast. But actually he was marching northwest. A Western Han Dynasty archer galloped back and reported.
General, a large number of footprints were found in the snow ahead, which is not completely covered by the snow.
After hearing this, Li Guang quickly understood that an army consisting mainly of infantry and archers had just passed by. There were only 2 troops on the other side of the river. He and Hua Mulan, all of whom were cavalry. If the traces of the march were mainly the footprints of soldiers, it was probably the enemy.
Follow immediately.
Li Guang only has 700 cavalry on his side. Although he has the disadvantage of having fewer people, it also means that he has greater mobility, and can quickly gather troops and launch surprise attacks. The cavalry always takes the initiative on the battlefield. Not only the General Li Guang felt depressed, but the cavalry under his command also felt depressed. Now they finally found the enemy, swept away the haze, and pursued them with all their strength. Xiaoqing implements a military merit system, and generals and soldiers who have achieved military merit can receive better treatment. Therefore, everyone from generals to soldiers are eager for military glory. They had lost the military merit of capturing Lingcheng, and had no choice but to find another way. Xiao Jian's more than 10,000 Jushian soldiers formed a long queue and marched westward. Suddenly,
The soldiers walking behind the team heard a chilling sound. Horse hooves? Are they our cavalry? The soldiers at the rear did not realize the seriousness of the problem. They didn't think that the enemy's cavalry had reached the rear, and Wu Sangue was still confronting Chu Tian. In the wind and snow, tall horses appeared. These horses were very powerful, and the cavalry on horseback raised their sharp sabers. Bows and arrows were affected by the snowy weather. Li Guang's light cavalry directly drew their Huanshou swords to engage in close combat, broke into the opponent's rear, and slashed all the way. A Jushian soldier had no time to dodge, and Li Guang took the lead and chopped him down. The 5th level Western Han Dynasty archers are equally powerful in melee combat. If the opponent's infantry is unprepared, they will be defeated in one battle. A cry of death came from behind. Check immediately to see what happened. Xiao Jian was located in the central army. Due to the elongated shape of the army, it took time to transmit messages from the central army to the rear army. Your Excellency, the rear army was attacked by the enemy's cavalry. Cavalry? The soldiers around Xiao Jian turned pale when they heard that they were being targeted by the cavalry. Why are there cavalry behind us? Master Prime Minister, please leave this place immediately under the protection of the villain. No. As a general, how can I escape from the battlefield? Come with me and kill the thieves. Xiao Jian drew his sword and planned to lead his own soldiers to resist. The soldiers around Xiao Jian hesitated, but still followed. Li Guang's cavalry took the 5th level Western Han Dynasty cavalry as the vanguard, killing soldiers along the way. In fact, not many soldiers were actually killed by Li Guang and others. Most of the soldiers saw that the situation was not good and fled to the surrounding fields and mountains. When Xiao Jian arrived with his own soldiers, he was unable to contain the collapsing rear army. Fleeing soldiers blocked the road. Kill them! To stabilize the morale of the army. Xiao Jian asked his soldiers to execute the 2 deserters, and the morale of the army was slightly stabilized. However, the stability of the army's morale was only temporary, and soon Li Guang and his cavalry were in front of them. Li Guang drove the broken troops to attack Xiao Jian and other undefeated troops, and then he attacked and killed them in the rear. Some of Xiao Jian's troops that had finally stabilized were overwhelmed by the disintegrating soldiers at the rear, and Li Guang drove straight in. Li Guang, who was lost, became angry and showed off his power. He knew that if he could defeat the army in front of him, then at least his merits and demerits would be equalized, and he would not be punished by Chu Tian. Master Prime Minister, the enemy's cavalry is fierce. Retreat quickly. Xiao Jian's soldiers saw that Li Guangwei was unstoppable, so they forced Xiao Jian to leave. Xiao Jian was considered a civil servant, but in fact, he was not good at leading troops in battle or using force. He was also frightened by Li Guang's ferocity and did not dare to continue fighting. So he went down the steps of the soldiers. Li Guang had penetrated his rear army, and most of the soldiers collapsed. Xiao Jian and his soldiers fled among the broken troops. The armor worn by Xiao Jian and his soldiers was more ornate compared with other soldiers. Li Guang soon discovered that the other party might be a general, so he led the cavalry toward Xiao Jian and others. Get away! Li Guang was determined to make meritorious deeds, and his tiger body shook, and the deserter who stood in front of him was killed by his sword. Escape! Xiao Jian and all the soldiers had only one thought in their minds. Master Prime Minister, mount your horse quickly! The soldiers urged Xiao Jian to leave on horseback. Xiao Jian climbed onto the horse with the help of his own soldiers, but was blocked by broken troops everywhere. The soldiers protected Xiao Jian and pushed through the crowd. Li Guang, who was in the rear, had no scruples and just cut a bloody path, leaving Jushian soldiers dead everywhere. Li Guang has approached Xiao Jian. Dozens of soldiers drew their iron swords and tried to intercept Li Guang. Duda's head fell to the ground. His blood dyed the snow red, and the raised horse's hooves trampled the corpse. Li Guang and his cavalry killed dozens of soldiers and chased Xiao Jian among thousands of troops. Except for the soldiers who worked hard for Xiao Jian, no one dared to stop him. Xiao Jian looked behind him nervously and found that a powerful general on the other side was chasing after him, already less than 20 meters away from him. Li Guang is more than 1.8 meters tall, with thick and long arms, coupled with his armor. He looks extremely powerful compared to ordinary people, especially compared to Xiao Jian, a civil servant. Li Guang is comparable to the god of war. The distance between the two people was quickly closing. At this time, the superior Turkic war horse that Chu Tian rewarded Li Guang came into play. The diamond-level Turkic war horses were galloping among the rebels, coupled with Li Guang's current strength of 95, which is comparable to that of 10,000 enemies. The unlucky flying general finally shined, killing more than a dozen soldiers in a row. And the gods blocked the gods. Approaching Xiao Jian. "Drink!" Li Guanda shouted. Chased after Xiao Jian. Regarded him as a general. And slashed with all his strength. Xiao Jian used his iron sword to resist. The ring-headed sword was cut down. And the weak iron sword was knocked away. Xiao Jian was struck by the sword and his head rolled to the ground. "Fragile!" Li Guan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the opponent's general was not even his enemy. Li Guang saw that the long sword that fell on the ground seemed to be of good quality. So he picked it up as a trophy dedicated to his lord, and to prove that he had killed the enemy general. He still didn't know who he was killing. Xiao Jian was nominally the prime minister of Langa State, equivalent to the prefect of the county, and second only to the governor in Shuzhou. As a result, he died tragically under the knife of Li Guang, who was lost. A literati encountered a flying general with 95 strength, and was killed before he could ask for mercy. As soon as Xiao Jian died, the remaining troops dispersed, and Li Guang captured about 300 prisoners alive. It's not that he couldn't capture more prisoners, but that Li Guang's cavalry didn't have many cavalry, and didn't have the energy to chase down the deserters. The frightened prisoners were brought to Li Guang. The fierce man in front of him killed the prime minister of Langa in the midst of thousands of troops. Although Xiao Jian's troops were already defeated when he took the enemy general's head among the thousands of troops, it still frightened everyone. Li Guang directly tortured the prisoners, and finally learned his location. But it was far away from Lingcheng, and close to a river. "How far is Wu Sandui's army from here?" "About 40 miles. Take Xiao Jian's flag, and let's sneak attack Wu Sandui." Li Guang made a prompt decision. Li Guang, who defeated Xiao Jian, swept away the previous haze, and wanted to make meritorious deeds again. Wu Sandui doesn't know yet that Xiao Jian has been defeated. As long as he is fast enough, he can defeat Wu Sandui before Wu Sandui learns the news. Li Guang used Xiao Jian's banner, and used prisoners as guides to speed up the attack. After occupying Lingcheng, Hua Mulan deliberately let go of some of Wu Sandui's cavalry, and brought the news of Lingcheng's loss to Wu Sandui's camp, causing panic in Wu Sandui's army. There seems to be a commotion in the camp opposite. It should be that General Hua Mulan's surprise attack has worked. Fang Xiaoling climbed up to look at Wu Sandui's camp, and made a judgment. The stronghold was attacked by surprise, and this unexpected incident was enough to shake the morale of the military. Presumably Zhou Yafu is already prepared for him to attack. It was not that there was no movement on Chutian's side. When Hua Mulan made a surprise attack on Lingcheng, he ordered Zhou Yafu to go to the upper reaches of the Yi River overnight to lay a pontoon bridge. The pontoon bridge was built overnight. The pontoon bridge set up by the Taishan bandits downstream was originally intended to attract Wu Sandui's attention. But Zhou Yafu had already crossed the river overnight, and was ready to fight. The pontoon bridge built by the Taishan bandits was not completely useless. It was only 100 meters away from the other side. Once Zhou Yafu launches an attack, and the opponent's military morale is shaken, Ainley will be ordered to complete this pontoon bridge at all costs, and we will engage in a pincer attack with Zhou Yafu. Chutian sent cavalry to inform the generals. Wu Sandui felt timid when he learned that Lingcheng had been occupied. Food is needed to fight the war, and all his food is in Lingcheng. Without food, you can't even fill your stomach, and no one will be willing to sacrifice their life for you. We can only retreat to Juqing and ask Xiao Jian to take him in. After Wu Sandui made up his mind, he planned to keep the useless Taishan bandits in the rear, and then lead his elite soldiers to retreat. Suddenly, there were shouts of killing in the upper reaches of the river. Changxi's old troops stationed in the north were attacked by Zhou Yafu's Shiliu camp, and were defeated one after another. The enemy is crossing the river from upstream. Retreat immediately. Protect the lord and leave. Wu Sandui did not expect that Zhou Yafu could set up the pontoon bridge overnight, and cross the river with his army. So he could only take Qi Xiaobai and leave. A team of elite soldiers protected Wu Sandui and fled. Wu Sandui was reluctant to kill Qi Xiaobai and wanted to use his identity as a player to obtain the blueprint of the 7th level cavalry battalion. Cross the river! Wu Sandui gave up defending the other side of the river, and Ainley immediately rushed to repair the unfinished pontoon bridge downstream, hoping to make a contribution in front of Chutian. The pontoon bridge he supervised the construction was already in a state of being completed. The defenders on the opposite side fled, and the pontoon bridge was easily completed. Zhou Yafu sent Zhang Ba and Sun Guan to serve as the vanguard. Changxi's old troops saw Zhang Ba and Sun Guan and surrendered. Chapter 175. Defeat Wu Sandui. General, there are shouts of killing from the front. It seems that the Lord has already fought with Wu Sangui. Kill it!
Li Guang had just won and his morale was high. He led his cavalry to march lightly under the banner of Xiao Jian, and happened to bump into Wu Sangui, who was retreating.
Xiao Jian's cavalry. His arrival at this time will not help.
Just as Wu Sangui was about to step forward to join them, the general's keen intuition allowed him to discern that Xiao Jian's cavalry was far less powerful than the cavalry led by Li Guang. Moreover, the horses ridden by Li Guang's cavalry were valuable. Wu Sangui understands horses, and can make a rough judgment based on the horse's shape and the sound of its hooves.
They are not friendly forces. Kill them!
Wu Sangui drew his saber, commanded a group of soldiers to kill him, and personally took Qi Xiao by hostage to break out in another direction. In order to save his life, he could only sacrifice all his troops. As long as you are still alive, you have a chance to make a comeback. Li Guang led the cavalry to defeat Wu Sangui's elite soldiers. Wu Sangui only broke through with dozens of cavalry. Now Wu Sangui didn't even dare to go to Ju County. Li Guang's cavalry possesses Xiao Jian's battle flag, indicating that Xiao Jian has been defeated. So Wu Sangui had no choice but to take Qi Xiaobai and dozens of cavalry to flee in the direction of Beihai Kingdom. Li Guang was fighting hard when a shower of arrows came, one of which hit Li Guang. Li Guang was angry. But when he saw that the archers shooting at him turned out to be archers from the Shisheng camp, he suddenly realized that he was flying Xiao Jian's flag, especially when Li Guang had Xiao Jian's general flag erected next to him.
Drop the flag!
Li Guang, who was shot by a friendly archer, was depressed again. His troops disguised as Xiao Jian were spotted by Wu Sangui and were shot by friendly forces. Imli, Sun Kong, Wu Dun and other Taishan bandits fought bravely in this battle, trying their best to show their strength and claim credit from Chu Tian. Several armies swept across Wu Sangui's army on the opposite side. The main general Wu Sangui fled. The rest of the troops died or surrendered. Ju County was decided. Xuerengui didn't even need to take action in this battle. Xuerengui was always by Chu Tian's side. There were so many people who wanted to make meritorious deeds that Chu Tian didn't even have time to send Xuerengui on the field. And the outcome was already decided. Zhang Ba, Sun Guan, Sun Kong, Imli, Wu Dun and others couldn't wait to sign a petition in order to be reused in the future. After the war, Zhou Yafu was responsible for the aftermath and counting the loot, while the Taishan bandits dug holes to bury the bodies. After Chu Tian's victory, all the Taishan bandit leaders were as afraid of Chu Tian as a tiger. Chu Tian, who organized the crusade against Wu Sangui, obviously wanted to take control of Ju County. In this way, there were 3 counties in Chu Tian, and they were 3 wealthy counties, occupying the plains along the River and Shu River. To the south, you can covet Donghai Kingdom and Xiaopi Kingdom to replace Tao Qian as the governor of Shuzhou. To the east, you can explore Xihai County, reach the coast of the East China Sea, and travel across the world. To the west, you can covet Taishan County and capture Zhuge Liang, who has not yet grown up. To the north, you can covet the Beihai Kingdom and compete with Qinzhou. Although Chu Tian has not completely occupied Lengge Kingdom, no one can stop him from unifying Lengge Kingdom. Even if someone could, it would be from a force outside Lengge Kingdom, because Chu Tian already controls the core area of Lengge Kingdom. Imli, Wu Dun and other Taishan thieves realized this, and they knew that it would be difficult for them to go against Chu Tian.
Lord!
A person who surprised Chu Tian appeared in front of him.
Are you going to help Hua Mulan take Lingchang? The last general took the wrong path.
Li Guang told Chu Tian in detail what happened on the way there. Chu Tian was deeply surprised when he heard that Li Guang encountered Xiao Jian's army by chance after he lost his way and defeated them. He thought Li Guang was an unlucky guy, but he didn't expect that Li Guang's bad luck would yield unexpected results and make great achievements. Who said that Feng Tengyi Lao and Li Guang could not be sealed? Fang Xianling commented on the side.
Misfortune depends on blessings. You defeated Xiao Jian, and your merits outweighed your faults. It will be counted as military merit.
Chu Tian sent Li Guang there just to act as a partial force to cover Hua Mulan. He knew that Hua Mulan's surprise attack had probably achieved results, so he did not pursue Li Guang's disappearance. By sending Li Guang out, Chu Tian was ready to take the risk. Li Guang was overjoyed when he heard that Chu Tian did not pursue his fault.
This is my subordinate's achievement.
Li Guang presented a package to Chu Tian. Chu Tian opened it, and it turned out that it was inside a head that will never rest in peace. Fortunately, Chu Tian managed to stay calm and did not lose his composure in front of his subordinates.
This is the head of Langya State Prime Minister Xiao Jian.
Li Guang was very proud.
General Li, next time your gains will be handed over to the military advisor who counts the battle achievements. There is no need to submit them to me. I believe the military advisor will truthfully count them.
Chu Tian's words were serious and thoughtful, and he inadvertently passed the blame to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling was smiling slightly, but after hearing what Chu Tian said, her smile gradually solidified. Li Guang comes to him every day with his head in his hand. Who can bear it?
There is also a sword belonging to Xiao Jian.
Li Guang presented another trophy to Chu Tian. Chu Tian took the sword and pulled it out only 1 foot. The cold light showed that it was a precious sword. Name, Polu sword. Quality, platinum level. Effect, own attack power plus 7. Armor piercing damage plus 5%. Chu Tian left the long sword behind because he just lacked a useful weapon. As a lord, the weapons you use do not have to be fierce, but they must be stylish. It is best to wear a long sword at ordinary times.
General Imo will go down first to heal his injuries.
After Li Guang took the credit, he turned around and left. There was still an undrawn arrow on the armor behind him. Only then did Chu Tian know that Li Guang had been shot by random arrows from the Shisheng camp. Chu Tian originally thought that Li Guang would be lucky, but he took it for granted. Generally speaking, Li Guang's luck was not very good, and he had already been hit by arrows twice. Fang Xianling commented again.
Blessings come when disasters lie ahead.
Chu Tian and his party counted the results of the battle and beheaded more than 2,000 people in total. All other enemies were captured or dispersed, and Wu Sangui only escaped with his life. Chu Tian suddenly gained 30,000 prisoners, most of whom were from Changqi's old tribe. Chu Tian didn't have a good impression of this group of Taishan thieves who had burned, killed and looted in Yangdu County. He asked Fang Xianling,
"Is Shangbi Town still short of miners?"
Fang Xianling shook his head.
"There have been frequent wars recently, and there are too many prisoners. There is no shortage of manpower in the gold and iron mines in Shangbi Town. Perhaps the Lord can let these prisoners reclaim farmland and farm it for the government. The government will get 6 harvests every year, and Mount Tai thieves get 4. After 10 years of farming, they can be freed when they grow old. Allow."
So the old troops of Sanwan Changshi were arranged by Chu Tian to farm in the plains of Yihe and Shuhe. As for the 30,000 Taishan bandits of Yinli, Sun Guan, and Wu Dun, Chu Tian decided to recruit them and select the strongest ones as soldiers, while the rest were stationed in the fields. Like the Yellow Turban Army, the Taishan bandits are not very good at fighting, but they are first-rate experts in farming, better than higher-level soldiers.
"You will hand over your respective territories unconditionally, move to Xia City, and serve me. Do you have any objections?"
Chu Tian recruited Yinli, Sun Kong, and Wu Dun to formally recruit the last group of Taishan bandits. In history, after Cao Cao incorporated the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, he gained a large number of young men and his power increased greatly. Chu Tian recruited the Taishan thieves and his power was strengthened. Yinli, Sun Kong, Wu Dun and other Taishan bandit leaders knelt in front of Chu Tian, facing Chu Tian, who seemed to them to be invincible. They all surrendered.
"We all obey your orders. Xia Cheng will send officials to take over your 3 counties. If you regret it midway, my army will go to sweep it away."
Chu Tian carrot and stick.
"Yes."
The bodies of the 3 Tai bandits couldn't help but tremble. Chu Tian had an elite force in his hands, and the combination of Wu Sangui and Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian were trampled under Chu Tian's feet. Chu Tian defeated Wu Sangui and beheaded the Prime Minister of Langya in less than a month. And he still used his troops in the cold winter. This speed of crusade was enough to scare them.
"For the time being, you can follow me to capture Jiqing."
The original goal of Chu Tian's crusade against Wu Sangui was to capture Lingcheng as a bridgehead for the attack on Zhu County. After learning that Li Guang accidentally killed Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of Langya State, Chu Tian had the opportunity to directly occupy Jiqing, out of concern that a siege might break out. Chu Tian continued to bring 30,000 Taishan bandits with him to serve as cannon fodder. Beihai Kingdom, Jima. This city has been captured by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army led by Dorgan, and he invited his commander Guan Hai to move to Jima. The two of them received Wu Sangui's letter asking for help. After a while, Dorgan realized that it was dangerous for Chu Tian to unify the Langya Kingdom. So he decided to personally lead 10,000 Yellow Turban cavalry south to assist Wu Sangui in defeating Chu Tian and plotting against the Langya Kingdom, Dahai Kingdom, and Xiapi Kingdom. If Chu Tian knew Dorgan's decision, he would definitely feel troubled. 10,000 yellow turban cavalry, plus tens of thousands of soldiers and horses from Wu Sangui and Shaojian, were enough to make Chu Tian uncomfortable.
Lord Chu Shui, Wu Sangui of Ju County has been defeated by Chu Zimu and plans to come to join us.
A yellow turban cavalry promptly informed Dorgan when he was preparing to go on an expedition.
Chu Zimu is so fast.
Dorgan dismounted. If Wu Sangui is defeated, there is no need to rush south to Langya Kingdom. It was difficult to attack the city in the cold winter, even if he led 10,000 Qingzhou yellow turban cavalry to go south. As long as Chu Tian defended a few cities, and the walls were clear, he would have no choice but to return without success.
Dorgan, don't worry. Langya Kingdom will be ours sooner or later. There is no difference between conquering Langya Kingdom now and conquering Langya Kingdom next year.
Guan Hai, the commander-in-chief of the Yellow Turban Canal, held a piece of lamb leg in his hand, and the fat oil flowed between his palms. He tore into it with big mouthfuls, showing no concern for Wu Sangui's defeat. Without Wu Sangui, he believed that with his infantry and Dorgan's cavalry, he could capture Langya Kingdom next year. Dorgan's expression was serious.
We may have lost the best opportunity to take over the Langya Kingdom. Once Chu Zimu is allowed to unify the Langya Kingdom, it will be 10 or 100 times more difficult to defeat him than to defeat Kong Rong. Is it that serious?
Guan Hai wiped his greasy hands casually on the tiger leather seat. Dorgan assisted him in defeating Tai Shirtzi. At the same time, his intelligence was not low. Guan Hai, who lacked a military advisor, relied heavily on Dorgan. Seeing Dorgan's serious expression at this time, he had to restrain himself.
Listen, we want to be king and hegemony, but we can't sustain it by just robbing food. There will always be a day when we run out of food. If you want to be the emperor, you must organize your brothers to farm. Now that half of the Beihai Kingdom is under our control, the time for farming has come. We have hundreds of thousands of soldiers. These are the conditions for achieving hegemony.
Dorgan's tone was stern, and Guan Hai couldn't help but feel moved. Who doesn't want to be an emperor in troubled times?
But I don't know how to govern these towns.
Guan Hai's 5 great men and 3 men were persuaded by Dorgan to think that the Qizhou Yellow Turban Army would continue to plunder. But it would not work after all. But he really doesn't have the ability to govern a people.
I have captured a group of civil servants from the Beihai Kingdom alive. As long as their families are taken as hostages, moved to Jima, and kept under strict guard, we can make them work for us. In addition, you call yourself the Prime Minister of Beihai, recruit talents from various counties, and promise high-ranking officials and generous salaries. For example, this Wu Sandui may be useful. Finally, try to build a 7th-level cavalry battalion. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee that you can become the emperor within 10 years.
Dorgan, who had taken refuge with Guan Hai, used the emperor as bait to try to persuade Guan Hai to act on his advice.
Do everything as you say. I only lead the troops to fight.
Guan Hai felt a headache after listening to Dorgan's suggestion. But there is a truth that he understands. As long as he always controls the military power of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, Dorgan obtained the administrative power of Jima City from Guan Hai. So he began to recruit talents, organize part of the Qingzhou army to reclaim farmland, and tried to upgrade the cavalry battalion in Jima City. Jimo currently has a 5th-level cavalry battalion.
If I had a few thousand Guanning cavalry, how could I be reduced to where I am today?
Wu Sangui led dozens of cavalrymen and fled all the way to the north. He always had resentment. His special unit, Guanning Iron Cavalry, has never been able to recruit, because the Guanning Cavalry is a special heavy cavalry. It is a late-stage unit. It is basically unrealistic to recruit them in the early stage. Even for 5th and 6th level cavalry, most lords had no chance to recruit them in the early stages, because Chu Tian had repeatedly won military exploits in epic battles. He had the opportunity to recruit special units for generals. Some small and medium-sized lords get the famous generals themselves, but they don't get the military units of the famous generals. For example, Meng Tian of Zhejiang Laoqin and Peng Wan of Gongziwan. Their special units, the Golden Fire Cavalry and Wei Wuzu, cannot be recruited until now. Only in the middle and late stages will special units become rampant. In the early stage, most lords use general-purpose arms, ranging from the 1st to the 4th level.
Give up. We have no chance to obtain the drawings of the 7th-level cavalry battalion. Moreover, we do not have the resources to recruit Guanning's cavalry. Do you know how many resources an ordinary 4th-level heavy cavalry requires? Not to mention that Guanning's cavalry is a 7th-level heavy cavalry.
Qi Xiaobai poured cold water on Wu Sangui. After experiencing the initial fear, Shi Xiaobai now relaxed. Anyway, falling into Wu Songgui's hands will lead to death sooner or later. So there is nothing to be afraid of.
No. I will get the resources to recruit Guan Ning's cavalry. Guan Hai and Dorgan of Beihai Kingdom have already planned to accept me. I think they will be interested in my Guan Ning's cavalry. Dorgan.
Shi Xiaobai knew this person. This person participated in the battle to annihilate the main force of the Ming dynasty's border gates and the main force of Chuanwang Li Zicheng, which was once feared. At this time, Chu Tian led his army to Lingcheng and joined Hua Mulan, who was stationed in Lingcheng. Chapter 176, Seeking a Position. Langya Prime Minister.
We will successfully complete the task of being the main bus agent.
Hua Mulan led the cavalry out of the country to meet Chu Tian. Her cheeks were white with cold. She must have been stationed on the city wall, worried that Ling City would be lost again. It wasn't until Chu Tian arrived that she felt a little relieved.
You lead the cavalry with me to attack Jucheng.
Chu Tian just nodded. He could not reward Hua Mulan more now. He could only record the merits first, and then wait for Chu Tian's official position to be promoted before officially conferring Hua Mulan an official position. Some princes and lords can privately set up official positions to win over their subordinates. It is okay for Chu Tian to proclaim himself king now. But if he proclaims himself king without enough title, he will be hostile to everyone, and even the people's support will decline. Yuan Shu proclaimed himself emperor without sufficient strength, and as a result, everyone rebelled. With his current territory, Chu Tian did not dare to risk the disapproval of the world. He would only call himself county magistrate, cavalry captain and other official positions in private.
Sun Quan, you and Sun Kong are stationed in Lingcheng for the time being. You must not make any mistakes. Yes.
Sun Quan and Sun Kong understood that this was Chu Tian's test for them and immediately accepted it. So Chu Tian was able to personally lead the main force to pacify Jucheng. Jucheng and the 5 cities of Lini, Pinglu, and Jimo were one of the 5 capitals of the Qi state during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Even in the Han dynasty, it was a large city. So the Langya state governed Zhu County. Now Langya Prime Minister Xiao Jian has been killed by Li Guang. This is actually a difficult matter. The status of the Langya Prime Minister is very high, on the same level as the county prefect. There are only 5 counties in Shuzhou, which means that there are only 5 ministers or prefects, whose status is second only to the governor. Chu Tian's subordinates killed a prime minister, but it was hard for him to explain to the governor of Shuzhou and the Eastern Han dynasty court. Although the world was in chaos, and the Xiliang rebels and the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army killed many prefects and even governors, Chu Tian did not intend to become a rebel. Therefore, we still need to explain to Tao Qian and the Eastern Han dynasty court why Xiao Jian was killed. Chu Tian doesn't have a good reason yet. On the way to attack Jucheng, he asked the scheming Fang Xianling.
General Li Guang killed the Prime Minister of Langya. This incident will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian and the court. How can I get away with it? General Li Guang can be handed over to the court. No.
Chu Tian would not hand over Li Guang just to kill Xiao Jian, who was probably not even a gold-level hero. Fang Xianling just teased and finally made a formal suggestion.
My lord can forge a letter and falsely accuse Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of Langya, and colluding with the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army and invading Shuzhou South. The Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army has been invincible recently, and it is probably related to Xiao Jian. Wonderful.
Chu Tian was very satisfied with Fang Xuanling's strategy. The Langya Kingdom is just south of the Beihai Kingdom. If Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of the Langya Kingdom, is falsely accused of secretly having dealings with the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, then Xiao Jian will deserve death. Chu Tian just needed a seemingly reasonable excuse. Anyway, Xiao Jian had been killed by Li Guang. Xiao Jian could not be resurrected to defend Chu Tian, so he could only bear the charge of colluding with the Yellow Turban Army.
So, haven't I made great achievements?
Chu Tian thought about it for a moment, and found out that Xiao Jian was the Prime Minister of Langya, and Chu Tian's official position was Kaiyang County Lieutenant, and Xiao Jian was Chu Tian's nominal superior. When Li Guang killed Xiao Jian, he not only did not have to bear the crime of killing his boss, but also eradicated the evil in Shuzhou. This was undoubtedly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Fang Xianling bowed to Chu Tian.
That's right. Not only is my lord innocent, but I can also ask for a reward from the court. Dot!
What else could Chu Tian say? Fang Xianling looked elegant, but as a counselor, he still had bad intentions. Fang Xianling continued.
My lord can ask the aristocratic families in Shuzhou to prove this matter, so as to claim credit from the court and win the post of Langya Prime Minister. There are 3 reasons why the aristocratic families in Shuzhou will agree. First, the lord has already occupied Kaiyang and Yangdu. He has conquered all the Taishan thieves in the 3 fertile lands of Ju County and Ju County. In fact, he has dominated the Langya Kingdom and is done. No matter how the imperial court sends other Langya Kingdom prime ministers, they will be ignored by the lord.
Fang Xianling told the truth and spoke frankly in front of Chu Tian. To put it bluntly, Chu Tian's control of the core area of Langya Kingdom seemed to be its own system. The imperial court parachuted a new Langya prime minister, and when he came to Chu Tian's territory, he still had to look at Chu Tian's face to act. Chu Tian currently does not have the name of Langya prime minister, but it already has the actual title of Langya prime minister. In the troubled times of the Eastern Han dynasty, whoever had soldiers and food had the right to speak. As the prime minister of Langya, Xiao Jian's power was not as powerful as Zhang Ba, who was stationed in Kaiyang, which can be seen from this.
Secondly, the Shuzhou family is afraid that the Qizhou Yellow Turban Army will go south and cause damage to Shuzhou, and they want to rely on the lord to guard the northern gate of Shuzhou. They must give the lord a title. Right. It is not too much for the lord to ask them for the official position of Langya prime minister. Thirdly, the Shuzhou family does not care who rules Shuzhou, but cares about whether the interests of their family can be ensured. The lord secretly showed favor to them, and they helped him obtain the official position of Langya state minister. How could they refuse the lord?
Fang Xuanling's analysis penetrated deeply, and Chu Tian couldn't help but nodded secretly. He originally planned to rely on his relationship with Dong Zhuo to secretly contact Dong Zhuo and request the position of Langya prime minister. Now it seems that maybe the aristocratic families in Shuzhou can help him achieve this goal. As for Dong Zhuo, I will see if I can ask Dong Zhuo for the position of general of chariot and cavalry in the future. Although he already had titles such as Tian Khan and Taishan bandit leader, Chu Tian also wanted to hold the position of a general, especially the Hussar general and general of the Han dynasty, which sounded enough to intimidate the opponent.
After the capture of Juqing, he contacted the Mi family, used the Mi family to establish relationships with other aristocratic families, and sought the prime minister of Langya.
Chu Tian was still quite greedy for the position of prime minister, prefect, of Langya state. Those at the level of prefect and governor can already be called princes in the Eastern Han dynasty. In other words, Chu Tian could use his status as a prince to join the Guangdong allied forces in the crusade against Dong Zhuo. Only lords who are officially canonized as governors or governors by the imperial court and have certain strength will be regarded as one of the heroes. Thinking that he would have the opportunity to become one of the heroes of Guangdong who crusade against Dong Zhuo in the future, Chu Tian couldn't help but look forward to the plot of the crusade against Dong Zhuo. Chu Tian had some understanding of Dong Zhuo's development. Dong Zhuo, lord, is very strong with the support of the lords of Guangzhou, Liangzhou, and Bingzhou. Many lords knew that Dong Zhuo's plot was going to start soon, so they tried their best to win over Dong Zhuo and fish in troubled waters. The benefits that Dong Zhuo can provide to players include: first, official appointments, and second, after Dong Zhuo's death, many lords may divide his territory. Soldiers, horses, and talents. Chu Tian thought a little too far. He led his troops and horses to the bottom of Juqing, and was ready to attack Juqing by force. But the gates of Juqing were wide open, and a group of players took the 2,000 soldiers and horses left by Xiao Jian in the city and surrendered.
That idiot Xiao Jian doesn't know your reputation and is seeking death. We are willing to abandon the dark side and turn to the bright side. We have tried our best to persuade Xiao Jian to surrender, but it is a pity.
As this group of players, who were Xiao Jian's retainers, expressed their loyalty, Chu Tian understood that these players had persuaded Xiao Jian's remaining generals in the city to surrender directly to the city. Chu Tian accepted their surrender. Chu Tian would naturally be happy if he could capture Juqing without any bloodshed. He also underestimated his influence among the player base. Chu Tian's prestige was enough to make ordinary small and medium-sized lords turn away from him. The real enemies of Chu Tian are a group of powerful lords, or a group of lords who have joined forces. So Chu Tian led his troops into the city and brought Ju County into his sphere of influence. At present, Juqing has a population of 300,000. Regardless of everything else, Xiao Jian's governance in Ju County was quite good, and the population did not drop significantly due to the Yellow Turban Rebellion. It's a pity that he was directly killed by Li Guang. After occupying Juqing, Chu Tian faced another problem. He needed a general to garrison Jucheng.
The population of Ju County is larger than that of Yangdu County, and the grain reserves are abundant and have not been destroyed. Zhou Yafu is stationed in Ju County. As for Yangdu County, Zhang Ba leads his troops to garrison.
Chu Tian ordered the reliable Zhou Yafu to move to Ju County. A very simple truth is that the larger the population and the more important the city, the more trusted people must be stationed to garrison it. Secondary cities can be garrisoned by ordinary generals. When Cao Cao conquered Suzhou, his stronghold was attacked by Lu Bu. He relied on 3 important cities, Wancheng, Fanxian and Donghe, to successfully defeat Lu Bu. Chu Tian sent Zhou Yafu to be responsible for pacifying other lords in Ju County. Shao Jian did not attack the surrounding lords during his lifetime. There should be more than a dozen villages and towns in Ju County with small and medium lords that have not surrendered. Zhou Yafu has suppressed small and medium-sized lords more than once and has rich experience in this regard. The small and medium-sized lords attacked by Zhou Yafu all felt what it meant to be desperate. Their generals were constantly defeated by the steady Zhou Yafu. And Zhou Yafu had the support of Chu Tian. Now he brought thousands of people with him on every expedition. So he had no problem bullying small and medium-sized lords. Among Kaiyang, Yangdu, and Ju counties, Yangdu County, which was later destroyed by the war, had a smaller population than Kaiyang and Ju counties. So Chu Tian handed over Yangdu County to Zhang Ba for guarding.
The general will lead his troops to garrison Yangdu County? My lord is not worried about the general.
Not long after Zhang Ba surrendered to Chu Tian assured him that he would be responsible for guarding a county, which flattered Zhang Ba. You must know that Zhang Ba has the greatest influence among the Taishan thieves. If Zhang Ba raises his voice, maybe all the generals who were born as Taishan thieves will be betrayed by Chu Tian.
Don't doubt your employment. You will lead 3,000 infantry and archers to station in Yangdu County to protect the territory and the people and eliminate mountain bandits.
Chu Tian had disbanded all of Zhang Ba's Taishan bandits and assigned them ordinary infantry archers. The existence of Taishan thieves will reduce people's morale and public security. Chu Tian reused Zhang Ba mainly because he had little tendency to betray after surrendering to Cao Cao. So he was worthy of being used. Furthermore, Chu Tian really wasn't afraid of Zhang Ba's betrayal. With Chu Tian and Zhou Yafu attacking from both sides, Zhang Ba's betrayal would only lead to death. In the eyes of other Taishan thieves, Chu Tian's move greatly reassured them. Since Zhang Ba can be reused, they should be able to too.
I leave the matters here to you. I only leave 7,000 troops and horses for you. Is that enough?
That's enough. Zhou Yafu's tone was calm. After Chu Tian arranged Zhou Yafu in Ju County, he began to teach here. He believed in Zhou Yafu, and even thought that leaving 7,000 men for Zhou Yafu was too much. In Beiping County on the right, a group of Yuzhou cavalry gathered. There were about 10,000 cavalry, and they defeated the Wuhuan cavalry. Hundreds of them rode white horses and held horned bows. They rushed towards the Wuhuan cavalry. The Wuhuan cavalry on the opposite side fell in response.
Kill!
The leading cavalry general held a spear in his hand and tried his best to kill more than a dozen Wuhuan cavalry. He was so brave and unstoppable. The Wuhuan cavalry was defeated and began to retreat. Gongsun Zan led the cavalry in pursuit and attacked the Wuhuan cavalry. The Wuhuan cavalry retreated all the way, and when they reached a hill, a group of cavalry who was ambushing them came out and attacked the Wuhuan cavalry with Gongsun Zan, defeating them. A military general wielding the Qinglong Yanyu sword rushed to the front, and the broadsword cut off a Wuhuan cavalryman and horse in front of him. A fierce warrior with a snake spear of 8 feet in his hand charged into the Wuhuan cavalry, and with great force he knocked the Wuhuan cavalry off their horses. Liu Bei took Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and at the suggestion of the player's military advisor, applied to the court to join Gongsun Zan in the crusade against Wuhuan, in order to gain military exploits and obtain excellent war horses. There is no shortage of excellent war horses in Yuzhou, especially the Wuhuan tribe, which has many excellent horses. Seizing the Wuhuan tribe's war horses was not only a fault, but also meritorious. Liu Bei and Gongsun Zan joined forces to attack Wuhuan, who withdrew from Yubiping County and fled to Liaoxi County.
Xuanda, I didn't expect that after a long time. You got 2 strong generals and so many cavalry.
Gongsun Zan was so frightened by the news that he killed Wuhuan. When he saw that Liu Bei's 2 subordinates Guan Yu and Zhang Fei could defeat 10,000 people, he couldn't help but feel jealous in his eyes. Liu Bei's command of the cavalry may not be as good as Gongsun Zan, who often fights with the Wuhuan tribe. But Liu Bei has 2 good brothers. In Lords, a powerful general can play a huge role. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's bonus to the cavalry allowed Liu Bei's army to defeat the Wuhuan cavalry just now. Gongsun Zan currently has no capable generals, and he is jealous of Liu Bei's fortune. Liu Bei was followed by many players, and these alien strategists gave Liu Bei advice. As a result, Liu Bei's development momentum was very good, and he had thousands of cavalry under his command. This made Gongsun Zan even more jealous. Liu Bei said respectfully,
Bagui's white horse each song is still invincible, and the Wuhuan tribe fled in the face of the wind.
Gongsun Zan invited Liu Bei.
Wuhuan is far away, but we must kill all the Wuhuan tribe. Will Xuanda go with me to Western Liaoning to encircle Wuhuan together? This matter.
Liu Bei looked at an alien strategist who was deeply trusted by him. The foreign strategist's judgment of the general trend was accurate, and Liu Bei put it to good use. The alien strategist shook his head. Liu Bei understood.
Xuanda does not know the roads in Western Liaoning, and is afraid of dragging down Bagui. Now that the threat from Yubiping County has been lifted, Xuanda should lead his troops back to Anqi County to protect the territory and the people. It's really a pity. In time, maybe you and I can fight side by side again.
Gongsun Zan did not force Liu Bei to follow him to pursue the Wuhuan tribe. Everyone has his own ambitions. Liu Bei led his troops to leave Yubiping County. On the way, Liu Bei asked the foreign military advisor,
Sir, why did you stop me from pursuing the Wuhuan cavalry? Now I can eliminate the Wuhuan threat for the court and make great achievements. Wouldn't it be better? My lord, what you said is wrong. The Wuhuan tribe has not yet declined. If Gongsun Zan leads the cavalry deep into Western Liaoning, he will definitely be surrounded by the Wuhuan. With such military exploits, my lord, he can ask the imperial court to move to Zhongshan as the prime minister. If he can get help from Chanshan Zhao Zilong, this will get twice the result with half the effort. I have sent people to inquire about Zhao Zilong's whereabouts.
The 7th issue of General Attribute Guessing, Zhao Yun. Chapter 177 Gathering of Heroes.
Zhao Yun is not in Jinding County. Chanshan County? What's going on?
Liu Bei's alien strategist received a report from the player sent to Chanshan Kingdom, which made him a little embarrassed. He recommended Chanshan Zhao Zilong to Liu Bei, but Zhao Yun could not be found now, and it was difficult for him to explain to his lord Liu Bei. Player sent to Chanshan Kingdom speculated.
Perhaps Zhao Yun was caught first by other players. Players throughout the Eastern Han Dynasty know that Zhao Yun is from Chanshan Jinding, so it is not surprising that players went to Chanshan Kingdom to look for Zhao Yun from the beginning. It makes sense.
The foreign military advisor and Liu Bei returned to Anqi County. Zhao Yun could not be found at this time, which would have a serious impact on Liu Bei's development. Zhao Yun no longer plays the role of a guard in the early stage. In Lord, the extremely popular Zhao Yun is undoubtedly a powerful general. Without Zhao Yun, he had to find other ways to strengthen Liu Bei's power.
President, some players claim that Zhao Yun once appeared in our Donghan District's hero rankings. However, in about 2 or 3 months, Zhao Yun disappeared from the hero rankings.
The alien strategist's expression changed uncertainly. Zhao Yun appears in the hero rankings, indicating that he has been conquered by other players. But Zhao Yun disappeared again, leaving only 2 possibilities. First, Zhao Yun died in battle. Second, the player who conquered Zhao Yun died in battle.
Damn it! Where did Zhao Yun go?
The normally calm alien strategist couldn't help but be annoyed when he heard that Zhao Yun had appeared in the hero rankings. Zhao Yun disappeared after leaving Chanshan Kingdom, and no one knew where to recruit Zhao Yun. The foreign military advisor came to Liu Bei's residence and explained to Liu Bei that he could no longer recruit Zhao Yun.
Since the good man has disappeared, this is a helpless matter. Please don't feel bad. Sir!
Liu Bei had never met Zhao Yun, so he didn't care much about Zhao Yun.
However, I have a good general named Ashina Shir who can recruit Turkic cavalry. They can gallop invincibly in Yuzhou, Northern Hebei, Hatao, and other places. The Lord can recruit some cavalry for him and use his subordinates as military advisors. In the future, I will wipe out the enemy for my lord.
The foreign military advisor recommended another general to Liu Bei.
Ashina Shir? Please invite him to see me quickly. He has been waiting outside the door for a long time.
The foreign lord clapped his hands, and soon a burly Turkic prince walked in.
Ashina Shir pays homage to the lord. He is truly a fierce general.
When Liu Bei saw that person, he knew at a glance that Ashina Shir was different. If Chu Tian were present, he would definitely be surprised. He met Ashina Shir, a Turkic prince who was loyal to the Tang dynasty. On the battlefield of Ungchi City, Ashina-shir led the Tang army's cavalry to rush left and right among the Goguryeo army, showing great bravery. And now Ashina-shir has become the general of this alien strategist. As a free player, the alien strategist got the opportunity to recruit Tang dynasty generals in the national war. The general he got was Ashina-shir. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei behind Liu Bei were unhappy when they saw that the military advisor recommended a general and said that his cavalry could be invincible. Zhang Fei invited him to fight.
Come! Let's compete and see what you are capable of. General Ida, his force is no match for you. However, his cavalry is very fast and can be used to great effect.
The foreign military advisor felt helpless towards Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, because they had such a good relationship with Liu Bei that they were repelled by the new generals. When Zhuge Liang joined Liu Bei's group, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were very dissatisfied from the beginning.
Second brother, third brother, don't be rude,
Liu Bei spoke. And then Guan Yu and Zhang Fei gave up, making things difficult for Ashina-shir, who had newly joined Liu Bei's forces. In Yi County, a group of cavalry went to attack the Montenegrin army. A general entered and exited the Montenegrin army 7 times, majestic, and killed dozens of Montenegrin army cavalry one after another. The Black Mountain Army is a group of bandits active in Jizhou, including some remnants of the Yellow Turban Army. A difficult problem faced by the lords of Jizhou was to destroy the Black Mountain Army. Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Lu Bu all suppressed the Black Mountain Army.
Suppressing the Black Mountain Army can gain military merit. If I become the governor of Wei County and then join forces with Yuan Shao and Luoyang, the world will be settled.
Lord Xiaolong saw his general Shi Wan Sui marching forward in the Montenegrin army, full of lofty ideals. He had already funded Yuan Shao, who was trying to control Luoyang's troops, and he was serving as a foreign aide in Wei County, and did not intend to give Dong Zhuo a chance to enter Luoyang. Cao Cao, the governor of Dongjun, was currently attacking the Black Mountain Army that invaded Dongjun. Because of the player's suggestion, he has summoned Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Cao Ren, Cao Hong and other clan generals to serve him. Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Cao Ren, and Cao Hong led the Dongjun soldiers and horses to defeat a Black Mountain army, chasing them all the way.
It is indeed the right thing to take refuge in Cao Cao. Cao Cao has the aura of the whole army, coupled with the abilities of Xiahou and the Cao brothers. The army he commands is simply invincible. The #1 hero of the 3 kingdoms is not just talk. His abilities are very terrifying. It's a pity that no one can conquer him. Otherwise we can see his attributes.
Players who defected to Cao Cao couldn't help but feel grateful for their choice when they saw Cao Cao's army defeating the Black Mountain Army. Cao Cao was okay with his subordinates, as long as he didn't anger Cao Cao.
The pressure brought by Cao Cao is too great. Maybe I should leave Dongjun and develop towards Jin County.
The Lord of Dongjun, Gong Ziwen, has been having a hard time recently. Cao Cao's power is developing rapidly and has a tendency to sweep the entire Dongjun. Encouraged by free players, Cao Cao is growing into a hero. At Didao, the seat of Lengxi County, Ma Teng's forces had desperately attacked the city and controlled Lengxi County. The 40 or so Lengxi lords who controlled Ma Teng turned into Lengxi nobles.
Sun Jian has defeated the bandits in Changsha.
Master Chu Tian returned to Xia City and learned some information that interested him. In addition to focusing on the expansion of Lengya Kingdom, Chu Tian is also paying attention to the development of other lords and forces. Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Jian tend to occupy a county because of the support of players. What worried Chu Tian was that Yuan Shao was still in Luoyang and began to control Luoyang's troops. If Yuan Shao had troops in Luoyang, how could Dong Zhuo enter the capital? Luoyang City is high in military camps. The level of chaos in Donghan District exceeded Chu Tian's imagination. Chu Tian still maintained the title of First Lord, but other lords were also trying to become prefects or prime ministers. Liaodong, Wei, Lujiang, Longxi, Hanzhong and other counties were all attacked.
A lord has recruited Lianpe, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. A lord has recruited Beifu Army General Lu Laoji, and Long Life Shi, the fierce general of the Sui dynasty. Prime Minister Yao Guangxu in black has been recruited by the player.
During this period, lords gradually recruited powerful generals and advisors. Epic battles and national wars are not the only ways to produce heroes. There are also low-level gold-level recruitment orders, and there is a very small probability of recruiting historical heroes. there are a large number of players, and the number of historical heroes in the Eastern Han Dynasty has exceeded hundreds. Lianpa, Meng Tian, Shi Wansui, Lu Laoji, Yao Guangxiu, Li Chengyang, Ashai Nashir.
I heard that some players once recruited Zhao Yun, but then Zhao Yun disappeared from the hero rankings.
There was a piece of news that Chu Tian didn't pay much attention to. He just had an impression. This was the hero from the Eastern Han district. Chu Tian glanced at the heroes from other civilized districts. During this period, other civilized areas also had a large number of talents. In the Holy See district, some lords recruited the Czech hero Jan Jeschka, the Athenian consul Solon, and the great navigator Columbus. In the Ottoman Empire area, a lord recruited the great pirate Barbarossa Hayreddin. In the Arabian Empire, a lord recruited the lion, Said bin Abi Waqqas. In Japan, a lord recruited the tragic hero Minamoto Yoshitsune.
It's really a gathering of talents.
Chu Tian just glanced briefly. He had heard the names of some heroes, such as Solon and Columbus. But he might not know the names of some heroes, such as the generals of the Arabian Empire. More than a year is enough for players to recruit many heroes. Chu Tian found that his advantage was great in Shuzhou, but it may not be enough for the entire Donghan district or the entire world. There were hundreds of counties in the Eastern Han Dynasty, but the Eastern Han Dynasty only occupied a part of the entire world. If the lords of the Eastern Han district joined forces to deal with Chu Tian would also feel a little uncomfortable. In addition to the player lords, there are also some generals who have separated from the lord players and claim to be forces, such as Guan Hai, Dorgan, and Wu Sandui of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. It is not easy to unify the Eastern Han Dynasty under the complex situation of player lords, princes of the three kingdoms, bandits, tribes, and mountain barbarians. What's more, other civilized districts will not sit back and watch the reunification of the Eastern Han district, and will definitely interfere. Chu Tian's start was relatively easy, all because the situation in Shuzhou was relatively calm, and the opponents he encountered were not very strong. If you leave Shuzhou, the difficulty becomes Lish. Dorgan and Qinzhou, and Cao Cao and Yanzhou are both heroic figures, as well as a large number of player lords. Chu Tian must speed up its development before it is okay. First of all, there must be a senior official position officially appointed by the court.
Military advisor. Has the letter requesting the Mi family been sent?
Chu Tian asked Fang Xianling about the progress of the matter.
A few days ago, we sent people to Xiapi.
In Xiapi City, Mi Zhu's residence, he received a letter from Chu Tian written by Fang Xianling. In the letter, Chu Tian claimed that Xiao Jian, the former Langya prime minister, colluded with the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army and wanted to lure the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army south to plunder Shuzhou. So he ordered his troops to kill Li Guang to eliminate harm for the people.
How shameless!
Mi Zhu saw that Chu Tian was plausible in the letter, and he couldn't help but see that this was Chu Tian's sophistry. But don't tell the truth when you see through it. Everyone knows the inside story of some things, so it would be pointless to point them out. He continued to look down. Then, there was Chu Tian's request to serve as the Prime Minister of Langya to attack the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou.
Chu Zimu actually wants to obtain the official position of Langya State Minister. His appetite is too big.
Mi Zhu was shocked by Chu Tian's unabashed ambition. In less than a year, Chu Tian conquered the Taishan bandit group entrenched in Langya Kingdom, occupying nearly half of the counties in Langya Kingdom, and became powerful. Now even Tao Qian couldn't attack Chu Tian easily.
Contact other aristocratic families and ask the governor to report to the imperial court that Chu Zimu will be the prime minister of Langya and attack the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Wait a minute. Take enough gold and silver with you and go to Luoyang in person to visit Shi Chanshi and ask Shi Chanshi to open the door for convenience.
Although Mi Zhu comes from a business family, as long as he has money and enough money, he will be very influential in the family, especially in the late Han Dynasty. If you had money, you could buy an official position. It does not take much time to report to the imperial court from Xiapi City. The teleportation array in Xiapi City can easily reach Luoyang. Therefore, if the court agrees, canonization of official positions is actually quite fast. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is so powerful that it poses a threat to Qingzhou, Shuzhou and even Yanzhou. The governor, prefect, and county magistrates of Qingzhou were helpless in the face of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, which became even more powerful after Dorgan joined. Someone must stand up to defeat the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Otherwise the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army will sweep through the 3 states. And the world will be in danger. In the early stages of Lords, if one force occupied 3 states, its advantage would be so great that no princes could match it. In Luoyang, Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty gathered hundreds of civil and military officials to discuss politics and try to turn the tide. Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, Wang Yun and others were among them. The Eastern Han dynasty was probably the most difficult force. The situation of local separatism had gradually formed. The governors and prefects of various places supported their own troops. Even so, the Eastern Han court still tried to maintain order. Han Sui, Ma Teng, and Beigong Boi rebelled in Xiliang. There was a Yellow Turban uprising led by player leader Zhang Dao in Hanzhong. The Baibua army in Shihe and the Black Mountain army in Jizhou rose up in advance. Wuhuan and Yuzhou plundered various places south of the Yangtze River. Then the mountain bandits and water bandits are running rampant without any hindrance. Now the Yellow Turban army in Qinzhou is in an uproar, which has intensified the chaos in the Eastern Han dynasty.
Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong was defeated by the bandits. Now the Qinzhou bandits are so powerful. Who can put them down?
Yuan Shao took the initiative to request the order.
My minister Yuan Benchu is willing to serve as the governor of Qinzhou. Lead the Qinzhou soldiers to suppress the bandits and relieve your majesty's worries.
All the ministers in the imperial court couldn't help but look at him sideways. The current governor of the state has the power to control the local armed forces. Yuan Shao requested to be the governor of Qinzhou, apparently because he wanted to develop in Qinzhou. Yuan Shao was the 4th and 3rd prince of the Yuan family, and had a long-standing reputation. The scholar bureaucrats in the court were willing to give him face, so they remained silent.
No,
a sharp voice said.
Yuan Benchu has little qualifications and no experience in leading troops to fight. If he goes to Qinzhou, his efforts will be in vain, and he will lose his life.
Yuan Shao gritted his teeth when he saw Zhang Rang, one of the 10 permanent attendants, deliberately targeting him.
Who do you think my father should send to wipe out the bandits in Qinzhou?
Zhang Rang said sternly.
Chu Tian, a native of Kaiyang County of Langya Kingdom, was brave and good at fighting. He once killed Shuzhou Yellow Turban Canal Commander Zhang Kai, and he and Dong Zhonglong General Dong Zhuo attacked Guangzhou City. Not long ago, he killed those who tried to collude with Qinzhou Yellow Turban bandits. Xiao Jian, the Prime Minister of Langya State, can be described as a hero. Your Majesty can make him the Prime Minister of Langya State, and together with Jiao He, the Governor of Qinzhou, Tao Qian, the Governor of Shuzhou, Lu Dai, the Governor of Yenzhou, Kong Rong, the Prime Minister of Beihai, and Chao Chao, the Prefect of Dongjun, jointly attack the Yellow Turbans of Qinzhou. It will definitely be successful. Chu Tian? Who is this? This old eunuch must have taken advantage of him.
The ministers in the court knew this well. Yuan Shao's face showed a slight displeasure. He had met Chu Tian once before, but he didn't expect that Chu Tian would turn to Shi Changshi. Chapter 178, Official Appointment and Celebration Banquet. The Luoyang court's decision to appoint Chu Tian as Langya Prime Minister soon spread from Luoyang to Xia City. Relying on his own strength, Chu Tian and Mi Zhu bribed the 10 ministers and obtained the official position of Langya Prime Minister. Along with this came an imperial edict ordering him to attack the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army as soon as possible. The princes who were responsible for the crusade against the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army together with Chu Tian included the Qinzhou Army of Qinzhou Governor Jiao He and Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong, the Yenzhou Army of Yenzhou Governor Lu Dai, the Dongjun Prefect Chao Chao, and the Shuzhou Army of Shuzhou Governor Tao Qian. There are armies from 3 states in total. Like Kong Rong, Jiao He, the governor of Qinzhou, lacked the ability to lead troops in war. There were originally many Han troops in Qinzhou, and their weapons were quite sharp. But they were defeated by the Qinzhou Yellow Turbans and fled. The Qinzhou army can't be counted on. The imperial court valued Yenzhou army and Shuzhou army more.
Chao Chao, the governor of Dongjun.
Chu Tian has never met Chao Chao, the #1 figure in the early 3 kingdoms period. So far, Tao Qian, Yuan Shao, Lu Bu, Yuan Shu, Wu Huan, and Ma Chao all collapsed like an avalanche in front of Chao Chao. And now, with the help of players, Chao Chao is stronger than ever. The only ones who can contain Chao Chao are Yuan Shao, Liu Bei, and a few player lords.
Congratulations, my lord, on your promotion to the Prime Minister of Langya.
A group of officials came to celebrate.
Chu Tian now has to consider appointing officials to his subordinates. In the past, the territory was not large, and one person could often hold several positions at the same time, and the positions were not even clearly divided. After becoming the Prime Minister of Langya, he could appoint a group of officials on his own. There are formal positions under Langya Prime Minister, and Chu Tian can also set up some false positions. First of all, we need to identify the person with the longest history. Changsha is equivalent to the county magistrate, assisting the Langya Prime Minister in handling internal affairs, and is the second in command after the Prime Minister. Chu Tian selected Fang Xianling as the chief historian among Fang Xianling, Xiao Liang, and Li Kui. The chief historian is under the greatest pressure and has to deal with other officials. Therefore, it is better for Fang Xianling, who is both intellectually and politically talented, to serve as the chief historian. Fang Xianling served as the chief historian and the meritorious official. The meritorious official was responsible for assessing the merits of various officials. Chu Tian once promised Xiao Liang that he would appoint her as the chief historian. As compensation, Chu Tian made her the Kaiyang Ling, the city Chaoshi, and the chief records officer. Xiao Liang readily accepted this appointment. She also didn't want to take on too much pressure. In fact, the power of Kaiyang Order is very great. The city Chaoshi manages the market and city taxes. As for the chief secretary of the office, he mainly helps Chu Tian arrange meetings and record records. Chu Tian always holds a meeting before making an important decision. Then there is Li Kui, who was appointed by Chu Tian as the captain of Yannong, the history of Fazao, and the history of Huzhou to manage agriculture, law, and household registration. In addition to these three people, Chu Tian also established the positions of Thief Chaoshi, Song Chaoshi, and 5 ministries supervisor of posts, etc., which were filled by special talents. There are not many historical civil servants under Chu Tian, so it is impossible for every department to be managed by historical figures. As long as Chu Tian keeps personnel assessment, money and food, laws, and household registration in his own hands, other administrative departments of the class don't have to worry too much. These are civilian officials and military attaches. Appoint Hua Mulan's cavalry captain. Chu Tian counted Hua Mulan's achievements. Killed Zhang Kai, the commander of the Shuzhou Yellow Turban Army. Killed Zhang Liang, one of the leaders of the Yellow Turban Army. Shot and wounded Yang Wanchen, the lord of Unxi City. Captured Zhang Ba. Defeated the Taishan thief Changxi, 30,000 people, and attacked Lingsheng at night. And the credit for starting the business in the first place. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to appoint the cavalry captain, and other generals have no objections. Then there was Zhou Yafu, who captured the most villages and towns. Zhou Yafu also contributed to the capture of Guangzhou City and Langya City, blocking Su Sheng, and participating in the defeat of Wu Sangui's army. Chu Tian worshipped Zhou Yafu as the lieutenant of Langya Kingdom, equivalent to the county captain. Xuerengui had the merit of conquering bandits and leading the heavy cavalry to defeat Su Sheng. He became the captain of the enemy formation and was responsible for guarding the Lord's palace. Li Guang participated in the First National War, the Battle of Yangdu County, beheaded the Prime Minister of Langya, and bid farewell to Sima. Su Sheng surrendered and had the merit of defeating Wu Sangui. He also commanded the naval camp and bid farewell to Sima. Zhang Ba paid homage to his subordinate Sima, while Sun Guan, Sun Kong, Li, Wu Dun and others paid homage to the fake Sima of the army and served as deputy generals to Zhang Ba, Su Sheng, Li Guang, Zhou Yafu and others. Among the military attaches, Hua Mulan and Zhou Yafu, who had the longest seniority, had the highest official position. Xuerengui was just a miscellaneous captain because his merits were not enough. Li Guang, Su Sheng, and Zhang Ba are commanders of other divisions and can have independent divisions. Hua Mulan still commands Chu Tian's most trusted cavalry, and is actually very powerful. Chu Tian conferred official positions so that his subordinates could finally exercise their powers legitimately. Zhang Ba's original official position was captain of cavalry. His official position was assigned to Hua Mulan by Chu Tian. Zhang Ba was also convinced because Zhang Ba had been defeated by Hua Mulan. Chu Tian can make him a Sima of another department, which already means he is valued. There were also several Taishan bandits, who were disrupted by Chu Tian and then incorporated into various armies as deputy generals. Before the crusade against Dongzhuo began, Dui and Sima already had high-level official positions. As for Xiaowei and Zhang Langjiang,
They were mid to high-level official positions in the entire Eastern Han dynasty, which were rare at this time. However, after Dongjue kidnapped the emperor, official positions were worthless, and lieutenants, generals, and even princes were everywhere.
Zhou Yafu will guard Ju County with 3,000 Shiliu battalions and 5,000 infantry archers. If the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army goes south, Zhou Yafu will be the first to stop the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army's front. Deputy General Ainli.
Chu Tian planned to recruit 1,000 new Shiliu camp soldiers for Zhou Yafu to strengthen Zhou Yafu's troops. After annexing Ju County, Dong'an County, Dongguan County, and Jiqiu County, Chu Tian gained a large number of people, money and food. And then, he considered adding more soldiers to Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu is good at defending Juqing, and even 100,000 Yellow Turban troops may not be able to capture Juqing with his defense.
Zhang Ba originally had 3,000 infantry and archers, but the number was increased to 5,000. They moved from Yangdu County to Dong'an County. His deputy general Sun Guan guarded Dongguan County with 2,000 people.
Chu Tian assigned a total of 5,000 ordinary infantry archers to Zhang Ba and Sun Guan to guard the two county towns, and they were the horns of each other with Zhou Yafu. If the Yellow Turban Army wants to attack Xia City, they must first capture the three cities of Ju, Dongguan and Dong'an. The three cities are the first line of defense built by Chu Tian. The second line of defense consists of the three cities of Yangdu, Shuiyu and Langjie.
I worship Shuiyu as the Yangdu commandery, and Sun Kong and Wu Dun are the deputy generals, commanding 7,000 soldiers to guard Yangdu City and Shuiyu City. Lu Sandao is the Kaiyang County lieutenant, commanding 3,000 soldiers to guard Langjie City.
Chu Tian built the first line of defense with 13,000 people, and the second line of defense with 10,000 people, focusing on defense. The main force was stationed in Xia City, and was personally commanded by Chu Tian and several generals. Hua Mulan's tribe, commanding 200 Iron Eagle scouts, and 4,000 cavalry. Xueringgui's department commanded 200 elite Tang cavalry archers, 500 light cavalry, and a small number of heavy cavalry. Li Guang commanded 200 Western Han Dynasty border guard archers, 500 light cavalry, and 3,000 crossbowmen. Chu Tian personally managed 2,000 Shisheng battalions and 5,000 infantry. It is planned to recruit 1,000 new people into the Sound Battalion. The main force in Xia City is about 16,000 people. In addition, there is an expanded naval camp. According to Su Sheng's request, Chu Tian planned to expand the naval battalion from 500 to 2,000 people, and at the same time upgrade it to a fourth-level shipyard to produce stern warships. These regular armies do not include ordinary city defense troops and patrols to catch thieves. With Chuqian's territory and the current level of development of the territory, it is actually very difficult to support 41,000 regular legions, as well as several city defense troops and patrols. There are still a large number of war horses that need to be raised, and a large number of weapons and armor that need to be replaced. After conferring all the official positions and determining the defense areas of each department, Chu Tian can sit back and relax for the time being. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army wanted to attack Xia City, but there were 6 cities in the north of Xia City blocking their way. At this time, the roads in Langjie Kingdom were not extending in all directions. If they wanted to bypass the 6 northern cities and attack Xia City by surprise, they might be flanked by the defenders of the 6 cities and cut off the food routes. This is the importance of cities and fortresses to block the enemy's advance. Chu Tian judged that within a year and a half, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army would not be able to capture the 6 northern cities. Chu Tian held a special banquet to entertain the heroes and announce their appointments. Everyone was happy to receive their official positions. Hua Mulan drank a few more drinks at the celebration banquet. However, Hua Mulan's wine was very good, and she didn't go crazy with alcohol. Instead, she became more taciturn. Xiao Liang is the opposite of Hua Mulan. After drinking, her face becomes hot, and her ears are red. Zhou Yafu and Zhang Ba were recalled to attend the celebration banquet. Ainli, Sun Kong, Wu Dun and other Taishan bandits also participated in the banquet. Compared with others, this group of Taishan thieves speak more vulgarly and move rudely, but they can liven up the atmosphere.
I didn't expect that the person who defeated me that day was just a female.
Wu Dun couldn't help but sigh when he saw Xiao Liang, who defeated him with 3,000 recruits in Lianshan town. Snow was falling heavily outside the Lord's mansion, but more than 10 historical heroes gathered inside the Lord's mansion.
Even Du Fu was asked to attend the celebration banquet at the Lord's mansion to witness the establishment of the Langya Kingdom's first group of civil servants and generals. Chu Tian's team is mainly composed of heroes from various dynasties recruited through recruitment orders, followed by the Taishan bandits. Their lineup is so luxurious that even Cao Cao today may not be able to match it. The celebration party lasted until late at night. Many of the fierce generals were drunk and staggering around. Li Guang even lay on the ground holding the wine jar. Even Hua Mulan is lying on the wooden table. Chu Tian, as the Lord, had a round of toasts from all the civil servants and generals. And Chu Tian immediately fell unconscious. The only person present who was still alive was Xiao Liang, a civil servant, whose face was so hot that no one dared to drink.
It's really a headache. Why did even Fang Xianling and Sister Mulan fall?
Xiao Liang saw that these men were so excited that they all fell down because they controlled Langya Kingdom and could compete in the Central Plains. He couldn't help but have a headache. This is probably a man's happiness. She thought that as a military advisor, Fang Xianling would not be so reckless. But today Fang Xianling seemed to have lost her composure.
Someone is coming!
Xiao Liang summoned the personal guards of the Lord's mansion. The personal guards of the Lord's mansion usually obey Chu Tian's orders or Xuerengui's orders directly. But under the premise that Chu Tian is unconscious, they will also obey the orders of the more familiar Xiao Liang.
You take all the adults back to their residences. General Hua Mulan stays.
Xiao Liang thought that Hua Mulan was special, so she didn't let her guards take her away. So the guards of the Lord's mansion carried Fang Xianling, Xuerengui, Li Guang and others away. Fang Xianling opened her eyes intentionally or unintentionally and took a look. Seeing someone taking care of the aftermath, she went back to sleep with peace of mind. Xiao Liang underestimated Fang Xuanling's IQ. Fang Xuanling's current intelligence has reached 95. Now only Chu Tian and Hua Mulan, who had fallen asleep, were left in the Lord's mansion, as well as the only awake Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang had no choice but to carry Chu Tian and Hua Mulan to the bedrooms in the back hall.
I should take the direction of military commander. It's really tiring.
Xiao Liang, who chose the direction of Wenchen, was panting. Put Hua Mulan on Chu Tian's bed so that they can take care of her together. Next, Xiao Liang saw that the two of them smelled of alcohol and wanted to light a fire to keep warm. It's snowing heavily outside the Lord's mansion, and it's the 12th lunar month of winter. When Chu Tian woke up the next day, he had a splitting headache. He had been drunk by more than a dozen of his subordinates. He had completely forgotten what happened last night and only remembered the celebration banquet. Chu Tian felt that his usual bed was a little crowded, and suddenly found Hua Mulan in casual clothes sleeping on his bed, her delicate body slightly curled up. No way. Chu Tian had the impression that he had done nothing. What shocked Chu Tian even more was that Kai Ling, City Chaosher, and Chief Records Officer Xiao Liang were lying beside the bed, only 3 feet away from him. They were also unconscious, and their eyelashes were trembling slightly with their breathing.
Dot!
Chu Tian had to desperately recall what happened last night, and the result was blank. Getting drunk made a mistake. Chu Tian vowed never to hold such a celebration banquet again, even if he became Shuzhou Shepherd, as if Chu Tian had done something wrong. He tried to escape from here lightly. He also found that his clothes had been changed, and the smell of alcohol on his body was not that strong. Xiao Liang seemed to be awakened by Chu Tian's movements. He yawned slightly and rubbed his eyes.
Lord, are you awake? Do you remember what happened last night? Of course I remember. Don't worry. You didn't do anything. My subordinates only placed you here to take care of you and General Mulan. That's good.
Chu Tian was not so embarrassed now.
My lord, please don't be brave next time. You have to go to Luoyang to discuss with Qinzhou Governor, Xuzhou Governor, Beihai Prime Minister, Dongjun Prefect and others about the crusade against the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army.
Xiao Liang reminds Chu Tian of his schedule. Chu Tian remembered that this was indeed the case. In order to defeat the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, various princes who received orders from the court planned to discuss in Luoyang. Each county has a teleportation array leading to Luoyang. Now Chu Tian is already a prince in a sense.
Afternoon. Get up and head to Luoyang.
Chu Tian was somewhat looking forward to meeting Cao Cao, Lu Dai, Kong Rong, Tao Qian and other princes in Luoyang. Especially Cao Cao, an emperor-level hero and a hero with the characteristics of a monarch. So far, Chu Tian has met Liu Bei, but not Cao Cao and Sun Jian. Chu Tian also has the characteristics of a monarch,
but unfortunately it played little role in the civil war in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Xiao Liang went to boil tea for Chu Tian again, leaving Chu Tian alone in the room. Hua Mulan was awakened by the movement of the two people, and opened her eyes hazily, only to find herself lying on Chu Tian's bed. Her clothes had been changed, and her lord was standing beside the bed. Her body stiffened. Chu Tian was afraid of scaring Hua Mulan, so he pretended to be calm.
Listen to my explanation.
Chapter 179 The First Lord and the First Hero. Chu Tian and Hua Mulan explained, and Hua Mulan calmed down and then returned to her residence. After Chu Tian briefly handled the internal affairs, he set off for Luoyang City and met with Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, Tao Qian, the governor of Xuzhou, Jiao He, the governor of Qizhou, Chao Chao, the governor of Dongjun, and Kong Rong, the prime minister of Beihai. In addition, Chu Tian also made an appointment with the player Lord Zhao Gongzi of Qinzhou to meet in Luoyang and invited him to jointly attack the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army in Beihai Kingdom. Mr. Zhao is the leader of the Beihai Kingdom, and his troops are more powerful than the incompetent Beihai Prime Minister Kong Rong. It is precisely because Mr. Zhao sent troops to help Kong Rong that the Beihai Kingdom did not fall completely. Otherwise, Kong Rong is likely to be killed by Dorgan's cavalry using the pig surprise tactic. This time Chu Tian took Shuai and Gui and Hua Mulan as escorts and went to Luoyang. After the incident last night, when Hua Mulan saw Chu Tian, her eyes were a little erratic and seemed to be broken. Chu Tian secretly took a look at Hua Mulan's favorability score and was stunned. The favorability score had reached 92. Favorability measures personal friendship and is not entirely related to loyalty. For example, a minister's loyalty to the king does not mean how good his personal relationship with the king is. He has never even met the king. It just means that he is loyal to his personal morality. If this continues, maybe the favorability level will reach 100. Chu Tian pretended that nothing happened and took Shuai and Gui, Hua Mulan, and a Tang Dynasty archer team to Lengyas City. There is a teleportation array in Lengyas City, which has been controlled by Chu Tian. Every day, free players go to Luoyang or come back from Luoyang through the teleportation array. Chu Tian, who owns the teleportation array, can gain 1% from it. But even when he uses the teleportation array, he still has to pay 10 taels of silver. In order to save money, Chu Tian only took Shuai and Gui and Hua Mulan to Luoyang, while the Tang Dynasty's cavalry archers stationed in Lengyas City, waiting for Chu Tian and the others to return from Luoyang. Chu Tian felt heartbroken for paying 30 taels of silver, which was equivalent to 30 months' salary of a first-class light infantryman. The scene in front of him changed. Chu Tian came to Luoyang City for the second time.
I just want to farm well, and he has arrived in Luoyang City. I heard that he was conferred the title of Langya Prime Minister by the Imperial Court, and he will go with Chao Chao, Lu Dai, Kong Rong and others to attack the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. How powerful is the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army? Do they need to alert so many princes? Dorgan joined the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, and the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army is still farming in Qinzhou. If they are allowed to harvest next year, the entire Qinzhou, Xuzhou, and Yanzhou will suffer, and even Jizhou will be affected. The beauty next to him must be Hua Mulan. She is such an enviable guy. And the most disgusting thing is that he often takes Hua Mulan around, making me jealous. Damn it. I'm still single. Who is the other general carrying a long bow and quiver? Li Guang? Maybe. No. I seem to have seen him somewhere. He is Shuai and Gui. Our #1 hero in the Eastern Han District is actually under his command.
Players in Luoyang once again caused a sensation, and Chu Tian was already famous and eye-catching among the players. His appearance caused a commotion among the player community. At the same time, every time Chu Tian brings military commanders, other players will speculate. There are players in Luoyang who participated in the First National War and vividly remembered Shuai and Gui's demeanor in the Battle of Ungqi City, and they quickly recognized Shuai and Gui's identity. Chu Tian also had no intention of hiding Shuai and Gui. Shuai and Gui often appears in Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing may not have players participating in the national war, so it cannot be hidden. The news that Shuai and Gui was under Chu Tian's command spread like wildfire, and all the lords and foreign military advisors responded immediately.
Shuai and Gui have 3 arrows ding Tian Mountain. I just want to farm well and become a formidable opponent in the future.
After Liu Bei's foreign military advisor learned of the news, he regarded Chu Tian as a threat.
I didn't expect that you would get the bravest man in the Tang army. Mingguan also learned the news. Fortunately, I have Lianpe, the famous general of Zhao State. Otherwise it would be really disappointing. A lord in Bingzhou looked at the infantry marching in the valley. The general under his command was Lianpe, one of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Chu Tian did not care about the reactions of other player lords. The purpose of his coming to Luoyang this time was not to compete with the player lords, but to discuss with the princes of the 3 kingdoms the annihilation of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army of Guanhai, Dorgan, and Wusangui. The Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou will never be destroyed, and Chu Tian will not be at ease. Chu Tian was also concerned about the situation in Luoyang. Luoyang is currently extremely prosperous. Dong Zhuo has not yet entered Luoyang. Yuan Shao has begun to control Luoyang's troops and horses. The direction of the 3 kingdoms has become increasingly difficult to see. Chu Tian doesn't even know if the Dong Zhuo plot will happen. Cao Cao is also very powerful. Will he become the main force in the crusade against Dong Zhuo? If Cao Cao develops, it is really not a good thing for me. Chu Tian was walking in the bustling streets of Luoyang and had no time to look around. Instead, he was thinking about the future confrontation with Cao Cao. Cao Cao is in Yanzhou and Chu Tian is in Xuzhou. Once the 2 unite Yanzhou and Xuzhou in the future, there will definitely be a battle. Cao Cao is here. When Chu Tian was thinking about the high probability of having a confrontation with Cao Cao in the future, he said that Cao Cao was about to arrive. The sensation among the player community was no less than Chu Tian coming to Luoyang. Cao Cao, the hero of the 3 kingdoms, came to Luoyang in order to defeat the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou. Chu Tian looked at the crowd. The short but sharp Cao Cao passed by with 2 generals, followed by a group of strangers. It was precisely because of the advice of the stranger's disciples that Cao Cao, who was originally appointed as the Prime Minister of Jinan by the imperial court, was changed to the prefect of Dongjun and used it as a stronghold to support his troops. Behind him were 2 brave and skilled generals, with a bit of arrogance in their eyes and an invisible aura of killing in their bodies. They were obviously warriors who had been on the battlefield. The First Lord meets the First Tycoon. There will be a good show this time. I don't know who can lead the troops better between the combination of Shuarengui and Hua Mulan versus the combination of Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan. Players who watch the fun don't think it's a big deal. What a strong general! Chu Tian and Cao Cao were secretly surprised when they saw each other's generals. Chu Tian can be sure that the 2 brothers Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan are king-level generals, and they are also clan generals who are loyal to Cao Cao. If it were just the combination of Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan, they might not be able to defeat the cavalry led by Hua Mulan and Shuarengui. But if Cao Cao's army has the aura of Wei Wu is strong, then the outcome will be difficult to say. The most terrifying thing about Cao Cao's power is not the military commanders, but the bonuses Cao Cao himself brings to his subordinate military commanders, allowing their army to explode into even more powerful combat effectiveness. Heroes with an army aura are suitable for serving as army commanders. If Cao Cao is not a monarch, in terms of ability, his army aura and high intelligence can make him an excellent legion commander. It's a pity that it is difficult to conquer Cao Cao. The Prime Minister of Langa State, Chu Zimu, has met Brother Mingda. Chu Tian took the initiative to bow. Cao Cao was around 30 years old, so he was indeed qualified to call him brother. I didn't expect the Prime Minister of Langyu to be so young. It's a pity that he shouldn't be so close to Shi Changshi, which will bring disaster to the country and the people. Cao Cao sounded a little dissatisfied with Chu Tian. The current Cao Cao probably still has some enthusiasm for saving the Han dynasty, and he is on the side of the Qinglu family with Yuan Shao, and has a bad relationship with the Shi Changshi. The Han court believed that the Prime Minister of Lengya had contacts with Shi Changshi. Otherwise, how could Zhang Rang take the initiative to propose an unknown figure to serve as the Prime Minister of Lengya? Prime Minister Lengya was already one of the hundreds of people with real power in the Eastern Han dynasty. Mi Zhu used Tao Qian and Shi Changshi to obtain the official position of Lengya State Prime Minister for Chu Tian, which had the negative effect of attracting dissatisfaction from the Qinglu family and some princes. Brother Mingda misunderstood. I see that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is causing harm to a state, and the Qingzhou Governor and Beihai Prime Minister are unable to control it. So I want to send troops to attack the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. I have some soldiers and horses, but I have no choice but to hold a humble official position and have no power. I have no power, and it is difficult for anyone to respond. Now the government is controlled by the 10 permanent servants. If I don't bribe them, even if I am full of blood, it will not help. in order to make the ministers of the imperial court pay attention to the scourge of the Yellow Turban Army in Qinzhou. I endured the humiliation and spent a huge sum of money. But I was helplessly despised by Brother Mingde. Alas! I would rather the world betray me than I would rather betray the world.
Chu Tian was heartbroken and pretended to sigh. Even Cao Cao was a little moved at this moment. But when he tasted it carefully, something seemed wrong. According to Chu Tian's logic, wouldn't it be possible for everyone who bribed Shi Chanshi to be excusable? Cao Cao was so shrewd that he was not deceived by Chu Tian. But now, he could not accuse Chu Tian of bribing the 10 permanent ministers, because Chu Tian did not participate in the Luoyang court's struggle for power, but devoted himself to crusading against the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. Before the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army was wiped out, he and Chu Tian were allies. In the early days, Cao Cao respected the sanctity of the alliance. The heroes of Guangdong attacked Dongzhuo, while the princes were fishing in troubled waters. Cao Cao still fought hard. Although Cao Cao was defeated by Dongzhuo's generals, Cao Cao recruited new soldiers at that time and lacked experience. The current Cao Cao is developing in Dongjun. Compared with the historical Cao Cao, Cao Cao is incomparable in strength. With the aura of a powerful army, Cao Cao is like the big devil in the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian's forces only have 2 military auras. Hua Mulan's friendly troops have a defense power of plus 10%. And Chu Tian's Eastern Han district troops have all attributes plus 3%. Cao Cao's military aura is stronger than theirs. Since he met Cao Cao, Chu Tian invited Cao Cao to taste tea. Cao Cao laughed and agreed. For a moment, the players were completely excited. Not only did the first lord of the Eastern Han dynasty and the first tycoon meet, but they also had to drink tea together and then attack the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. You must know that the states where the two of them are located, Shuzhou and Yanzhou, are adjacent. They will definitely fight you to the death in the future. And now, the two of them are still talking and laughing.
My lord is much more handsome than this man named Cao Cao.
Hua Mulan, who was following Chu Tian, blindly looked down on Cao Cao, her mind now in chaos. Compared with the relatively short Cao Cao, Chu Tian is indeed much taller and more heroic.
My lord, please be careful about this person. He is the largest alien lord. He has many talented people and powerful generals under his command. He has not been defeated so far. He will become our biggest threat in the future when he dominates Shuzhou. This person has many tricks up his sleeve. Don't fall for his tricks later.
Cao Cao's strangers knew Chu Tian's reputation and reminded Cao Cao privately.
Don't worry about it.
Cao Cao learned about Chu Tian's reputation from a stranger. But with his intelligence, he shouldn't be fooled by Chu Tian. Cao Cao was not moved by Chu Tian's passionate speech just now.
The Yellow Turban Army swept through all the counties in Qinzhou. Jiao He and Kong Rong were really just rice bags and wine barrels. They were famous but incompetent. If it were a time of governance, they could still govern a people. If it was a time of trouble, they would be like dolphins and dogs.
Cao Cao scorned the governor of Qinzhou and the prime minister of Beihai. Chu Tian said,
Brother Mingde must take quite a while to get from Dongjun to Beihai Kingdom. I can order a group of soldiers and horses to attack the Yellow Turban Army in Jinan, Pingyuan and other areas to the west of Qinzhou. If you, Zimu, lead your troops to attack the Yellow Turban Army in Beihai Kingdom and other areas to the east of Qinzhou, then the Yellow Turban Army can be destroyed.
Because Cao Cao looked down on the Qinzhou Han army, he did not plan to rely on the Qinzhou Han army. Instead, he planned to rely on himself and Chu Tian's troops to destroy the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army.
This matter still has to wait for the arrival of the governors of Qinzhou, Yanzhou and Shuzhou before making a decision.
Chu Tian knew that the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army had already recruited a group of powerful people. If he and Cao Cao attacked the Yellow Turban Army from a flank, there was still a possibility of failure. The Yellow Turban Army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in the east and west of Qinzhou. Once they use the human sea tactic and spread all over the mountains and plains, I am afraid that famous generals will also suffer hatred. Cao Cao said to himself.
Except Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou. I'm afraid the other two are incompetent.
In the teleportation array in Luoyang, a scholar in his 30s appeared, accompanied by a fierce general and a dozen soldiers. Although he was defeated by the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army many times, he still acted as if nothing had happened, still holding a volume of books in his hand. Some players from Luoyang recognized this prince.
That is the nerd Kong Rong. My birthplace was originally Beihai Kingdom, but he lost to the Yellow Turban Army in succession, which caused the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army to sweep Beihai Kingdom. I had to spend 10 taels of silver to escape to Luoyang. The strong general behind him is Tai Shirtsi. It's a pity that a strong general has taken refuge with the princes who can't use him.
There was a lot of discussion among the players, who fled from Beihai Kingdom to Luoyang. They originally settled down in Beihai State. But Kong Rong was unable to protect the territory and the people, and was defeated by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, and they became refugees. Kong Rong's face gradually darkened when he heard the free players talking about him. After becoming Confucius, he had always had a good reputation among the Eastern Han gentry, but in the eyes of players who advocated force, he seemed very unworthy. Jiao He, the governor of Qingzhou, came to Luoyang with a few soldiers. Looking haggard, like Kong Rong, he governed a vast territory with a large population and many generals. But he was bullied by the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. The Yellow Turban Army chased him until he reached the Yellow River, and finally managed to escape. Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, arrived with his own soldiers. Tao Qian, the governor of Shuzhou, also came here at this time, and he also brought his generals Qiao Bao and Mi Fang. All of a sudden, all the big shots from the south of the Yellow River in the Eastern Han district arrived. In this crusade against the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, the Qingzhou governor was already timid, so the Yanzhou governor Lu Dai served as the commander-in-chief. In this regard, Chu Tian remained silent. How Lu Dai commands is one thing. To truly attack the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, he still has to rely on his own generals. Chapter 180, Crusade against the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Conference.
The big shots from Yanzhou, Shuzhou, and Qingzhou are going to meet in Luoyang, and the officers and soldiers from the three states will unite to encircle and suppress the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army.
Players in Luoyang all know this shocking news. The Eastern Han court still had some prestige, and the princes who received orders from the Eastern Han court at least ostensibly obeyed the court's orders. Moreover, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army did seriously threaten the princes of the three states. At this time, Chu Tian finally saw Tao Qian, Lu Dai, Jiao He, Kong Rong and other princes. Behind Tao Qian stood the generals Qiao Bao and Mi Fang. Mi Fang and Chu Tian were old acquaintances, and she glanced at Chu Tian. Chu Tian responded slightly to Mi Fang, but he didn't want Tao Qian to know that he had close contacts with the Mi family. Tao Qian saw Chu Tian, who had annexed the Taishan bandit forces. He was old and coughed from time to time.
Zhao Jian, the former prime minister of Langya State, does not seem to be someone who would collude with the Yellow Turban bandits,
Chu Tian said shamelessly.
People's hearts are separated from each other. How could the governor know?
Tao Qian was so retorted by Chu Tian that he didn't know how to respond for a moment. Zhao Jian is dead, and there is no evidence of his death.
Now is not the time to talk about this matter.
Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, cleared his throat. Zhao Jian did not have much influence, so he died as soon as he died.
The top priority is to respond to the imperial court's order and pacify the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Once spring begins, the three armies will move. Ping Huangjin.
All the princes present agreed to fight in the spring. In the dead of winter, no one wanted to go all the way to attack the Yellow Turban Army. Lu Dai said,
as long as we take the initiative, we can end the war before July and return Qingzhou to peace.
Chu Tian sat in his position and remained calm. The expedition started in March and ended before July. Want to defeat the massive Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army in 4 months. Lu Dai took it too much for granted. To put it bluntly, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army is no worse than the Jizhou Yellow Turban Army led by Zhang Jiao, Zhang Liang, and Zhang Bao, especially after the two famous generals Dorgan and Wu Sangui joined the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. The Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army will only be worse than the Jizhou Yellow Turban Army. More powerful.
I, together with the Prime Minister of Jibei, the Prefect of Qinlu, and the Prefect of Dongjun, attacked Qingzhou from the west, joined with the Qingzhou governor, and recovered Jinan and other counties as the main force. The Shuzhou governor and Langya Prime Minister attacked Qingzhou from the south, and fought with Beihai. How about we join together and recapture Beihai Kingdom and other counties? Finally, we will meet at Linzi, Qi Kingdom.
As the governor of one party, Lu Dai was more or less capable and proposed the tactic of attacking from the east and west. As the main force, the western troops and horses, composed of Lu Dai, Cao Cao, Bao Xian, Zhang Miao and other Yanzhou troops, invaded Jinan and joined forces with Jiao He, the governor of Qingzhou. The eastern troops and horses served as a partial division to contain part of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army.
composed of Tao Qian, Chu Tian and other Xuzhou troops, and invaded Beihai state, where they merged with Beihai Xiangkong. All the princes present acquiesce to this arrangement. Then how many troops each side sends? This is related to the interests of every prince. Whoever sends out the most troops will suffer more, and the rear strongholds will be easily attacked by other lords. Lu Dai, as the commander-in-chief of the crusade against the Yellow Turban army in Qinzhou, said, I can send 50,000 soldiers from Yinzhou, and Bao Xian, Zhang Miao, and others can send 30,000. Cao Cao also stated the troops he could provide. I can provide 30,000. Cao Cao can already provide 30,000 troops? Chu Tian was secretly surprised. 30,000 soldiers and horses went out to fight, and at least 10,000 soldiers and horses were required to guard the home. Chu Tian used this to estimate the number of Cao Cao's troops. From this point of view, Cao Cao's power in Dongjun has far exceeded that of many player lords. Tao Qian said, I will make Cao Bao the general and send 50,000 soldiers from Xuzhou. Then only Chu Tian was left, and all the princes looked at Chu Tian. They wanted to know how many troops Chu Tian, a foreign prince, could devote to the expedition. Chu Tian said slowly, Beihai Kingdom is close to Langya Kingdom. If we use all our strength, we can send 30,000 troops. The princes present nodded. It was already quite difficult for Chu Tian to bring out such troops. At present, the territories of various princes have not yet developed, and there are not many troops to support them. The crusade against the Yellow Turban army in Qinzhou was far away, and more food was needed. Kong Rong, who was defeated by the Qinzhou army, said, I still have more than 10,000 Qinzhou soldiers here, as well as 50,000 soldiers and horses of the alien Lord Zhao Gongzi. Jiao He, the governor of Qinzhou, looked haggard. There are still more than 10,000 defeated generals, and tens of thousands of local braves. Chu Tian, Cao Cao, and others couldn't help but cast contemptuous looks. In a state as big as Qinzhou, the governor and Beihai prime minister were beaten by the Yellow Turban army to the point where only 20,000 to 30,000 people were left. Kong Rong had to rely on the alien Lord Zhao Gongzi to survive, relying on foreign lords to hold on. This is simply a shame for the princes of the Eastern Han dynasty. Chu Tian and Cao Cao did not expect Jiao He and Kong Rong to do anything in this crusade against the Yellow Turbans, as long as they continued to defend the city and delay the Yellow Turbans. They are also scholars, but the gap between them and Fang Xianling is too big. Chu Tian even thought that Xiao Liang, a female prostitute, was hundreds of times better than Jiao He and Kong Rong. At least Xiao Liang could defeat more than 10,000 Taishan bandits with 3,000 new soldiers. Where is Mr. Zhao, the alien lord of Beihai Kingdom? When Lu Dai heard that Kong Rong recommended a foreign lord who could stop the Yellow Turban army in Beihai Kingdom, he couldn't help but look sideways. After a year and a half of development, a few foreign lords have stood out and have tens of thousands of troops. Even the princes of the three kingdoms do not dare to look down upon them, such as Chu Tian. The current foreign lords are somewhat similar to the local tycoons in the late Han dynasty. If they can use their power, they will get twice the result with half the effort. I have invited him to come to Luoyang. See, go and send him a message. Kong Rong gave orders to a fierce general behind him who was holding a bow. The fierce general replied, Yes. Chu Tian looked at the general behind Kong Rong. This man was good at shooting, and he was Tai Shirsi, the fierce general of Donglai. Tai Shirsi, Li Guang, and Shuiragui are all fierce generals who are good at using bows and arrows, and they are also very powerful in close combat. If Kong Rong had acquired such a strong player earlier, he might not have ended up like this. But even if he gets Tai Shirsi, he may not be able to use it. Chu Tian had heard the illusion of Kong Rong gives pair before, but Kong Rong, who lived in troubled times, actually had no ability to govern one party. At least Tao Qian, Lu Yin, Lu Biao, and others performed much better than him. Historically, Cao Cao also looked down on Kong Rong. Later, because Kong Rong often spread unfavorable public opinions among the gentry, he eventually killed him. The foreign Lord Zhao Gongzi arrived under the leadership of Tai Shirsi, and he nodded to Chu Tian. Chu Tian met Mr. Zhao during the National War. At present, Mr. Zhao is the 9th lord of the Eastern Han dynasty, so it is not difficult to understand why Mr. Zhao can help Kong Rong protect the last 4 counties. Mr. Zhao's current territory includes 4 counties, Beihai Guangling, Pingshou, Xushu and Ju, and has 50,000 soldiers. Mr. Zhao's troops are even more powerful than Chu Tian's. Mr. Zhao was also helpless.
It was not that he wanted to raise so many soldiers, but that the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army was sweeping through various places like locusts, harvesting nothing wherever they went. If he doesn't recruit as many soldiers as possible, he won't be able to defend his territory. Behind Mr. Zhao was a burly and fierce general with a fierce expression. He looked like a general fighting against the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Chu Tian did not know what General Zhao Gongzi had, because before this, Chu Tian had not had much contact with Zhao Gongzi from Qingzhou Beihai Kingdom. Since it was Mr. Zhao who brought the generals, they should not be much worse. Just like Chu Tian brought Hua Mulan and Xuerengui, Cao Cao brought the Xiahou brothers, and Kong Rong brought Taisher Xiai. Lu Dai asked Master Zhao,
Master Zhao, can you assist us in the crusade against the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army?
Mr. Zhao responded loudly.
Wherever the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army goes, no chickens or dogs are heard, and no grass grows. If we can get rid of them, it will be a great blessing for the world,
Lu Dai said loudly.
Okay, if you can make military exploits, I can go to the court and maybe the court can make you a prefect.
Chu Tian discovered that other lords were also seeking the official positions of governor or prime minister. Not everyone can get recommendations through the energy of the family like Chu Tian. So far, only Chu Tian, an alien lord, has officially transformed into a prince of the three kingdoms. The meeting to attack the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army soon ended. 110,000 Yanzhou Army, 80,000 Xuzhou Army, 80,000 Qingzhou Army. A total of 270,000 troops encircled and suppressed 1 million Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. Chu Tian actively participated in the crusade, mainly for two reasons. First, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army poses a threat to the Lengge Kingdom. It is difficult for a Chutian county to stop the millions of Qingzhou army. The second is to capture young and strong labor force alive. In the final analysis, the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army are farmers who have lost their land and confidence. As long as they are given land to cultivate and stationed in, they can hand over a large amount of grain to Chutian every year. Qingzhou Yellow Turban can also provide troops. 1 million Qingzhou Yellow Turbans, excluding the old, weak, sick and disabled. There are still tens of thousands of elite soldiers.
The commander-in-chief of the Yellow Turban Army in Qingzhou is Guan Hai. He has infinite manpower and is unmatched in bravery. Guan Hai also recruited a second commander-in-chief, Dorgan. This man is good at leading cavalry raids and has many tricks to make up for Guan Hai's flaws. Be careful. The foreign Lord Zhao Gongzi of Qingzhou had fought against Guan Hai and Dorgan, so he was qualified to express his opinion on the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. At least his performance is remarkable, and he is several times stronger than Kong Rong, Jiao He and the like, with the ability to become the 9th lord in the Eastern Han dynasty. Mr. Zhao's ability is beyond doubt. The fact that he was able to defend the 4 counties of Beihai Kingdom and gather the refugees of Beihai Kingdom under Guan Hai and Dorgan's human wave tactics can illustrate the problem. Chu Tian wanted to learn from young Master Zhao about the reality of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army. He did not want to bring troops from the Lengge Kingdom into the Beihai Kingdom, only to be surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Beihai Kingdom's Yellow Turban Army. Does Dorgan have an 8 banners army?
Chu Tian asked the most important question. Compared with Dorgan, who does not have the 8 banners army, Dorgan is not at the same level of threat as he has the 8 banners army. Mr. Zhao replied,
If he had recruited the 8 banners army, I don't think I would be able to defend the 4 counties of Beihai Kingdom. That's good.
Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. His worst fears didn't happen. If Dorgan had thousands of 8 banners troops, they would be able to reverse the situation at a critical moment. Cautious Cao Cao asked,
Which is the most elite military branch among the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans?
Mr. Zhao pondered.
The Yellow Turbans of the 3rd level are long, but we do not rule out the possibility that the Qingzhou Yellow Turbans will start recruiting regular troops.
Even Tao Qian was moved at this moment.
Aren't they the Yellow Turbans?
Mr. Zhao said.
Things are worse than we thought. The Yellow Turban Commander Dorgan tried to establish a kingdom in Qingzhou. He began to farm on a large scale, control the city, and recruit regular troops. If he succeeds, then a kingdom will be established in Qingzhou. He will have hundreds of thousands of troops. This is by no means alarmist.
Various governors and prefects realized the seriousness of the problem. They still underestimated the strength of the Qingzhou Yellow Turban Army, especially Lu Dai, the governor of Yanzhou, proposed to wipe out the Yellow Turban Army within 4 months. What they faced was not the ordinary Yellow Turban Army, but the peasant army that had transformed into a feudal kingdom.
After the spring begins, it's time to set out immediately without further delay. For the West Route Army, Lu Dai, will be the chief general and Meng Da will be the deputy general. Eastern Route Army. Who of you is the chief general, and who is the deputy general?
Lu Dai looked at Tao Qian and Chu Tian. They had already discussed the priority of Yen Shou in private. As for Shuzhou, Chu Tian was nominally managed by Tao Qian. But in fact, it was divided into one party. Tao Qian's General Cao Bao stood up and said,
Of course we, the governor, are the commander-in-chief. Okay.
Chu Tian agreed without saying a word. Since you want to be the commander-in-chief, then let you be. If you really encounter the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, you will probably be beaten and run away. Cao Bao didn't expect Chu Tian to agree so readily. And he didn't know whether it was right or wrong to fight for the position of commander this time.
I have been ill recently, so I can only send my generals to attack.
Tao Qian was not as young as Cao Cao, Chu Tian and others. Cao Cao and Chu Tian could personally conquer the Qinzhou Yellow Turbans. But Tao Qian could only send 2 generals. Tao Qian planned to send 2 military generals, Cao Bao and Ni Fang, commanding a total of 50,000 Shuzhou soldiers. What a waste of resources. Chu Tian heard that 50,000 Shuzhou soldiers were commanded by Cao Bao and Ni Fang. Isn't this a waste? Any general sent under Chu Tian's command, not to mention Xuerengui, Hua Mulan, Zhou Yafu and others, even Zhang Ba and Sun Guan, are more capable than Cao Bao and Ni Fang. Otherwise, Shuzhou's aristocratic families would not rely on Taishan bandits and Chu Tian guards. The northern gateway of Shuzhou, Tao Qian has no strong generals, which is his weakness. No matter how many troops there are but lack of good generals, it will not help. They are just going to give others military exploits. On the Yenzhou army side, basically only Cao Cao's 30,000 men had combat effectiveness. In the Qinzhou army, only Mr. Zhao and Tai Shirzi have combat effectiveness. Among the Shuzhou army, only Chu Tian has combat effectiveness. In other words, out of the 270,000 crusade troops, the real threat to the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army may only be around 100,000. What they will face is the mighty human sea tactics of the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army, as well as Dorgan and Wu Sangui who may attack from the flanks at any time. After the Yellow Turban Crusade against Qinzhou ended, all the lords in the Eastern Han Dynasty knew that the 270,000 crusade troops were going to hunt in Qinzhou. Finally, after war broke out in Xiliang, Yuzhou, Hanzhong, and Jizhou, Qinzhou in the east also began to become a large-scale battlefield. The 270,000-strong crusade force, known as the Million Army, declared war on the Qinzhou Yellow Turban Army. When fighting a war, one must always exaggerate one's own strength. In Jima City, Beihai Kingdom, Dorgan bought rough information about the crusade from strangers.
An army of 1 million? If you enter Qinzhou, you will never come back.
Dorgan burned the information he obtained.